Workers of all countries unitet. Lenin. On trade unions. A collection of articles and speeches. HMJKOMA. Printed in the Union of Contents. Forward. 11. From what the? From draft and explanation of a program for the Social Democratic Party. 31. Draft program. 31. Explanation of the program. 34. From a protest by Russian Social Democrats. 54. On strikes. 57. From what is to be done. 68. 2. The spontaneity of the masses and the consciousness of the Social Democrats. 68. A. The beginning of the spontaneous upsurge. 69b. Bowing to spontaneity. Rabakaya M. Weissel. 73c. The Self-Emancipation Group and Rabakai Dialo. 82. 3. Trade Unionist Politics and Social Democratic Politics. 92. A. Political agitation and its restriction by the Economists. 93. C. Political exposures and training in revolutionary activity. 103. E. The working class as vanguard fighter for democracy. 109. 4. The primitiveness of the economists and the organization of the revolutionaries. 125. C. Organization of workers and organization of revolutionaries. 125. Draft resolution on the economic struggle for the Second Congress of the RSDLP. 141. From one step forward, two steps back, the crisis in our party. 142. From two tactics of social democracy in the democratic revolution. 146. From the Jena Congress of the German Social Democratic Workers' Party. 149. 6. Contents. To S. I. Gusev. To Nation from Lenin. 152. From the political strike and the street fighting. Note to M. Borisov's article. On the trade union movement and the tasks of social democracy. 162. The All-Russia political strike. 163. Resolution of the Executive Committee of the St. Petersburg Soviet of Workers Deputies on measures for counteracting the lockout adopted on November 14, 27, 1905. 167. The Socialist Party and Non-Party Revolutionism. 169. I. 169-2. 172. From a tactical platform for the Unity Congress of the RSDLP. 177. From draft resolutions for the 5th Congress of the RSDLP. 178. 4. The intensification of mass destitution and of the economic struggle. 178. 5. Non-party workers' organizations and the anarcho syndicalist trend among the proletariat. 179. Draft resolutions for the 3rd Conference of the RSDLP, 2nd All-Russia. 181. 1. Draft resolution on participation in the elections to the 3rd Duma. 181. 2. Outline of a draft resolution on the All-Russia Congress of Trade Unions. 182. From the International Socialist Congress in Stuttgart. 183. Preface to the pamphlet by Voinov, A. V. Lunacharsky on the attitude of the party towards the trade unions. 185. Trade union neutrality. 193. British and German workers demonstrate for peace. 204. From meeting of the International Socialist Bureau. 208. From the resolution of the 6th Prague All-Russia Conference of the RSDLP. 213. The character and organizational forms of party work. 213. The party's attitude to the Workers' State Insurance Duma Bill. 214. I. 214. 2. 216. Contents. 7. In Switzerland. 21. From the Italian Socialist Congress. 221. In Britain. 223. In America. 225. The British labor movement in 1912. 227. Experience teaches. 229. In Britain, the sad results of opportunism. 232. Lessons of the Belgian strike. 234. Holidays for workers. 236. The results of strikes in 1912 as compared with those of the past. 238. In Australia. 241. May Day action by the revolutionary proletariat. 244. Class war in Dublin. 254. Work in legal associations, resolution of the Summer, 1913, joint conference of the Central Committee of the RSDLP and party officials. 259. From material on the conflict within the Social-Democratic Duma group. 261. What is the will of the workers as shown by the St. Petersburg trade unions? 261. Narodniks and liquidators in the trade union movement, a valuable admission. 263. Forms of the working class movement, the lockout and Marxist tactics. 267. Our tasks. 271. What should not be copied from the German labor movement? 275. From report of the CC, RSDLP to the Brussels Conference and instructions to the CC delegation. 280. From Karl Marx. 282. From Imperialism and the Split in Socialism. 285. From Tasks of the Left Zimmerwaldists in the Swiss Social Democratic Party. 295. From Lecture on the 1905 Revolution. 296. Resolution on Measures to Cope with Economic Disorganization. 301. The Need for an Agricultural Laborers' Union in Russia. 304. Article 1. 304. Article 2. 306. 8. Contents. Violations of democracy and mass organizations. 309. From Can the Bolsheviks retain state power? 310. From original version of the article The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government. 317. Tasks of the Trade Unions. 319. 319. 2. 3. 320. From Report at the Second All-Russia Trade Union Congress. January 20, 1919. 323. Speech on the organization of a Farm Labor Heirs Union at the session of the First Congress of Farm Laborers of Petrograd Guber. Nia. March 13, 1919. 334. From Draft Program of the R.C.P. B. 339. Forward to Henri Guilbault's pamphlet Socialism and Syndicalism in France during the War. 341. From Greetings to Italian, French and German Communists. 343. From Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder. 349. 6. Should revolutionaries work in reactionary trade unions? 349. Theses for the Second Congress of the Communist International. 359. From Theses on the Fundamental Tasks of the Second Congress of the Communist International. 359. From the Terms of Admission into the Communist International. 363. Draft Resolution on the Tasks of the Trade Unions and the Methods of their Accomplishment. 365. Theses on Production Propaganda, Rough Draft. 367. The Trade Unions. The Present Situation and Trotsky's Mistakes. Speech delivered at a joint meeting of Communist delegates to the 8th Congress of Soviets, Communist members of the All-Russia Central Council of Trade Unions and Communist members of the Moscow City Council of Trade Unions. December 30, 1920. 370. The Party Crisis. 393. The Second All-Russia Congress of Miners. January 25 to February 2, 1921. 404. 1. Report on the role and tasks of the trade unions delivered on January 23 at a meeting of the Communist Group of the Congress. 404. Contents. 9. 2. Speech closing the discussion. Delhi. Once again on the trade unions, the current situation and the mistakes of Trotsky and Bukharin. 420. The danger of factional pronouncements to the party. 421. Formal democracy and the revolutionary interest. 424. The political danger of splits in the trade union movement. 425. Disagreements on principle. 430. Politics and economics. Dialectics and eclecticism. 433. Dialectics and eclecticism. School and apparatus. 440. Conclusion. 450. Preliminary Draft Resolution of the 10th Congress of the RCP on the Syndicalist and Anarchist Deviation in Our Party. 458. Message of Greetings to the First International Congress of Revolutionary Trade and Industrial Unions. 462. Draft Theses on the Role and Functions of the Trade Unions under the New Economic Policy. 463. 1. The New Economic Policy and the Trade Unions. 4632. State Capitalism in the Proletarian State and the Trade Unions. 463. 3. The State Enterprises that are being put on a profit basis and the Trade Unions. 464. 4. The essential difference between the class struggle of the proletariat in a state which recognizes private ownership of the land, factories, etc., and where political power is in the hands of the capitalist class, and the class struggle of the proletariat in a state which does not recognize private ownership of the land and the majority of the large enterprises and where political power is in the hands of the proletariat. 4655. Reversion to voluntary trade union membership. 4666. The trade unions and the management of industry. 4677. The role and functions of the trade unions in the business and administrative organizations of the proletarian state. 467. 8. Contact with the masses, the fundamental condition for all trade union activity. 469. 9. The contradictions in the status of the trade unions under the dictatorship of the proletariat. 470. 10. The trade unions and the specialists. 47211. The trade unions and petty bourgeois influence on the working class. 473. Notes. 475. Name Index. 515. Forward. World developments show again and again that the current political life of mankind centers round the international working class and its chief offspring, the socialist community. The proletariat heads the struggle of all working people for peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism. The international working class is a great social force now numbering about 500 million. Approximately 150 million of this total are the workers of the socialist countries. 200 million are toiling and fighting for their rights in the industrially advanced capitalist countries, and another 150 million form the proletariat and contiguous strata in the developing countries. The working class keeps growing, with fresh groups from the urban middle strata and proletarianized peasants continually swelling its ranks. The composition and structure of the proletariat, its economic status and social position change, and so do the forms and methods of its class struggle. In present-day conditions, the struggle of the proletariat is the pivot of the world revolutionary process. Lenin showed that victory in this struggle can only be achieved through the common effort of all progressive forces, led by the proletariat and guided by a Marxist Communist Party. The trade unions still play an important part in organizing and directing this struggle. The aggravation of social antagonisms in the capitalist system, the influence of the scientific and technological revolution on the condition of the working people, and the 12.4.d. extraordinarily acute ideological struggle between capitalism and socialism, far from relieving the trade unions of their task of directing the economic struggle of the proletariat, face them with new complex problems and increase their involvement in the common struggle for socialism. Left trends are having a growing impact on the reformist trade union movement. At the same time, the old reformist tendencies to keep the trade union movement of the working people within the narrow bounds of traditional economism, and to make it refrain from engaging in consistent class struggle are still strong in the capitalist countries. Various new fashionable trends of a right opportunist shade are emerging which preach abstract, superclass, unity in the name of the notorious class peace. The new sections of the proletarians, not yet schooled in the irreconcilable class struggle, are especially liable to fall under the spell of illusions about the feasibility and benefits of social partnership, and are trapped by bourgeois ideology. Accumulating considerable experience over the years, the capitalists have learned to maneuver and adjust their policies to the workers' movement, and it not infrequently happens that they try to turn some of the workers' demands to their own profit. To bring down the pitch of the proletariat's class struggle, divert the proletariat from political action, restrict its activities to the safe sphere of economism, the employers today often concede certain economic demands, partially raising wages, increasing insurance benefits, and so on. Besides bribing the exclusive, labor aristocracy, as it did in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, state and monopoly capital is able to instill some elements of bourgeois mentality in the working class on a much wider scale. The bourgeoisie strive to disguise the ever-increasing exploitation and intensification of labor by every possible means, including a certain improvement of the workers' living standards, propaganda of the advantages of the consumer society, and deproletarianization of the working class and the theories of democratization of capital, and people's capitalism, are aimed at undermining working class unity and have an adverse effect on the progress of the workers' movement. Forward. 13. The only way to counter this is by constantly developing and enhancing the workers' class consciousness, revolutionists the trade unions and clearing them of the opportunist mess, improving the communist political leadership of the workers' mass organizations and stepping up all forms of ideological struggle against anti-proletarian tendencies and sentiments among the workers. This is why it is of special importance today to study Lenin's rich theoretical legacy on the working class and trade union movement. The works of Lenin presented in this collection contain a profound Marxist analysis of the main problems with which we are still constantly faced. Lenin's precise formulations, his ability to tie in intricate theoretical questions with current practice, his party and deeply scientific approach to the assessment of the problems studied all combine to make these works a real political school for all those who are interested in the problems of the working class and trade union movement, and would like to gain a better understanding of its prospects and difficulties at the present stage. In the 27 years covered by the works published in this collection, the world underwent enormous social changes: the transition of capitalism into its highest and final stage, imperialism, the 1905 to 2007 revolution in Russia, revolutions in Turkey, Mexico and China, the First World War, the overthrow of Tsarism in February 1917, and finally, the Great October Socialist Revolution and the establishment of the world's first workers' and peasants' state. In analyzing every aspect of the developing revolutionary struggle of the proletariat in Russia, Western Europe, and the United States over those eventful years, Lenin always proceeded from the concrete historical situation, from the general and specific socio-economic conditions existing in the given country. Some of the works in this volume deal with the working class and trade union movement in pre-revolutionary Russia, but the conclusions and directions contained in Lenin's 14. Forward. Well known what the Friends of the People are and how they fight the Social Democrats, what is to be done, on strikes, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, the Socialist Party and non-party revolutionism and other writings are still topical and significant today. They help us to understand the general laws and forms of development of the international workers' movement as a whole. One of the most fundamental problems still facing the proletariat is that of spontaneity and consciousness in the workers' movement. Lenin's analysis of the problem helps us to get at the socio-economic and ideological roots of modern reformism, to see the essence of its policy, and the harm it can do to the proletarian movement. The struggle which Lenin and the Russian revolutionary Social Democrats waged to introduce the conscious element into the spontaneously developing workers' movement is a model of the Marxist approach to the revolutionary education of the masses. Towards the end of the 1890s, an acute ideological struggle broke out among the Russian Social Democrats on the question of leadership of the workers' movement. Lenin and his followers insisted that the Marxist Party should give constant political and ideological guidance to the proletariat and its mass organizations and introduce revolutionary class consciousness into the people's spontaneous movement against capital and autocracy. Lenin's ideological opponents, the so-called economists, adopted the line of bowing to the workers' spontaneous outbursts, insisting that the movement should be limited to purely economic demands. The fight against economism acquired particular importance because the Social Democratic Party had been formed in Russia before workers' mass trade unions, which began to spread only at the beginning of the 20th century. Lenin wrote in this connection, "It is important that at the very outset Russian Social Democrats should strike the right note in regard to the trade unions, and at once create a tradition of social democratic initiative in this matter, of social democratic participation, of social democratic leadership." It was precisely to tune the trade unions to forward. 15. The proper revolutionary pitch, to prevent them from sinking into the quagmire of spontaneous reformism, that Lenin and his followers made awareness the cornerstone of the workers' movement. In his What is to be Done 1, Lenin proved by summing up vast historical material and the experience of both Western Europe and Russia, that in their spontaneous active ity the workers could only develop a narrow trade unionist consciousness, i.e. that they could realize the necessity of uniting in trade unions to fight for higher wages but by no means to oppose the very system of wage slavery. As Lenin pointed out, the narrow craft unionism or economism of the workers' movement does not frighten the capitalists. They even find it profitable, because it puts them in a position to bind the worker to production and make him conciliatory and politically passive, all at the price of a few paltry concessions. Lenin wrote, "The spontaneous working class movement is trade unionism, and trade unionism means the ideological enslavement of the workers by the bourgeoisie. That is why it has always been the primary purpose of the Marxist Party to work constantly to introduce revolutionary political awareness into the actions of the proletariat, so as to divert the working class movement from the spontaneous trade unionists striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy." Lenin regarded the development and strengthening of revolutionary awareness in the workers as the necessary condition for a further successful upsurge of the proletariat's movement and its transition to the next and higher stage. He wrote, "The working class movement only then grows out of its embryonic state, its infancy, and becomes a class movement when it makes the transition to the political struggle. Conscious political struggle is what fits the proletariat for the role of the revolutionary vanguard of the working people, putting it in the lead even at the stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution." That was the case in Russia in 1905 to 2007, and the same can be said about the development of the revolutionary process in some Asian, African, and Latin American countries. 16. Forward. While constantly endeavoring to introduce revolutionary consciousness into the workers' struggle, Lenin always emphasized the necessity to combine the political and the economic forms of the working class movement, and drew attention to their indissoluble connection. Although he gave priority to the political demands and forms of the proletariat struggle, Lenin did not belittle economic struggle, but regarded it as a component part of the single revolutionary movement of the working class for democracy and socialism. At the first stage, he observed, "The economic struggle, the struggle for immediate and direct improvement of conditions, is alone capable of rousing the most backward strata of the exploited masses, gives them a real education and transforms them, during a revolutionary period, into an army of political fighters within the space of a few months." As Lenin's works show, the economic struggle is merely one of the forms of the proletariat's class struggle, and one at that, which cannot abolish capitalism by itself. Only when it is closely linked with the political struggle is it capable of doing away with capitalist rule and bringing victory for the proletariat. In Western Europe today, this close interweaving of politics and economics is manifested in the movement of the proletariat for democratic control over production and distribution. Lenin was the first to advance a program of action to introduce workers' control at factories, institute elective industrial courts, effect supervision by workers' elected representatives of the proper fixing of rates, and so on. Coming out against the bourgeois reformist tactics of social partnership, the revolutionary proletariat in many capitalist countries defends its independent position in the economic sphere and seeks to influence affairs of state. A tense ideological struggle is now unfolding around the problem of democratic control over the economy. In many cases, there may be a real danger of the trade unions being included, institutionalized, in the state monopoly capitalist system. That is the opportunist line which the right-wing reformist leaders of some trade unions have taken. And they try to cover up their treachery with phrases about the trade unions, neutrality, nonpartisanship, etc. Forward. 17. It was because such arguments were fairly widespread in Russia at the time that Lenin especially analyzed the problem of trade union neutrality. The tendency to neutralize the trade unions began to spread in Russia just as the unions were being organized. Participation of different social groups and classes in the democratic struggle against the autocracy just before and during the first Russian Revolution of 1905 to 2007 facilitated the spread of the erroneous idea that the proletariat pursues some non-party general democratic struggle, that party allegiance merely prevents it from taking part in the bourgeois democratic revolution. Disclosing the causes of this, Lenin pointed out that nothing but preoccupation with the struggle in progress causes people to idealize these immediate, elementary aims, to depict them in rosy colors and sometimes even to clothe them in fantastic garb. Simple democracy, ordinary bourgeois democracy, is taken as socialism and registered as such. Everything seems to be non-party. Everything seems to fuse into a single movement for liberation, actually, a movement liberating the whole of bourgeois society. Everything acquires a very faint tint of socialism, owing above all to the leading part played by the socialist proletariat in the democratic struggle. Naturally enough, such a situation could well give a temporary prevalence to the idea of nonpartisanship, non-party organization, non-party democratism, non-party strikeism, non-party revolutionism. Bourgeois ideologists are trying to spread in the developed countries a somewhat similar idea that trade unions are non-political. The struggle now developing in Asian, African and Latin American countries against foreign imperialism and survivals of the pre-capitalist epoch is represented by bourgeois propaganda as a sort of non-party, superclass national revolution. Nevertheless, the class character of the democratic, anti-imperialist revolution does not vanish. The class interests of the proletariat remain interwoven with those of the whole people. The proletariat takes part in the general democratic movement as the leading force, since purely socialist demands are still a matter of the future. The immediate demands of the day are the democratic demands of the workers in the political sphere, and the 18. Forward. Nomic demands within the framework of capitalism and the economic sphere. In his The Socialist Party and Non-Party Revolutionism, Lenin showed that cashing in on the broadly democratic character of that stage in the struggle to get the workers' organizations to fall in with the idea of nonpartisanship was sheer opportunism and support of bourgeois domination. That is why so much harm is done by the recently disseminated bourgeois theories of social integration of workers and employers in the developing countries for the common struggle against the imperialists, by the theories of an integrated industrial society, in which, it is alleged, the workers' trade unions need not be guided by any ideology but must further the development of the national economy in the mutual interests of labor and capital. Briefly, all those theories and conceptions aim at diverting the trade unions from independent political struggle, keeping them away from any contact with socialism, making them neutral, non-political, in a word, bourgeois. That was the reason why Lenin and the Bolsheviks always actively opposed any attempts to make the trade unions politically sterile and fought for permanent and effective guidance of their activities by the Communist Party, for close contacts between the communist and trade union movements. Trade union neutrality inevitably brings the working class to the quagmire of opportunism, to retreats that involve a blunt ing of the proletarian class struggle, and submitting to the tender mercies of capital. In his article, Trade Union Neutrality, 1908, Lenin lays bare the evil of cowardly opportunism parading in the cloak of neutrality. Lenin saw the most efficient and concrete expression of the struggle against the neutralist tendency in the communists' persistent day-to-day work in the trade unions, in the strengthening of contacts between the party and people. That is why the problem of the communists' work in the trade unions, of the fight against the agents of the bourgeoisie in the workers' movement, the labor aristocracy, and trade union bureaucrats, has a place of importance in Lenin's works. Under Lenin's guidance, the Bolsheviks worked out a definite policy which ruled that partisanship of the trade unions must be achieved exclusively by S.D. work within. Forward. 19. The unions that the S.D.s must form solid party cells in the unions, and that illegal unions should be formed since legal ones are impossible. Besides work in the trade unions, the Bolshevik tactics included active participation of the Social Democrats in other legal workers' organizations such as cooperatives, reading rooms, libraries, clubs, insurance societies, and so on. Questions of the trade union policy of communist parties come in for detailed consideration in Lenin's Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, Theses for the Second Congress of the Communist International, Greetings to Italian, French and German Communists, etc. Lenin described as ridiculous and childlike nonsense all talk to the effect that it is needless and even impermissible for communists to work in reactionary trade unions and that a brand new, perfectly immaculate trade union should be set up. Lenin's answer to the German left-wing communists was, "We can, and must, begin to build socialism, not with abstract human material, or with human material specially prepared by us, but with the human material bequeathed to us by capitalism. True, that is no easy matter, but no other approach to this task is serious enough to warrant discussion." Lenin considered that to refuse to work in reactionary trade unions when, for one reason or another, they are winning over considerable numbers of the working class would mean abandoning backward workers to the influence of the opportunists, the agents of the bourgeoisie, the labor aristocrats, or the workers who have become completely bourgeois. On the other hand, being in the very midst of the membership of reactionary trade unions, the communists are in a position to expose the turncoat opportunists and social chauvinist leaders on the spot and win new groups of workers over to their side by their activities and their example. Compared with poor and backward Russia, the opportunist elements had much more influence on the trade unions in the monopoly capitalist West, for there, as Lenin observes, the craft union, narrow-minded, selfish, case-hardened, covetous, and petty bourgeois labor aristocracy, imperialist-minded, and imperialist corrupted, has devil-oped into a much stronger section. 20. Forward. Corruption of the upper crust of the working class the capitalists has assumed numerous forms. The labor aristocrats used to be recruited mainly among the more skilled craftsmen, but now the situation is different. Today the role of chief agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement is played by corrupt trade union bureaucrats, who substitute, as it were, for the former labor aristocracy in a number of countries. These inveterate traders form a caste which, in Lenin's phrase, might even be called the social mainstay of the bourgeoisie. Lenin observed that every imperialist great power can and does bribe the upper crust of the working class and particularly trade union bureaucrats, and that a bourgeois labor party is inevitable and typical in all imperialist countries. Lenin ruthlessly exposed the treacherous activities of the trade union bureaucrats and bourgeois politicians of the Laborite stripe in the international workers' movement, emphasizing that their loud talk of socialism is a mere screen for their bourgeois labor policy. For, strange as it may seem, Lenin wrote, in bourgeois society even the working class can carry on a bourgeois policy, if it forgets about its emancipatory aims, puts up with wage slavery and confines itself to seeking alliances now with one bourgeois party, now with another, for the sake of imaginary improvements in its indentured conditions. In his Trade Union Neutrality in America, What Should Not Be Copied from the German Labor Movement, and other works, Lenin exposed the opportunistic essence of the stand taken by such noted figures of the World Trade Union movement as Richard Bell, Britain, Samuel Gompers, USA, Karl Legion, Germany, and others. Strasser, a close associate of Samuel Gompers, told the U.S. Senate as early as 1883 that the American trade unions of the day had no ultimate purpose in mind, that they were moving ahead day after day, attacking only such objectives as could be carried off immediately. Similar pronouncements are not infrequent today too. For example, Chairman of the U.S. Steel Corporation B. Fairless says that everything can be arranged quite simply if they manage to free themselves of the illusion that the workers and employers have different economic interests, and must therefore always be trying. Forward. 21. To snatch something one from the other, whereas in fact their interests coincide. In reality, the only interests which coincide are those of the bourgeoisie and of their accredited agents in the workers' movement. That is why, in developing theoretically the question of achieving revolutionary unity of the proletariat in advanced capitalist countries, Lenin stated that a necessary condition for it was to remove the trade union bureaucracy from the leadership of the workers' movement, and replace reformist-minded leaders by revolutionary workers. In proletarian organizations of absolutely every type, not only political, but also trade union, cooperative, educational, etc., Lenin urged the need for a reconcilable struggle against compromisers of any kind, emphasizing that, unless it was purged of opportunism, the workers' movement would long remain bourgeois, i.e., purely trade unionist. In his campaign against reformism in the workers' movement, Lenin also gave much attention to the problem of overcoming anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist tendencies in it. The danger of such ultra-revolutionary sentiments has again become quite considerable in a number of countries at present. It emerges especially during student unrest and demonstrations by the urban middle strata. Sometimes, syndicalist deviations are observable also during strikes, when the trade unions, failing to combine the various forms and methods of struggle, needlessly exhaust the workers' strength. Lenin viewed anarcho-syndicalism as one of the non-socialist extremes, as a malady that destroyed the discipline of the working-class struggle, and limited its chances of success. The communist aim, Lenin underlined, is to wage a constant struggle against any fashionable petty bourgeois trends arrayed in socialist clothing. Otherwise, as the recent serious conflicts in Western Europe have demonstrated, some groups, especially the youth, rather readily depart from the standards of consistent and organized revolutionary struggle, universalizing some of its forms, and even come out against workers' trade unions. Lenin, strongly criticizing stereotyped methods, always paid great attention to the problem of extending and combining the most diverse forms and methods of working-class struggle. It is not accidental that the communists attach 22. Forward. Importance to the selection of tactical means, for nothing obstructs the capitalist's resistance, and increases the work heir's chance of success so much as diversity of the weapons used by the proletariat. In the article, Forms of the Work ing Class Movement, the Lockout and Marxist Tactics, Lenin wrote, Marxist tactics consist in quarterbinding the different forms of struggle, in the skillful transition from one form to another, in steadily enhancing the consciousness of the masses and extending the area of their collective actions, each of which, taken separately, may be aggressive or defensive, and all of which, taken together, lead to a more intense and decisive conflict. The task was to teach the workers to choose the ways which were the most effective in the circumstances, and that, Lenin wrote, could only be achieved by going more carefully into the expediency of any given action, by changing the form of struggle, substituting, one form for another, the general tendency being to rise to higher forms. Lenin's works are brilliant examples of Marxist analysis of the stages, forms and tendencies of the proletarian movement in Russia, Britain, Germany, the United States, France, Belgium, Italy and many other countries. Lenin's analysis of the national features of trade union activity and policy has preserved its full force and significance to this day. Contact with the masses, Lenin concludes, i.e., with the overwhelming majority of the workers, and eventually of all the working people, is the most important and most fundamental condition for the success of all trade union activity. Together with the working masses, the vanguard of the proletariat, the Marxist centralized political party, will take the people along the true road to the triumph of proletarian dictatorship. Diamond Sud ***. Analysis of the tasks and forms of trade union activities in the period of proletarian dictatorship and the building of socialism occupies a significant place in the works published in this volume. In his brochure Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power?, written just before the October Socialist Revolution, Lenin defined the role of trade union organizations in the period. Forward. 23. When the working class assumes power. The tasks of the proletariat after the overthrow of capitalist rule, their entire tactics and activity changed radically. Lenin pointed out. Yesterday the watchword was mistrust of the state, for it was a bourgeois state. Today the state is becoming, has in effect become, proletarian. The working class has become, the ruling class of the state. Besides extensively participating in organizing the socialist economy, the trade unions are also called upon to overcome by stubborn, persistent, more extensive educational and organizational work the prejudices of certain petty bourgeois sections of the proletariat and semi-proletariat. The unions must steadily extend the insufficiently wide base of the Soviet government and find new organizational forms of enlisting the entire population in building socialism. While formally remaining independent organizations, Lenin wrote, the trade unions can and should take an active part in the work of the Soviet government by directly working in all government bodies, by organizing mass control over their activities, etc., and by setting up new bodies for the registration, control and regulation of all production and distribution, relying on the organized initiative of the broad masses of the interested working peoples themselves. The trade unions' tasks also included increasing labor productivity, raising the people's cultural standards, training new personnel for socialist industry, and so on. They were to play the role of main link between the party and the rest of the working population. General success in building socialism depended to a great extent on correctly established relations between the party and trade unions. That was why the Bolshevik Party had to consolidate its influence in the trade unions, the largest mass organizations. With the ending of the Civil War and war communism, trade union activity had to be organized in a new way, democratic principles had to be extended. This question was put on the agenda of the 5th All-Russia Conference of the Trade Unions, held from November 2 to 6, 1920. The conference directed that the trade unions should carry out mainly organizational economic and educational work. Consolidation of democratic principles, production propaganda, introduction of bonuses in kind, institution of discus. 24. Forward. Plenary courts to deal with offenders against labor discus. Pline, inculcation of a statesmanlike attitude to production, such was the work the trade unions were to organize on a national scale. During the conference, the party encountered opposition. A serious discussion started within the party and went far beyond the trade union question, since it bore on the general problem of relations between the party and the proletariat in building socialism. Actually, the question was that of the different approach to the mass, the different way of winning it over and keeping in touch with it. Trotsky, who fought against the restoration of democratic norms in trade union activity, advanced the slogans of tightening the screws, militarizing the trade unions, introducing barracks discipline at factories, in short, turning the trade unions into an instrument for militarizing labor. Trotsky categorically denied the role of the trade unions in protecting the material and spiritual interests of the working class, defended the principle of equalitarian distribution, belittled the significance of material incentives in raising labor productivity, etc. He advocated a shake-up, i.e., replacement of trade union officials from above, by orders, appointment instead of election in trade union bodies, governmentalization of the trade unions, i.e., their transformation into a mere appendage of the state apparatus. In a word, Trotsky's platform did nothing to help broaden the party's contact with the masses. On the contrary, it was conducive to disruption of the contact, and that threatened the existence of the first proletarian state in the world. Lenin resolutely opposed Trotsky's slogans. He exposed their petty bourgeois essence and showed what disastrous consequences could follow from their implementation. Lenin amplified and developed the teaching on the role of the trade unions in building socialism. He stressed in his speeches and articles that the trade unions were the very foundation in the absence of which the party could not exercise the dictatorship of the proletariat. Not being a state organization, the trade unions resort mainly to persuasion. They educate the masses in the spirit of socialist awareness, help them to gain an intimate knowledge of the tasks of build. Forward. 25. Socialism and enlist their active participation in it. All this is indeed a school of administration, a school of economic management, a school of communism. Lenin concludes. Trotsky's slogans were typical bureaucratic distortions that could have grave political consequences. Trotsky's line of shake-ups cannot be tolerated because it threatens a split, Lenin wrote. Trotsky's ruinous policy made itself felt in the fate of a leading trade union, Sectron, the Central Committee of the Joint Trade Union of Rail and Water Transport Workers, which, because it had a Trotskyite leadership, began to degenerate into a bureaucratic body divorced from the masses. Being aware of the great danger of a rift between the party and the masses, polarization of the party and the people, Lenin pointed out that unless this danger was eliminated and the error rectified, the dictatorship of the proletariat could not survive. Very dangerous also was the slogan of trade unions, governmentalization. The fusion of trade union leadership with the state bodies that the Trotskyites looked forward to would have brought about the liquidation of the broad self-active organization of the proletariat. Lenin wrote that governmentalization of the trade unions would leave them no chance to fulfill the important function of non-class economic struggle, i.e., to protect the material and spiritual interests of the working people and fight bureaucratic distortions. In the course of the trade union discussion, some other groupings also formed within the party, Bukharin's buffer group, as it was called, being the most dangerous. Set up as an intermediary between Lenin's and Trotsky's platforms to help find a middle way, this group soon began to oppose Lenin's platform openly. Bukharin held, for instance, that trade union representatives should be appointed to executive jobs in state economic bodies. Lenin viewed that proposal as an expression of petty bourgeois syndicalism. He wrote, "I have a party, if industrial management is to be appointed, mandatory nomination, by the trade unions 9/10 of whose members are non-party work heirs." Bukharin has talked himself into a logical, theoretical 26. Forward. And practical implication of a split in the party, or rather, a breakaway of the syndicalists from the party. The main slogan of another dissenting group, the so-called Workers' Opposition, was to hand over economic management to an All-Russia Congress of Producers organized in trade unions. The opposition suggested, for instance, that the Supreme Economic Council should simply be broken up and made over to the relevant industrial trade unions. That, in effect, put the trade unions and broad working masses in contraposition to the political vanguard of the proletariat, the party, whose role in economic management was reduced to naught. Underlining the great harm of this, Lenin wrote that the party is capable of uniting, training and organizing a vanguard of the proletariat and of the whole mass of the working people that alone will be capable of withstanding the inevitable petty bourgeois vassalations of this mass and the inevitable traditions and relapses of narrow craft unionism or craft prejudices among the proletariat, and of guiding all the united activities of the whole of the proletariat, i.e., of leading it politically and through it the whole mass of the working people. Lenin described such an understanding of the party's role and its relationship with the proletariat outside the party and the broad sections of working people as a departure from Marxism and a deviation towards petty bourgeois syndicalism. The discussion was summed up and ended with the adoption of Lenin's platform by the 10th Congress of the R.C.P.B. in 1921. The Congress stressed that the methods of workers' democracy, which had to be temporarily restricted during the Civil War, should be restored as quickly and on as broad a scale as possible, first and foremost in the trade union movement. The party's consistent implementation of the Lenin line towards the trade unions helped put an end to petty bourgeois vacillation and eliminate the dangerous syndicalist and anarchist deviations which could have brought Soviet power to ruin. These problems were thoroughly elucidated in Lenin's The Trade Unions, the Present Situation and Trotsky's Mistakes. The Party Crisis. Draft theses on the role and functions of the trade unions. Once again on the trade. Forward. 27. Unions. And other works. The speeches Lenin made and the articles he wrote during the discussion on the trade unions are still of enormous political interest. They show *that difficulties the party had to contend with in the years immediately following the October Socialist Revolution. Of special interest also in this connection are Lenin's draft theses on the role of the trade unions under the new economic policy and the existence of state capitalist forms of economy in the proletarian state. Under the new economic policy, when there was a certain strengthening of private enterprise tendencies, there arose a greater danger of the trade unions falling under the influence of petty bourgeois ideology. It was urgently necessary to counteract this by intensifying the struggle against petty bourgeois influences upon the working class. In implementing their policy, the Communist Party and the Soviet government took all these circumstances into account. Lenin wrote, "Being a school of communism in general, the trade unions must, in particular, be a school for training the whole mass of workers, and eventually all working people, in the art of managing socialist industry, and gradually also agriculture. This task posed by Lenin is being carried out successfully." Even from a review as short as this, it is clear that Lenin's legacy on the problems of the workers and trade union movement is immensely rich and useful. The contemporary epoch sheds a new light on Lenin's brilliant ability to see far into the future, and lends particular significance to his conclusions and forecasts. Thorough and systematic study of Lenin's works enriches our experience, builds up political self-consciousness, teaches us to fight resolutely for peace, democracy and socialism. Diamond Suit, Diamond Suit, Diamond Suit. The translations included in this volume are made from the 4th edition of Lenin's collected works prepared by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism under the Central Committee of the CPSU. The corrections have been made in accordance with the 5th Russian edition of the collected works. B. Koval. From what the Friends of the People are and how they fight the Social Democrats. The political activity of the Social Democrats lies in promoting the development and organization of the working class movement in Russia, in transforming this movement from its present state of sporadic attempts at protest, riots, and strikes devoid of a guiding idea, into an organized struggle of the whole Russian working class directed against the bourgeois regime and working for the expropriation of the expropriators and the abolition of the social system based on the oppression of the working people. Underlying these activities is the common conviction of Marxists that the Russian worker is the sole and natural representative of Russia's entire working and exploited population. Russia's man of the future is the muzhik, thought the representatives of peasant socialism, the narodniks one in the broadest sense of the term. Russia's man of the future is the worker, think the Social Democrats. That is how the Marxist view was formulated in a certain manuscript. Natural because the exploitation of the working people in Russia is everywhere capitalist in nature, if we leave out of account the moribund remnants of serf economy. But the exploitation of the mass of producers is on a small scale, scattered and undeveloped, while the exploitation of the factory proletariat is on a large scale, socialized and concentrated. In the former case, exploitation is still enmeshed in medieval forms, various political, legal, and conventional. What the friends of the people are 29. Trappings, tricks, and devices, which hinder the working people and their ideologists from seeing the essence of the system which oppresses the working people, from seeing where and how a way can be found out of this system. In the latter case, on the contrary, exploitation is fully developed and emerges in its pure form, without any confusing details. The worker cannot fail to see that he is oppressed by capital, that his struggle has to be waged against the bourgeois class. And this struggle, aimed at satisfying his immediate economic needs, at improving his material conditions, inevitably demands that the workers organize, and inevitably becomes a war not against individuals, but against the class which oppresses and crushes the working people not only in the factories, but everywhere. That is why the factory worker is none other than the foremost representative of the entire exploited population. And in order that he may fulfill his function of representative in an organized, sustained struggle, it is by no means necessary to enthuse him with perspectives. All that is needed is simply to make him understand his position, to make him understand the political and economic structure of the system that oppresses him, and the necessity and inevitability of class antagonisms under this system. This position of the factory worker in the general system of capitalist relations makes him the sole fighter for the emancipation of the working class, for only the higher stage of development of capitalism, large-scale machine industry, creates the material conditions and the social forces necessary for this struggle. Everywhere else, where the forms of capitalist development are low, these material conditions are absent. Production is scattered among thousands of tiny enterprises, and they do not cease to be scattered enterprises even under the most equalitarian forms of communal land ownership. For the most part, the exploited still possess tiny enterprises, and are thus tied to the very bourgeois system. They should be fighting. This retards and hinders the development of the social forces capable of overthrowing capitalism. Scattered, individual, petty exploitation ties the working people to one locality, divides them, prevents them from becoming conscious of class solidarity, prevents them from uniting once they have understood that oppression is 30. Lenin. Not caused by some particular individual, but by the whole economic system. Large-scale capitalism, on the contrary, inevitably severs all the workers' ties with the old society, with a particular locality and a particular exploiter. It unites them, compels them to think, and places them in conditions which enable them to commence an organized struggle. Accordingly, it is on the working class that the Social Democrats concentrate all their attention and all their activities. When its advanced representatives have mastered the ideas of scientific socialism, the idea of the historical role of the Russian worker, when these ideas become widespread, and when stable organizations are formed among the workers to transform the workers' present sporadic economic war into conscious class struggle, then the Russian worker, rising at the head of all the democratic elements, will overthrow absolutism and lead the Russian proletariat, side by side with the proletariat of all countries, along the straight road of open political struggle to the victorious Communist Revolution. 1894. Writ. Collected Works, Volume 1, pages 298 to 300. From Draft and Explanation of a Program for the Social Democratic Party. Draft Program. 8.1. Big factories are developing in Russia with ever-growing rapidity, ruining the small handicraftsmen and peasants, turning them into propertyless workers, and drive ever-increasing numbers of the people to the cities, factory and industrial villages and townlets. 2. This growth of capitalism signifies an enormous growth of wealth and luxury among a handful of factory owners, merchants and landowners, and a still more rapid growth of the poverty and oppression of the workers. The improvements in production and the machinery introduced in the big factories, while facilitating a rise in the productivity of social labor, serve to strengthen the power of the capitalists over the workers, to increase unemployment, and with it to accentuate the defenseless position of the workers. 3. But while carrying the oppression of labor by capital to the highest pitch, the big factories are creating a special class of workers which is enabled to wage a struggle against capital. Because their very conditions of life are destroying all their ties with their own petty production, and by unit ing the workers through their common labor and transferring them from factory to factory, are welding masses of working folk together. The workers are beginning a struggle against the capitalists, and an intense urge for unity is appearing among them. Out of the isolated revolts of the workers is growing the struggle of the Russian working class. 32. Lenin. 4. This struggle of the working class against the capitalist class is a struggle against all classes who live by the labor of others, and against all exploitation. It can only end in the passage of political power into the hands of the working class, the transfer of all the land, instruments, factories, machines, and mines to the whole of society for the organization of socialist production, under which all that is produced by the workers and all improvements in production must benefit the working people themselves. 5. The movement of the Russian working class is, according to its character and aims, part of the international, social democratic movement of the working class of all countries. 6. The main obstacle in the struggle of the Russian working class for its emancipation is the absolutely autocratic government and its irresponsible officials. Basing itself on the privileges of the landowners and capitalists, and on subservience to their interests, it denies the lower classes any rights whatever and thus fetters the workers' movement and retards the development of the entire people. That is why the struggle of the Russian working class for its emancipation necessarily gives rise to the struggle against the absolute power of the autocratic government. B.1. The Russian Social Democratic Party declares that its aim is to assist this struggle of the Russian working class by developing the class consciousness of the workers, by promoting their organization, and by indicating the aims and objects of the struggle. 2. The struggle of the Russian working class for its emancipation is a political struggle, and its first aim is to achieve political liberty. 3. That is why the Russian Social Democratic Party will, without separating itself from the working class movement, support every social movement against the absolute power of the autocratic government, against the class of privileged landed nobility, and against all the vestiges of serfdom and the socialist state system which hinder free competition. 4. On the other hand, the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party will wage war against all endeavors to patronize the laboring classes with the guardianship of the absolute government and its officials, all endeavors to draft an explanation of program for S.D. Party. 33. Retard the development of capitalism, and consequently the development of the working class. 5. The emancipation of the workers must be the act of the working class itself. 6. What the Russian people need is not the help of the absolute government and its officials, but emancipation from oppression by it. C. Making these views its starting point, the Russian Social Democratic Party demands first and foremost 1. The convening of a Zemsky Sobor made up of representatives of all citizens so as to draw up a constitution. 2. Universal and direct suffrage for all citizens of Russia who have reached 21 years of age, irrespective of religion or nationality. 3. Freedom of assembly and organization, and the right to strike. 4. Freedom of the press. 5. Abolition of social estates, and complete equality of all citizens before the law. 6. Freedom of religion and equality of all nationalities. Transfer of the registration of births, marriages and deaths to independent civic officials, independent, that is, of the police. 7. Every citizen to have the right to prosecute any official, without having to complain to the latter's superiors. 8. Abolition of passports, full freedom of movement and residence. 9. Freedom of trades and occupations and abolition of guilds. D. For the workers, the Russian Social Democratic Party demands 1. Establishment of industrial courts in all industries, with elected judges from the capitalists and workers, in equal numbers. 2. Legislative limitation of the working day to 8 hours. 3. Legislative prohibition of night work and shifts. Prohibition of work by children under 15 years of age. 4. Legislative enactment of national holidays. 5. Application of factory laws and factory inspection to all industries throughout Russia, and to government factories, and also to handicraftsmen who work at home. 6. The factory inspectorate must be independent, and not be under the Ministry of Finance. Members of Industrial 2 to 182. 34. Lenin. Courts must enjoy equal rights with the factory inspectorate in ensuring the observance of factory laws. 7. Absolute prohibition everywhere of the truck system. 8. Supervision, by workers elected representatives, of the proper fixing of rates, the rejection of goods, the expenditure of accumulated fines and the factory-owned workers' quarters. A law that all deductions from workers' wages, whatever the reason for their imposition, fines, rejects, etc., shall not exceed the sum of 10 kopecks per ruble all told. 9. A law making the employers responsible for injuries to workers, the employer being required to prove that the worker is to blame. 10. A law making the employers responsible for maintaining schools and providing medical aid to the workers. Explanation of the program. The program is divided into 3 main parts. Part 1 sets forth all the tenets from which the remaining parts of the program follow. This part indicates the position occupied by the working class in contemporary society, the meaning and significance of their struggle against the employers, and the political position of the working class in the Russian state. Part 2 sets forth the party's aim, and indicates the party's relation to other political trends in Russia. It deals with what should be the activity of the party and of all class-conscious workers, and what should be their attitude to the interests and strivings of the other classes in Russian society. Part 3 contains the party's practical demands. This part is divided into 3 sections. The first section contains demands for nationwide reforms. The second section states the demands and program of the working class. The third section contains demands in the interests of the peasants. Some preliminary explanations of the sections are given below, before proceeding to the practical part of the program. Draft and explanation of program for S.D. Party. 35. A1. The program deals first of all with the rapid growth of big factories, because this is the main thing in contemporary Russia that is completely changing all the old conditions of life, particularly the living conditions of the laboring class. Under the old conditions, practically all the country's wealth was produced by petty proprietors, who constituted the overwhelming majority of the population. The population lived an immobile life in the villages, the greater part of their produce being either for their own consumption, or for the small market of neighboring villages which had little contact with other nearby markets. These very same petty proprietors worked for the landlords, who compelled them to produce mainly for their consumption. Domestic produce was handed over for process to artisans, who also lived in the villages or traveled in the neighboring areas to get work. But after the peasants were emancipated, too, these living conditions of the mass of the people underwent a complete change. The small artisan establishments began to be replaced by big factories, which grew with extraordinary rapidity. They ousted the petty proprietors, turning them into wage workers, and compelled hundreds and thousands of workers to work together, producing tremendous quantities of goods that are being sold all over Russia. The emancipation of the peasants destroyed the immobility of the population and placed the peasants in conditions under which they could no longer get a livelihood from the patches of land that remained in their possession. Masses of people left home to seek a livelihood, making for the factories or for jobs on the construction of the railways which connect the different corners of Russia and carry the output of the big factories everywhere. Masses of people went to jobs in the towns, took part in building factory and commercial premises, in delivering fuel to factories, and in preparing raw materials for them. Finally, many people were occupied at home, doing jobs for merchants and factory owners who could not expand their establishments fast enough. Similar changes took place in agriculture. The landlords began to produce grain for sale, big cultivators from among the peasants and merchants came on the scene, and grain in hundreds of millions of. 2 * 36. V.I. Lenin. Foods began to be sold abroad. Production required wage workers, and hundreds of thousands and millions of peasants, giving up their tiny allotments, went to work as regular or day laborers for the new masters engaged in producing grain for sale. Now it is these changes in the old way of life that are described by the program, which says that the big factories are ruining the small handicraftsmen and peasants, turning them into wage workers. Small-scale production is being replaced everywhere by large-scale, and in this large-scale production the masses of the workers are just hirelings employed for wages by the capitalist, who possesses enormous capital, builds enormous workshops, buys up huge quantities of materials and fills his pockets with all the profit from this mass-scale production by the combined workers. Production has become capitalist, and it exerts merciless and ruthless pressure on all the petty proprietors, destroying their immobile life in the villages, compelling them to travel from one end of the country to the other as ordinary unskilled laborers, selling their labor power to capital. These are what constitute the tremendous changes in the country's life brought about by the big factories. Small-scale production is being replaced by large-scale. The petty proprietors are turning into wage workers. What, then, does this change mean for the whole of the working population, and where is it leading? This is dealt with further in the program. A2. Accompanying the replacement of small by large-scale production is the replacement of small financial resources in the hands of the individual proprietor by enormous sums employed as capital, the replacement of small, insignificant profits by profits running into millions. That is why the growth of capitalism is leading everywhere to the growth of luxury and riches. A whole class of big financial magnates, factory owners, railway owners, merchants, and bankers has arisen in Russia. A whole class of people who live off income derived from money capital loaned on interest to industrialists has arisen. The big landowners have become enriched, drawing fairly large sums from the peasants by way of land redemption payments, taking advantage of their need of land to raise the price of the Draft and explanation of program for S.D. Party 37. Land lease to them, and setting up large beet sugar refineries and distilleries on their estates. The luxury and extravagance of all these wealthy classes have reached unparalleled dimensions, and the main streets of the big cities are lined with their princely mansions and luxurious palaces. But as capitalism grew, the workers' conditions became steadily worse. If earnings increased in some places following the peasants' emancipation, they did so very slightly and not for long, because the mass of hungry people swarm in from the villages force rates down, while the cost of foodstuffs and necessities continued to go up, so that even with their increased wages the workers got fewer means of subsistence. It became increasingly difficult to find jobs. And side by side with the luxurious mansions of the rich, or on city outskirts, there grew up the slums where the workers were forced to live in cellars, in overcrowded, damp and cold dwellings, and even in dugouts near the new industrial establishments. As capital grew bigger, it increased its pressure on the workers, turning them into paupers, compelling them to devote all their time to the factory, and forcing the workers' wives and children to go to work. This, therefore, is the first change towards which the growth of capitalism is leading. Tremendous wealth is accumulating in the coffers of a small handful of capitalists, while the masses of the people are being turned into paupers. The second change consists in the fact that the replacement of small by large-scale production has led to many improvements in production. First of all, work done singly, separately in each little workshop, in each isolated little household, has 38. V.I. Lenin. Another, far more important, improvement in production is the introduction of machines by the capitalist. The effectiveness of labor is increased manifold by the use of machines, but the capitalist turns all this benefit against the worker. Taking advantage of the fact that machines require less physical labor, he assigns women and children to them, and pays them less. Taking advantage of the fact that where machines are used far fewer workers are wanted, he throws them out of the factory in masses and then takes advantage of this unemployment to enslave the workers still further, to increase the working day, to deprive the worker of his night's rest and to turn him into a simple appendage to the machine. Unemployment, created by machinery and constantly on the increase, now makes the worker utterly defenseless. His skill loses its worth, he is easily replaced by a plain unskilled laborer, who quickly becomes accustomed to the machine and gladly undertakes the job for lower wages. Any attempt to resist increased oppression by the capitalist leads to dismissal. On his own the worker is quite helpless against capital, and the machine threatens to crush him. A3. In explaining the previous point, we showed that on his own the worker is helpless and defenseless against the capitalist who introduces machines. The worker has at all costs to seek means of resisting the capitalist, in order to defend himself. And he finds such means in organization. Helpless on his own, the worker becomes a force when organized with his comrades, and is enabled to fight the capitalist, and resist his onslaught. Organization becomes a necessity for the worker, now faced by big capital. But is it possible to organize a motley mass of people who are strangers to one another, even if they work in one factory? The program indicates the conditions that prepare the workers for unity and develop in them the capacity and ability to organize. These conditions are as follows. 1. The large factory, with machine production that requires regular work the whole year round, completely breaks the tie between the worker and the land and his own farm, turning him into an absolute proletarian. The fact of each farming for himself on a patch of land divided the workers and gave each one of them a draft and explanation of program for S.D. Party 39. Certain specific interests separate from that of his fellow worker, and was thus an obstacle to organization. The workers' break with the land destroys these obstacles. 2. Further, the joint work of hundreds and thousands of workers in itself accustoms the workers to discuss their needs jointly, to take joint action, and clearly shows them the identity of the position and interests of the entire mass of workers. 3. Finally, constant transfers of workers from factory to factory accustom them to compare the conditions and practices in the different factories and enable them to convince themselves of the identical nature of the exploitation in all factories, to acquire the experience of other workers in their clashes with the capitalist, and thus enhance the solidarity of the workers. Now it is because of these conditions, taken together, that the appearance of big factories has given rise to the organization of the workers. Among the Russian workers' unity is expressed mainly and most frequently in strikes. We shall deal further with the reason why organization in the shape of unions or mutual benefit societies is beyond the reach of our workers. The more the big factories develop, the more frequent, powerful and stubborn become the workers' strikes, the greater the oppression of capitalism and the greater the need for joint resistance by the workers. Strikes and isolated revolts of the workers, as the program states, now constitute the most widespread phenomenon in Russian factories. But with the further growth of capitalism and the increasing frequency of strikes, they prove inadequate. The employers take joint action against them, they conclude agreements among themselves, bring in workers from other areas, and turn for assistance to those who run the machinery of state, who help them crush the workers' resistance. Instead of being faced by the one individual owner of each separate factory, the workers are now faced by the entire capitalist class and the government that assists it. The entire capitalist class undertakes a struggle against the entire working class. It devises common measures against the strikes, presses the government to adopt anti-working class legislation, transfers factories to more out-of-the-way localities, and resorts to the distribution of jobs among people working at home and to 1,001 other ruses and devices. 40. Lenin. Against the workers. The organization of the workers of a separate factory, even of a separate industry, proves inadequate for resisting the entire capitalist class, and joint action by the entire working class becomes absolutely necessary. Thus, out of the isolated revolts of the workers grows the struggle of the entire working class. The struggle of the workers against the employers turns into a class struggle. All the employers are united by the one interest of keeping the workers in a state of subordination and of paying them the minimum wages possible. And the employers see that the only way they can safeguard their interests is by joint action on the part of the entire employing class, by acquiring influence over the machinery of state. The workers are likewise bound together by a common interest, that of preventing themselves being crushed by capital, of upholding their right to life and to a human existence. And the workers likewise become convinced that they, too, need unity, joint action by the entire class, the working class, and that to that end they must secure influence over the machinery of state. A4. We have explained how and why the struggle between the factory workers and the employers becomes a class struggle, a struggle of the working class, the proletarians, against the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie. The question arises, what significance has this struggle for the entire people and for all working people? Under the contemporary conditions, of which we have already spoken in the explanation of point 1, production by wage workers increasingly ousts petty economy. The number of people who live by wage labor grows rapidly, and not only does the number of regular factory workers increase, but there is a still greater increase in the number of peasants who also have to search for work as wage laborers, in order to live. At the present time, work for hire, work for the capitalist, has already become the most widespread form of labor. The domination of capital over labor embraces the bulk of the population not only in industry, but also in agriculture. Now it is this exploitation of wage labor underlying contemporary society that the big factories develop to the utmost. All the methods of exploitation used by all capitalists in all industries, and which the entire draft and explanation of program for S.D. Party 41 mass of Russia's working class population suffers from, are concentrated, intensified, made the regular rule right in the factory and spread to all aspects of the worker's labor and life. They create a whole routine, a whole system whereby the capitalist sweats the worker. Let us illustrate this with an example. At all times and places, anybody who undertakes work for hire, rests, leaves his work on a holiday if it is celebrated in the neighborhood. It is quite different in the factory. Once the factory management has engaged a worker, it disposes of his services just as it likes, paying no attention to the worker's habits, to his customary way of life, to his family position, to his intellectual requirements. The factory drives the employee to work when it needs his labor, compelling him to fit in his entire life with its requirements, to tear his rest hours to pieces, and if he is on shifts, to work at night and on holidays. All the imaginable abuses relating to working time are set into motion by the factory, and at the same time it introduces its rules, its practices, which are obligatory for every worker. The order of things in the factory is deliberately adapted to squeezing out of the hired worker all the labor he is capable of yielding, to squeezing it out at top speed and then to throwing him out. Another example. Everybody who takes a job undertakes, of course, to submit to the employer, to do everything he is ordered. But when anybody hires himself out on a temporary job, he does not surrender his will at all. If he finds his employer's demands wrong or excessive, he leaves him. The factory, on the other hand, demands that the worker surrender his will altogether. It introduces discipline within its walls, compels the worker to start or to stop work when the bell rings, assumes the right itself to punish the worker, and subjects him to a fine or a deduction for every violation of rules which it has itself drawn up. The worker becomes part of a huge aggregate of machinery. He must be just as obedient and slaved, and without a will of his own, as the machine itself. Yet another example. Anybody who takes a job has frequent occasion to be dissatisfied with his employer, and complains about him to the court or a government official. Both the official and the court usually settle the dispute in the employer's favor, support him, but this promotion of 42 Lenin. The employer's interest is not based on a general regulation or a law, but on the subservience of individual officials, who at different times protect him to a greater or lesser degree, and who settle matters unjustly in the employer's favor, either because they are acquaintances of his, or because they are uninformed about working conditions and cannot understand the worker. Each separate case of such injustice depends on each separate clash between the worker and the employer, on each separate official. The factory, on the other hand, gathers together such a mass of workers, carries oppression to such a pitch, that it becomes impossible to examine every separate case. General regulations are established, a law is drawn up on relations between the workers and the employers, a law that is obligatory for all. In this law, the promotion of the employer's interests is backed up by the authority of the state. The injustice of individual officials is replaced by the injustice of the law itself. Regulations appear, for example, of the following type. If the worker is absent from work, he not only loses wages, but has to pay a fine in addition, whereas the employer pays nothing if he sends the workers home for lack of work. The employer may dismiss the worker for using strong language, whereas the worker cannot leave the job if he is similarly treated. The employer is entitled on his own authority to impose fines, make deductions or demand that overtime be worked, etc. All these examples show us how the factory intensifies the exploitation of the workers and makes this exploitation universal, makes a whole system of it. The worker now has to deal, willy-nilly, not with an individual employer and his will and oppression, but with the arbitrary treatment and oppression he suffers from the entire employing class. The worker sees that his oppressors are not some one capitalist, but the entire capitalist class, because the system of exploitation is the same in all establishments. The individual capitalist cannot even depart from this system. If, for example, he were to take it into his head to reduce working hours, his goods would cost him more than those produced by his neighbor, another factory owner, who makes his employees work longer for the same wage. To secure an improvement in his conditions, the worker now draft an explanation of program for S.D. Party 43 has to deal with the entire social system aimed at the exploitation of labor by capital. The worker is now confronted not by the individual injustice of an individual official, but by the injustice of the state authority itself, which takes the entire capitalist class under its protection and issues laws, obligatory for all, that serve the interests of that class. Thus, the struggle of the factory workers against the employers inevitably turns into a struggle against the entire capitalist class, against the entire social order based on the exploitation of labor by capital. That is why the workers' struggle acquires a social significance, becomes a struggle on behalf of all working people against all classes that live by the labor of others. That is why the workers' struggle opens up a new era in Russian history and is the dawn of the workers' emancipation. What, however, is the domination of the capitalist class over the entire mass of working folk based on? It is based on the fact that all the factories, mills, mines, machines, and instruments of labor are in the hands of the capitalists, are their private property, on the fact that they possess enormous quantities of land. Of all the land in European Russia, more than one-third belongs to landed proprietors, who do not number 500,000. The workers possess no instruments of labor or materials, and so they have to sell their labor power to the capitalists, who only pay the workers what is necessary for their keep, and place all the surplus produced by labor in their pockets. Thus they pay for only part of the working time they use, and appropriate the rest. The entire increase in wealth resulting from the combined labor of the masses of workers or from improvements in production goes to the capitalist class, while the workers, who toil from generation to generation, remain propertyless proletarians. That is why there is only one way of ending the exploitation of labor by capital, and that is to abolish the private ownership of the instruments of labor, to hand over all the factories, mills, mines, and also all the big estates, etc., to the whole of society and to conduct socialist production in common, directed by the workers themselves. The articles produced by labor in common will then go to benefit the working people themselves, while the surplus they produce over and above their keep will serve to satisfy the needs of Lenin. The workers themselves, to secure the full development of all their capabilities and equal rights to enjoy all the achievements of science and art. That is why the program states that the struggle between the working class and the capitalists can end only in this way. To achieve that, however, it is necessary that political power, i.e., the power to govern the state, should pass from the hands of a government which is under the influence of the capitalists and landowners, or from the hands of a government directly made up of elected representatives of the capitalists, into the hands of the working class. Such is the ultimate aim of the struggle of the working class, such is the condition for its complete emancipation. This is the ultimate aim for which class-conscious, organized workers should strive. Here in Russia, however, they still meet with tremendous obstacles, which hinder them in their struggle for emancipation. A5. The fight against the domination of the capitalist class is now being waged by the workers of all European countries and also by the workers of America and Australia. Working class organization and solidarity is not confined to one country or one nationality. The workers' parties of different countries proclaim aloud the complete identity, solidarity, of interests and aims of the workers of the whole world. They come together at joint congresses, put forward common demands to the capitalist class of all countries, have established an international holiday of the entire organized proletariat striving for emancipation, May Day, thus welding the working class of all nationalities and of all countries into one great workers' army. The unity of the workers of all countries is a necessity arising out of the fact that the capitalist class, which rules over the workers, does not limit its rule to one country. Commercial ties between the different countries are becoming closer and more extensive. Capital constantly passes from one country to another. The banks, those huge depositories that gather capital together and distribute it on loan to capitalists, begin as national institutions and then become international, gather capital from all countries, and distribute it among the capitalists of Europe and America. Enormous joint stock companies are now being organized to set up capitalist. Draft and explanation of program for S.D. Party 45. Enterprises not in one country, but in several at once. International associations of capitalists make their appearance. Capitalist domination is international. That is why the workers' struggle in all countries for their emancipation is only successful if the workers fight jointly against international capital. That is why the Russian worker's comrade in the fight against the capitalist class is the German worker, the Polish worker, and the French worker, just as his enemy is the Russian, the Polish, and the French capitalists. Thus, in the recent period, foreign capitalists have been very eagerly transferring their capital to Russia, where they are building branch factories and founding companies for running new enterprises. They are flinging themselves greedily on this young country in which the government is more favorable and obsequious to capital than anywhere else, in which they find workers who are less organized and less capable of fighting back than in the West, and in which the workers' standard of living, and hence their wages, are much lower, so that the foreign capitalists are able to draw enormous profits, on a scale unparalleled in their own countries. International capital has already stretched out its hand to Russia. The Russian workers are stretching out their hands to the international labor movement. B1. This is the most important, the paramount, point of the program, because it indicates what should constitute the activity of the party in defending the interests of the working class, the activity of all class-conscious workers. It indicates how the striving for socialism, the striving for the abolition of the age-old exploitation of man by man, should be linked up with the popular movement engendered by the living conditions created by the large-scale factories. The party's activity must consist in promoting the workers' class struggle. The party's task is not to concoct some fashionable means of helping the workers, but to join up with the workers' movement, to bring light into it, to assist the workers in the struggle they themselves have already begun to wage. The party's task is to uphold the interests of the workers and to represent those of the entire working class movement. Now, what must this assistance to the workers in their struggle consist of? The program says that this assistance must consist 46. V.I. Lenin. Firstly, in developing the workers' class consciousness. We have already spoken of how the workers' struggle against the employers becomes the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. What is meant by workers' class consciousness follows from what we have said on the subject. The workers' class consciousness means the workers understanding that the only way to improve their conditions and to achieve their emancipation is to conduct a struggle against the capitalist and factory owner class created by the big factories. Further, the workers' class consciousness means their understanding that the interests of all the workers of any particular country are identical, that they all constitute one class, separate from all the other classes in society. Finally, the class consciousness of the workers means the workers understand that to achieve their aims they have to work to influence affairs of state, just as the landlords and the capitalists did, and are continuing to do now. By what means do the workers reach an understanding of all this? They do so by constantly gaining experience from the very struggle that they begin to wage against the employers, and that increasingly develops, becomes sharper, and involves larger numbers of workers as big factories grow. There was a time when the workers' enmity against capital only found expression in a hazy sense of hatred of their exploiters, in a hazy consciousness of their oppression and enslavement, and in the desire to wreak vengeance on the capitalists. The struggle at that time found expression in isolated revolts of the workers, who wrecked buildings, smashed machines, attacked members of the factory management, etc. That was the first, the initial, form of the working class movement, and it was a necessary one, because hatred of the capitalist has always and everywhere been the first impulse towards arousing in the workers the desire to defend themselves. The Russian working class movement has, however, already outgrown this original form. Instead of having a hazy hatred of the capitalists, the workers have already begun to understand the antagonism between the interests of the working class and of the capitalist class. Instead of having a confused sense of oppression, they have begun to distinguish the ways and means by which capital. Draft and explanation of program for S.D. Party 47. Oppresses them, and are revolting against various forms of oppression, placing limits to capitalist oppression, and protecting themselves against the capitalists' greed. Instead of wreaking vengeance on the capitalists, they are now turning to the fight for concessions, They are beginning to face the capitalist class with one demand after another, and are demanding improved working conditions, increased wages, and shorter working hours. Every strike concentrates all the attention and all the efforts of the workers on some particular aspect of the conditions under which the working class lives. Every strike gives rise to discussions about these conditions, helps the workers to appraise them, to understand what capitalist oppression consists in the particular case, and what means can be employed to combat this oppression. Every strike enriches the experience of the entire working class. If the strike is successful, it shows them what a strong force working class unity is, and impels others to make use of their comrades' success. If it is not successful, it gives rise to discussions about the causes of the failure and to the search for better methods of struggle. This transition of the workers to the steadfast struggle for their vital needs, the fight for concessions, for improved living conditions, wages and working hours, now begun all over Russia, means that the Russian workers are making tremendous progress, and that is why the attention of the Social Democratic Party and all class-conscious workers should be concentrated mainly on this struggle, on its promotion. Assistance to the workers should consist in showing them those most vital needs for the satisfaction of which they should fight, should consist in analyzing the factors particularly responsible for worsening the conditions of different categories of workers, in explaining factory laws and regulations the violation of which, added to the deceptive tricks of the capitalists, so often subject the workers to double robbery. Assistance should consist in giving more precise and definite expression to the workers' demands, and in making them public, in choosing the best time for resistance, in choosing the method of struggle, in discussing the position and the strength of the two opposing sides, in discussing whether a still better choice can be made of the method of fighting, a method, perhaps, like addressing a letter. 48. V.I. Lenin. To the factory owner, or approaching the inspector or the doctor, according to circumstances, where direct strike action is not advisable, etc. We have said that the Russian workers' transition to such struggle is indicative of the tremendous progress they have made. This struggle leads the working class movement onto the high road, and is the certain guarantee of its further success. The mass of working folk learn from this struggle, firstly, how to recognize and to examine one by one the methods of capitalist exploitation, to compare them with the law, with their living conditions, and with the interests of the capitalist class. By examining the different forms and cases of exploitation, the workers learn to understand the significance and the essence of exploitation as a whole, learn to understand the social system based on the exploitation of labor by capital. Secondly, in the process of this struggle, the workers test their strength, learn to organize, learn to understand the need for and the significance of organization. The extension of this struggle and the increasing frequency of clashes inevitably lead to a further extension of the struggle, to the development of a sense of unity, a sense of solidarity, at first among the workers of a particular locality, and then among the workers of the entire country, among the entire working class. Thirdly, this struggle develops the workers' political consciousness. The living condition of the mass of working folk places them in such a position that they cannot, possess either the leisure or the opportunity to ponder over problems of state. On the other hand, the workers' struggle against the factory owners for their daily needs automatically and inevitably spurs the workers on to think of state, political questions, questions of how the Russian state is governed, how laws and regulations are issued, and whose interests they serve. Each clash in the factory necessarily brings the workers into conflict with the laws and representatives of state authority. In this connection, the workers hear political speeches, for the first time. At first from, say, the factory inspectors, who explain to them that the trick employed by the factory owner to defraud them is based on the exact meaning of the regulations, which have been endorsed by the appropriate authority, and give the draft and explanation of program for S.D. Party 49. Employer a free hand to defraud the workers, or that the factory owner's oppressive measures are quite lawful, since he is merely availing himself of his rights, giving effect to such and such a law, that has been endorsed by the state authority that sees to its implementation. The political explanations of Messrs. The inspectors are occasionally supplemented by the still more beneficial political explanations of the minister, who reminds the workers of the feelings of Christian love that they owe to the factory owners for their making millions out of the workers' labor. Later, these explanations of the representatives of the state authority, and the workers' direct acquaintance with the facts showing for whose benefit this authority operates, are still further supplemented by leaflets or other explanations given by socialists, so that the workers get their political education in full from such a strike. They learn to understand not only the specific interests of the working class, but also the specific place occupied by the working class in the state. And so the assistance which the Social Democratic Party can render to the class struggle of the workers should be to develop the workers' class consciousness by assisting them in the fight for their most vital needs. The second type of assistance should consist, as the program states, in promoting the organization of the workers. The struggle we have just described necessarily requires that the workers be organized. Organization becomes necessary for strikes, to ensure that they are conducted with great success, for collections in support of strikers, for setting up workers' mutual benefit societies, and for propaganda among the workers, the distribution among them of leaflets, announcements, manifestos, etc. Organization is still more necessary to enable the workers to defend themselves against persecution by the police and the gendarmerie, to conceal from them all the workers' contacts and associations, and to arrange the delivery of books, pamphlets, newspapers, etc. To assist in all this, such is the party's second task. The third consists in indicating the real aims of the struggle, i.e., in explaining to the workers what the exploitation of labor by capital consists in, what it is based on, how the private ownership of the land and the instruments 50. Lenin of labor leads to the poverty of the working masses, compels them to sell their labor to the capitalists, and to yield up gratis the entire surplus produced by the worker's labor over and above his keep, in explaining, furthermore, how this exploitation inevitably leads to the class struggle between the workers and the capitalists, what the conditions of this struggle and its ultimate aims are, in a word. In explaining what is briefly stated in the program. B2. What is meant by these words? The struggle of the working class is a political struggle. They mean that the working class cannot fight for its emancipation without securing influence over affairs of state, over the administration of the state, over the issue of laws. The need for such influence has long been understood by the Russian capitalists, and we have shown how they have been able, despite all sorts of prohibitions contained in the police laws, to find thousands of ways of influencing the state authority, and how this authority serves the interests of the capitalist class. Hence it naturally follows that the working class, too, cannot wage its struggle, cannot even secure a lasting improvement of its lot unless it influences state authority. We have already said that the workers' struggle against the capitalists will inevitably lead to a clash with the government, and the government itself is exerting every effort to prove to the workers that only by struggle and by joint resistance can they influence state authority. This was shown with particular clarity by the big strikes that took place in Russia in 1885–86. The government immediately set about drawing up regulations concerning work heirs, at once issued new laws about factory practices, yielded to the workers' insistent demands. For example, regulations were introduced limiting fines and ensuring proper wage payment. In the same way, the present strikes, in 1896, have again caused the government's immediate intervention. And the government has already understood that it cannot confine itself to arrests and deportations, that it is ridiculous to regale the workers with stupid sermons about the noble conduct of the factory owners. See the circular issued by Finance Minister Witt to factory inspectors. Spring 1896. The government has realized that organized workers constitute a force to be reckoned with. And so, draft an explanation of program for S.D. Party 51. It already has the factory legislation under review and is convening in St. Petersburg a Congress of senior factory inspectors to discuss the question of reducing working hours and other inevitable concessions to the workers. Thus we see that the struggle of the working class against the capitalist class must necessarily be a political struggle. Indeed, this struggle is already exerting influence on the state authority, is acquiring political significance. But the workers' utter lack of political rights, about which we have already spoken, and the absolute impossibility of the workers openly and directly influencing state authority become more clearly and sharply exposed and felt as the working class movement develops. That is why the most urgent demand of the workers, the primary objective of the working class influence on affairs of state, must be the achievement of political freedom, i.e., the direct participation, guaranteed by law, by a constitution, of all citizens in the government of the state, the guaranteed right of all citizens freely to assemble, discuss their affairs, influence affairs of state through their associations and the press. The achievement of political freedom becomes the vital task of the workers. Because without it the workers do not and cannot have any influence over affairs of state, and thus inevitably remain a rightless, humiliated and inarticulate class. And if even now, when the workers are only just beginning to fight and to close their ranks, the government is already hastening to make concessions to the workers, in order to check the further growth of the movement, there can be no doubt that when the workers fully close their ranks and unite under the leadership of one political party, they will be able to compel the government to surrender. They will be able to win political freedom for themselves and the entire Russian people. The preceding parts of the program indicated the place occupied by the working class in contemporary society and the contemporary state. What is the aim of the struggle of the working class, and what constitutes the task of the party that represents the workers' interests? Under the absolute rule of the government there are not, nor can there be, openly functioning political parties in Russia, but there are political trends which express the interests of 52. Lenin. Other classes and which exert influence over public opinion and the government. Hence, in order to make clear the position of the Social Democratic Party, it is necessary now to indicate its attitude towards the remaining political trends in Russian society, so as to enable the workers to determine who may be their ally and to what extent, and who their enemy. That is indicated in the two following points of the program. B3. The program declares that the workers' allies are, firstly, all those social strata which oppose the absolute power of the autocratic government. Since this absolute rule is the main obstacle to the workers' fight for their emancipation, it naturally follows that it is in the direct interest of the workers to support every social movement against absolutism. Absolute means unlimited. Absolutism is the unlimited rule of the government. The stronger the development of capitalism, the deeper become the contradictions between this bureaucratic administration and the interests of the propertied classes themselves, the interests of the bourgeoisie. And the Social Democratic Party proclaims that it will support all strata and grades of the bourgeoisie who oppose the absolute government. It is infinitely more to the workers' advantage for the bourgeoisie to influence affairs of state directly, than for their influence to be exerted, as is the case now, through a crowd of venal and despotic officials. It is far more advantageous to the workers for the bourgeoisie to openly influence policy than, as is the case now, to exert a concealed influence, concealed by the supposedly all-powerful, independent, government, which is called a government, by the grace of God, and hands out its graces to the suffering and industrious landlords and the poverty-stricken and oppressed factory owners. The workers need open struggle against the capitalist class, in order that the entire Russian proletariat may see for whose interests the workers are waging the struggle, and may learn how to wage the struggle properly, in order that the intrigues and aspirations of the bourgeoisie may not be hidden in the anterooms of grand dukes, in the saloons of senators and ministers, and in departmental offices barred to the public, and in order that they may come to the surface and open the eyes of all and draft an explanation of program for S.D. Party. 53. Sundry as to who really inspires government policy and what the capitalists and landlords are striving for. And so, down with everything that hides the present influence of the capitalist class, and our support for any representative of the bourgeoisie who comes out against the bureaucracy, the bureaucratic administration, against the absolute government. But while proclaiming its support for every social movement against absolutism, the Social Democratic Party recognizes that it does not separate itself from the working class movement, because the working class has its specific interests, which are opposed to the interests of all other classes. While rendering support to all representatives of the bourgeoisie in the fight for political freedom, the workers should remember that the propertied classes can only be their allies for a time, that the interests of the workers and the capitalists cannot be reconciled, that the workers need the abolition of the government's absolute rule only in order to wage an open and extensive struggle against the capitalist class. Written in prison. Draft program. In December later than 9/21/1895. Explanation of the program in June-July, 1896. First published in 1924 Collected Works, Volume 2. In the magazine pages 95 to 98, 98 to 107, 108. Proletarskia Revolucja No. 309, 112 to 21. From A Protest by Russian Social Democrats 3. First of all, the authors of the Credo have an entirely false conception of the history of the West European working class movement. It is not true to say that the working class in the West did not take part in the struggle for political liberty and in political revolutions. The history of the Chartist movement for and the revolutions of 1848 in France, Germany, and Austria prove the opposite. It is absolutely untrue to say that Marxism was the theoretical expression of the prevailing practice, of the political struggle predominating over the economic. On the contrary, Marxism appeared at a time when non-political socialism prevailed, Leninism, Fourierism, true socialism, etc., and the Communist Manifesto took up the cudgels at once against non-political socialism. Even when Marxism came out fully armed with theory, capital, and organized the celebrated International Working Men's Association, the political struggle was by no means the prevailing practice, narrow trade unionism in England, anarchism and Prudhonism in the Romance countries. In Germany, the great historic service performed by Lassalle was the transformation of the working class from an appendage of the liberal bourgeoisie into an independent political party. Marxism linked up the economic and the political struggle of the working class into a single inseparable whole, and the effort of the authors of the Credo to separate these forms of struggle is one of their most clumsy and deplorable departures from Marxism. Protest by Russian Social Democrats. 55. Further, the authors of the Credo also have an entirely wrong conception of the present state of the West European working class movement, and of the theory of Marxism, under the banner of which that movement is marching. To talk about a crisis of Marxism is merely to repeat the nonsense of the bourgeois hacks who are doing all they can to exacerbate every disagreement among the socialists and turn it into a split in the socialist parties. The notorious Bernsteinism 6, in the sense in which it is commonly understood by the general public, and by the authors of the Credo in particular, is an attempt to narrow the theory of Marxism, to convert the Revolutionary Workers' Party into a reformist party. As was to be expected, this attempt has been strongly condemned by the majority of the German Social Democrats. Opportunist trends have repeatedly manifested themselves in the ranks of German social democracy, and on every occasion they have been repudiated by the party, which loyally guards the principles of revolutionary international social democracy. We are convinced that every attempt to transplant opportunist views to Russia will encounter equally determined resistance on the part of the overwhelming majority of Russian social democrats. Similarly, there can be no suggestion of a radical change in the practical activity of the West European workers' parties, in spite of what the authors of the Credo say. The tremendous importance of the economic struggle of the proletariat, and the necessity for such a struggle, were recognized by Marxism from the very outset. As early as the 40s, Marx and Engels conducted a polemic against the utopian socialists who denied the importance of this struggle. When the International Working Men's Association was formed about 20 years later, the question of the importance of trade unions and of the economic struggle was raised at its very first Congress, in Geneva, in 1866. The resolution adopted at that Congress spoke explicitly of the importance of the economic struggle and warned the socialists and the workers, on the one hand, against exaggerating its importance, which the English workers were inclined to do at that time, and on the other, against underestimating its importance, which the French and the Germans partook. 56. Lenin. Usually the Lassalleans, 7 were inclined to do. The Resolutian recognized that the trade unions were not only a natural, but also an essential phenomenon under capitalism, and considered them an extremely important means for organizing the working class in its daily struggle against capital and for the abolition of wage labor. The resolution declared that the trade unions must not devote attention exclusively to the immediate struggle against capital, must not remain aloof from the general political and social movement of the working class. They must not pursue narrow aims, but must strive for the general emancipation of the millions of oppressed workers. Since then, the workers' parties in the various countries have discussed the question many times and, of course, will discuss it again and again, whether to devote more or somewhat less attention at any given moment to the economic or to the political struggle of the proletariat. But the general question, or the question in principle, today remains as it was presented by Marxism. The conviction that the class struggle of the proletariat must necessarily combine the political and the economic struggle into one integral whole has entered into the flesh and blood of international social democracy. The experience of history has, furthermore, incontrovertibly proved that absence of political freedom, or restriction of the political rights of the proletariat, always make it necessary to put the political struggle in the forefront. Written in August, prior to 22, September 3, 1899, first published abroad in December 1899 as separate reprints from the magazine Rabakai Dialo No. 4-5. Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 175-77. On strikes. In recent years, workers' strikes have become extremely frequent in Russia. There is no longer a single industrial gubernia in which there have not occurred several strikes. And in the big cities, strikes never cease. It is understandable, therefore, that class-conscious workers and socialists should more and more frequently concern themselves with the question of the significance of strikes, of methods of conducting them, and of the tasks of socialists participating in them. We wish to attempt to outline some of our ideas on these questions. In our first article we plan to deal generally with the significance of strikes in the working class movement. In the second we shall deal with anti-strike laws in Russia. And in the third, with the way strikes were and are conducted in Russia and with the attitude that class-conscious workers should adopt to them. In the first place, we must seek an explanation for the outbreak and spread of strikes. Everyone who calls to mind strikes from personal experience, from reports of others, or from the newspapers will see immediately that strikes break out and spread wherever big factories arise and grow in number. It would scarcely be possible to find a single one among the bigger factories employing hundreds at times. 58. Lenin. Even thousands of workers in which strikes have not occurred. When there were only a few big factories in Russia, there were few strikes. But ever since big factories have been multiplying rapidly in both the old industrial districts and in new towns and villages, strikes have become more frequent. Why is it that large-scale factory production always leads to strikes? It is because capitalism must necessarily lead to a struggle of the workers against the employers, and when production is on a large scale, the struggle of necessity takes on the form of strikes. Let us explain this. Capitalism is the name given to that social system under which the land, factories, implements, etc., belong to a small number of landed proprietors and capitalists, while the mass of the people possesses no property, or very little property, and is compelled to hire itself out as workers. The landowners and factory owners hire workers and make them produce wares of this or that kind which they sell on the market. The factory owners, furthermore, pay the workers only such a wage as provides a bare subsistence for them and their families, while everything the worker produces over and above this amount goes into the factory owner's pocket, as his profit. Under capitalist economy, therefore, the people in their mass are the hired workers of others. They do not work for themselves but work for employers for wages. It is understandable that the employers always try to reduce wages. The less they give the workers, the greater their profit. The workers try to get the highest possible wage in order to provide their families with sufficient and wholesome food, to live in good homes, and to dress as other people do, and not like beggars. A constant struggle is, therefore, going on between employers and workers over wages. The employer is free to hire whatever worker he thinks fit and, therefore, seeks the cheapest. The worker is free to hire himself out to an employer of his choice, so that he seeks the dearest, the one that will pay him the most. Whether the worker works in the country or in town, whether he hires himself out to a landlord, a rich peasant, a contractor, or a factory owner, he always bargains with the employer, fights with him over the wages. On strikes. 59. But is it possible for a single worker to wage a struggle by himself? The number of working people is increasing. Peasants are being ruined and flee from the countryside to the town or the factory. The landlords and factory owners are introducing machines that rob the workers of their jobs. In the cities there are increasing numbers of unemployed, and in the villages there are more and more beggars. Those who are hungry drive wages down lower and lower. It becomes impossible for the worker to fight against the employer by himself. If the worker demands good wages or tries not to consent to a wage cut, the employer tells him to get out, that there are plenty of hungry people at the gates who would be glad to work for low wages. When the people are ruined to such an extent that there is always a large number of unemployed in the towns and villages, when the factory owners amass huge fortunes and the small proprietors are squeezed out by the millionaires, the individual worker becomes absolutely powerless in face of the capitalist. It then becomes possible for the capitalist to crush the worker completely, to drive him to his death at slave labor and, indeed, not him alone, but his wife and children with him. If we take, for instance, those occupations in which the workers have not yet been able to win the protection of the law and in which they cannot offer resistance to the capitalists, we see an inordinately long working day, sometimes as long as 17 to 19 hours. We see children of 5 or 6 years of age overstraining themselves at work. We see a generation of permanently hungry workers who are gradually dying from starvation. Example: the workers who toil in their own homes for capitalists. Besides, any worker can bring to mind a host of other examples. Even under slavery or serfdom there was never any oppression of the working people as terrible as that under capitalism, when the workers cannot put up a resistance, or cannot win the protection of laws that restrict the arbitrary actions of the employers. And so, in order to stave off their reduction to such extremities, the workers begin a desperate struggle. As they see that each of them, individually, is completely powerless and that the oppression of capital threatens to crush him, the workers begin to revolt jointly against their 60. V.I. Lenin. Employers. Workers' strikes begin. At first the workers often fail to realize what they are trying to achieve, lacking consciousness of the wherefore of their action. They simply smash the machines and destroy the factories. They merely want to display their wrath to the factory owners. They are trying out their joint strength in order to get out of an unbearable situation, without yet understanding why their position is so hopeless and what they should strive for. In all countries the wrath of the workers first took the form of isolated revolts. The police and factory owners in Russia call them mutinies. In all countries these isolated revolts gave rise to more or less peaceful strikes, on the one hand, and to the all-sided struggle of the working class for its emancipation, on the other. What significance have strikes, or stoppages, for the struggle of the working class? To answer this question, we must first have a fuller view of strikes. The wages of a worker are determined, as we have seen, by an agreement between the employer and the worker, and if, under these circumstances, the individual worker is completely powerless, it is obvious that workers must fight jointly for their demands. They are compelled to organize strikes either to prevent the employers from reducing wages or to obtain higher wages. It is a fact that in every country with a capitalist system there are strikes of workers. Everywhere, in all the European countries and in America, the workers feel themselves powerless when they are disunited. They can only offer resistance to the employers jointly, either by striking or threatening to strike. As capitalism develops, as big factories are more rapidly opened, as the petty capitalists are more and more ousted by the big capitalists, the more urgent becomes the need for the joint resistance of the workers. Because unemployment increases, competition sharpens between the capitalists who strive to produce their wares at the cheapest, to do which they have to pay the workers as little as possible, and the fluctuations of industry become more accentuated and crises * more acute. When asterisk we shall deal elsewhere in greater detail with crises in industry, and their significance to the workers. Here we shall merely note that during recent years in Russia industrial affairs have been going well, industry has been prospering, but that now, at the end of 1899, on strikes. 61. Industry prospers, the factory owners make big profits, but do not think of sharing them with the workers. But when a crisis breaks out, the factory owners try to push the losses on to the workers. The necessity for strikes in capitalist society has been recognized to such an extent by everybody in the European countries that the law in those countries does not forbid the organization of strikes. Only in Russia barbarous laws against strikes still remain in force. We shall speak on another occasion of these laws and their application. However, strikes, which arise out of the very nature of capitalist society, signify the beginning of the working class struggle against that system of society. When the rich capitalists are confronted by individual, propertyless workers, this signifies the utter enslavement of the workers. But when those propertyless workers unite, the situation changes. There is no wealth that can be of benefit to the capitalists if they cannot find workers willing to apply their labor power to the instruments and materials belonging to the capitalists and produce new wealth. As long as workers have to deal with capitalists on an individual basis, they remain veritable slaves who must work continuously to profit another in order to obtain a crust of bread, who must forever remain docile and inarticulate hired servants. But when the workers state their demands jointly and refuse to submit to the money bags, they cease to be slaves, they become human beings, they begin to demand that their labor should not only serve to enrich a handful of idlers, but should also enable those who work to live like human beings. The slaves begin to put forward the demand to become masters, not to work and live as the landlords and capitalists want them to, but as the working people themselves want to. Strikes, therefore, always instill fear into the capitalists, because they begin to undermine their supremacy. All will stand still, if your mighty arm wills it, a German workers' song says of the working class. And so it is in reality, the factories, the landlord's land, the machines. There are already clear signs that this prosperity will end in a crisis. Difficulties your marketing goods, bankruptcies of factory owners, the ruin of petty proprietors, and terrible calamities for the workers, unemployment, reduced wages, etc. 62. V.I. Lenin. The railways, etc., etc., are all like wheels in a giant machine, the machine that extracts various products, processes them, and delivers them to their destination. The whole of this machine is set in motion by the worker who tills the soil, extracts ores, makes commodities in the factories, builds houses, workshops, and railways. When the workers refuse to work, the entire machine threatens to stop. Every strike reminds the capitalists that it is the workers and not they who are the real masters, the workers who are more and more loudly proclaiming their rights. Every strike reminds the workers that their position is not hopeless, that they are not alone. See what a tremendous effect strikes have both on the strikers themselves and on the workers at neighboring or nearby factories or at factories in the same industry. In normal, peaceful times the worker does his job without a murmur, does not contradict the employer, and does not discuss his condition. In times of strikes he states his demands in a loud voice, he reminds the employers of all their abuses, he claims his rights, he does not think of himself and his wages alone, he thinks of all his workmates who have down tools together with him and who stand up for the workers' cause, fearing no privations. Every strike means many privations for the working people, terrible privations that can be compared only to the calamities of war, hungry families, loss of wages, often arrests, banishment from the towns where they have their homes and their employment. Despite all these sufferings, the workers despise those who desert their fellow workers and make deals with the employers. Despite all these sufferings, brought on by strikes, the workers of neighboring factories gain renewed courage when they see that their comrades have engaged themselves in struggle. People who endure so much to bend one single bourgeois will be able to break the power of the whole bourgeoisie, said one great teacher of socialism, Engels. Speaking of the strikes of the English workers, it is often enough for one factory to strike, for strikes to begin immediately in a large number of factories. What a great moral influence strikes have, how they affect workers who see that their comrades have ceased to be slaves and, if only for the time being, have become people on an equal footing with. On strikes. 63. The rich. Every strike brings thoughts of socialism very forcibly to the worker's mind, thoughts of the struggle of the entire working class for emancipation from the oppression of capital. It has often happened that before a big strike the workers of a certain factory or a certain branch of industry or of a certain town knew hardly anything and scarcely ever thought about socialism. But after the strike, study circles and associations become much more widespread among them and more workers become socialists. A strike teaches workers to understand what the strength of the employers and what the strength of the workers consists in. It teaches them not to think of their own employer alone and not of their own immediate workmates alone but of all the employers, the whole class of capitalists, and the whole class of workers. When a factory owner who has amassed millions from the toil of several generations of workers refuses to grant a modest increase in wage and tries to reduce wages to a still lower level and, if the workers offer resistance, throws thousands of hungry families out into the street, it becomes quite clear to the workers that the capitalist class as a whole is the enemy of the whole working class and that the workers can depend only on themselves and their united action. It often happens that a factory owner does his best to deceive the workers, to pose as a benefactor, and conceal his exploitation of the workers by some petty sops or lying promises. A strike always demolishes this deception at one blow by showing the workers that their benefactor is a wolf in sheep's clothing. A strike, moreover, opens the eyes of the workers to the nature, not only of the capitalists, but of the government and the laws as well. Just as the factory owners tried to pose as benefactors of the workers, the government officials and their lackeys try to assure the workers that the Tsar and the Tsarist government are equally solicitous of both the factory owners and the workers, as justice requires. The worker does not know the laws, he has no contact with government officials, especially with those in the higher posts, and, as a consequence, often believes all this. Then comes a strike. The public prosecutor, the factory inspector, the police, and frequently troops, appear at the factory. The workers learn. 64. Lenin. That they have violated the law. The employers are permitted by law to assemble and openly discuss ways of reducing workers' wages, but workers are declared criminals if they come to a joint agreement. Workers are driven out of their homes. The police close the shops from which the workers might obtain food on credit. An effort is made to incite the soldiers against the workers even when the workers conduct themselves quietly and peacefully. Soldiers are even ordered to fire on the workers, and when they kill unarmed workers by shooting the fleeing crowd in the back, the Tsar himself sends the troops an expression of his gratitude. In this way the Tsar thanked the troops who had killed striking workers in Yaroslavl in 18958. It becomes clear to every worker that the Tsarist government is his worst enemy, since it defends the capitalists and binds the workers hand and foot. The workers begin to understand that laws are made in the interests of the rich alone, that government officials protect those interests, that the working people are gagged and not allowed to make known their needs, that the working class must win for itself the right to strike, the right to publish workers' newspapers, the right to participate in a national assembly that enacts laws and supervises their fulfillment. The government itself knows full well that strikes open the eyes of the workers, and for this reason it has such a fear of strikes and does everything to stop them as quickly as possible. One German minister of the Interior, one who was notorious for the persistent persecution of socialists and class-conscious workers, not without reason, stated before the people's representatives, "Behind every strike lurks the hydra, monster, of revolution." 9. Every strike strengthens and develops in the workers the understanding that the government is their enemy and that the working class must prepare itself to struggle against the government for the people's rights. Strikes, therefore, teach the workers to unite. They show them that they can struggle against the capitalists only when they are united. Strikes teach the workers to think of the struggle of the whole working class against the whole class of factory owners and against the arbitrary, police government. This is the reason that socialists call strikes a school of war, a school in which the workers learn to make. On strikes. 65. War on their enemies for the liberation of the whole people, of all who labor, from the yoke of government officials and from the yoke of capital. A school of war is, however, not war itself. When strikes are widespread among the workers, some of the workers, including some socialists, begin to believe that the working class can confine itself to strikes, strike funds, or strike associations alone, that by strikes alone the working class can achieve a considerable improvement in its conditions or even its emancipation. When they see what power there is in a united working class and even in small strikes, some think that the working class has only to organize a general strike throughout the whole country for the workers to get everything they want from the capitalists and the government. This idea was also expressed by the workers of other countries when the working class movement was in its early stages and the workers were still very inexperienced. It is a mistaken idea. Strikes are one of the ways in which the working class struggles for its emancipation, but they are not the only way, and if the workers do not turn their attention to other means of conducting the struggle, they will slow down the growth and the successes of the working class. It is true that funds are needed to maintain the workers during strikes, if strikes are to be successful. Such workers' funds, usually funds of workers in separate branches of industry, separate trades or workshops, are maintained in all countries. But here in Russia this is especially difficult, because the police keep track of them, seize the money, and arrest the workers. The workers, of course, are able to hide from the police. Naturally, the organization of such funds is valuable, and we do not want to advise workers against setting them up. But it must not be supposed that workers' funds, when prohibited by law, will attract large numbers of contributors, and so long as the membership in such organizations is small, workers' funds will not prove of great use. Furthermore, even in those countries where workers' unions exist openly and have huge funds at their disposal, the working class can still not confine itself to strikes as a means of struggle. All that is necessary is a hitch in the affairs of industry, a crisis, such as the one that is approaching in Russia today, and the 3 to 182. 66. V.I. Lenin. Factory owners will even deliberately cause strikes, because it is to their advantage to cease work for a time and to deplete the workers' funds. The workers, therefore, cannot, under any circumstances, confine themselves to strike actions and strike associations. Secondly, strikes can only be successful where workers are sufficiently class-conscious, where they are able to select an opportune moment for striking, where they know how to put forward their demands, and where they have connections with socialists and are able to procure leaflets and pamphlets through them. There are still very few such workers in Russia, and every effort must be exerted to increase their number in order to make the working class cause known to the masses of workers and to acquaint them with socialism and the working class struggle. This is a task that the socialists and class-conscious workers must undertake jointly by organizing a socialist working class party for this purpose. Thirdly, strikes, as we have seen, show the workers that the government is their enemy and that a struggle against the government must be carried on. Actually, it is strikes that have gradually taught the working class of all countries to struggle against the governments for workers' rights and for the rights of the people as a whole. As we have said, only a socialist workers' party can carry on this struggle by spreading among the workers a true conception of the government and of the working class cause. On another occasion, we shall discuss specifically how strikes are conducted in Russia and how class-conscious workers should avail themselves of them. Here we must point out that strikes are, as we said above, a school of war, and not the war itself, that strikes are only one means of struggle, only one aspect of the working class movement. From individual strikes the workers can and must go over, as indeed they are actually doing in all countries, to a struggle of the entire working class for the emancipation of all who labor. When all class-conscious workers become socialists, i.e., when they strive for this emancipation, when they unite throughout the whole country in order to spread socialism among the workers, in order to teach the workers all the means of struggle against their enemies, when they build up a socialist workers' party that struggles for the emancipation of the people as a whole from on strikes. 67. Government oppression and for the emancipation of all working people from the yoke of capital. Only then will the working class become an integral part of that great movement of the workers of all countries that unites all workers and raises the red banner inscribed with the words, "Workers of all countries unite," written at the end of 1899. First published in 1924 in the magazine Proletarskia Revolucja No. 8-9. Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 310-19. From What is to be Done? 2. The spontaneity of the masses and the consciousness of the Social Democrats. We have said that our movement, much more extensive and deep than the movement of the 70s, must be inspired with the same devoted determination and energy that inspired the movement at that time. Indeed, no one, we think, has until now doubted that the strength of the present-day movement lies in the awakening of the masses, principally, the industrial proletariat, and that its weakness lies in the lack of consciousness and initiative among the revolutionary leaders. However, of late a staggering discovery has been made, which threatens to disestablish all hitherto prevailing views on this question. This discovery was made by Rabakai Diallo, which in its polemic with Iskrauks and Zaria 12 did not confine itself to making objections on separate points, but tried to ascribe general disagreements to a more profound cause, to the different appraisals of the relative importance of the spontaneous and consciously methodical element. Rabakai Diallo formulated its indictment as a belittling of the significance of the objective or the spontaneous element of development. Asterisk to this we say, had the polemics with Iskra and Zaria resulted in nothing more than causing Rabakai Diallo to hit upon these general disagreements, that alone would give us considerable satis. Asterisk Rabakai Diallo, No. 10, September 1901, pages 17-18. Rabakai Diallo's italics. What is to be done? 69. Faction. So significant is this thesis, and so clear is the light it sheds on the quintessence of the present-day theoretical and political differences that exist among Russian social democrats. For this reason the question of the relation between consciousness and spontaneity is of such enormous general interest, and for this reason the question must be dealt with in great detail. A. The beginning of the spontaneous upsurge. In the previous chapter we pointed out how universally absorbed the educated youth of Russia was in the theories of Marxism in the middle of the 90s. In the same period the strikes that followed the famous St. Petersburg Industrial War of 189,613 assumed a similar general character. Their spread over the whole of Russia clearly showed the depth of the newly awakening popular movement, and if we are to speak of the spontaneous element, then, of course, it is this strike movement which, first and foremost, must be regarded as spontaneous. But there is spontaneity and spontaneity. Strikes occurred in Russia in the 70s and 60s, and even in the first half of the 19th century, and they were accompanied by the spontaneous destruction of machinery, etc. Compared with these revolts, the strikes of the 90s might even be described as conscious. To such an extent do they mark the progress which the working class movement made in that period. This shows that the spontaneous element, in essence, represents nothing more nor less than consciousness in an embryonic form. Even the primitive revolts expressed the awakening of consciousness to a certain extent. The workers were losing their age-long faith in the permanence of the system which oppressed them and began, I shall not say to understand, but to sense the necessity for collective resistance, definitely abandoning their slavish submission to the authorities. But this was, nevertheless, more in the nature of outbursts of desperation and vengeance than of struggle. The strikes of the 90s revealed far greater flashes of consciousness. 70. Lenin. Definite demands were advanced, the strike was carefully timed, known cases and instances in other places were discussed, etc. The revolts were simply the resistance of the oppressed, whereas the systematic strikes represented the class struggle in embryo, but only in embryo. Taken by themselves, these strikes were simply trade union struggles, not yet social democratic struggles. They marked the awakening antagonisms between workers and employers, but the workers were not, and could not be, conscious of the irreconcilable antagonism of their interests to the whole of the modern political and social system, i.e., theirs was not yet social democratic consciousness. In this sense, the strikes of the 90s, despite the enormous progress they represented as compared with the revolts, remained a purely spontaneous movement. We have said that there could not have been social democratic consciousness among the workers. It would have to be brought to them from without. The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness, i.e., the conviction that it is necessary to combine in unions, fight the employers, and strive to compel the government to pass necessary labor legislation, etc. Their trade unionism does not exclude politics altogether, as some imagine. Trade unions have always conducted some political, but not social democratic, agitation and struggle. We shall deal with the difference between trade union politics and social democratic politics in the next chapter. What is to be done? 71. Group 14 but had already won over to its side the majority of the revolutionary youth in Russia. Hence, we had both the spontaneous awakening of the working masses, their awakening to conscious life and conscious struggle, and a revolutionary youth, armed with social democratic theory and straining towards the workers. In this connection it is particularly important to state the oft-forgotten, and comparatively little-known, fact that, although the early social democrats of that period zealously carried on economic agitation, being guided in this activity by the truly useful indications contained in the pamphlet on agitation, 16 and still in manuscript, they did not regard this as their sole task. On the contrary, from the very beginning they set for Russian social democracy the most far-reaching historical tasks, in general, and the task of overthrowing the autocracy, in particular. Thus, towards the end of 1895, the St. Petersburg group of Social Democrats, which founded the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class, 16 prepared the first issue of a newspaper called Rabakai Dialo. This issue was ready to go to press when it was seized by the gendarmes, on the night of December 8, 1895, in a raid on the house of one of the members of the group, Anatoly Alexeyevich Vanyev, so that the first edition of Rabakai Dialo was not destined to see the light of day. The leading article in this issue, which perhaps 30 years hence some Ruskaya Starina will unearth in the archives of the Department of Police, outlined the historical tasks of the working class in Russia and placed the achievement of political liberty 17 at their head. The issue also contained an article entitled, "What are our ministers thinking about?" which dealt with the crushing of the elementary education committees by the police. In addition, there was some correspondence from St. Petersburg, and from other parts of Russia, a letter on the massacre of the workers. A. Vanyev died in eastern Siberia in 1899 from consumption, which he contracted during solitary confinement in prison prior to his banishment. That is why we considered it possible to publish the above information, the authenticity of which we guarantee, for it comes from persons who were closely and directly acquainted with A. Vanyev. See Collected Works, Volume 2, pages 87 to 92. Ed. 72. Lenin. In Yaroslavl Gubernia. This first effort, if we are not mistaken, of the Russian Social Democrats of the 90s was not a purely local, or less still, economic newspaper, but one that aimed to unite the strike movement with the revolutionary movement against the autocracy, and to win over to the side of social democracy all who were oppressed by the policy of reactionary obscurantism. No one in the slightest degree acquainted with the state of the movement at that period could doubt that such a paper would have met with warm response among the workers of the capital and the revolutionary intelligentsia and would have had a wide circulation. The failure of the enterprise merely showed that the Social Democrats of that period were unable to meet the immediate requirements of the time owing to their lack of revolutionary experience and practical train ing. This must be said, too, with regard to the S. Peterburgsky Rabiki Listic 1 *, and particularly with regard to Rabikaya Gazeta 19 and the Manifesto of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party 2. Founded in the spring of 1898. Of course, we would not dream of blaming the Social Democrats of that time for this unpreparedness. But in order to profit from the experience of that movement, and to draw practical lessons from it, we must thoroughly understand the causes and significance of this or that shortcoming. It is therefore highly important to establish the fact that a part, perhaps even a majority, of the Social Democrats, active in the period of 1895 to 98, justly considered it possible even then, at the very beginning of the spontaneous movement, to come forward with a most extensive program and a militant tactical line, lack of training of the majority in adopting a hostile attitude towards the activities of the Social Democrats of the late 90s, Iskra ignores the absence at that time of conditions for any work other than the struggle for petty demands, declared the economists in their letter to Russian Social Democratic organs. Iskra number 12. The facts given above show that the assertion about absence of conditions is diametrically opposed to the truth. Not only at the end, but even in the mid-90s, all the conditions existed for other work, besides the struggle for petty demands, all the conditions except adequate training of leaders. Instead of frankly admitting that we, the ideologists, the leaders, lack sufficient training, the economists seek to shift the blame entirely upon the absence of conditions, upon the effect of material. Why that ISTO be done? 73. Of the revolutionaries, an entirely natural phenomenon, could not have roused any particular fears. Once the tasks were correctly defined, once the energy existed for repeated attempts to fulfill them, temporary failures represented only part misfortune. Revolutionary experience and organizational skill are things that can be acquired, provided the desire is there to acquire them, provided the shortcomings are recognized, which in revolutionary activity is more than halfway towards their removal. But what was only part misfortune became full misfortune when this consciousness began to grow dim. It was very much alive among the members of the groups Mentioned, when there appeared people, and even social democratic organs, that were prepared to regard shortcomings as virtues, that even tried to invent a theoretical basis for their slavish cringing before spontaneity. It is time to draw conclusions from this trend, the content of which is incorrectly and too narrowly characterized as economism. B. Bowing to spontaneity. Rabikaya and Weissel. Before dealing with the literary manifestation of this subservience to spontaneity, we should like to note the following characteristic fact, communicated to us from the above-mentioned source, which throws light on the conditions in which the two future conflicting trends in Russian social democracy arose and grew among the comrades working in St. Petersburg. In the beginning of 1897, just prior to their banishment, Vanev and several of his comrades attended a private meeting at which old and young members of the League of Struggle for the Emancipation of the Working Class gathered. 21 The conversation centered chiefly about the question of organization, particularly about the rules for the Workers' Mutual Benefit Fund, which, in their final form, were published in Listic. Environment that determines the road from which no ideologist will be able to divert the movement. What is this but slavish cringing before spontaneity? What but the infatuation of the ideologists with their own shortcomings? 74. V.I. Lenin. Robotnica, 22 No. 9-10, page 46. Sharp differences immediately showed themselves between the old members, Decembrists, 23 as the St. Petersburg Social Democrats jestingly called them, and several of the young members, who subsequently took an active part in the work of Rabo Ahaya and Weissel, with a heated discussion ensuing. The young members defended the main principles of the rules in the form in which they were published. The old members contended that the prime necessity was not this, but the consolidation of the League of Struggle into an organization of revolutionaries to which all the various workers' mutual benefit funds, students' propaganda circles, etc., should be subordinated. It goes without saying that the disputing sides far from realized at the time that these disagreements were the beginning of a cleavage. On the contrary, they regarded them as something isolated and casual. But this fact shows that in Russia, too, economism did not arise and spread without a struggle against the old Social Democrats, which the economists of today are apt to forget. And if, in the main, this struggle has not left documentary traces behind it, it is solely because the membership of the circles then functioning underwent such constant change that no continuity was established, and consequently, differences in point of view were not recorded in any documents. The founding of Rabakaya and Weissel brought economism to the light of day, but not at one stroke. We must picture to ourselves concretely the conditions for activity and the short-lived character of the majority of the Russian study circles, a thing that is possible only for those who have themselves experienced it, in order to understand how much there was of the fortuitous in the successes and failures of the new trend in various towns, and the length of time during which neither the advocates nor the opponents of the new could make up their minds, and literally had no opportunity of so doing, as to whether this really expressed a distinct trend or merely the lack of training of certain individuals. For example, the first mimeographed copies of Rabakaya and Weissel never reached the great majority of Social Democrats, and if we are able to refer to the leading article in the first number, it is only because it was reproduced in an article by V.I. Listek, Robotnica, number 9-10. What is to be done? 75. Page 47, E.T. Seek, who, of course, did not fail to extol with more zeal than reason the new paper, which was so different from the papers and projects for papers mentioned above. It is well worth dwelling on this leading article because it should be stated in passing that the praise of Rabakaya and Weissel in November 1898, when economism had become fully defined especially abroad, emanated from the selfsame V.I., who very soon after became one of the editors of Rabakaya Dialo. And yet Rabakaya Dialo denied that there were two trends in Russian social democracy, and continues to deny it to this day. That this simile is a correct one is shown by the following characteristic fact. When, after the arrest of the Decembrists, the news spread among the workers of the Schlüsselburg highway that the discovery and arrest were facilitated by an agent provocateur, N. Mikhailov, a dentist, who had been in contact with a group associated with the Decembrists, the workers were so enraged that they decided to kill him. After stating that the arm of the Bluecoats 24 could never halt the progress of the working class movement, the leading article goes on to say, the virility of the working class movement is due to the fact that the workers themselves are at last taking their fate into their own hands, and out of the hands of the leaders. This fundamental thesis is then developed in greater detail. Actually, the leaders, i.e., the Social Democrats, the organizers of the League of Struggle, were, one might say, torn out of the hands of the workers by the police, yet it is made to appear that the workers were fighting against the leaders and liberated themselves from their yoke. Instead of sounding the call to go forward towards the consolidation of the revolutionary organization and the expansion of political activity, the call was issued for a retreat to the purely trade union strug GLE. It was announced that the economic basis of the movement is eclipsed by the effort never to forget the political ideal, and that the watchword for the working class movement was struggle for economic conditions, or better still, the workers for the workers. It was declared that strike funds are more valuable to the movement than 100 other organizations. Compare this statement made in October 1897 with the polemic between the Decem 76 V.I. Lenin Brists and the young members in the beginning of 1897, etc. Catchwords like, we must concentrate, not on the cream of the workers, but on the average mass worker. Politics always obediently follows economics. Etc., etc. became the fashion, exercising an irresistible influence upon the masses of the youth who were attracted to the movement but who, in the majority of cases, were acquainted only with such fragments of Marxism as were expounded in legally AP-pairing publications. These quotations are taken from the same leading article in the first number of Rabakaya and Weissel. One can judge from this the degree of theoretical training possessed by these VS of Russian social democracy. 25 who kept repeating the crude vulgarization of economic materialism. At a time when the Marxists were carrying on a literary war against the real Mr. V, who had long ago been dubbed a past master of reactionary deeds, for holding similar views on the relations between politics and economics. The Germans even have a special expression, Neugewerkschaftler, which means an advocate of the pure trade union struggle. We emphasize the word contemporary for the benefit of those who may pharisaically shrug their shoulders and say, it is easy enough to attack Rabakaya and Weissel now. But is not all this ancient history? Mutato nomine dati fabula narrator, change the name, and THP tale. Political consciousness was completely overwhelmed by spontaneity, the spontaneity of the Social Democrats, who repeated Mr. V.'s ideas, the spontaneity of those work heirs who were carried away by the arguments that a kopeck added to a ruble was worth more than any socialism or politics, and that they must fight, knowing that they are fighting, not for the sake of some future generation, but for themselves and their children. Leader in Rabakaya and Weissel, number 1. Phrases like these have always been a favorite weapon of the West European bourgeois, who, in their hatred for socialism, strove, like the German Sozialpolitiker Hirsch, to transplant English trade unionism to their native soil and to preach to the workers that by engaging in the purely trade union struggle ***, they would be fighting for themselves and for their children, and not for some future generations with some future socialism. And now the VS of Russian social democracy have set about repeating these bourgeois phrases. It is important at this point to note three circumstances that will be useful to our further analysis of contemporary differences. What is to be done? 77. In the first place, the overwhelming of political consciousness by spontaneity, to which we referred above, also took place spontaneously. This may sound like a pun, but alas, it is the bitter truth. It did not take place as a result of an open struggle between two diametrically opposed points of view, in which one triumphed over the other. It occurred because of the fact that an increasing number of old revolutionaries were torn away by the gendarmes, and increasing numbers of young VS of Russian social democracy appeared on the scene. Everyone who has, I shall not say participated in, but at least breathed the atmosphere of the present-day Russian movement, knows perfectly well that this is precisely the case. And if, nevertheless, we insist strongly that the reader be fully clear on this generally known fact, if we cite, for explicitness, as it were, the facts of the first edition of Rabbaki Dialogue and of the polemic between the old and the young at the beginning of 1897, we do this because the people who vaunt their democracy speculate on the ignorance of these facts on the part of the broad public, or of the very young generation. We shall return to this point further on. Secondly, in the very first literary expression of economism we observe the exceedingly curious phenomenon, highly characteristic for an understanding of all the differences prevailing among present-day social democrats, that the adherents of the labor movement pure and simple, worshippers of the closest, organic, contacts, Rabbaki Dialogue's term, with the proletarian struggle, opponents of any non-worker intelligentsia, even a socialist intelligentsia, are compelled, in order to defend their positions, to resort to the arguments of the bourgeois pure trade unionists. This shows that from the very outset Rabbaki and YSL began, unconsciously, to implement the program of the Credo. This shows something Rabbaki Dialogue cannot grasp, that all worship of the spontaneity of the working class movement, all belittling of the role of the conscious element of the role of social democracy, means, quite independently of whether he who belittles that role desires it or not, a strength is about you.ed, is our answer to such contemporary Pharisees, whose complete subjection to the ideas of Rabbaki and YSL will be proved further on. 78. Lenin. Eaning of the influence of bourgeois ideology upon the workers. All those who talk about overrating the importance of ideology, about exaggerating the role of the conscious element, etc., imagine that the labor movement pure and simple can elaborate, and will elaborate, letter of the Economists, in Iskra, number 12, Rabbaki Dialogue, number 10. Diamondsuit Nui Zeit, i.e. 1901-1902, XX, number 3, page 79. The committee's draft to which Kautsky refers was adopted by the Vienna Congress, at the end of last year, in a slightly amended form. 27. Diamondsuit interpolations in square brackets, within passages quoted by Lenin, have been introduced by Lenin, unless otherwise indicated. Ed. Many of our revisionist critics believe that Marx asserted that economic development and the class struggle create not only the conditions for socialist production, but also, and directly, the consciousness, of its necessity. And these critics assert that England, the country most highly developed capitalistically, is more remote than any other from this consciousness. Judging by the draft, one might assume that this allegedly orthodox Marxist view, which is thus refuted, was shared by the committee that drafted the Austrian program. In the draft program it is stated, the more capitalist development increases the numbers of the proletariat, the more the proletariat is compelled and becomes fit to fight against capitalism. The proletariat becomes conscious of the possibility and of the necessity for socialism. In this connection, socialist consciousness appears to be a necessary and direct result of the proletarian class struggle. But this is absolutely untrue. Of course, socialism, as a doctrine, has its roots in modern economic relationships just as the class struggle of the proletariat has, and like the latter, emerges from the struggle against the capitalist-created poverty and misery of the masses. But socialism and the class struggle arise side by side and not one out of the other. Each arises under different conditions. Modern socialist consciousness can arise only on the basis of profound scientific knowledge. Indeed, modern economic science is as much a condition for socialist production as, say, modern technology, and the proletariat can create neither the one nor the other, no matter how much it may desire to do so, both arise out of the modern social process. The vehicle of science is not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia, KS italics. It was in the minds of individual members of this stratum that modern socialism originated, and it. What is to be done? 79. Was they who communicated it to the more intellectually developed proletarians who, in their turn, introduced it into the proletarian class struggle where conditions allowed that to be done. Thus, socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without, von außen genes, and not something that arose within it spontaneously, Erwichzig. Accordingly, the old Heinfeld program quite rightly stated that the task of social democracy is to imbue the proletariat, literally, saturate the proletariat, with the consciousness of its position and the consciousness of its task. There would be no need for this if consciousness arose of itself from the class struggle. The new draft copied this proposition from the old program, and attached it to the proposition mentioned above. But this completely broke the line of thought. Since there can be no talk of an independent ideology formulated by the working masses themselves in the process of their movement, the only choice is this does not mean, of course, that the workers have no part in creating such an ideology. They take part, however, not as workers, but as socialist theoreticians, as Proudhons and Whitelings. In other words, they take part only when they are able, and to the extent that they are able, more or less, to acquire the knowledge of their age and develop that knowledge. But in order that working men may succeed in this more often, every effort must be made to raise the level of the consciousness of the workers in general. It is necessary that the workers do not confine themselves to the artificially restricted limits of literature for workers, but that they learn to an increasing degree to master general literature. It would be even truer to say, are not confined, instead of do not confine themselves, because the workers themselves wish to read and do read all that is written for the intelligentsia, and only a few, bad, intellectuals believe that it is enough, for workers, to be told a few things about factory conditions and to have repeated to them over and over again what has long been known. 80. Lenin. The workers by the bourgeoisie. Hence, our task, the task of social democracy, is to combat spontaneity, to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous. Trade union is striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. The sentence employed by the authors of the Economist, letter published in Iskra, number 12, that the efforts of the most inspired ideologists fail to divert the working class movement from the path that is determined by the interaction of the material elements and the material environment is therefore tantamount to renouncing socialism. If these authors were capable of fearlessly, consistently, and thoroughly considering what they say, as everyone who enters the arena of literary and public activity should be, there would be nothing left for them but to fold their useless arms over their empty breasts and surrender the field of action to the Struves and Prokopoviches, who are dragging the working class movement along the line of least resistance, i.e., along the line of bourgeois trade unionism, or to the Zubatovs, who are dragging it along the line of clerical and gendarme ideology. Let us recall the example of Germany. What was the historic service Lassalle rendered to the German working class movement? It was that he diverted that movement from the path of progressionist trade unionism and cooperativism towards which it had been spontaneously moving, with the benign assistance of Schulze-Delitzsch and his like. To fulfill such a task it was necessary to do something quite different from talking of underrating the spontaneous element, of tactics as process, of the interaction between elements and environment, etc. A fierce struggle against spontaneity was necessary, and only after such a struggle, extending over many years, was it possible, for instance, to convert the working population of Berlin from a bulwark of the progressionist party into one of the finest strongholds of social democracy. This struggle is by no means over even today, as might seem to those who learn the history of the German movement from Prokopovich, and its philosophy from Struve. Even now the German working class is, so to speak, split up among a number of ideologies. A section of the workers is organized in Catholic and monarchist trade. What is to be done? 81. Unions. Another section is organized in the Hirschjunker unions, 28 founded by the bourgeois worshippers of English trade unionism. The third is organized in social democratic trade unions. The last named group is immeasurably more numerous than the rest, but the social democratic ideology was able to achieve this superiority, and will be able to maintain it, only in an unswerving struggle against all other ideologies. But why, the reader will ask, does the spontaneous movement, the movement along the line of least resistance, lead to the domination of bourgeois ideology? For the simple reason that bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than socialist ideology, that it is more fully developed, and that it has at its disposal immeasurably more means of dissemination. And the younger the socialist movement in any given country, the more vigorously it must struggle against all attempts to entrench non-socialist ideology, and the more resolutely the workers must be warned against the bad counselors who shout against overrating the conscious element, etc. The authors of the Economist's letter, in unison with Rabbi Diallo, inveigh against the intolerance that is characteristic of the infancy of the movement. To this we reply, yes, our movement is indeed in its infancy, and in order that it may grow up faster, it must become imbued with intolerance against those who retard its growth by their subservience to spontaneity. Nothing is so ridiculous and harmful as pretending that we are old hands, who have long ago experienced all the decisive stages of the struggle. It is often said that the working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism. This is perfectly true in the sense that socialist theory reveals the causes of the misery of the working class more profoundly and more correctly than any other theory, and for that reason the workers are able to assimilate it so easily, provided, however, this theory does not itself yield to spontaneity, provided it subordinates spontaneity to itself. Usually this is taken for granted, but it is precisely this which Rabbi Diallo forgets or distorts. The working class spontaneously gravitates towards socialism. Nevertheless, most widespread, and continuously and diversely revived, Bourdieu's ideology spontaneously imposes itself upon the working class to a still greater degree. Thirdly, the first issue of Rabbi Mysel shows that the term economism, which, of course, we do not propose to 82. V.I. Lenin abandon, since, in one way or another, this designation has already established itself, does not adequately convey the real character of the new trend. Rabbi Mysel does not altogether repudiate the political struggle. The rules for a workers' mutual benefit fund published in its first issue contain a reference to combating the government. Rabbi Mysel believes, however, that politics always obediently follows economics. Rabbi Diallo varies this thesis when it asserts in its program that in Russia more than in any other country, the economic struggle is inseparable from the political struggle. If by politics is meant social democratic politics, then the theses of Rabbi Mysel and Rabbi Diallo are utterly incorrect. The economic struggle of the workers is very often connected, although not inseparably, with bourgeois politics, clerical politics, etc., as we have seen. Rabbi Diallo's theses are correct if by politics is meant trade union politics, viz., the common striving of all workers to secure from the government measures for alleviating the distress to which their condition gives rise, but which do not abolish that condition, i.e., which do not remove the subjection of labor to capital. That striving indeed is common to the English trade unionists, who are hostile to socialism, to the Catholic workers, to the Zubatav workers, 29, etc. There is politics and politics. Thus, we see that Rabbi Mysel does not so much deny the political struggle as it bows to its spontaneity, to its unconsciousness. While fully recognizing the political struggle, better, the political desires and demands of the workers, which arises spontaneously from the working class movement itself, it absolutely refuses independently to work out a specifically social democratic politics corresponding to the general tasks of socialism and to present-day conditions in Russia. Further on we shall show that Rabbi Diallo commits the same error. See the Self-Emancipation Group 30. And Rabbi Diallo. We have dealt at such length with the little-known, and now almost forgotten leading article in the first issue of What is to be done? 83. Rabbi Mysel, because it was the first and most striking expression of that general stream of thought which afterwards emerged into the light of day in innumerable streamlets. V.I. was perfectly right when, in praising the first issue and the leading article of Rabbi Mysel, he said that the article had been written in a sharp and fervent manner, Listek, Rabotnica, No. 9-10, page 49. Every man with convictions who thinks he has something new to say writes, fervently, and in such a way as to make his views stand out in bold relief. Only those who are accustomed to sitting between two stools lack fervor. Only such people are able to praise the fervor of Rabbi Mysel one day and attack the fervent polemics of its opponents the next. We shall not dwell on the separate supplement to Rabbi Mysel. 91. Below we shall have occasion, on various points, to refer to this work, which expresses the ideas of the economists more consistently than any other, but shall briefly mention the Appeal of the Self-Emancipation of the Workers' Group. March 1899, reprinted in the London Nakenen 92 No. 7, July 1899. The authors of the Appeal rightly say that the workers of Russia are only just awake are just beginning to look about them, and are instinctively clutching at the first available means of struggle. Yet they draw from this the same false conclusion as that drawn by Rabbi Mysel, forgetting that the instinctive is the unconscious, the spontaneous, to the aid of which socialists must come, that the first available means of struggle will always be, in modern society, the trade union means of struggle, and the first available ideology the bourgeois, trade union, ideology. Similarly, these authors do not repudiate politics, they merely echo Mr. V. That politics is the superstructure, and therefore, political agitation must be the superstructure to dot the agitation carried on in favor of the economic struggle. It must arise on the basis of this struggle and follow in its wake. As for Rabbkai Diallo, it began its activity with the defense of the economists. It stated a downright untruth in its opening issue, number 1, pages 141 to 42, in claiming that it does not know to which young comrades Axelrod referred, when he warned the economists in his well-known Pam. 84. Lenin pamphlet. Asterisk in the polemic that flared up with Axelrod and the pamphlet was written in 1897, before the appearance of Rabbkai and Weissel, when I thought, rightly, that the original tendency of the St. Petersburg League of Struggle, which I characterized above, was dominant. And this tendency was dominant at least until the middle of 1898. Consequently, Rabbkai Diallo had no right whatever, in its attempt to deny the existence and danger of economism, to refer to a pamphlet that expressed views forced out by economists, views in St. Petersburg in 1897-98. ***** Present tasks and tactics of the Russian Social Democracy. Geneva, 1898. 2 letters to Rabbkai Gazeta, written in 1897. ***CV. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 2, pages 323 to 51. Ed. In defending its first untruth, we do not know to which young comrades Axelrod referred. Rabbkai Diallo added a second, when it wrote in its reply Since the review of the tasks was published, tendencies have arisen, or become more or less clearly defined, among certain Russian Social Democrats, towards economic one-sidedness, which represent a step backwards from the state of our movement as described in the tasks. Page 9. This, in the reply, published in 1900. But the first issue of Rabbkai Diallo, containing the review, appeared in April 1899. Did economism really arise only in 1899? No. The year 1899 saw the first protest of the Russian Social Democrats against economism, the protest against the credo. Economism arose in 1897, as Rabbkai Diallo very well knows, for already in November 1898 V.I. was praising Rabbkai and Weissel, see Listek, Robotnica, No. 9-10. But Rabbkai Diallo not only defended the economists, it itself constantly fell into their fundamental errors. The source of this confusion is to be found in the ambiguity of the interpretation given to the following thesis of the Rabbkai Diallo program. We consider that the most important phenomenon of Russian life, the one that what is to be done? 85. Will mainly determine the tasks, our italics, and the character of the publication activity of the Union, is the mass working class movement, Rabbkai Diallo's italics, which has arisen in recent years. That the mass movement is a most important phenomenon is a fact not to be disputed. But the crux of the matter is, how is one to understand the statement that the mass working class movement will determine the tasks? It may be interpreted in one of 2 ways. Either it means bowing to the spontaneity of this movement, i.e., reducing the role of social democracy to mere subservience to the working class movement as such, the interpretation of Rabbkai and Weissel, the self-emancipation group, and other economists, or it means that the mass movement places before us new theoretical, political, and organizational tasks, far more complicated than those that might have satisfied us in the period before the rise of the mass movement. Rabbkai Diallo inclined and still inclines towards the first interpretation, for it has said nothing definite about any new tasks, but has argued constantly as though the mass movement relieves us of the necessity of clearly understanding and fulfilling the tasks it sets before us. We need only point out that Rabbkai Diallo considered that it was impossible to set the overthrow of the autocracy as the first task of the mass working class movement, and that it degraded this task, in the name of the mass movement, to that of a struggle for immediate political demands. Reply, page 25. We shall pass over the article by B. Krychevsky, editor of Rabbkai Diallo, entitled The Economic and the Political Struggle in the Russian Movement, published in number 7 of that paper, in which these very mistakes asterisk are repeated, and proceed directly to Rabbkai Diallo, number 10. We shall asterisk the stages theory, or the theory of timid zigzags, in the political struggle is expressed, for example, in this article, in the following way. Political demands, which in their character are common to the whole of Russia, should, however, at first, this was written in August 1900, correspond to the experience gained by the given stratum, of workers in the economic struggle. Only exclamation point. On the basis of this experience can and should political agitation be taken up, etc. Page 11. On page 4, the author, protesting against what he regards as the absolutely unfounded charge of economist heresy, pathetically exclaims, "What social democrat does not know?" 86. V.I. Lenin. not, of course, enter in detail into the various objections raised by Khrushchevsky and Martynov against Zarya and Iskra. We are here interested solely in the basis of principles on which Rabbikai Diallo, in its 10th issue, took its stand. Thus, we shall not examine the strange fact that Rabbikai Diallo saw a diametrical contradiction between the proposition social democracy does not tie its hands, it does not restrict its activities to some one preconceived plan or method of political struggle-**gle. It recognizes all means of struggle, as long as they correspond to the forces at the disposal of the party, etc. Iskra, number 1, asterisk. That according to the theories of Marx and Engels the economic interests of certain classes play a decisive role in history, and consequently, that particularly the proletariat's struggle for its economic interests must be of paramount importance in its class development and struggle for emancipation? R italics. The word consequently is complete ly irrelevant. The fact that economic interests play a decisive role does not in the least imply that the economic, i.e., trade union, struggle is of prime importance, for the most essential, the decisive interests of classes can be satisfied only by radical political changes in general. In particular, the fundamental economic interests of the proletariat can be satisfied only by a political revolution that will replace the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Khrushchevsky repeats the arguments of the VS of Russian social democracy, viz., that politics follows economics, etc., and of the Bernsteinians of German social democracy, e.g., by similar arguments Waltman sought to prove that the workers must first of all acquire economic power before they can think about political revolution. *CV, I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 4, page 371. Ed. V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 5, page 18. Ed. And the proposition. Without a strong organization skilled in waging political struggle under all circumstances and at all times, there can be no question of that systematic plan of action, illumined by firm principles and steadfastly carried out, which alone is worthy of the name of tactics, Iskra, number 4, ***. To confound recognition, in principle, of all means of struggle, of all plans and methods, provided they are expedient, with the demand at a given political moment to be guided by a strictly observed plan is tantamount, if we are to talk of tactics, to confounding the recognition by medical science of various methods of treating diseases with the necessity for adopting a certain definite method of what is to be done. 87. Treatment for a given disease. The point is, however, that Rabbikai Diallo, itself the victim of a disease which we have called bowing to spontaneity, refuses to recognize any method of treatment for that disease. Hence, it has made the remarkable discovery that tactics as planned contradicts the fundamental spirit of Marxism. Number 10, page 18, that tactics are a process of growth of party tasks, which grow together with the party. Page 11, Rabbikai Diallo's italics. This remark has every chance of becoming a celebrated maxim, a permanent monument to the Rabbikai Diallo trend. To the question, Witheful the leading organ replies, movement is a process of changing the distance between the starting point and subsequent points of the movement. This matchless example of profundity is not merely a curios ity, were it that, it would not be worth dealing with at length, but the program of a whole trend, the very program which in this separate supplement, to Rabbikai and Weissel, expressed in the words, that struggle is desirable which is possible, and the struggle which is possible is that which is going on at the given moment. This is precisely the trend of unbounded opportunism, which passively adapts itself to spontaneity. Tactics as planned contradicts the essence of Marxism. But this is a slander of Marxism. It means turning Marxism into the caricature held up by the Narodniks in their struggle against us. It means belittling the initiative and energy of class-conscious fighters, whereas Marxism, on the contrary, gives a gigantic impetus to the initiative and energy of the social democrat, opens up for him the widest perspectives, and if one may so express it, places at his disposal the mighty force of many millions of workers, spontaneously rising for the struggle. The entire history of international social democracy teems with plans advanced now by one, now by another, political leader, some confirming the far-sightedness and the correct political and organizational views of their authors and other revealing their short-sightedness and their political errors. At the time when Germany was at one of the crucial turning points in its history, the formation of the empire, the opening of the Reichstag, and the granting of universal suffrage, Leap Connect had one plan for social democratic politics and work. 88. V.I. Lenin in general, and Schweitzer had another. When the anti-socialist Law 33 came down on the heads of the German socialists, Most and Hasselmann had one plan. They were prepared then and there to call for violence and terror. Hochberg, Schramm, and partly Bernstein had another. They began to preach to the Social Democrats that they themselves had provoked the enactment of the law by being unreasonably bitter and revolutionary, and must now earn forgiveness by their exemplary conduct. There was yet a third plan proposed by those who prepared and carried out the publication of an illegal organ. Point 34. It is easy, of course, with hindsight many years after the struggle over this election asterisk of the path to be followed, and after history. Asterisk when the Bushian critics and economists are degrading social democracy to the level of trade unionism, and when the terrorists are strongly advocating the adoption of tactics as planned. That repeats the old mistakes. At such a time, to confine oneself to profundities of this kind means simply to issue to oneself a certificate of poverty. At a time when many Bushian social democrats suffer from a lack of initiative and energy, from an inadequate scope of political propaganda, agitation, and organization. Asterisk asterisk. From a lack of plans for a broader organization of revolutionary work, at such a time, to declare that tactics as planned contradicts the essence of Marxism means not only to vulgarize Marxism in the realm of theory, but to drag the party backward in practice. Asterisk. Ein Jahr der Verwirrung, a year of confusion, is the title Mering gave to the chapter of his History of German Social Democracy in which he describes the hesitancy and lack of determination displayed at first by the socialists in selecting the tactics as planned for the new situation. Asterisk asterisk leading article in Iskra, number 1. CV, I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 4, p. 369. Ed. Rabbikai Diallo goes on to sermonize. The task of the revolutionary social democrat is only to accelerate objective development by his conscious work, not to obviate it or substitute his own subjective plans for this development. Iskra knows all this in theory, but the enormous importance which Marxism justly attaches to conscious revolutionary work causes it in practice. What is to be done? 89. Owing to its doctrinaire view of tactics, to belittle the significance of the objective or the spontaneous element of development. Page 18. Another example of the extraordinary theoretical confusion worthy of Mr. V. and his fraternity. We would ask our philosopher, how may a designer of subjective plans belittle objective development? Obviously by losing sight of the fact that this objective development creates or strengthens, destroys or weakens certain classes, strata, or groups, certain nations or groups of nations, etc., and in this way serves to determine a given international political alignment of forces, or the position adopted by revolutionary parties, etc. If the designer of plans did that, his guilt would not be that he belittled the spontaneous element, but on the contrary, that he belittled the conscious element, for he would then show that he lacked the consciousness properly to understand objective development. Hence, the very talk of estimating the relative significance, Rabbikai Diallo's italics, of spontaneity and consciousness itself, reveals a complete lack of consciousness. If certain spontaneous elements of development can be grasped at all by human understanding, then an incorrect estimation of them will be tantamount to belittling the conscious element. But if they cannot be grasped, then we do not know them, and therefore cannot speak of them. What then is Krzyzewski discussing? If he thinks that Iskra's subjective plans are erroneous, as he in fact declares them to be, he should have shown what objective facts they ignore, and only then charged Iskra with lacking political consciousness for ignoring them, with belittling the conscious element. To use his own words. If, however, displeased with subjective plans, he can bring forward no argument other than that of belittling the spontaneous element. He merely shows, 1. That, theoretically, he understands Marxism a la Karyev and Mikhailovsky, who have been sufficiently ridiculed by Beltov, and 2. That, practically, he is quite satisfied with the spontaneous elements of development that have drawn our legal Marxists towards Bernsteinism, and our social democrats towards economism, and that he is full of wrath against those who have determined at all costs to divert Bushian social democracy from the path of spontaneous development. 90. Lenin. Further, there follow things that are positively droll. Just as human beings will reproduce in the old-fashioned way despite all the discoveries of natural science, so the birth of a new social order will come about, in the future too, mainly as a result of elemental outbursts, despite all the discoveries of social science and the increase in the number of conscious fighters. Page 19. Just as our grandfathers in their old-fashioned wisdom used to say, anyone can bring children into the world, so today the modern socialists, a la Narcissus Toporilov 35, say in their wisdom, anyone can participate in the spontaneous birth of a new social order. We too hold that anyone can. All that is required for participation of that kind is to yield to economism when economism reigns and to terrorism when terrorism arises. Thus, in the spring of this year, when it was so important to utter a note of warning against infatuation with terrorism, Rabbikai Diallo stood in amaze. meant confronted by a problem that was new to it. And now, 6 months after, when the problem has become less topical, it presents us at one and the same time with the declaration. We think that it is not and should not be the task of social democracy to counteract the rise of terroristic sentiments. Rabbkai Diallo, number 10, page 23, and with the conference resolution. The conference regards systematic and aggressive terror as being inopportune. 2 Conferences, page 18. How beautifully clear and coherent this is. Not to counteract, but to declare inopportune, and to declare it in such a way that unsystematic and defensive terror does not come within the scope of the resolution. It must be admitted that such a resolution is extremely safe and is fully insured against error, just as a man who talks, but says nothing, insures himself against error. All that is needed to frame such a resolution is an ability to keep at the tail end of the movement. When Iskra ridiculed Rabbkai Diallo for declaring the question of terror to be new, the latter angrily accused Iskra of having the incredible effrontery to impose upon the party organization solutions of tactical questions proposed by a group of emigrant writers more than 15 years ago. Page 24. CV, I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 5, pages 18 to 20. Ed. What is to be done? 91. Effrontery indeed, and what an overestimation of the conscious element, first to resolve questions theoretically beforehand, and then to try to convince the organization, the party, and the masses of the correctness of this solution. How much better it would be to repeat the elements and, without imposing anything upon anybody, swing with every turn, whether in the direction of economism or in the direction of terrorism. Rabbkai Diallo even generalizes this great precept of worldly wisdom and accuses Iskra and Zaria of setting up their program against the movement, like a spirit hovering over the formless chaos. Page 29. But what else is the function of social democracy if not to be a spirit that not only hovers over the spontaneous movement, but also raises this movement to the level of its program? Surely it is not its function to drag at the tail of the movement. At best, this would be of no service to the movement. At worst, it would be exceedingly harmful. Rabbkai Diallo, however, not only follows this tactics as process, but elevates it to a principle, so that it would be more correct to describe its tendency not as opportunism, but as tailism, from the word tail. And it must be admitted that those who are determined always to follow behind the movement and be its tail are absolutely and forever guaranteed against belittling the spontaneous element of development. Nor must it be forgotten that in solving, theoretically, the problem of terror, the emancipation of labor group generalized the experience of the antecedent revolutionary movement. And so, we have become convinced that the fundamental error committed by the new trend in Russian social democracy is its bowing to spontaneity, and its failure to understand that the spontaneity of the masses demands a high degree of consciousness from us social democrats. The greater the spontaneous upsurge of the masses and the more widespread the movement, the more rapid, incomparably so, the demand for greater consciousness in the theoretical, political, and organizational work of social democracy. 92. Lenin. The spontaneous upsurge of the masses in Russia proceed, and continues, with such rapidity that the young social democrats proved unprepared to meet these gigantic tasks. This unpreparedness is our common misfortune, the misfortune of all Russian social democrats. The upsurge of the masses proceeded and spread with uninterrupted continuity. It not only continued in the places where it began, but spread to new localities and to new strata of the population. Under the influence of the working class movement, there was a renewed ferment among the student youth, among the intellectuals generally, and even among the peasantry. Revolutionaries, however, lagged behind this upsurge, both in their theories and in their activity. They failed to establish a constant and continuous organization capable of leading the whole movement. In Chapter 1, we established that Rabbkai Diallo belittled our theoretical tasks and that it, spontaneously, repeated the fashionable catchword, freedom of criticism. Those who repeated this catchword lacked the consciousness to understand that the positions of the opportunists, critics, and those of the revolutionaries in Germany and in Russia are diametrically opposed. In the following chapters, we shall show how this bowing to spontaneity found expression in the sphere of the political tasks and in the organizational work of social democracy. Trade unionist politics and social democratic politics. We shall again begin by praising Rabbkai Diallo. Literature of Exposure and the Proletarian Struggle is the title Martinov gave the article on his differences with Iskra published in Rabbkai Diallo, number 10. He formulated the substance of the differences as follows. We cannot confine ourselves solely to exposing the system that stands in the working class party's path of development. We must also react to the immediate and current interests of the proletariat. Iskra is in fact an organ of revolution. What is to be done? 93. Tyenary opposition that exposes the state of affairs in our country, particularly the political state of affairs. We, however, work and shall continue to work for the cause of the working class in close organic contact with the proletarian struggle. Page 63. One cannot help being grateful to Martinov for this formula. It is of outstanding general interest, because substantially it embraces not only our disagreements with Rabakai Diallo, but the general disagreement between ourselves and the economists. On the political struggle, we have shown that the economists do not altogether repudiate politics, but that they are constantly straying from the social democratic to the trade unionist conception of politics. Martinov strays in precisely this way, and we shall therefore take his views as a model of economist error on this question, as we shall endeavor to prove either the authors of the separate supplement to Rubokea M. Weissel nor the authors of the manifesto issued by the Self-Emancipation Group, nor the authors of the Economist letter published in Iskra, number 12, will have any right to complain against this choice. A. Political agitation and its restriction by the economists. Everyone knows that the economic struggle of the Russian workers underwent widespread development and consolidation simultaneously with the production of literature, exposing economic, factory and occupational conditions. The leaflets were devoted mainly to the exposure of the factory system, and very soon a veritable passion for exposures was roused among the workers. As soon as the workers realized that the social democratic study circles desired to, and could, supply them with a new kind of leaflet that told the whole truth about their miserable to avoid misunderstanding, we must point out that here, and throughout this pamphlet, by economic struggle, we imply, in keeping with the accepted usage among us, the practical economic struggle, which Engels, in the passage quoted above, described as resistance to the capitalists, and which in free countries is known as the organized labor, syndical, or trade union struggle. 94. Lenin. Existence, about their unbearably hard toil, and their lack of rights, they began to send in, actually flood us with, correspondence from the factories and workshops. This exposure literature created a tremendous sensation, not only in the particular factory exposed in the given leaflet, but in all the factories to which news of the revealed facts spread. And since the poverty and want among the workers in the various enterprises and in the various trades are much the same, the truth about the life of the workers stirred everyone. Even among the most backward workers, a veritable passion arose to get into print. A noble passion for this rudimentary form of war against the whole of the present social system, which is based upon robbery and oppression. And in the overwhelming majority of cases these leaflets were in truth a declaration of war, because the exposures served greatly to agitate the workers. They evoked among them common demands for the removal of the most glaring outrages and roused in them a readiness to support the demands with strikes. Finally, the employers themselves were compelled to recognize the significance of these leaflets as a declaration of war, so much so that in a large number of cases they did not even wait for the outbreak of hostilities. As is always the case, the mere publication of these exposures made them effective, and they acquired the significance of a strong moral influence. On more than one occasion, the mere appearance of a leaflet proved sufficient to secure the satisfaction of all or part of the demands put forward. In a word, economic, factory exposures were and remain an important lever in the economic struggle. And they will continue to retain this significance as long as there is capitalism, which makes it necessary for the workers to defend themselves. Even in the most advanced countries of Europe it can still be seen that the exposure of abuses in some backward trade, or in some forgotten branch of domestic industry, serves as a starting point for the awakening of class consciousness, for the beginning of a trade union struggle, and for the spread of socialism. ****. In the present chapter we deal only with the political struggle, in its broader or narrower meaning. Therefore, we note only in pass ing, merely as a curiosity, Rabakai Diallo's charge that Iskra is what is to be done. 95. The overwhelming majority of Russian social democrats have of late been almost entirely absorbed by this work of organizing the exposure of factory conditions. Suffice it to recall Rabakai M. Weissel to see the extent to which they have been absorbed by it, so much so, indeed, that they have lost sight of the fact that this, taken by itself, is in essence still not social democratic work, but merely trade union work. As a matter of fact, the exposures merely dealt with the relations between the workers in a given trade and their employers, and all they achieved was that the sellers of labor power learned to sell their commodity on better terms and to fight the purchasers over a purely commercial deal. These exposures could have served, if properly utilized by an organization of revolutionaries, as a beginning and a component part of social democratic active ity, but they could also have led, and given a worshipful attitude towards spontaneity, were bound to lead to a purely trade union struggle and to a non-social democratic working class movement. Social democracy leads the struggle of the working class, not only for better terms for the sale of labor power, but for the abolition of the social system that compels the propertyless to sell themselves to the rich. Social democracy represents the working class, not in its relation to a given group of employers alone, but in its relation to all classes of modern society and to the state as an organized political force. Hence, it follows that not only must social democrats not confine themselves exclusively to the economic struggle, but that they must not allow the organization of economic exposures to become the predominant part of their activities. We must take up 2. Restrained, in regard to the economic struggle, 2 Conferences, page 27, rehashed by Martinov in his pamphlet, Social Democracy and the Working Class. If the accusers computed by the hundredweights or reams, as they are so fond of doing, any given year's discussion of the economic struggle in the industrial section of Iskra, in comparison with the corresponding sections of Rabakai Dialo and Rabakai Mysel combined, they would easily see that the latter lag behind even in this respect. Apparently, the realization of this simple truth compels them to resort to arguments that clearly reveal their confusion. Iskra, they write, willy-nilly, is compelled, to reckon with the imperative demands of life and to publish at least correspondence about the working class movement. 2 Conferences, page 27. Now this is really a crushing argument. 96. Lenin. Actively the political education of the working class and the development of its political consciousness. Now that Zaria and Iskra have made the first attack upon economism, all are agreed on this, although some agree only in words, as we shall soon see. The question arises, what should political education consist in? Can it be confined to the propaganda of working class hostility to the autocracy? Of course not. It is not enough to explain to the workers that they are politically oppressed, any more than it is to explain to them that their interests are antagonistic to the interests of the employers. Agitation must be conducted with regard to every concrete example of this oppression, as we have begun to carry on agitation round concrete examples of economic oppression. Inasmuch as this oppression affects the most diverse classes of society, inasmuch as it manifests itself in the most varied spheres of life and activity, vocational, civic, personal, family, religious, scientific, etc., etc., is it not evident that we shall not be fulfilling our task of developing the political consciousness of the workers if we do not undertake the organization of the political exposure of the autocracy in all its aspects? In order to carry on agitation round concrete instances of oppression, these instances must be exposed, as it is necessary to expose factory abuses in order to carry on economic agitation. One might think this to be clear enough. It turns out, however, that it is only in words that all are agreed on the need to develop political consciousness, in all its aspects. It turns out that Rabakai Dialo, for example, far from tackling the task of organizing, or making a start in organizing, comprehensive political exposure, is even trying to drag Iskra, which has undertaken this task, away from it. Listen to the following. The political struggle of the working class is merely, it is certainly not merely, the most developed, wide, and effective form of economic struggle. Program of Rabakai Dialo, published in issue number 1, page 3. The Social Democrats are now confronted with the task of lending the economic struggle itself, as far as possible, a political character. Martinov, Rabakai Dialo, number 10, page 42. The economic struggle is the most widely applicable means of drawing the masses into active political struggle. Resolution. What is to be done? 97. Adopted by the Conference of the Union Abroad and amendments thereto, 2 Conferences, pages 11 and 17. As the reader will observe, all these theses permeate Rabakai Dialo from its very first number to the latest. Instructions to the editors. And all of them evidently express a single view regarding political agitation and struggle. Let us examine this view from the standpoint of the opinion prevailing among all economists, that political agitation must follow economic agitation. Is it true that, in general, the economic struggle is the most widely applicable means of drawing the masses into the political struggle? It is entirely untrue. Any and every manifestation of police tyranny and autocratic outrage, not only in connection with the economic struggle, is not one whit less widely applicable as a means of drawing in the masses. The rural superintendents 36 and the flogging of peasants, the corruption of the officials and the police treat meant of the common people, in the cities, the fight against the famine-stricken and the suppression of the popular strive towards enlightenment and knowledge, the extortion of taxes and the persecution of the religious sects, the humiliate treatment of soldiers and the baroque methods in the treatment of the students and liberal intellectuals, do all these and 1,000 other similar manifestations of tyranny, though not directly connected with the economic struggle, represent, in general, less widely applicable means and occasions for political agitation and for drawing the masses into the political struggle? The very opposite is true. Of the sum total of cases in which the workers suffer, either on their own account or on account of those closely connected with them, from tyranny, violence, and the lack of rights, we say, in general, because Rabbi Diallo speaks of general principles and of the general tasks of the party as a whole. Undoubtedly, cases occur in practice when politics really must follow economics, but only economists can speak of this in a resolution intended to apply to the whole of Russia. Cases do occur when it is possible, right from the beginning, to carry on political agitation exclusively on an economic basis. Yet Rabbi Diallo came in the end to the conclusion that there is no need for this whatever. 2 Conferences, page 11. In the following chapter, we shall show that the tactics of the politicians and revolutionaries not only do not ignore the trade union tasks of social democracy, but that, on the contrary, they alone can secure their consistent fulfillment. 4 to 182. 98. Lenin. Undoubtedly only a small minority represent cases of police tyranny in the trade union struggle as such. Why then should we, beforehand, restrict the scope of political agitation by declaring only one of the means to be the most widely applicable, when Social Democrats must have, in addition, other, generally speaking, no less widely applicable means? In the dim and distant past, a full year ago, Rabbi Diallo wrote, "The masses begin to understand immediate political demands after one strike, or at all events, after several. As soon as the government sets the police and gendarmerie against them." August, number 7, 1900, page 15. This opportunist theory of stages has now been rejected by the Union abroad, which makes a concession to us by declaring, "There is no need whatever to conduct political agitation right from the beginning, exclusively on an economic basis." 2 Conferences, page 11. The Union's repudiation of part of its former errors will show the future historian of Russian social democracy better than any number of lengthy arguments the depths to which our economists have degraded socialism. But the Union abroad must be very naive indeed to imagine that the abandonment of one form of restricting politics will induce us to agree to another form. Would it not be more logical to say, in this case too, that the economic struggle should be conducted on the widest possible basis? That it should always be utilized for political agitation, but that there is no need whatever to regard the economic struggle as the most widely applicable means of drawing the masses into active political struggle? The Union abroad attaches significance to the fact that it has substituted the phrase "most widely applicable means" for the phrase "the best means," contained in one of the resolutions of the 4th Congress of the Jewish Workers' Union, Bund, point 37. We confess that we find it difficult to say which of these resolutions is the better one. In our opinion, they are both worse. Both the Union abroad and the Bund fall into the error, partly, perhaps, unconsciously, under the influence of tradition, of giving an economist, trade unionist interpretation to politics. Whether this is done by employing the word best, or the words most widely applicable, makes no essential difference whatever. Had the Union abroad said, "What is to be done?" 99. That political agitation on an economic basis is the most widely applied, not applicable, means, it would have been right in regard to a certain period in the development of our social democratic movement. It would have been right in regard to the economists and to many, if not the majority, of the practical workers of 1898 to 1901, for these practical economists applied political agitation, to the extent that they applied it at all, almost exclusively on an economic basis. Political agitation on such lines was recognized and, as we have seen, even recommended by Rabbi M. Wiesel and the Self-Emancipation Group. Rabbi Diallo should have strongly condemned the fact that the useful work of economic agitation was accompanied by the harmful restriction of the political struggle. Instead, it declares the means most widely applied by the economists to be the most widely applicable. It is not surprising that when we call these people economists, they can do nothing but pile every manner of abuse upon us. Call us mystifiers, disruptors, papal nuncios, and slanderers, go co oh, those evil, slanderous politicians. They must have deliberately invented this economism, out of sheer hatred of mankind, in order mortal a to offend other people. These are the precise expressions used in 2 Conferences, pages 31, 32, 28, and 30. 2 Conferences, page 32. What concrete, real meaning attaches to Martinov's words when he sets before social democracy the task of lending the economic struggle itself a political character? The economic struggle is the collective struggle of the workers against their employers for better terms in the sale of their labor power, for better living and working conditions. This struggle is necessarily a trade union struggle, because work-ing conditions differ greatly in different trades, and consequently, the struggle to improve them can only be conducted on the basis of trade organizations, in the Western countries, through trade unions, in Russia, through temporary trade associations and through leaflets, etc. Lending the eco. 4 asterisk. 100. V.I. Lenin. Nomic struggle itself a political character. Means, therefore, striving to secure satisfaction of these trade demands, the improvement of working conditions in each separate trade by means of legislative and administrative measures. As Marty Nov puts it on the ensuing page of his article, page 43. This is precisely what all workers' trade unions do and always have dope. Read the works of the soundly scientific and soundly opportunist Mr. and Mrs. Webb, and you will see that the British trade unions long ago recognized, and have long been carrying out, the task of lending the economic struggle itself a political character. They have long been fighting for the right to strike, for the removal of all legal hindrances to the cooperative and trade union movements, for laws to protect women and children, for the improvement of labor conditions by means of health and factory legislation, etc. Thus, the pompous phrase about lending the economic struggle itself a political character, which sounds so terrifically profound and revolutionary, serves as a screen to conceal what is in fact the traditional striving to degrade social democratic politics to the level of trade union politics, under the guise of rectifying the one-sidedness of Iskra, which, it is alleged, places the revolutionizing of dogma higher than the revolutionizing of life. We are presented with the struggle for economic reforms as if it were something entirely new. In point of fact, the phrase, lending the economic struggle itself a political character, means nothing more than the struggle for economic reforms. Martinov himself might have come to this simple conclusion, had he pondered over the significance of his own words. Our party, he says, training his heaviest guns on Iskra, could and should have presented concrete demands to the government for legislative and administrative measures against economic exploitation, unemployment, famine, etc. Rabbikai Dialogue, number 10, pages 42 to 43. Concrete demands for measures. Does not this mean demands for social reforms? Rabbikai Dialogue, number 10, page 60. This is the Martinov variation of the application, which we have characterized above, of the thesis. Every step of real movement is more important than a dozen programs to the present chaotic state of our movement. In fact, this is merely a translation into Russian of the notorious Bernsteinian sentence. The movement is everything, the final aim is nothing. What is to be done? 101. Again we ask the impartial reader, are we slandering the Rabbikai Dialogites? May I be forgiven for this awkward, currently used designation, by calling them concealed Bernsteinians when, as their point of disagreement with Iskra, they advanced their thesis on the necessity of struggling for economic reforms? Revolutionary social democracy has always included the struggle for reforms as part of its activities. But it utilizes economic agitation for the purpose of presenting to the government not only demands for all sorts of measures, but also, and primarily, the demand that it cease to be an autocratic government. Moreover, it considers it its duty to present this demand to the government on the basis, not of the economic struggle alone, but of all manifestations in general of public and political life. In a word, it subordinates the struggle for reforms, as the part to the whole, to the revolutionary struggle for freedom and for socialism. Martinov, however, resuscitates the theory of stages in a new form and strives to prescribe, as it were, an exclusively economic path of development for the political struggle. By advancing at this moment, when the revolutionary movement is on the upgrade, an alleged special task of struggling for reforms, he is dragging the party backwards and is playing into the hands of both economist and liberal opportunism. To proceed, shamefacedly hiding the struggle for reforms behind the pompous thesis of lending the economic struggle itself a political character, Martinov advanced, as if it were a special point, exclusively economic, indeed, exclusively factory, reforms. As to the reason for his doing that, we do not know it. Carelessness, perhaps? Yet if he had in mind something else besides factory reforms, then the whole of his thesis, which we have cited, loses all sense. Perhaps he did it because he considers it possible and probable that the government will make concessions only in the economic sphere, if so, then it is a strange delusion. Concessions are also possible and are made in the sphere of legislation p. 43. Of course, when we advise the workers to present certain economic demands to the government, we do so because in the economic sphere the autocratic government is, of necessity, prepared to make certain concessions. 102. V.I. Lenin. Concerning flogging, passports, land redemption payments, religious sects, the censorship, etc., etc. Economic concessions, or pseudo-concessions, are, of course, the cheapest and most advantageous from the government's point of view, because by these means it hopes to win the confidence of the working masses. For this very reason, we Social Democrats must not under any circumstances or in any way whatever create grounds for the belief, or the misunderstanding, that we attach greater value to economic reforms, or that we regard them as being particularly important, etc. Such demands, writes Martinov, speaking of the concrete demands for legislative and administrative measures referred to above, would not be merely a hollow sound because, promising certain palpable results, they might be actively supported by the working masses. We are not economists, oh no! We only cringe as slavishly before the palpableness of concrete results as do the Bernsteins, the Prokopoviches, the Struves, the Arems, and tutti quanti we only wish to make it understood, together with Narcissus Toporilov, that all which does not promise palpable results is merely a hollow sound. We are only trying to argue as if the working masses were incapable, and had not already proved their capabilities, notwithstanding those who ascribe their own philistinism to them, of actively supporting every protest against the autocracy, even if it promises absolutely no palpable results whatever. Let us take, for example, the very measures for the relief of unemployment and the famine that Martinov himself advances. Rabakai Dilo is engaged, judging by what it has promised, in drawing up and elaborating a program of concrete in the form of bills, demands for legislative and administrative measures, promising palpable results, while Iskra, which constantly places the revolutionizing of dogma higher than the revolutionizing of life, has tried to explain the inseparable connection between unemployment and the whole capitalist system, has given warning that famine is coming, has exposed the police fight against the famine-stricken and the outrageous provisional penal servitude regulations, and Zaria has published a special reprint, in the form of an agitational pamphlet, of a section of its Review of Home Affairs. Deal. What is to be done? 103 ing with the famine, asterisk, but good God! How one-sided were these incorrigibly narrow and orthodox doctrinaires, how deaf to the calls of life itself. Their articles contained, oh horror, not a single, can you imagine it? Not a single, concrete demand, promising palpable results. Per doctrinaires. They ought to be sent to Khrushchevsky and Martinov to be taught that tactics are a process of growth, of that which grows, etc., and that the economic struggle itself should be given a political character. Asterisk CV, I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 5, pages 253 to 74. Ed. Rabakaya M. Weissel, Separate Supplement, page 14. In addition to its immediate revolutionary significance, the economic struggle of the workers against the employers and the government, economic struggle against the government, has also this significance: it constantly brings home to the workers the fact that they have no political rights. Martinov, page 44. We quote this passage, not in order to repeat for the 100th and 1000th time what has been said above, but in order to express particular thanks to Martinov for this excellent new formula. The economic struggle of the workers against the employers and the government. What a pearl! With what inimitable skill and mastery in eliminating all partial disagreements and shades of differences among economists this clear and concise proposition expresses the quintessence of economism, from summon ing the workers to the political struggle, which they carry on in the general interest, for the improvement of the conditions of all the workers. Asterisk. Continuing through the theory of stages, and ending in the resolution of the conference on the most widely applicable, etc. economic struggle against the government, is precisely trade unionist politics, which is still very far from being social democratic politics. C. Political exposures and training. In revolutionary activity. In advancing against Iskra his theory of raising the activity of the working masses, Martinov actually betrayed an urge to belittle that activity, for he declared the very 104. V.I. Lenin. Economic struggle before which all economists grovel to be the preferable, particularly important, and most widely applicable means of rousing this activity and its broadest field. This error is characteristic, precisely in that it is by no means peculiar to Martinov. In reality, it is possible to raise the activity of the working masses only when this activity is not restricted to political agitation on an economic basis. A basic condition for the necessary expansion of political agitation is the organization of comprehensive political exposure. In no way except by means of such exposures can the masses be trained in political consciousness and revolutionary activity. Hence, activity of this kind is one of the most important functions of international social democracy as a whole, for even political freedom does not in any way eliminate exposures, it merely shifts somewhat their sphere of direction. Thus, the German party is especially strengthening its positions and spreading its influence, thanks particularly to the untiring energy with which it is conducting its campaign of political exposure. Working class consciousness cannot be genuine political consciousness unless the workers are trained to respond to all cases of tyranny, oppression, violence, and abuse, no matter what class is affected, unless they are trained, moreover, to respond from a social democratic point of view and no other. The consciousness of the working masses cannot be genuine class consciousness, unless the workers learn, from concrete, and above all from topical, political facts and events to observe every other social class and all the manifestations of its intellectual, ethical, and political life. Unless they learn to apply in practice the materialist analysis and the materialist estimate of all aspects of the life and activity of all classes, strata, and groups of the population. Those who concentrate the attention, observation, and consciousness of the working class exclusively, or even mainly, upon itself alone are not social democrats, for the self-knowledge of the working class is indissolubly bound up not solely with a fully clear theoretical understanding, it would be even truer to say, not so much with the theoretical, as with the practical, understanding of the relationships between all the various classes of modern society, acquired through the experience of political life. For this reason the conception of the economic struggle as the most widely. What is to be done? 105. Applicable means of drawing the masses into the political movement, which our economists preach, is so extremely harmful and reactionary in its practical significance. In order to become a social democrat, the worker must have a clear picture in his mind of the economic nature and the social and political features of the landlord and the priest, the high state official and the peasant, the student and the vagabond. He must know their strong and weak points. He must grasp the meaning of all the catchwords and sophisms by which each class and each stratum camouflages its selfish strivings and its real inner workings. He must understand what interests are reflected by certain institutions and certain laws and how they are reflected. But this clear picture cannot be obtained from any book. It can be obtained only from living examples and from exposures that follow close upon what is going on about us at a given moment, upon what is being discussed. In whispers perhaps, by each one in his own way, upon what finds expression in such and such events, in such and such statistics, in such and such court sentences, etc., etc. These comprehensive political exposures are an essential and fundamental condition for training the masses in revolutionary activity. Why do the Russian workers still manifest little revolutionary activity in response to the brutal treatment of the people by the police, the persecution of religious sects, the flogging of peasants, the outrageous censorship, the torture of soldiers, the persecution of the most innocent cultural undertakings, etc.? Is it because the economic struggle does not stimulate them to this, because such activity does not promise palpable results, because it produces little that is positive? To adopt such an opinion, we repeat, is merely to direct the charge where it does not belong, to blame the working masses for one's own Philistinism, or Bernsteinism. We must blame ourselves, our lagging behind the mass movement, for still being unable to organize sufficiently wide, striking, and rapid exposures of all the shameful outrages. When we do that, and we must and can do it, the most backward worker will understand, or will feel, that the students and religious sects, the peasants and the authors are being abused and outraged by those same dark forces that are oppressing and crushing him at every step of his life. Feeling that he 106. Lenin himself will be filled with an irresistible desire to react, and he will know how to hoot the censors one day, on another day to demonstrate outside the house of a governor who has brutally suppressed a peasant uprising, on still another day to teach a lesson to the gendarmes and surplices who are doing the work of the Holy Inquisition, etc. As yet we have done very little, almost nothing, to bring before the working masses prompt exposures on all possible issues. Many of us as yet do not recognize this as our bounden duty but trail spontaneously in the wake of the drab everyday struggle, in the narrow confines of factory life. Under such circumstances to say that Iskra displays a tendency to minimize the significance of the forward march of the drab everyday struggle in comparison with the propaganda of brilliant and completed ideas. Martinov, Op. Cit., page 61, means to drag the party back, to defend and glorify our unpreparedness and backwardness. As for calling the masses to action, that will come of itself as soon as energetic political agitation, live and striking exposures come into play. To catch some criminal red-handed and immediately to brand him publicly in all places is of itself far more effective than any number of calls. The effect very often is such as will make it impossible to tell exactly who it was that called upon the masses and who suggested this or that plan of demonstration, etc. Calls for action, not in the general, but in the concrete sense of the term, can be made only at the place of action. Only those who themselves go into action, and do so immediately, can sound such calls. Our business as social democratic publicists is to deepen, expand, and intensify political exposures and political agitation. A word in passing about calls to action. The only newspaper which prior to the spring events called upon the workers to intervene actively in a matter that certainly did not promise any palpable results whatever for the workers, i.e., the drafting of the students into the army, was Iskra. Immediately after the publication of the order of January 11th, on drafting the 183 students into the army, Iskra published an article on the matter in its February issue, number 2, and CV. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 414 to 19. Ed. What is to be done? 107. Before any demonstration was begun, forthwith called upon the workers to go to the aid of the students. Called upon the people, openly to take up the government's arrogant challenge. We ask, how is the remarkable fact to be explained that although Martinov talks so much about calls to action, and even suggests calls to action as a special form of activity, he said not a word about this call? After this, was it not sheer Philistinism on Martinov's part to allege that Iskra was one-sided because it did not issue sufficient calls to struggle for demands promising palpable results? Our economists, including Rabakai Diallo, were successful because they adapted themselves to the backward workers. But the social democratic worker, the revolutionary worker, and the number of such workers is growing, will indignantly reject all this talk about struggle for demands promising palpable results, etc., because he will understand that this is only a variation of the old song about adding a kopeck to the ruble. Such a worker will say to his counselors from Rabakaya and Weissel and Rabakai Diallo, "You are busying yourselves in vain, gentlemen, and shirking your proper duties, by meddling with such excessive zeal in a job that we can very well manage ourselves." There is nothing clever in your assertion that the Social Democrats' task is to lend the economic struggle itself a political character. That is only the beginning, it is not the main task of the Social Democrats. For all over the world, including Russia, the police themselves often take the initiative in lending the economic struggle a political character, and the workers themselves learn to understand whom the government supports. The demand to lend the economic struggle itself a political character most strikingly expresses subservience to spontaneity in the sphere of political activity. Very often the economic struggle spontaneously assumes a political character, that is to say, without the intervention of the revolutionary bacilli, the intelligentsia, without the intervention of the class-conscious Social Democrats. The economic struggle of the English workers, for instance, also assumed a political character without any intervention on the part of the socialists. The task of the Social Democrats, however, is not exhausted by political agitation on an economic basis. Their task is to convert trade unionist politics into social democratic political struggle, to utilize the sparks of political consciousness which the economic struggle generates among the workers, for the purpose of 108. Lenin. Economic struggle of the workers against the employers and the government, about which you make as much fuss as if you had discovered a new America, is being waged in all parts of Russia, even the most remote, by the workers themselves who have heard about strikes, but who have heard almost nothing about socialism. The activity you want to stimulate among us workers, by advancing concrete demands that promise palpable results, we are already displaying, and in our everyday, limited trade union work we put forward these concrete demands, very often without any assistance whatever from the intellectuals. But such activity is not enough for us. We are not children to be fed on the thin gruel of economic politics alone. We want to know everything that others know. We want to learn the details of all aspects of political life and to take part actively in every single political event. In order that we may do this, the intellectuals must talk to us less of what we already know *, and tell us. Raising the workers to the level of social democratic political consciousness. The Martinovs, however, instead of raising and stimulating the spontaneously awakening political consciousness of the workers, bow to spontaneity and repeat over and over ad nauseum that the economic struggle impels the workers to realize their own lack of political rights. It is unfortunate, gentlemen, that the spontaneously awakening trade unionist political consciousness does not impel you to an understanding of your social democratic tasks. To prove that this imaginary speech of a worker to an economist is based on fact, we shall refer to two witnesses who undoubtedly have direct knowledge of the working class movement and who are least of all inclined to be partial towards us, doctrinaires, for one witness is an economist, who regards even Rabakai Diallo as a political organ, and the other is a terrorist. The first witness is the author of a remarkably truthful and vivid article entitled The St. Petersburg Working Class Movement and the Practical Tasks of Social Democracy, published in Rabakai Diallo, No. 6. He divides the workers into the following categories: 1. Class-conscious revolutionaries, 2. Intermediate stratum, 3. The remaining masses. The intermediate stratum, he says, is often more interested in questions of political life than in its own immediate economic interests, the connection between which and the general social conditions it has long understood. Rabakaya and Weissel is sharply criticized. It keeps on repeat. The same thing over and over again, things we have long known, read long ago. Again, nothing in the Political Review. pages 30 to 31. But even the third stratum, the younger and more sensitive section of the workers, less corrupted by the tavern and the church, who hardly ever have the opportunity of getting hold of political literature, discuss political events in a rambling way and ponder over the frag. What is to be done? 109. More about what we do not yet know and what we can never learn from our factory and economic experience, namely, political knowledge. You intellectuals can acquire this knowledge, and it is your duty to bring it to us in 100 and 1,000-fold greater measure than you have done up to now, and you must bring it to us, not only in the form of discussions, pamphlets, and articles, which very often, pardon our frankness, are rather dull, but precisely in the form of vivid exposures of what our government and our governing classes are doing at this very moment in all spheres of life. Devote more zeal to carrying out this duty and talk less about raising the activity of the working masses. We are far more active than you think, and we are quite able to support, by open street fighting, even demands that do not promise any palpable results whatever. It is not for you to raise our activity, because activity is precisely the thing you yourselves lack. Bow less in subservience to spontaneity, and think more about raising your own activity, gentlemen. The working class as vanguard, fighter for democracy. We have seen that the conduct of the broadest political agitation, and consequently, of all-sided political exposures, is an absolutely necessary and a paramount task of our activity, if this activity is to be truly social democratic. However, we arrived at this conclusion solely on the grounds of the pressing needs of the working class for political knowledge and political training. But such a presentation of the question is too narrow, for it ignores the general democratic tasks of social democracy, in particular of present-day Russian social democracy. In order to explain the point more concretely, we shall approach the subject from an aspect. Mentary news they get about student riots, etc. The terrorist writes as follows. They read over once or twice the petty details of FAC Tory life in other towns, not their own, and then they read no more. Dull, they find it. To say nothing in a workers' paper about the government is to regard the workers as being little children. The workers are not little children. Svoboda, 33, published by the Revolutionary Socialist Group, pages 69 to 70. 110. V.I. Lenin. That is, nearest to the economist, namely, from the practical aspect. Everyone agrees that it is necessary to develop the political consciousness of the working class. The question is, how that is to be done, and what is required to do it. The economic struggle merely impels the workers to realize the government's attitude towards the working class. Consequently, however much we may try to lend the economic struggle itself a political character, we shall never be able to develop the political consciousness of the workers to the level of social democratic political consciousness, by keeping within the framework of the economic struggle, for that framework is too narrow. The Martinov formula has some value for us, not because it illustrates Martinov's aptitude for confusing things, but because it pointedly expresses the basic error that all the economists commit, namely, their conviction that it is possible to develop the class political consciousness of the workers from within, so to speak, from their economic struggle, i.e., by making this struggle the exclusive, or, at least, the main, starting point, by making it the exclusive, or, at least, the main basis. Such a view is radically wrong. Piqued by our polemics against them, the economists refuse to ponder deeply over the origins of these disagreements, with the result that we simply cannot understand one another. It is as if we spoke in different tongues. Class political consciousness can be brought to the workers only from without, that is, only from outside the economic struggle, from outside the sphere of relations between workers and employers. The sphere from which alone it is possible to obtain this knowledge is the sphere of relationships of all classes and straighter to the state and the government, the sphere of the interrelations between all classes. For that reason, the reply to the question as to what must be done to bring political knowledge to the workers cannot be merely the answer with which, in the majority of cases, the practical workers, especially those inclined towards economism, mostly content themselves, namely, to go among the workers. To bring political knowledge to the workers, the Social Democrats must go among all classes of the population. They must dispatch units of their army in all directions. We deliberately select this blunt formula. We deliberately express ourselves in this sharply simplified manner, not what is to be done. Because we desire to indulge in paradoxes, but in order to impel the economists to a realization of their tasks which they unpardonably ignore, to suggest to them strongly the difference between trade unionist and social democratic politics, which they refuse to understand. We therefore beg the reader not to get wrought up, but to hear us patiently to the end. Let us take the type of social democratic study circle that has become most widespread in the past few years and examine its work. It has contacts with the workers, and rests content with this, issuing leaflets in which abuses in the factories, the government's partiality towards the capitalists, and the tyranny of the police are strongly condemned. At workers' meetings, the discussions never, or rarely ever, go beyond the limits of these subjects. Extremely rare are the lectures and discussions held on the history of the revolutionary movement, on questions of the government's home and foreign policy, on questions of the economic evolution of Russia and of Europe, on the position of the various classes in modern society, etc. As to systematically acquiring and extending contact with other classes of society, no one even dreams of that. In fact, the ideal leader, as the majority of the members of such circles picture him, is something far more in the nature of a trade union secretary than a socialist. Political leader. For the secretary of any, say English, trade union always helps the workers to carry on the economic struggle. He helps them to expose factory abuses, explains the injustice of the laws and of measures that hamper the freedom to strike and to picket, i.e., to warn all and sundry that a strike is proceeding at a certain factory, explains the partiality of arbitration court judges who belong to the bourgeois classes, etc., etc. In a word, every trade union secretary conducts and helps to conduct the economic struggle against the employers and the government. It cannot be too strongly maintained that this is still not social democracy, that the Social Democrats' ideal should not be the trade union secretary, but the tribune of the people, who is able to react to every manifestation of tyranny and oppression, no matter where it appears, no matter what stratum or class of the people it affects, who is able to generalize all these manifestations and produce a single picture of police. H2. V.I. Lenin. Violence and capitalist exploitation, who is able to take advantage of every event, however small, in order to set forth before all his socialist convictions and his democratic demands, in order to clarify for all and everyone the world historic significance of the struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat. Compare, for example, a leader like Robert Knight, the well-known secretary and leader of the Boilermakers Society, one of the most powerful trade unions in England, with Wilhelm Liebknecht, and try to apply to them the contrast that Martinov draws in his controversy with Iskra. You will see, I am running through Martinov's article, that Robert Knight engaged more in calling the masses to certain concrete actions. Martinov, op. cit., page 39, while Wilhelm Liebknecht engaged more in the revolutionary elucidation of the whole of the present system or partial manifestations of it. 38 to 39, that Robert Knight formulated the immediate demands of the proletariat and indicated the means by which they can be achieved. 41. Whereas Wilhelm Liebknecht, while doing this, did not hold back from simultaneously guiding the activities of various opposition strata, dictating a positive program of action for them. 41. That Robert Knight strove, as far as possible, to lend the economic struggle itself a political character. 42. And was excellently able to submit to the government concrete demands promising certain palpable results. 43. Whereas Liebknecht engaged to a much greater degree in one-sided exposures. 40. That Robert Knight attached more significance to the forward march of the drab everyday struggle. 61. Whereas Liebknecht attached more significance to the propaganda of brilliant and completed ideas. 61. That Liebknecht converted the paper he was directing into an organ of revolutionary opposition that exposed the state of affairs in our country, particularly the political state of affairs, insofar as it affected the interests of the most varied strata of the population. 63. Whereas Robert Knight worked for the cause of the working class in close organic connection with the proletarian struggle. 63. If by close and organic connection is meant the subservience to for example, during the Franco-Prussian War, Liebknecht dictated a program of action for the whole of democracy. To an even greater extent, Marx and Engels did this in 1848. What is to be done? 113. Spontaneity, which we examined above, by taking the examples of Khrushchevsky and Martinov, and restricted the sphere of his influence. Convinced, of course, as is Martinov, that by doing so he deepened that influence. 63. In a word, you will see that de facto Martinov reduces social democracy to the level of trade unionism, though he does so, of course, not because he does not desire the good of social democracy, but simply because he is a little too much in a hurry to render Plekhanov more profound, instead of taking the trouble to understand him. Let us return, however, to our thesis. We said that a social democrat, if he really believes it necessary to develop comprehensively the political consciousness of the proletariat, must go among all classes of the population. This gives rise to the questions: how is this to be done? Have we enough forces to do this? Is there a basis for such work among all the other classes? Will this not mean a retreat, or lead to a retreat, from the class point of view? Let us deal with these questions. We must go among all classes of the population, as theoreticians, as propagandists, as agitators, and as organizers. No one doubts that the theoretical work of social democrats should aim at studying all the specific features of the social and political condition of the various classes. But extremely little is done in this direction, as compared with the work that is done in studying the specific features of factory life. In the committees and study circles, one can meet people who are immersed in the study even of some special branch of the metal industry, but one can hardly ever find members of organizations, obliged, as often happens, for some reason or other to give up practical work, who are especially engaged in gathering material on some pressing question of social and political life in our country which could serve as a means for conducting social democratic work among other strata of the population. In dwelling upon the fact that the majority of the present-day leaders of the working class movement lack training, we cannot refrain from mentioning training in this respect also, for it too is bound up with the economist conception of close organic connection with the proletarian struggle. The principal thing, of course, is propaganda and agitation among all strata of the people. The 114. Lenin work of the West European Social Democrat is in this respect facilitated by the public meetings and rallies which all are free to attend, and by the fact that in Parliament he addresses the representatives of all classes. We have neither a parliament nor freedom of assembly. Nevertheless, we are able to arrange meetings of workers who desire to listen to a social democrat. We must also find ways and means of calling meetings of representatives of all social classes that desire to listen to a democrat, for he is no social democrat who forgets in practice that the communists support every revolutionary movement. 39. That we are obliged for that reason to expound and emphasize general democratic tasks before the whole people, without for a moment concealing our socialist convictions. He is no social democrat who forgets in practice his obligation to be ahead of all in raising, accentuat ing, and solving every general democratic question. But everyone agrees with this, the impatient reader will exclaim, and the new instructions adopted by the last conference of the Union abroad for the editorial board of Rabakai Dilo definitely say, all events of social and political life that affect the proletariat either directly as a special class or as the vanguard of all the revolutionary forces in the struggle for freedom should serve as subjects for political propaganda and agitation. 2 conferences, page 17, are italics. Yes, these are very true and very good words, and we would be fully satisfied if Rabakai Dilo understood them, and if it refrained from saying the next breath, things that contradict them. For it is not enough to call ourselves the vanguard, the advanced contingent. We must act in such a way that all the other contingents recognize and are obliged to admit that we are marching in the vanguard. And we ask the reader, are the representatives of the other contingents such fools as to take our word for it when we say that we are the vanguard? Just picture to yourselves the following. A social democrat comes to the contingent of Russian educated radicals or liberal constitutionalists and says, we are the vanguard. The task confronting us now is, as far as possible, to lend the economic struggle itself a political character. The radical, or constitutionalist, if he is at all intelligent, and there are many intelligent men among Russian radicals and constitutional. What is to be done? 115. Ists would only smile at such a speech and would say, to himself, of course, for in the majority of cases he is an experienced diplomat, your vanguard must be made up of simpletons. They do not even understand that it is our task, the task of the progressive representatives of bourgeois democracy to lend the workers' economic struggle itself a political character. Why, we too, like the West European bourgeois, want to draw the workers into politics, but only into trade unionist, not into social democratic politics. Trade unionist politics of the working class is precisely bourgeois politics of the working class, and this vanguard's formulation of its task is the formulation of trade unionist politics. Let them call themselves social democrats to their heart's content. I am not a child to get excited over a label. But they must not fall under the influence of those pernicious orthodox doctrinaires. Let them allow freedom of criticism to those who unconsciously are driving social democracy into trade unionist channels. And the faint smile of our constitutionalist will turn into Homeric laughter when he learns that the social democrats who talk of social democracy as the vanguard, today, when spontaneity almost completely dominates our movement, fear nothing so much as belittling the spontaneous element, as underestimating the significance of the forward movement of the drab everyday struggle, as compared with the propaganda of brilliant and completed ideas, etc., etc. A vanguard, which fears that consciousness will outstrip spontaneity, which fears to put forward a bold plan that would compel general recognition even among those who differ with us. Are they not confusing vanguard with rearguard? Indeed, let us examine the following piece of reasoning by Martinov. On page 40 he says that Iskra is one-sided in its tactics of exposing abuses, that, however much we may spread distrust and hatred of the government, we shall not achieve our aim until we have succeeded in developing sufficient active social energy for its overthrow. This, it may be said parenthetically, is the familiar solicitude for the activation of the masses, with a simultaneous striving to restrict one's own activity. But that is not the main point at the moment. Martinov speaks here, accordingly, of Rev. 116. V.I. Lenin. Illusionary energy, for overthrowing. And what conclusion does he arrive at? Since in ordinary times various social strata inevitably march separately, it is, therefore, clear that we Social Democrats cannot simultaneously guide the activities of various opposition strata. We cannot dictate to them a positive program of action. We cannot point out to them in what manner they should wage a day-to-day struggle for their interests. The liberal strata will themselves take care of the active struggle for their immediate interests, the struggle that will bring them face to face with our political regime. Page 41. Thus, having begun with talk about revolutionary energy, about the active struggle for the overthrow of the autocracy, Martinov immediately turns towards trade union energy and active struggle for immediate interests. It goes without saying that we cannot guide the struggle of the students, liberals, etc. for their immediate interests. But this was not the point at issue most. Were the economist. The point we were discussing was the possible and necessary participation of various social strata in the overthrow of the autocracy. And not only are we able, but it is our bounden duty, to guide these activities of the various opposition strata. If we desire to be the vanguard, not only will our students and liberals, etc., themselves take care of the struggle that brings them face to face with our political regime, the police and the officials of the autocratic government will see to this first and foremost. But if we desire to be front-rank Democrats, we must make it our concern to direct the thoughts of those who are dissatisfied only with conditions at the university, or in the Zemstvo, etc., to the idea that the entire political system is worthless. We must take upon ourselves the task of organizing an all-round political struggle under the leadership of our party in such a manner as to make it possible for all oppositional strata to render their fullest support to the struggle and to our party. We must train our social democratic practical workers to become political leaders, able to guide all the manifestations of this all-round struggle, able at the right time to dictate a positive program of action for the aroused students, the discontented Zemstvo people, 40 the incensed religious sects, the offended elementary school teachers, etc., etc. For that reason, Martinov's what is to be done? 117. Assertion that, with regard to these, we can function merely in the negative role of exposers of abuses, we can only dissipate their hopes in various government commissions, is completely false, our italics. By saying this, Martinov shows that he absolutely fails to understand the role that the revolutionary vanguard must really play. If the reader bears this in mind, he will be clear as to the real meaning of Martinov's concluding remarks. Iskra is the organ of the revolutionary opposition which exposes the state of affairs in our country, particularly the political state of affairs, insofar as it affects the interests of the most varied strata of the population. We, however, work and will continue to work for the cause of the working class in close organic contact with the proletarian struggle. By restricting the sphere of our active influence, we deepen that influence. 63. The true sense of this conclusion is as follows. Iskra desires to elevate the trade unionist politics of the working class to which, through misconception, through lack of training, or through conviction, our practical workers frequently confine themselves to the level of social democratic politics. Rabo Che Diallo, however, desires to degrade social democratic politics to trade unionist politics. Moreover, it assures the world that the two positions are entirely compatible within the common cause. 63. 0. Sancta Simplicitas. To proceed. Have we sufficient forces to direct our propaganda and agitation among all social classes? Most certainly. Our economists, who are frequently inclined to deny this, lose sight of the gigantic progress our movement has made from, approximately, 1894 to 1901. Like real tailenders, they often go on living in the bygone stages of the movement's inception. In the earlier period, indeed, we had astonishingly few forces, and it was perfectly natural and legitimate then to devote ourselves exclusively to activities among the workers and to condemn severely any deviation from this course. The entire task then was to consolidate our position in the working class. At the present time, however, gigantic forces have been attracted to the movement. The best representatives of the younger generation of the educated classes are coming over to us. Everywhere in the provinces there are people, resident there by dint of circumstance, who have taken part in the movement in the past or who desire. 118. V.I. Lenin. To do so now and who are gravitating towards social democracy, whereas in 1894 one could count the social democrats on the fingers of one's hand. A basic political and organizational shortcoming of our movement is our inability to utilize all these forces and give them appropriate work. We shall deal with this more fully in the next chapter. The overwhelming majority of these forces entirely lack the opportunity of going among the workers, so that there are no grounds for fearing that we shall divert forces from their main work. In order to be able to provide the workers with real, comprehensive, and live political knowledge, we must have our own people, social democrats, everywhere, among all social strata, and in all positions from which we can learn the inner springs of our state mechanism. Such people are required, not only for propaganda and agitation, but in a still larger measure for organization. Is there a basis for activity among all classes of the population? Whoever doubts this lags in his consciousness behind the spontaneous awakening of the masses. The work ing class movement has aroused and is continuing to arouse discontent in some, hopes of support for the opposition in others, and in still others the realization that the autocracy is unbearable and must inevitably fall. We would be politicians and social democrats in name only, as all too often happens in reality, if we failed to realize that our task is to utilize every manifestation of discontent, and to gather and turn to the best account every protest, however small. This is quite apart from the fact that the millions of the laboring peasantry, handicraftsmen, petty artisans, etc., would always listen eagerly to the speech of any social democrat who is at all qualified. Indeed, is there a single social class in which there are no individuals, groups, or circles that are discontented with the lack of rights and with tyranny and therefore accessible to the propaganda of social democrats as the spokesman of the most pressing general democratic needs? To those who desire to have a clear idea of what the political agitation of a social democrat among all classes and strata of the population should be like, we would point to political exposures in the broad sense of the word as the principal, but, of course, not the sole, form of this agitation. What is to be done? 119. We must arouse in every section of the population that is at all politically conscious a passion for political exposure. I wrote in my article, Where to Begin? Iskra, May No. 4, 1901, with which I shall deal in greater detail later. We must not be discouraged by the fact that the voice of political exposure is today so feeble, timid, and infrequent. This is not because of a wholesale submission to police despotism, but because those who are able and ready to make exposures have no tribune from which to speak, no eager and encouraging audience. They do not see anywhere among the people that force to which it would be worthwhile directing their complaint against the omnipotent Russian government. We are now in a position to provide a tribune for the nationwide exposure of the Tsarist government, and it is our duty to do this. That tribune must be a social democratic newspaper. Asterisk. Asterisk CV, I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 5, pages 21 to 22. Ed. The ideal audience for political exposure is the working class, which is first and foremost in need of all-round and live political knowledge, and is most capable of converting this knowledge into active struggle, even when that struggle does not promise palpable results. A tribune for nationwide exposures can be only an all-Russia newspaper. Without a political organ, a political movement deserving that name is inconceivable in the Europe of today. In this respect, Russia must undoubtedly be included in present-day Europe. The press long ago became a power in our country, otherwise the government would not spend tens of thousands of rubles to bribe it, and to subsidize the Katkovs and Meshcherskys. And it is no novelty in autocratic Russia for the underground press to break through the wall of censorship and compel the legal and conservative press to speak openly of it. This was the case in the 70s and even in the 50s. How much broader and deeper are now the sections of the people willing to read the illegal underground press, and to learn from it how to live and how to die. To use the expression of a worker who sent a letter to Iskra, No. 7.41, political exposures are as much a declaration of war against the government as economic exposures are a declaration of war against the factory owners. The moral significance of this declaration of war will be all the greater, the wider and more powerful the campaign of exposure will be, and the more numerous and determined the social class that has declared war in order to begin the war. Hence, political. 120. Lenin. Exposures in themselves serve as a powerful instrument for disintegrating the system we oppose, as a means for divert from the enemy his casual or temporary allies, as a means for spreading hostility and distrust among the permanent partners of the autocracy. In our time, only a party that will organize really nationwide exposures can become the vanguard of the revolutionary forces. The word nationwide has a very profound meaning. The overwhelming majority of the non-working class exposers, be it remembered that in order to become the vanguard, we must attract other classes, are sober politicians and level-headed men of affairs. They know perfectly well how dangerous it is to complain, even against a minor official, let alone against the omnipotent Russian government. And they will come to us with their complaints only when they see that these complaints can really have effect, and that we represent a political force. In order to become such a force in the eyes of outsiders, much persistent and stubborn work is required to raise our own consciousness, initiative, and energy. To accomplish this, it is not enough to attach a vanguard, labeled to rearguard theory and practice. But if we have to undertake the organization of a really nationwide exposure of the government, in what way will then the class character of our movement be expressed? The overzealous advocate of close organic contact with the proletarian struggle will ask us, as indeed he does. The reply is manifold. We Social Democrats will organize these nationwide exposures. All questions raised by the agitation will be explained in a consistently social democratic spirit, without any concessions to deliberate or undeliberate distortions of Marxism. The all-round political agitation will be conducted by a party which unites into one inseparable whole: the assault on the government in the name of the entire people, the revolutionary training of the proletariat, and the safeguarding of its political independence, the guidance of the economic struggle of the working class, and the utilization of all its spontaneous conflicts at its exploit. Heirs which rouse and bring into our camp increasing number. Bears of the proletariat. But a most characteristic feature of economism is its failure to understand this connection, this identity of what is to be done. 121. The most pressing need of the proletariat, a comprehensive political education through the medium of political agitation and political exposures, with the need of a general democratic movement. This lack of understanding is expressed, not only in Martinovite phrases, but in the references to a supposedly class point of view identical in meaning with these phrases. Thus, the authors of The Economist, letter in Iskra, number 12, state asterisk. This basic drawback of Iskra, overestimation of ideology, is also the cause of its inconsistency on the question of the attitude of social democracy to the various social classes and tendencies. By theoretical reasoning, not by the growth of party tasks, which grow together with the party, Iskra solved the problem of the immediate transition to the struggle against absolutism. In all probability, it senses the difficulty of such a task for the workers under the present state of affairs, not only senses, but knows full well that this task appears less difficult to the workers than to the economist, intellectuals with their nursemaid concern, for the workers are prepared to fight even for demands which, to use the language of the never-to-be-forgotten Martinov, do not promise palpable results. But lacking the patience to wait until the workers will have gathered sufficient forces for this struggle, Iskra begins to seek allies in the ranks of the liberals and intellectuals. Yes, we have indeed lost all patience, waiting for the blessed time, long promised us by diverse conciliators, when the economists will have stopped charging the work heirs with their own backwardness and justifying their own lack of energy with allegations that the workers lack strength. We ask our economists, what do they mean by the gather of working class strength for the struggle? Is it not evident that this means the political training of the workers, so that all the aspects of our vile autocracy are revealed to them? And is it not clear that precisely for this work we Diamond Suit lack of space has prevented us from replying in detail, in Iskra, to this letter, which is highly characteristic of the economists. We were very glad at its appearance, for the allegations that Iskra did not maintain a consistent class point of view had reached us long before that from various sources, and we were waiting for an appropriate occasion, or for a formulated expression of this fashionable charge, to give our reply. Moreover, it is our habit to reply to attacks, not by defense, but by counter-attack. 122. Lenin. Need allies in the ranks of the liberals and intellectuals, who are prepared to join us in the exposure of the political attack on the Zemstvo officials, on the teachers, on the statisticians, on the students, etc.? Is this surprisingly intricate mechanism really so difficult to understand? Has not P.B. Axelrod constantly repeated since 1897 that the task before the Russian Social Democrats of acquiring adherents and direct and indirect allies among the non-proletarian classes will be solved principally and primarily by the character of the propagandist activities conducted among the proletariat itself? But the Martinovs and the other economists continue to imagine that, by economic struggle against the employers and the government, the workers must first gather strength for trade unionist politics, and then go over, we presume from trade unionist training for active ITY, to social democratic activity. In this quest, continue the economists, Iskra not infrequently departs from the class point of view, obscures class antagonisms, and puts into the forefront the common nature of the discontent with the government, although the causes and the degree of the discontent vary considerably among the allies. Such, for example, is Iskra's attitude towards the Zemstvo. Iskra, it is alleged, promises the nobles that are dissatisfied with the government stops the assistance of the working class, but it does not say a word about the class antagonism that exists between these social strata. If the reader will turn to the article, The Autocracy and the Zemstvo, Iskra, numbers 2 and 4, to which, in all probability, the authors of the letter refer, he will find that they deal with the asterisk in the interval between these articles. There was one, Iskra, number 3, which dealt especially with class antagonisms in the countryside. C.V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 420 to 28. Ed. What is to be done? 123. What the authors of the letter do not agree with here is not clear. Do they think that the workers will not understand the phrases propertied classes and bureaucratic Zemstvo based on the socialist states? Do they think that urging the Zemstvo to abandon mild speeches and to speak firmly is overestimating ideology? Do they imagine the workers can gather strength for the struggle against the autocracy if they know nothing about the attitude of the autocracy towards the Zemstvo as well? All this too remains unknown. One thing alone is clear, and that is that the authors of the letter have a very vague idea of what the political tasks of social democracy are. This is revealed still more clearly by their remark. Such, too, is Isker's attitude towards the student movement, i.e., it also obscures the class antagonisms, instead of calling on the workers to declare by means of public demonstrations that the real breeding place of unbridled violence, disorder, and outrage is not the university or society youth but the Russian government. Iskra, number 2 asterisk. We ought probably to have inserted arguments in the spirit of Rabakaya and Weissel. Such ideas were expressed by Social Democrats in the autumn of 1901, after the events of February, Ruri, and March, on the eve of a fresh upsurge of the student movement, which reveals that even in this sphere the spontaneous protest against the autocracy is outstripping the conscious social democratic leadership of the movement. The spontaneous striving of the workers to defend the students who are being assaulted by the police and the Cossacks surpasses the conscious activity of the social democratic organization. C.V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 414 to 19. Ed. And yet in other articles, continue the authors of the letter, Isker sharply condemns all compromise and defends, for instance, the intolerant conduct of the Gestists. 42. We would advise those who are wont so conceitedly and frivolously to declare that the present disagreements among the Social Democrats are unessential and do not justify a split, to ponder these words. Is it possible for people to work together in the same organization, when some among them contend that we have done extremely little to explain the hostility of the autocracy to the various classes and to inform? 124. V. I. Lenin. The workers of the opposition displayed by the various social strata to the autocracy, while others among them see in this clarification a compromise, evidently a compromise with the theory of economic struggle against the employers and the government. We urged the necessity of carrying the class struggle into the rural districts in connection with the 40th anniversary of the emancipation of the peasantry, issue number 3 asterisk, and spoke of the irreconcilability of the local government bodies and the autocracy in relation to its secret memorandum, number 4. In connection with the new law we attacked the feudal landlords and the government which serves them, number 8 asterisk asterisk, and we welcomed the illegal Zemstvo Congress. We urged the Zemstvo to pass over from abject petitions, number 8 asterisk asterisk asterisk, to struggle. We encouraged the students. We encouraged the protesting statisticians, number 7, and censured the strike-breaking statisticians, number 9. He who sees in these tactics an obscuring of the class consciousness of the proletariat, and a compromise with liberalism reveals. Diamond Suit C.V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 420 to 28. Ed. Asterisk Diamond Suit Ibid, Volume 5, pages 95 to 100. Ed. Diamond Suit asterisk asterisk Ibid, pages 101-02. Ed. Ibid, pages 87 to 88. Ed. What is to be done? 125. His utter failure to understand the true significance of the program of the Credo, and carries out that program de facto, however much he may repudiate it. For high such an approach he drags social democracy towards the economic struggle against the employers and the government, and yields to liberalism, abandons the task of actively intervening in every liberal issue and of determining his own social democratic attitude towards this question. 4. The primitiveness of the economists and the organization of the revolutionaries. C. Organization of workers and organization of revolutionaries. It is only natural to expect that for a social democrat whose conception of the political struggle coincides with the conception of the economic struggle against the employers and the government, the organization of revolutionaries will more or less coincide with the organization of work heirs. This, in fact, is what actually happens, so that when we speak of organization, we literally speak in different tongues. I vividly recall, for example, a conversation I once had with a fairly consistent economist, with whom I had not been previously acquainted. We were discussing the pamphlet, Who Will Bring About the Political Revolution, and were soon of a mind that its principal defect was its ignoring of the question of organization. We had begun to assume full agreement between us, but, As the conversation proceeded, it became evident that we were talking of different things. My interlocutor accused the author of ignoring strike funds, mutual benefit societies, etc., whereas I had in mind an organization of revolutionaries as an essential factor in bringing about the political revolution. As soon as the disagreement became clear, there was hardly, as I remember, a single question of principle upon which I was in agreement with the economist. What was the source of our disagreement? It was the fact that on questions both of organization and of politics the economists are forever lapsing from social democracy. 126. Lenin. Into trade unionism. The political struggle of social democracy is far more extensive and complex than the economic struggle of the workers against the employers and the government. Similarly, indeed for that reason, the organization of the Revolutionary Social Democratic Party must inevitably be of a kind different from the organization of the workers designed for this struggle. The workers' organization must in the first place be a trade union organization, secondly, it must be as broad as possible, and thirdly, it must be as public as conditions will allow. Here, and further on, of course, I refer only to absolutist Russia. On the other hand, the organization of the revolutionaries must consist first and foremost of people who make revolutionary activity their profession, for which reason I speak of the organization of revolutionaries, meaning revolutionary social democrats. In view of this common characteristic of the members of such an organization, all distinctions as between workers and intellectuals, not to speak of distinctions of trade and profession, in both categories, must be effaced. Such an organization must perforce not be very extensive, and must be as secret as possible. Let us examine this threefold distinction. In countries where political liberty exists, the distinction between a trade union and a political organization is clear enough, as is the distinction between trade unions and social democracy. The relations between the latter and the former will naturally vary in each country according to historical, legal, and other conditions. They may be more or less close, complex, etc. In our opinion, they should be as close and as little complicated as possible. But there can be no question in free countries of the organization of trade unions coinciding with the organization of the Social Democratic Party. In Russia, however, the yoke of the autocracy appears at first glance to obliterate all distinctions between the social democratic organization and the workers' associations, since all workers' associations and all study circles are prohibited, and since the principal manifestation and weapon of the workers' economic struggle, the strike, is regarded as a criminal, and sometimes even as a political offense. Conditions in our country, therefore, on the one hand strongly impel the workers engaged in economic. What is to be done? 127. Struggle to concern themselves with political questions, and on the other they impel social democrats to confound trade unionism with social democracy, and our Khrushchevskis, Martinovs, and company, while diligently discussing the first kind of impulsion, fail to notice the second. Indeed, picture to yourselves people who are immersed 99% in the economic struggle against the employers and the government. Some of them will never, during the entire course of their activity, from 4 to 6 months, be impelled to think of the need for a more complex organization of revolutionaries. Others, perhaps, will come across the fairly widely distributed Bernsteinian literature, from which they will become convinced of the profound importance of the forward movement of the drab everyday struggle. Still others will be carried away, perhaps, by the seductive idea of showing the world a new example of close and organic contact with the proletarian struggle. Contact between the trade union and the social democratic movements. Such people may argue that the later a country enters the arena of capitalism and consequently, of the working class movement, the more the socialists in that country may take part in, and support, the trade union movement, and the less the reason for the existence of non-social democratic trade unions. So far the argument is fully correct. Unfortunately, however, some go beyond that and dream of a complete fusion of social democracy with trade unionism. We shall soon see, from the example of the rules of the St. Petersburg League of Struggle, had a harmful effect such dreams have upon our plans of organization. The workers' organizations for the economic struggle should be trade union organizations. Every social democratic worker should as far as possible assist and actively work in these organizations. But while this is true, it is certainly not in our interest to demand that only social democrats should be eligible for membership in the trade unions, since that would only narrow the scope of our influence upon the masses. Let every worker who understands the need to unite for the struggle against the employers and the government join the trade unions. The very aim of the trade unions would be impossible of achievement, if they did not unite all who have attained at least this elementary. 128. Lenin. Degree of understanding, if they were not very broad organizations. The broader these organizations, the broader will be our influence over them, an influence due, not only to the spontaneous development of the economic struggle, but to the direct and conscious effort of the socialist trade union members to influence their comrades. But a broad organization cannot apply methods of strict secrecy, since this demands far greater training than is required for the economic struggle. How is the contradiction between the need for a large membership and the need for strictly secret methods to be reconciled? How are we to make the trade unions as public as possible? Generally speaking, there can be only two ways to this end. Either the trade unions become legalized, in some countries this preceded the legalization of the socialist and political unions, or the organization is kept secret, but so free and amorphous, loose asterisk as the Germans say, that the need for secret methods becomes almost negligible as far as the bulk of the members is concerned. Asterisk lose German, loose.ed. The legalization of non-socialist and non-political labor unions in Russia has begun, and there is no doubt that every advance made by our rapidly growing social democratic working class movement will multiply and encourage attempts at legalization, attempts proceeding for the most part from supporters of the existing order, but partly also from the workers themselves and from liberal intellectuals. The banner of legality has already been hoisted by the Vasilyevs and the Zubotovs. Support has been promised and rendered by the Ozarovs and the Wormses, and followers of the new tendency are now to be found among the workers. Henceforth, we cannot but reckon with this tendency. How we are to reckon with it, on this there can be no two opinions among social democrats. We must steadfastly expose any part played in this movement by the Zubotovs and the Vasilyevs, the gendarmes and the priests, and explain their real intentions to the workers. We must also expose all the conciliatory, harmonious notes that will be heard in the speeches of liberal politicians at legal meetings of the workers, irrespective of whether the speeches are motivated by an earnest conviction of the desirability of peaceful class. What is to be done? 129. Collaboration, by a desire to curry favor with the powers that be, or whether they are simply the result of clumsiness. Lastly, we must warn the workers against the traps often set by the police, who at such open meetings and permit societies spy out the fiery ones, and try to make use of legal organizations to plant their agents provocateurs in the illegal organizations. Doing all this does not at all mean forgetting that in the long run the legalization of the working class movement will be to our advantage, and not to that of the Zubotovs. On the contrary, it is precisely our campaign of exposure that will help us to separate the tares from the wheat. What the tares are, we have already indicated. By the wheat we mean attracting the attention of ever larger numbers, including the most backward sections, of the workers to social and political questions, and freeing ourselves, the revolutionaries, from functions that are essentially legal, the distribution of legal books, mutual aid, etc., the development of which will inevitably provide us with an increasing quantity of material for agitation. In this sense, we may, and should, say to the Zubotovs and the Ozarovs, keep at it, gentlemen, do your best. Whenever you place a trap in the path of the workers, either by way of direct provocation, or by the honest demoralization of the workers with the aid of Struvism. 44. We will see to it that you are exposed. But whenever you take a real step forward, though it be the most timid zigzag, we will say, please continue. And the only step that can be a real step forward is a real, if small, extension of the workers' field of action. Every such extension will be to our advantage, and will help to hasten the advent of legal societies of the kind in which it will not be agents provocateurs who are detecting socialists, but socialists who are gaining adherents. In a word, our task is to fight the tares. It is not our business to grow wheat in flower pots. By pulling up the tares, we clear the soil for the wheat. And while the Afanasy Ivanoviches and Pulcheria Ivanovnas 45 are tending their flower pot crops, we must prepare the reapers, not only to cut down the tares of today, but to reap the wheat of tomorrow. Asterisk. Diamond Sudiskra's campaign against the tares evoked the following angry outburst from Rabakai Diallo. For Iskra, the signs of the times lie. 5 to 182. 130. Lenin. Thus, we cannot by means of legalization solve the problem of creating a trade union organization that will be as little secret and as extensive as possible, but we should be extremely glad if the Zubotovs and the Ozarovs disclose to us even a partial opportunity for such a solution. To this end, however, we must strenuously combat them. There remain secret trade union organizations, and we must give all possible assistance to the workers who, as we definitely know, are adopting this course. Trade union organizations not only can be of tremendous value in developing and consolidating the economic struggle, but can also become a very important auxiliary to political agitation and revolutionary organization. In order to achieve this purpose, and in order to guide the nascent trade union movement in the channels desired by social democracy, we must first understand clearly the absurdity of the plan of organization the St. Petersburg economists have been nursing for nearly 5 years. That plan is set forth in the Rules for a Workers' Mutual Benefit Fund of July 1897 Listic, Robotnica. Number 9 to 10, page 46, taken from Rabakaya M. Weissel, number 1, as well as in the Rules for a Trade Union Workers' Organization of Otto Br 1900, special leaflet printed in St. Petersburg and referred to in Iskra, number 1. Both these sets of rules have one main shortcoming. They set up the broad workers' organization in a rigidly specified structure and confound it with the organization of revolutionaries. Let us take the last mentioned set of rules, since it is drawn up in greater detail. The body consists of 52 paragraphs. 23 deal with the structure, the method of functioning, and the competence of the workers' circles, which are to be organized in every factory, a maximum of 10 persons, and which elect central factory groups. The central. Not so much in the great events of the spring, as in the miserable attempts of the agents of Zubetov to legalize the working class movement. It fails to see that these facts tell against it, for they testify that the working class movement has assumed menacing proportions in the eyes of the government. 2 Conferences, page 27. For all this we have to blame the dogmatism of the orthodox who turn a deaf ear to the imperative demands of life. They obstinately refuse to see the yard-high wheat and are combating inch-high tares. Does this not reveal a distorted sense of perspective in regard to the Russian working class movement? Ibid, page 27. What is to be done? 131. Group, says section 2, observes all that goes on in its factory or workshop and keeps a record of events. The central group presents to subscribers a monthly financial account. Section 17, etc. 10 paragraphs are devoted to the district organization, and 19 to the highly complex interconnection between the Committee of the Workers' Organization and the Committee of the St. Petersburg League of Struggle, elected representatives of each district, and of the executive groups. Groups of propagandists, groups for maintaining contact with the provinces and with the organization abroad, groups for managing stores, publications, and funds. Social democracy equals executive groups, in relation to the economic struggle of the workers. It would be difficult to show more glaringly how the economists' ideas deviate from social democracy to trade unionism, and how alien to them is any idea that a social democrat must concern himself first and foremost with an organization of revolutionaries capable of guiding the entire proletarian struggle for emancipation. To talk of the political emancipation of the working class, and of the struggle against czarist despotism, and at the same time to draft rules like these, means to have no idea whatsoever of the real political tasks of social democracy. Not one of the 50 or so paragraphs reveals even a glimmer of understanding that it is necessary to conduct the widest possible political agitation among the masses, an agitation highlighting every aspect of Russian absolutism and the specific features of the various social classes in Russia. Rules like these are of no use even for the achievement of trade union, let alone political, aims, since trade unions are organized by trades, of which no mention is made. But most characteristic, perhaps, is the amazing top-heaviness of the whole system, which attempts to bind each single factory and its committee by a permanent string of uniform and ludicrously petty rules and a 3-stage system of election. Hemmed in by the narrow outlook of economism, the mind is lost in details that positively reek of red tape and bureaucracy. In practice, of course, 3/4 of the clauses are never applied. On the other hand, a secret organization of this kind, with its central 132 v.i. Lenin group in each factory, makes it very easy for the gendarmes to carry out raids on a vast scale. The Polish comrades have passed through a similar phase in their movement, with everybody enthusiastic about the extensive organization of workers' benefit funds, but they very quickly abandoned this idea when they saw that such organizations only provided rich harvests for the gendarmes. If we have in mind broad workers' organizations, and not widespread arrests, if we do not want to provide satisfaction to the gendarmes, we must see to it that these organizations remain without any rigid formal structure. But will they be able to function in that case? Let us see what the functions are. To observe all that goes on in the factory and keep a record of events. Section 2 of the rules. Do we really require a formally established group for this purpose? Could not the purpose be better served by correspondence conducted in the illegal papers without the setting up of special groups? To lead the struggles of the workers for the improvement of their workshop conditions. Section 3. This, too, requires no set organizational form. Any sensible agitator can in the course of ordinary conversation gather what the demands of the workers are and transmit them to a narrow, not a broad, organization of revolutionaries for expression in a leaflet. To organize a fund, to which subscriptions of 2 kopecks per ruble asterisk should be made. Section 9, and then to present to subscribers a monthly financial account. Section 17. To expel members who fail to pay their contributions. Section 10, and so forth. Why, this is a very paradise for the police, for nothing would be easier for them than to penetrate into such a secrecy of a central factory fund, confiscate the money, and arrest the best people. Would it not be simpler to issue 1 kopeck or 2 kopeck coupons bearing the official stamp of a well-known, very narrow and very secret organization, or to make collections without coupons of any kind and to print reports in a certain agreed code in an illegal paper? The object would thereby be attained, but it would be 100 times more difficult for the gendarmes to pick up clues. I could go on analyzing the rules, but I think that what diamond suit of wages earned. Tr. What is to be done? 133. Has been said will suffice. A small, compact corps of the most reliable, experienced, and hardened workers, with responsible representatives in the principal districts and connected by all the rules of strict secrecy with the organization of revolutionaries, can, with the widest support of the masses and without any formal organization, perform all the functions of a trade union organization, in a manner, moreover, desirable to social democracy. Only in this way can we secure the consolidation and development of a social democratic trade union movement, despite all the gendarmes. It may be objected that an organization which is so loose that it is not even definitely formed, and which has not even an enrolled and registered membership, cannot be called an organization at all. Perhaps so. Not the name is important. What is important is that this organization without members shall do everything that is required, and from the very outset ensure a solid connection between our future trade unions and socialism. Only an incorrigible utopian would have a broad organization of workers, with elections, reports, universal suffrage, etc., under the autocracy. The moral to be drawn from this is simple. If we begin with the solid foundation of a strong organization of revolutionaries, we can ensure the stability of the movement as a whole and carry out the aims both of social democracy and of trade unions proper. If, however, we begin with a broad workers' organization, which is supposedly most accessible to the masses, but which is actually most accessible to the gendarmes and makes revolutionaries most accessible to the police, we shall achieve either the one aim nor the other. We shall not eliminate our rule of thumb methods, and because we remain scattered and our forces are constantly broken up by the police, we shall only make trade unions of the Zubitov and Ozerov type the more accessible to the masses. What, properly speaking, should be the functions of the organization of revolutionaries? We shall deal with this question in detail. First, however, let us examine a very typical argument advanced by our terrorist, whose sad fate, in this matter also is a next-door neighbor to the economist. Svoboda, a journal published for workers, contains in 134. V.I. Lenin. Its first issue an article entitled Organization, the author of which tries to defend his friends, the economist workers of Ivanovo-Voznesensk. He writes, "It is bad when the masses are mute and unenlightened, when the movement does not come from the rank and file. For instance, the students of a university town leave for their homes during the summer and other holidays, and immediately the workers' movement comes to a standstill. Can a workers' movement which has to be pushed on from outside be a real force? No, indeed. It has not yet learned to walk, it is still in leading strings. So it is in all matters. The students go off, and everything comes to a standstill. The most capable are seized, the cream is skimmed, and the milk turns sour. If the committee is arrested, everything comes to a standstill until a new one can be formed. And one never knows what sort of committee will be set up next. It may be nothing like the former. The first said one thing, the second may say the very opposite. Continuity between yesterday and tomorrow is broken, the experience of the past does not serve as a guide for the future. And all because no roots have been struck in depth in the masses. The work is carried on not by 100 fools, but by a dozen wise men. A dozen wise men can be wiped out at a snap, but when the organization embraces masses, everything proceeds from them, and nobody, however he tries, can wreck the cause." Page 63. The facts are described correctly. The picture of our amateurism is well drawn. But the conclusions are worthy of Rabakaya and Weissel, both as regards their stupidity and their lack of political tact. They represent the height of stupidity, because the author confuses the philosophical and social historical question of the depth, of the roots, of the movement with the technical and organizational question of the best method in combating the gendarmes. They represent the height of political tactlessness, because, instead of appealing from bad leaders to good leaders, the author appeals from the leaders in general to the masses. This is as much an attempt to drag us back organizationally as the idea of substituting excitative terrorism for political agitation drags us back politically. Indeed, I am experiencing a veritable embarras de richesses, and hardly know where to begin to disentangle the jumble offered up by Svoboda. For clarity, let me begin by citing an example. Take the Germans. It will not be denied, I hope, that theirs is a mass organization, that in Germany everything proceeds from the masses, that the working class movement there has learned to walk. Yet observe how these millions value their what is to be done. 135. Dozen, tried political leaders, how firmly they cling to them. Members of the hostile parties in Parliament have often taunted the socialists by exclaiming, "Fine Democrats you are indeed! Yours is a working-class movement only in name. In actual fact the same clique of leaders is always in evidence, the same Babel and the same Liebknecht, year in and year out, and that goes on for decades. Your supposedly elected workers' deputies are more permanent than the officials appointed by the emperor." But the Germans only smile with contempt at these demagogic attempts to set the masses against the leaders, to arouse bad and ambitious instincts in the former, and to rob the movement of its solidity and stability by undermining the confidence of the masses in their dozen wise men. Political thinking is sufficiently developed among the Germans, and they have accumulated sufficient political experience to understand that without the dozen tried and talented leaders, and talented men are not born by the hundreds, professionally trained, schooled by long experience, and working in perfect harmony, no class in modern society can wage a determined struggle. The Germans too have had demagogues in their ranks who have flattered the 100 fools, exalted them above the dozen wise men, extolled the horny hand of the masses, and like Most and Hasselmann, have spurred them on to reckless, revolutionary action and sown distrust towards the firm and steadfast leaders. It was only by stubbornly and relentlessly combating all demagogic elements within the socialist movement that German socialism has managed to grow and become as strong as it is. Our wiseacres, however, at a time when Russian social democracy is passing through a crisis entirely due to the lack of sufficiently trained, developed, and experienced leaders to guide the spontaneously awakening masses, cry out with the profundity of fools. It is a bad business when the movement does not proceed from the rank and file. A committee of students is of no use, it is not stable. Quite true. But the conclusion to be drawn from this is that we must have a committee of professional revolutionaries, and it is immaterial whether a student or a worker is capable of becoming a professional revolutionary. The conclusion you draw, however, is that the working class movement 136. Lenin must not be pushed on from outside. In your political innocence you fail to notice that you are playing into the hands of our economists and fostering our amateurism. Wherein, may I ask, did our students push on our workers? In the sense that the student brought to the worker the fragments of political knowledge he himself possessed, the crumbs of socialist ideas he had managed to acquire, for the principal intellectual diet of the present-day student, legal Marxism, could furnish only the rudiments, only scraps of knowledge. There has never been too much of such pushing on from outside. On the contrary, there has so far been all too little of it in our movement, for we have been stewing too assiduously in our own juice. We have bowed far too slavishly to the elementary economic struggle of the workers against the employers and the government. We revolutionaries must and will make it our business to engage in this kind of pushing on 100 times more forcibly than we have done hitherto. But the very fact that you select so hideous a phrase as pushing on from outside, a phrase which cannot but rouse in the workers, at least in the workers who are as unenlightened as you yourselves, a sense of distrust towards all who bring them political knowledge and revolutionary experience from outside, which cannot but rouse in them an instinctive desire to resist all such people, proves you to be demagogues, and demagogues are the worst enemies of the working class. And please, don't hasten howling about my uncomradely methods of debating. I have not the least desire to doubt the purity of your intentions. As I have said, one may become a demagogue out of sheer political innocence. But I have shown that you have descended to demagogy, and I will never tire of repeating that demagogues are the worst enemies of the working class. The worst enemies, because they arouse base instincts in the masses, because the unenlightened worker is unable to recognize his enemies in men who represent themselves, and sometimes sincerely so, as his friends. The worst enemies, because in the period of disunity and vacillation, when our movement is just beginning to take shape, nothing is easier than to employ demagogic methods to mislead the masses, who can realize their error only later by bitter experience. That is why the what is to be done? 137. Slogan of the day for the Russian Social Democrat must be, resolute struggle against Svoboda and Rabbi Diallo, both of which have sunk to the level of demagogy. We shall deal with this further in greater detail. For the moment let us observe merely that our remarks on pushing on from outside and Svoboda's other disquisitions on organization apply in their entirety to all the economists, including the adherents of Rabbi Diallo, for some of them have actively preached and defended such views on organization, while others among them have drifted into them. A dozen wise men can be more easily wiped out than 100 fools. This wonderful truth, for which the 100 fools will always applaud you, appears obvious only because in the very midst of the argument you have skipped from one question to another. You began by talking and continued to talk of the unearthing of a committee, of the unearthing of an organization, and now you skip to the question of unearthing the movement's roots, in their depths. The fact is, of course, that our movement cannot be unearthed, for the very reason that it has countless thousands of roots deep down among the masses. But that is not the point at issue. As far as deep roots are concerned, we cannot be unearthed, even now, despite all our amateurism, and yet we all complain, and cannot but complain, that the organizations are being unearthed, and as a result it is impossible to maintain continuity in the movement. But since you raise the question of organizations being unearthed and persist in your opinion, I assert that it is far more difficult to unearth a dozen wise men than 100 fools. This position I will defend, no matter how much you instigate the masses against me for my anti-democratic views, etc. As I have stated repeatedly, by wise men, in connection with organization, I mean professional revolutionaries, irrespective of whether they have developed from among students or working men. I assert, 1. That no revolutionary movement can endure without a stable organization of leaders maintaining continuity. 2. That the broader the popular mass drawn spontaneously into the struggle, which forms the basis of the movement and participates in it, the more urgent the need for such an organization, and the more solid this organization must be, for it is much easier for all. 138. Lenin. Sorts of demagogues to sidetrack the more backward sections of the masses. 3. That such an organization must consist chiefly of people professionally engaged in revolutionary activity. 4. That in an autocratic state, the more we confine the membership of such an organization to people who are professionally engaged in revolutionary activity, and who have been professionally trained in the art of combat, i.e. the political police, the more difficult will it be to unearth the organization. And 5. The greater will be the number of people from the working class and from the other social classes who will be able to join the movement and perform active work in it. I invite our economists terrorists to confute these propositions. At the moment, I shall deal only with the last 2 points. The question as to whether it is easier to wipe out a dozen wise men or 100 fools reduces itself to the question, above considered, whether it is possible to have a mass organization when the maintenance of strict secrecy is essential. We can never give a mass organization that degree of secrecy without which there can be no question of persistent and continuous struggle against the government. To concentrate all secret functions in the hands of as small a number of professional revolutionaries as possible does not mean that the latter will do the thinking for all, and that the rank and file will not take an active part in the movement. On the contrary, the membership will promote increasing number bearers of the professional revolutionaries from its ranks, for it will know that it is not enough for a few students and this term is perhaps more applicable to Svoboda than the Vermeer, for in an article entitled The Regeneration of Revolutionism, the publication defends terrorism, while in the article at present under review it defends economism. One might say of Svoboda that it would if it could, but it can't. Its wishes and intentions are of the very best, but the result is utter confusion. This is chiefly due to the fact that, while Svoboda advocates continuity of organization, it refuses to recognize continuity of revolutionary thought and social democratic theory. It wants to revive the professional revolutionary, the regeneration of revolutionism, and to that end proposes, first, excitative terrorism, and secondly, an organization average workers. Svoboda, number 1, page 66, seek, as less likely to be pushed on from outside. In other words, it proposes to pull the house down to use the timber for heating it. What is to be done? 139. For a few working men waging the economic struggle to gather in order to form a committee, but that it takes years to train oneself to be a professional revolutionary, and the rank and file will think not only of amateurish methods, but of such training. Centralization of the secret functions of the organization by no means implies centralization of all the functions of the movement. Active participation of the widest masses in the illegal press will not diminish because a dozen professional revolutionaries centralize the secret functions connected with this work. On the contrary, it will increase tenfold. In this way, and in this way alone, shall we ensure that reading the illegal press, writing for it, and to some extent even distributing it, will almost cease to be secret work, for the police will soon come to realize the folly and impossibility of judicial and administrative red tape procedure over every copy of a publication that is being distributed in the thousands. This holds not only for the press, but for every function of the movement, even for demonstrations. The active and widespread participation of the masses will not suffer. On the contrary, it will benefit by the fact that a dozen experienced revolutionaries, trained professionally no less than the police, will centralize all the secret aspects of the work, the drawing up of leaflets, the working out of approximate plans, and the appointing of bodies of leaders for each urban district, for each factory district, and for each educational institution, etc. I know that exception will be taken to my undemocratic views, but I shall reply below fully to this anything but intelligent objection. Centralization of the most secret functions in an organization of revolutionaries will not diminish, but rather increase the extent and enhance the quality of the activity of a large number of other organizations that are intended for a broad public and are therefore as loose and as non-secret as possible, such as workers' trade unions, workers' self-education circles, and circles for reading illegal literature, and socialist, as well as democratic, circles among all other sections of the population, etc., etc. We must have such circles, trade unions, and organizations everywhere in as large a number as possible and with the widest variety of functions, but it would be absurd and harmful to confound them with the 140. Lenin organization of revolutionaries, to efface the borderline between them, to make still more hazy the all too faint recognition of the fact that in order to serve the mass movement we must have people who will devote themselves exclusively to social democratic activities, and that such people must train themselves patiently and steadfastly to be professional revolutionaries. Yes, this recognition is incredibly dim. Our worst sin with regard to organization consists in the fact that by our primitiveness we have lowered the prestige of revolutionaries in Russia. A person who is flabby and shaky on K's tie-ins of theory, who has a narrow outlook, who pleads the spontaneity of the masses as an excuse for his own sluggishness, who resembles a trade union secretary more than a spokesman of the people, who is unable to conceive of a broad and bold plan that would command the respect even of opponents, and who is inexperienced and clumsy in his own professional art, the art of combating the political police, such a man is not a revolutionary, but a wretched amateur. Let no active worker take offense at these frank remarks, for as far as insufficient training is concerned, I apply them first and foremost to myself. I used to work in a study circle that set itself very broad, all-embracing tasks, and all of us, members of that circle, suffered painfully and acutely from the realization that we were acting as amateurs at a moment in history when we might have been able to say, varying a well-known statement, "Give us an organization of revolutionaries, and we will overturn Russia." The more I recall the burning sense of shame I then experienced, the bitterer become my feelings towards those pseudo-social democrats whose preachings bring disgrace on the calling of a revolutionary, who fail to understand that our task is not to champion the degrading of the revolutionary to the level of an amateur, but to raise the amateurs to the level of revolutionaries. Written in the autumn of 1901, February 1902, published in book form in March 1902, Stuttgart. Collected Works, Volume 5, pages 373 to 408, 412 to 17, 421 to 36, 451 to 67. Draft Resolution on the Economic Struggle for the Second Congress of the RSDLP. The Congress deems it absolutely essential in all cases to support and develop in every way the economic struggle of the workers and their trade unions, principally the All-Russia Unions, and from the very outset to ensure that the economic struggle and the trade union movement in Russia have a social democratic character. Written June-July not later than 1730, 1903, first published in 1927 in Lenin Miscellany 6. Collected Works, Volume 6, page 473. From one step forward, two steps back. The crisis in our party. Incidentally, the example of the trade unions is particularly significant for an assessment of the controversial question of Section 1. That these unions should work under the control and direction of the Social Democratic Organisations, of that there can be no two opinions among Social Democrats. But on those grounds to confer on all members of trade unions the right to proclaim themselves members of the Social Democratic Party would be an obvious absurdity and would constitute a double danger, on the one hand, of narrowing the dimensions of the trade union movement, and thus weakening the solidarity of the workers, and on the other, of opening the door of the Social Democratic Party to vagueness and vacillation. The German Social Democrats had occasion to solve a similar problem in a practical instance. In the celebrated case of the Hamburg bricklayers working on piece rates. 46, the Social Democrats did not hesitate for a moment to proclaim strike breaking dishonorable in Social Democratic eyes, that is, to acknowledge that to direct and support strikes was their own vital concern. But at the same time they just as resolutely rejected the demand for identifying the interests of the party with the interests of the trade unions, for making the party responsible for individual acts of individual trade unions. The party should and will strive to imbue the trade unions with its spirit and bring them under its influence, but precisely in order to do so it must distinguish the fully social. One step forward, two steps back. 143. Democratic elements in these unions, the elements belong to the Social Democratic Party, from those which are not fully class-conscious and politically active, and not confuse the two, as Comrade Axelrod would have us do. Centralization of the most secret functions in an organization of revolutionaries will not diminish, but rather increase the extent and enhance the quality of the activity of a large number of other organizations that are intended for a broad public and are therefore as loose and as non-secret as possible, such as workers' trade unions, workers' self-education circles and circles for reading illegal literature, and socialist, as well as democratic, circles among all other sections of the population, etc., etc. We must have such circles, trade unions, and organizations everywhere in as large a number as possible and with the widest variety of functions. But it would be absurd and harmful to confound them with the organization of revolutionaries, to efface the borderline between them. Page 96. This quotation shows how out of place it was for Comrade Martov to remind me that the organization of revolutionaries should be enveloped by broad organizations of workers. I had already pointed this out in What Is to Be Done, and now in a letter to a comrade I developed this idea more concretely. Factory circles, I wrote there, are particularly important to us. The main strength of the movement lies in the organization of the workers at the large factories, for the large factories and mills contain not only the predominant part of the work-ing class, as regards numbers, but even more as regards influence, development, and fighting capacity. Every FAC Tory must be our fortress. The factory subcommittee should endeavor to embrace the whole factory, the largest possible number of the workers, with a network of all kinds of circles, or agents. All groups, circles, subcommittees, etc., should enjoy the status of committee institutions or branches of a committee. Some of them will openly declare their wish to join the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and, if endorsed by the committee, will join the party and will assume definite functions on the instructions of, or in agreement with, the committee, will undertake to obey *CV. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 5, page 466. Ed. 144. V. I. Lenin. The orders of the party organs receive the same rights as all party members, and be regarded as immediate candidates for membership of the committee, etc. Others will not join the RSDLP, and will have the status of circles formed by party members, or associated with one party group or another, etc. Pages 17 to 18. The words I have underlined make it particularly clear that the idea of my formulation of Section 1 was already fully expressed in a letter to a comrade. The conditions for joining the party are directly indicated there, namely, 1. A certain degree of organization, and 2. Endorsement by a party committee. A page later I roughly indicate also what groups and organizations should, or should not, be admitted to the party, and for what reasons. The distributing groups should belong to the RSDLP and know a certain number of its members and functionaries. The groups for studying labor conditions and drawing up trade union demands need not necessarily belong to the RSDLP groups of students, officers, or office employees. Engaged in self-education in conjunction with one or two party members should in some cases not even be aware that these belong to the party, etc. Pages 18 to 19. CV. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 6, pages 242 to 43, 244 to 45, 246. Ed. Ibid. Volume 6, page 247. Ed. There you have additional material on the subject of the open visor. Whereas the formula of Comrade Martov's draft does not even touch on relations between the party and the organizations, I pointed out nearly a year before the Congress that some organizations should belong to the party, and others not. In a letter to a comrade, the idea I advocated at the Congress was already clearly outlined. The matter might be put graphically in the following way. Depending on degree of organization in general and of secrecy of organization in particular, roughly the following categories may be distinguished. 1. Organizations of revolutionaries. 2. Organizations of workers. As broad, and as varied as possible, I confine myself to the working class, taking it as self-evident that, under certain conditions, certain elements of other classes will also be included here. These two categories constitute the party. Further, 3. Workers' organizations associated with the party. 4. Workers' organizations. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. 145. Not associated with the party but actually under its control and direction. 5. Unorganized elements of the working class, who in part also come under the direction of the Social Democratic Party, at any rate during big manifestations of the class struggle. That, approximately, is how the matter presents itself to me. As Comrade Martov sees it, on the contrary, the borderline of the party remains absolutely vague, for every striker can proclaim himself a party member. What benefit is there in this looseness? A widespread title. Its harm is that it introduces a disorganizing idea, the confusing of class and party. Written February-May 1904, published in book form in May 1904, Geneva. Collected Works, Volume 7, pages 264 to 67. From 2 Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. Intellectual bourgeois know full well that they will not be able to get rid of the working class movement. That is why they do not at all come out against the working class movement as such, or against the proletariat's class struggle as such. No, they even pay lip service to the right to strike and to a genteel class struggle, since they understand the working class movement and the class struggle in the Brentano or Hirschdunker sense. In other words, they are fully prepared to yield to the workers the right to strike and freedom of association, which in fact has already been almost won by the workers themselves, if only the workers renounce their rebelliousness, their narrow-minded revolutionism, their hostility to compromises of practical use, their claims and aspirations to place upon the revolution of the whole Russian people the imprint of their class struggle, the imprint of proletarian consistency, proletarian determination, and plebeian Jacobinism. That is why intellectual bourgeois all over Russia are exerting every effort, resorting to thousands of ways and means, books, lectures, speeches, talks, etc., etc., to imbue the workers with the ideas of bourgeois, sober-mindedness, liberal, practicalness, opportunist, realism, Brentano, class struggle GLE, 47, Hirschdunker, trade unions, etc. The last two slogans are particularly convenient for the bourgeois of the Constitutional Democratic Party, the Osvobozdeny Party, since in appearance they coincide with Marxist slow. Cf. Prokopovich, The Labor Question in Russia. 2 Tactics of S.D. in the Democratic Revolution. 147. GANs, and with some minor omissions and slight distortions, can easily be confused with and sometimes even passed off as social democratic slogans. For instance, the legal liberal newspaper Rasvik 48, which we shall someday try to discuss in greater detail with proletariat readers, frequently says such outspoken things about the class struggle, the possible deception of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie, the working class movement, the proletariat's initiative, etc., etc., that the inattentive reader or unenlightened worker might easily be led to believe that its social democratism is genuine. Actually, however, it is a bourgeois imitation of social democratism, an opportunist distortion and perversion of the concept of the class struggle. At the root of all this gigantic bourgeois subterfuge, gigantic in the extent of its influence on the masses, lies an urge to reduce the working class movement mainly to a trade union movement, to keep it as far away as possible from an independent policy, i.e., one that is revolutionary and directed towards a democratic dictatorship. To make the idea of the class struggle overshadow, in the workers' minds, the idea of a Russian revolution of the whole people. As the reader will perceive, we have turned the Osvobozdeny formulation upside down. This is an excellent formulation, one that excellently expresses 2 views upon the proletariat's role in a democratic revolution, the bourgeois view and the social democratic view. The bourgeoisie wants to confine the proletariat to the trade union movement, and thereby to make the idea of the Brenten class struggle GLE overshadow in its mind the idea of a Russian revolution of the whole people, fully in the spirit of the Bernsteinian authors of the Credo, who tried to make the idea of a purely working class movement overshadow in the workers' minds the idea of political struggle. On the contrary, social democracy wants to develop the proletariat's class struggle to the level of leadership in the Russian revolution of the whole people, i.e., to bring that revolution to the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. The revolution in our country is one of the whole people, says the bourgeoisie to the proletariat. As a separate class, you should, therefore, confine yourselves to your class struggle. In the name of common sense, you should. 148. Lenin. Devote your attention mainly to the trade unions and their legalization. You should consider these trade unions as the most important starting point in your political education and organization. In a revolutionary situation, you should for the most part draw up sound resolutions like the new Iskra resolution. You should give heed to resolutions more favorably inclined towards the liberals. You should show preference for leaders with a tendency to become practical leaders of the real political movement of the working class, and should preserve the realistic elements of the Marxist world outlook. If you have unfortunately already become infected with the stringent formulas of this unscientific catechism, the revolution in our country is one of the whole people, the Social Democrats say to the proletariat. As the most progressive and the only thoroughly revolutionary class, you should strive to play not merely a most active part in it, but the leading part as well. Therefore, you must not confine yourself within a narrowly conceived framework of the class struggle, understood mainly as the trade union movement. On the contrary, you must strive to extend the framework and the content of your class struggle so as to make it include not only all the aims of the present, democratic Russian revolution of the whole people, but the aims of the subsequent socialist revolution as well. Therefore, without ignoring the trade union movement, or refusing to take advantage of even the slightest legal opportunities, you must in a revolutionary period bring into the forefront the tasks of an insurrection and the formation of a revolutionary army. and a revolutionary government as being the only way to the people's complete victory over Tsarism, to the achievement of a democratic republic and genuine political freedom. It would be superfluous to speak about the half-hearted and inconsistent stand, naturally so pleasing to the bourgeoisie, taken on this question by the new-SCRA resolutions because of their mistaken line. Written June-July 1905. Published in book form Collected Works, Volume 9. By the CC, RSDLP pages 119-22. In July 1905, Geneva. Front the Jena Congress of the German Social Democratic Workers' Party 80. Congresses of the German Social Democrats have long become events whose importance goes far beyond the confines of the German labor movement. The German Social Democratic movement ranks first in respect of organization, integrality and coherence, and the extent and rich content of its Marxist literature. It is natural that under such circumstances resolutions of the German Social Democratic Congresses also frequently acquire almost international significance. Such was the case with the question of the latest opportunist tendencies in socialism, Bernsteinism. The decision of the Dresden Social Democratic Congress, which confirmed the old and tested tactics of revolutionary social democracy, was adopted by the Amsterdam International Socialist Congress, and has now become the common decision of the whole class-conscious proletariat throughout the world. 51 Such is now the case too. The question of a mass political strike, the main question at the Jena Congress, is agitating the entire international social democratic movement. It has been brought to the fore lately by events in a number of countries, including Russia, and even perhaps Russia in particular. The German Social Democrats' decision will undoubtedly exercise considerable influence on the entire international labor movement by giving support and strength to the revolutionary spirit of militant workers. Another question that came up for discussion at Jena prior to the question of political strike is also highly instruct. 150. V.I. Lenin. Tie for Russia. This was the question of the May Day Seobratayans, or, to be more exact, to take the gist of the matter and not the item that gave rise to the discussion, the case tie-in of the relation of the trade union movement to the Social Democratic Party. Proletary has spoken several times about the profound impression made on German Social Democrats, and not only on them alone, by the Cologne Trade Union Congress. 52 It became more than evident at this Congress that even in Germany, where the traditions of Marxism and its influence are strongest, anti-socialist tendencies towards pure trade unionism, of the British, i.e., absolutely bourgeois type, are developing in the trade unions, mark you, social democratic trade unions. That is why from the question of a May Day demonstration in its literal sense, there inevitably arose at the Jena Congress the question of trade unionism and social democracy, the question of economism, to speak in terms of trends within the Russian social democratic movement. Fischer, who delivered the report on the question of May Day, frankly stated that it would be a bad mistake to ignore the fact that in the trade unions the socialist spirit is disappearing now here, now there. Things had gone so far that, for instance, Bringman, representative of the Carpenters' Union, had uttered and published statements like the following: The strike on May Day is like a foreign body in the human body. In the given circumstances the trade unions are the sole means for improving the condition of the workers, etc. And these symptoms of disease, as Fischer aptly termed them, are being supplemented by a number of others. In Germany, as in Russia and indeed everywhere, a narrow trade unionism, or economism, is linking up with opportunism, revisionism. The newspaper published by the same Carpenters' Union wrote about the crumbling foundations of scientific socialism, the erroneousness of the theory of crises, the theory of collapse, etc. The revisionist Calwer did not call on the workers to show discontent or increase their demands, but to be modest, etc., etc. Liebknecht met with approval from the Congress when he spoke against the idea of the trade unions, neutrality, and remarked that Bebel, it is true, also spoke in favor of neutrality, but, in my opinion, this is one of the few points. The Jena Congress of the German S.D. Workers' Party 151, on which Bebel does not have the backing of the majority of the party. Bebel himself denied that he had advised the trade unions to be neutral with regard to the social democratic movement. Bebel fully recognized the danger of narrow trade unionism. He went on to say that he knew even worse examples of this craft union apathy. Young trade union leaders go so far as to jeer at the party in general, at socialism in general, at the theory of the class struggle. These statements of Bebel's evoked general indignation at the Social Democratic Congress. There was loud applause when he resolutely declared, "Comrades, be on your guard, think of what you are doing, you are traveling a fatal path, which in the end will lead to your doom." It thus stands to the credit of the German social democratic movement that it faced the danger squarely. It did not gloss over the extremes of economism, or invent lame excuses and subterfuges, such as were so abundantly invented by our Plekhanov, for instance, after the Second Congress. No, it bluntly named the disease, resolutely condemned the injurious tendencies, and straightforwardly and openly called on all party members to combat them. This is instructive to Russian Social Democrats, some of whom have earned the praise of Mr. Struve for having begun to see the light on the question of the trade union movement. Written in September 1905. First published in 1924, Collected Works, Volume 9. In the magazine, pages 290, 292-94. Pod znamenem Marxisma. Under the banner of Marxism. Number 2. To S. 1. Gierzev. To Nation from Lenin. October 13, 1905. Dear friend. The resolution of the Odessa Committee on the Trade Union Struggle, Decisions, number 6 or 5, it is not clear, in letter number 24. It is dated September 1905, seems to me highly erroneous. The excitement of the struggle against the Mensheviks 53 naturally explains this, but one must not fall into the other extreme. And that is just what this resolution does. I venture, therefore, to make a critical analysis of the Odessa Committee's resolution, and would ask the comrades to discuss my remarks, which are in no way due to a desire to find fault. The resolution is in 3 unnumbered parts in the preamble, and 5 numbered parts in the resolution proper. The first part, the opening paragraph of the preamble, is quite good to undertake leadership of all manifestations of the class struggle of the proletariat, and never to forget the task of leading the trade union struggle. Splendid. Further, the second point, that the task of preparing for an armed uprising comes into the forefront. And the third or final point of the preamble. In consequence of this, the task of leading the trade union struggle of the proletariat inevitably recedes into the background. This, in my opinion, is wrong theoretically and incorrect from the point of view of tactics. It is wrong theoretically to equate the two tasks as if they were on the same level. The task of preparing for an armed uprising, and the task of leading the trade union struggle. The one task is said to be in the forefront, the other in the background. To speak like that means comparing in con. To S. I. Gierzev. 153. Trusting things of a different order. The armed uprising is a method of political struggle at a given moment. The trade union struggle is one of the constant forms of the whole workers' movement, one always needed under capitalism and essential at all times. In a passage quoted by me in What Is to Be Done, Engels distinguishes 3 basic forms of the proletarian struggle: economic, political, and theoretical, that is to say, trade union, political, and theoretical, scientific, ideological, and philosophical. How can one of these basic forms of struggle, the trade union form, be put on a level with a method of another basic form of struggle at a given moment? How can the whole trade union struggle, as a task, be put on a level with the present, and by far not the only method of political struggle? These are incommensurable things, something like adding tenths to hundredths without reducing them to a common denominator. In my opinion, both these points, the second and third, of the preamble should be deleted. Alongside the task of leading the trade union struggle can be put only the task of leading the general political struggle as a whole, the task of waging the general ideological struggle as a whole, and not some particular, given, modern tasks of the political or ideological struggle. In place of these 2 points, mention should be made of the necessity of never for a moment forgetting the political struggle, the education of the working class in all the fullness of social democratic ideas, and the need to achieve a close, indissoluble connection between all manifestations of the workers' movement for creating an integral, truly social democratic movement. This indication could be the second point of the preamble. The third could mention the necessity of warning against the narrow conception and narrow formulation of the trade union struggle, which are zealously disseminated by the bourgeoisie. I am not, of course, putting forward a draft for the resolution. I am not touching on the question whether it is worthwhile making special mention of this. For the time being, I am merely examining what expression of your thought would be theoretically correct. Tactically, the resolution in its present form puts the case for an armed uprising rather lamely. An armed uprising is the highest method of political struggle. Its success from the 154. V. I. Lenin. Point of view of the proletariat, i.e., the success of a proletarian uprising under social democratic leadership, and not of any other kind of uprising, requires extensive development of all aspects of the workers' movement. Hence, the idea of contraposing the task of an uprising to the task of leading the trade union struggle is supremely incorrect. In this way, the task of the uprising is played down, belittled. Instead of summing up and crowning the entire workers' movement as a whole, the result is that the task of the uprising is dealt with as a thing apart. Two things are, as it were, mixed up: a resolution on the trade union struggle in general, This is the subject of the Odessa Committee's resolution, and a resolution on the disposition of forces in the present work of the Odessa Committee. Your resolution goes off on this tack, but that's quite another pair of shoes. I pass on to the numbered points of the part comprising the resolution proper. Add I. To expose the illusions, which are bound up with the trade unions. This is more or less passable, although it were best deleted. Firstly, it belongs to the preamble, where the inseparable connection of all aspects of the movement should be pointed out. Secondly, the nature of the illusions is not stated. If this is to be inserted at all, there should be added bourgeois illusions as to the possibility of meeting the economic and other needs of the working class in capitalist society. Strongly emphasizing there the unions' narrowness compared with the ultimate aims of the workers' movement. It follows that all trade unions are narrow. What about social democratic trade unions which are linked with the political organization of the proletariat? The crux of the matter is not that trade unions are narrow, but that this one aspect, and narrow just because it is one aspect, should be bound up with others. Consequently, these words should either be thrown out or further mention should be made of the need to establish and strengthen the connection between one aspect and all the others, the need to imbue the trade unions with social democratic content, social democratic propaganda, and to draw them into all social democratic work, etc. Add 2. All right. To S. I. Gusev. 155. Add 3. For the reasons stated, it is incorrect to compare the task of the trade unions with the most urgent and primary task of an armed uprising. There is no need to speak of the armed uprising in a resolution on the trade union struggle, for the former is a means for the overthrow of the czarist autocracy, which is mentioned in point 2. The trade unions could broaden the basis from which we shall draw strength for an uprising, so that, I say once again, it is erroneous to contrapose one to the other. Add 4. To wage a vigorous ideological struggle against the so-called minority, which is reverting to economism, in problems of the trade unions. Isn't this too general for a resolution of the Odessa Committee? Doesn't it seem an exaggeration? After all, there has been no criticism in the press of any resolution of the Mensheviks on the trade unions. It has merely been pointed out that the liberals praise them for a tendency to fall over backwards in their zeal on this question. The only inference to be drawn from this is that we too must show zeal, without, however, falling over backwards in the attempt. I think this point should either be deleted altogether, leaving only a warning against narrowness and mentioning the struggle against the tendencies of the bourgeoisie and liberals to distort the tasks of the trade unions, or it should be formulated specially in connection with some particular resolution of the Mensheviks. I do not know of such resolutions at the present time, unless some kind of Akim resolutions appeared among you in the South. Add V. Now this is the real thing. The words, and if possible leadership, I would replace by and leadership. We do everything, if possible. The insertion of these words here of all places may be misinterpreted in the sense that we strive less for leadership, etc. Generally speaking, I think we should be careful not to exaggerate the struggle against the Mensheviks on this issue. This is probably just the time when trade unions will soon begin to spring up. We must not stand aloof, and above all not give any occasion for thinking that we ought to stand aloof, but endeavor to take part, to influence, etc. For there is a special section of workers, elderly family men, who will make very little contribution to the political struggle at present, but very much to the trade union struggle. We must. 156. V. I. Lenin. Make use of this section, merely guiding their steps in this field. It is important that at the very outset Russian Social Democrats should strike the right note in regard to the trade unions, and at once create a tradition of social democratic initiative in this matter, of social democratic participation, of social democratic leadership. In practice, of course, there may not be enough forces, but that is quite another question. Even so, given an ability to make use of all the available forces, some will always be found for the trade unions as well. Forces have been found for writing a resolution on the trade unions, i.e., for ideological guidance, and that's the crux of the matter. I wish you all the best and ask you to drop me a line about receipt of this letter and about your thoughts in connection with it. Yours, N. Lenin. Sent from Geneva to Odessa. First published in 1926 in Lenin Miscellany v. Collected Works, Volume 34, pages 355 to 59. From the political strike and the street fighting in Moscow. The revolutionary events in Moscow have been the first flashes of lightning in a thunderstorm, and they have lit up a new field of battle. The promulgation of the State Duma Act 54 and the conclusion of Peace 56 have marked the beginning of a new period in the history of the Russian Revolution. Already weary of the workers' persistent struggle and disturbed by the specter of uninterrupted revolution, the liberal bourgeoisie has heaved a sigh of relief and joyously caught at the sop thrown to it. All along the line a struggle has begun against the idea of a boycott, and liberalism has turned openly towards the right. Unfortunately, even among the Social Democrats, in the newest camp, there are unstable people who are prepared on certain terms to support these bourgeois traitors to the revolution, and to take the State Duma seriously. The events in Moscow, it may be hoped, will put the skeptics to shame, and will help the doubters to make a proper appraisal of the state of affairs. On the new field of battle, anemic intellectuals' dreams of the possibility of popular elections under the autocracy, as well as illusions harbored by dull-witted liberals regard the State Duma's crucial importance, vanished into thin air at the very first major revolutionary action by the proletariat. Our information on the Moscow events is as yet, October 12, n.s., very meager. It is confined to brief and often contradictory reports in foreign newspapers, and to censor. 158. V.I. Lenin. Screened accounts of the beginning of the movement, published in the legal press. One thing is certain, in its initial stage the Moscow workers' struggle proceeded along lines that have become customary during the past revolutionary year. The working class movement has left its imprint on the entire Russian Revolution. Starting with sporadic strikes, it rapidly developed into mass strikes, on the one hand, and into street demonstrations, on the other. In 1905 the political strike has become an established form of the movement, developing before our eyes into insurrection. Whereas it took the entire working class movement of Russia 10 years to reach its present, and of course far from final, stage, the movement in certain parts of the country has progressed in a few days from a mere strike to a tremendous revolutionary outbreak. The compositors' strike in Moscow, we are informed, was started by politically backward workers. But the movement immediately slipped out of their control, and became a broad trade union movement. Workers of other trades joined in. Street demonstrations by workers, inevitable if only for the purpose of letting uninformed fellow workers learn of the strike, turned into political demonstrations, with revolutionary songs and speeches. Long suppressed bitterness against the vile farce of popular elections to the State Duma came to the surface. The mass strike developed into a mass mobilization of fighters for genuine liberty. The radical students appeared on the scene, who in Moscow passed a resolution absolutely analogous to that of the St. Petersburg students. In the language of free citizens, not of cringing officials, this resolution very properly branded the State Duma as brazen mockery of the people, and called for a struggle for a republic, for the convocation of a genuinely popular and genuinely constituent assembly by a revolutionary provisional government. The proletariat and progressive sections of the revolutionary Democrats began street fighting against the Tsarist army and police. This is how the movement developed in Moscow. On Saturday, September 24, October 7, the compositors were no longer alone. The tobacco factories and electric trams were also at a standstill, and a baker's strike had begun. In the evening big demonstrations were held, attended, besides the political strike and the street fighting in Moscow 459. Workers and students, by very many, outsiders, revolutionary workers and radical students no longer regarded each other as outsiders at open actions by the people. The Cossacks and gendarmes did their utmost to disperse the demonstrators, who kept reassembling. The crowd offered resistance to the police and the Cossacks. Revolver shots were fired and many policemen were wounded. On Sunday, September 25, October 8, events at once took a formidable turn. At 11 a.m., workers began to assemble in the streets, with the crowd singing the Marseillaise. Revolutionary mass meetings were held, and printing shops whose staff refused to strike were wrecked. Bakeries and gunsmiths' shops were attacked, for the workers needed bread to live and arms to fight for freedom, just as the French Revolutionary song has it. It was only after stubborn resistance that the Cossacks managed to disperse the demonstrators. There was a regular battle on Tverskaya Street, near the Governor-General's house. In front of the Filipov bakery a crowd of bakers' apprentices assembled. As the management of the bakery subsequently declared, they were going out peacefully into the street, after stopping work in solidarity with the other strikers. A Cossack detachment attacked the crowd, who made their way into a house, climbed onto the roof and into the garrets, and showered the soldiers with stones. There began a regular siege of the house, with the troops firing on the workers. All communication was cut. 2 companies of grenadiers made a flank movement, penetrated into the house from the rear, and captured the enemy's stronghold. 192 apprentices were arrested, of whom 8 were injured. 2 workers were killed. There were injured among the police and the troops, a captain of gendarmes sustaining fatal injuries. Naturally, this information is extremely incomplete. According to private telegrams, quoted in some foreign newspapers, the brutality of the Cossacks and soldiers knew no bounds. The Filipov bakery management has protested against the unprovoked outrages perpetrated by the troops. A reputable Belgian newspaper has published a report that janitors were busy cleaning the streets of traces of blood. This minor detail, it says, testifies to the seriousness of the struggle more than lengthy reports can. On the basis. 160. v.I. Lenin. Of information from private sources that has found its way into the press, Vorlerts has stated that in Tverskaya Street 10,000 strikers clashed with an infantry battalion, which fired several volleys. The ambulance service had its hands full. It is estimated that no less than 50 people were killed and as many as 600 injured. The arrested are reported to have been taken to army barracks, where they were mercilessly and brutally manhandled, being made to run the gauntlet. It is further reported that during the street fighting the officers distinguished themselves by their inhuman brutality, even towards women. A St. Petersburg cab from the special correspondent of the conservative Bourgeois Temps, 57 dated October 10, September 27. Information on the events of the subsequent days is more and more scanty. The workers' wrath mounted frightfully, the movement gathering momentum. The government took all measures to ban or slash all reports. Foreign newspapers have openly written of the contradiction between the reassuring news from the official agencies, which at one time were believed, and the news transmitted to St. Petersburg by telephone. Gaston Leroux wired to the Paris Matin that the censorship was performing prodigies by way of preventing the spread of news that might be in the least alarming. Monday, September 26, October 9, he wrote, was one of the most sanguinary days in the history of Russia. There was fighting in all the main streets, and even near the Governor General's residence. The demonstrators unfurled the red flag. Many were killed or injured. The reports in other papers are contradictory. Only one thing is certain. The strike is spreading and has been joined by most workers employed at the big factories, and even in the light industries. The railwaymen too have stopped work. The strike is becoming general. Tuesday, October 10, September 27, and Wednesday. The situation is extremely grave. The movement is spread to St. Petersburg. The workers of the Sangali works have already downed tools. This is as far as our information goes to date. Any complete appraisal of the Moscow events on the strength of such information is, of course, out of the question. One still cannot say whether these events are a full-scale rehearsal for the political strike and the street fighting in Moscow 161. A decisive proletarian onslaught on the autocracy, or whether they are actually the beginning of this onslaught, whether they are only an extension of the usual methods of struggle described above to a new area of Central Russia, or whether they are destined to mark the beginning of a higher form of struggle and of a more decisive uprising. Proletary number 21, October 17, 1905. Collected Works, Volume 9, pages 347 to 51. Note to M. Borisov's article on the trade union movement and the tasks of social democracy. 69. From the editors. It is with pleasure that we publish this article by a comrade engaged in practical work in Russia, since an all-round discussion of the trade union question is now on the order of the day. Only the experience of the whole party, constantly illuminated by the theory of Marxism, can help work out the forms of social democratic trade unions most suited to Russian conditions. It is likewise necessary to learn from the lessons given us by our enemies. The bourgeoisie of the whole world was jubilant over the craft union tendencies of the Cologne Congress, hoping to divert the workers from socialism to pure, i.e., bourgeois, trade unionism. In Russia, even Moskovsky Vedomosti 60 has learned to sing this tune. And once the bourgeoisie begins to praise any one of us for having seen the light, or for zeal, in respect of a rational trade union movement, it is a sure sign that there are shortcomings in our work. This is just how Comrade M. Borisov puts the question, namely that we should fulfill our socialist duty in every respect, and by no means allow such shortcomings. Proletary number 21, October 17, 1905. Collected Works, Volume 9, page 374. The All-Russia Political Strike. Geneva, October 26, 13. The barometer indicates a storm. That is what is stated in today's foreign newspapers, which carry telegraphic dispatches on the mighty growth of the all-Russia political strike. Nor is it only the barometer that indicates a storm. Everything has been dislodged by the mighty whirlwind of a concert proletarian onslaught. The revolution is progressing at astonishing speed, unfolding an amazing wealth of events, and if we wanted to give our reader a detailed account of the last 3 or 4 days, we should have to write a whole book. However, we shall leave it to future generations to write detailed history. We are witnesses of thrilling scenes of one of the greatest of civil wars for liberty, mankind has ever experienced, and we must live at higher tempos so as to devote all our energies to this war. The storm has burst, and how insignificant do the liberal and democratic speeches, suppositions, conjectures and plans about the Duma seem now. How out of date have all our disputes about the Duma already become, in the space of a few days, a few hours. Some of us doubted whether the revolutionary proletariat was sufficiently strong to frustrate the infamous farce staged by police ministers. Some of us were afraid to speak with all boldness about boycotting the elections. But, as it turns out, elections have not yet started everywhere, and already a mere wave of the hand has been enough to rock the whole house of cards. A mere wave of 6 asterisk 164. V.I. Lenin. The hand has forced not only the liberals and the craven Osvobozdany gentry 61, but even Mr. Witt, head of the new, liberal, Tsarist government, to talk, true, so far only to talk, of reforms that would undermine all the artful devices of the entire Bielogin farce. This hand, whose wave brought such an upheaval in the Duma question, is that of the Russian proletariat. A German socialist song runs as follows. All the will stand still if your mighty arm so will. This mighty arm has now been raised. Our indications and predictions on the political mass strike's enormous importance to the armed uprising have been strikingly borne out. The All-Russia political strike has this time really involved the whole country, uniting all the pleas of the accursed Russian Empire, in the heroic rising of a class that is the most oppressed and the most advanced. Proletarians of all nations of this empire of oppression and violence are now mustering in a great army, an army of liberty and an army of socialism. Moscow and St. Petersburg share the honor of having taken revolutionary proletarian initiative. Both capitals have gone on strike. Finland is strict ing. Headed by Riga, the Baltic provinces have joined the movement. Heroic Poland has again joined the ranks of the strikers, as if in mockery of the impotent rage of her enemies, who imagined that they could crush her with their blows and have, instead, only welded her revolutionary forces more closely together. The Crimea is rising, Simferopol, and also the south. In Ekaterinoslav barricades are being erected, and blood is being shed. The Volga region, Saratov, Simbirsk, Nizhny Novgorod, is on strike, and the strike is spread ing both to the central agricultural provinces, Voronezh, and to the industrial center, Yaroslavl. A modest delegation of the Railwaymen's Union 62 has taken the lead of this army of workers, many million strong and speaking many languages. On a stage where political comedies were played by the liberals, with their high-flown and cowardly speeches to the Tsar, and with their smirking and scraping to Witt, on this stage a worker suddenly makes an appearance and presents his ultimatum to Mr. Witt, the new head of the new, liberal, Tsarist government. The railway workers' delegation refused to await that horde of burghers. The State Duma. The workers' delega. The All-Russia political strike. 165. Tyen did not even care to waste valuable time on criticism of this Punch and Judy show. The workers' delegation first prepared criticism by deeds, the political strike, and then declared to the buffoon of a minister. There can be only one solution, the convocation of a constituent assembly, elected on the basis of universal and direct suffrage. The buffoon minister spoke, to use the apt expression of the railway workers themselves, like a real hidebound bureaucrat, hedging as usual, and not committing himself to anything definite. He promised decrees on freedom of the press, but rejected universal suffrage. According to foreign press reports, he declared a constituent assembly impossible at present. The workers' delegation called a general strike. After leaving the minister, the workers' delegation went to the university, where political meetings attended by some 10,000 people were taking place. The proletariat made good use of the platform placed at its disposal by the revolutionary students. At the first systematic and free political mass meetings held in Russia, in all cities, at schools and factories, and in the streets, the answer given by the buffoon minister was discussed, and speeches centered around the task of waging a resolute armed struggle, which would make the convocation of a constituent assembly both possible and necessary. The foreign bourgeois press, including even the most liberal newspapers, is horrified by the terroristic and seditious slogans proclaimed by speakers at the free popular meetings, as though the Tsar's government, by all its policy of oppression, had not itself made insurrection imperative and inevitable. The uprising is drawing near, is evolving from the all-Russia political strike before our very eyes. The appointment of a buffoon minister, who assures the workers that a popular constituent assembly is impossible, at present, clearly shows the growth of the revolutionary forces, and the decline of the forces of the Tsar's government. The autocracy is no longer strong enough to come out against the revolution openly. The revolution is not yet strong enough to deal the enemy a decisive blow. This fluctuation of almost evenly balanced forces inevitably engenders confusion among the authorities, makes for transitions from repression to con. 166. V.I. Lenin. Session, to laws providing for freedom of the press and freedom of assembly. Forward, then, to a new, still more widespread and persistent struggle. The enemy must not be given a chance to pull himself together. The proletariat has already performed wonders for the victory of the revolution. The All-Russia political strike has brought this victory tremendously closer, causing the enemy to toss about on his deathbed. However, we are very far indeed from having done everything that we can and must do for final victory. The struggle is apiproiking, but has not yet reached its real climax. At this very moment the working class is rising, mobilizing and arming, on a scale hitherto unparalleled. And it will finally sweep away the abhorrent autocracy, send all the buffoons of ministers packing, set up its own provisional revolutionary government, and show all the peoples of Russia how possible and necessary it is, just, at present, to convoke a truly popular and truly constituent assembly. Proletary number 23, October 31, 1905. Collected Works, Volume 9, pages 392 to 95. Resolution of the Executive Committee of the St. Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies on Measures for Counteracting the Lockout. Adopted on November 14, 27, 190563. Citizens, over 100,000 workers have been thrown onto the streets in St. Petersburg and other cities. The autocratic government has declared war on the revolutionary proletariat. The reactionary bourgeoisie is joining hands with the autocracy, intending to starve the work heirs into submission and disrupt the struggle for freedom. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies declares that this unparalleled mass dismissal of workers is an act of provocation on the part of the government. The government wants to provoke the proletariat of St. Petersburg to isolated outbreaks. The government wants to take advantage of the fact that the workers of other cities have not yet rallied closely enough to the St. Petersburg workers, and to defeat them all piecemeal. The Soviet of Workers' Deputies declares that the cause of liberty is in danger. But the workers will not fall into the trap laid by the government. The workers will not accept battle in the unfavorable conditions in which the government wants to impose battle on them. We must and shall exert every effort to unite the whole struggle, the struggle that is being waged both by the proletariat of all Russia and by the revolutionary peasantry, both by the army and by the navy, which are already heroically rising for freedom. In view of the foregoing, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies resolves. 168. V.I. Lenin. 1. All factories that have been shut down must immediately be reopened and all dismissed comrades reinstated. All sections of the people that cherish freedom in reality, and not in words only, are invited to support this demand. Point 2. In support of this demand, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies considers it necessary to appeal to the solidarity of the entire Russian proletariat, and if the demand is rejected, to call upon the latter to resort to a general political strike and other forms of resolute struggle. Point 3. In preparation for this action, the Soviet of Workers' Deputies has instructed the Executive Committee to enter into immediate communication with the workers of other cities, with the railwaymen's, post and telegraph employees, peasant and other unions, as well as with the army and navy, by sending delegates and by other means. Point 4. As soon as this preliminary work is completed, the Executive Committee is to call a special meeting of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies to take a final decision with regard to a strike. Point 5. The St. Petersburg proletariat has asked all the work heirs in all sections of society and the people to support the dismissed workers with all the means at their disposal, material, moral and political. Novaya Zizn. Number 13, November 15, 1905. Collected Works, Volume 10, pages 50 to 51. The Socialist Party and Non-Party Revolutionism. I. The revolutionary movement in Russia, which is rapidly spreading to ever new sections of the population, is giving rise to a number of non-party organizations. The longer the urge for association has been suppressed and persecuted, the more forcibly it asserts itself. All sorts of organizations, frequently loose in form, and most original in character, are constantly springing up. They have no hard and fast boundaries, as have organizations in Europe. Trade unions assume a political character. The political struggle blends with the economic struggle, as, for instance, in the form of strikes, and this gives rise to temporary, or more or less permanent, organizations of a blended type. What is the significance of this phenomenon, and what should be the attitude of social democrats towards it? Strict adherence to the party principle is the corollary, and the result of a highly developed class struggle. And vice versa, the interests of the open and widespread class struggle demand the development of the strict party principle. That is why the party of the class-conscious proletariat, the Social Democratic Party, has always quite rightly combated the non-party idea, and has worked steadily to establish a closely knit, socialist workers' party consistent in its principles. The more thoroughly the development of capitalism splits up the entire people into classes, accentuate the contradictions among them, the greater is the success of this work among the masses. It is quite natural that the present revolution in Russia should have given rise, and should continue to give rise, to so many non-party organizations. This is a democratic Rev. 170. V.I. Lenin. Evolution, i.e., one which is bourgeois as regards its social and economic content. This revolution is overthrowing the autocratic semi-feudal system, extricating the bourgeois system from it, and thereby putting into effect the demands of all the classes of bourgeois society, in this sense being a revolution of the whole people. This, of course, does not mean that our revolution is not a class revolution, certainly not. But it is directed against classes and castes which have become or are becoming obsolete from the point of view of bourgeois society, which are alien to that society and hinder its development. And since the entire economic life of the country has already become bourgeois in all its main features, since the overwhelming majority of the population is in fact already living in bourgeois conditions of existence, the anti-revolutionary elements are naturally extremely few in number, constituting truly a mere handful, as calm paired with the people. Hence the class nature of the bourgeois revolution inevitably reveals itself in the popular, at first glance non-class, nature of the struggle of all classes of a bourgeois society against autocracy and feudalism. The epoch of the bourgeois revolution in Russia, no less than in other countries, is distinguished by a relatively undeveloped state of the class contradictions peculiar to capitalist society. True, in Russia capitalism is more highly developed at the present time than it was in Germany in 1848, to say nothing of France in 1789, but there is no doubt about the fact that in Russia purely capitalist antagonisms are very much overshadowed by the antagonisms between culture and Asiatic barbarism, Europeanism and Tartarism, capitalism and feudalism. In other words, the demands that are being put first today are those the satisfaction of which will develop capitalism, cleanse it of the slag of feudalism and improve the conditions of life and struggle both for the proletariat and for the bourgeoisie. Indeed, if we examine the demands, instructions and doleances, which are now being drawn up in infinite number bears in every factory, office, regiment, police unit, parish, educational institution, etc., all over Russia, we shall easily see that the overwhelming majority of them contain purely cultural demands, if we may call them so. What I mean is that actually they are not specifically classed. The Socialist Party and Non-Party Revolutionism 171. Demands, but demands for elementary rights, demands which will not destroy capitalism but, on the contrary, bring it within the framework of Europeanism, and free it of barbarism, savagery, corruption and other, Russian, survivals of serfdom. In essence, even the proletarian demands are limited, in most cases, to reforms of the sort that are fully realizable within the framework of capitalism. What the Russian proletariat is demanding now and immediately is not something that will undermine capitalism, but something that will cleanse it, something that will accelerate and intensify its development. Naturally, as a result of the special position which the proletariat occupies in capitalist society, the striving of the workers towards socialism, and their alliance with the Socialist Party assert themselves with elemental force at the very earliest stages of the movement. But purely socialist demands are still a matter of the future. The immediate demands of the day are the democratic demands of the work heirs in the political sphere, and economic demands within the framework of capitalism in the economic sphere. Even the proletariat is making the revolution, as it were, within the limits of the minimum program and not of the maximum program. 64 As for the peasantry, the vast and numerically overwhelming mass of the population, this goes without saying. Its maximum program, its ultimate aims, do not go beyond the bounds of capitalism, which would grow more extensively and luxuriantly if all the land were transferred to the whole of the peasantry and the whole of the people. Today the peasant revolution is a bourgeois revolution, however much these words may jar on the sentimental ears of the sentimental knights of our petty bourgeois socialism. The character of the revolution now in progress, as outlined above, quite naturally gives rise to non-party organizations. The whole movement, therefore, on the surface inevitably acquires a non-party stamp, a non-party appearance, but only on the surface, of course. The urge for a human, civilized life, the urge to organize in defense of human dignity, for one's rights as man and citizen, takes hold of everyone, unites all classes, vastly outgrows all party bounds and shakes up people who as yet are very far from being. 172. Lenin. Able to rise to party allegiance. The vital need of immediate, elementary, essential rights and reforms puts off, as it were, all thought and consideration of anything further. Preoccupation with the struggle in progress, a preoccupation that is quite necessary and legitimate, for without its success in the struggle would be impossible, causes people to idealize these immediate, elementary aims, to depict them in rosy colors and sometimes even to clothe them in fantastic garb. Simple democracy, ordinary bourgeois democracy, is taken as socialism and registered as such. Everything seems to be non-party. Everything seems to fuse into a single movement for liberation, actually, a movement liberating the whole of bourgeois society. Everything acquires a very faint tint of socialism, owing above all to the lead ing part played by the socialist proletariat in the democrat-IC struggle. In these circumstances, the idea of nonpartisanship cannot but gain certain temporary successes. The slogan of nonpartisanship cannot but become a fashionable slogan, for fashion drags helplessly at the tail of life, and it is the non-party organization that appears to be the most common phenomenon on the surface of political life, non-party democratism, non-party strikeism, non-party revolutionism. The question now arises, what should be the attitude of the adherents and representatives of the various classes towards this fact of non-party organization, towards this idea of nonpartisanship? Should, that is, not in the subjective sense, but objectively, i.e., not in the sense of what view to take of it, but in the sense of what attitude is inevitably taking shape under the influence of the respective interests and viewpoints of the various classes. 2. As we have already shown, the non-party principle is the product, or, if you will, the expression, of the bourgeois character of our revolution. The bourgeoisie cannot help inclining towards the non-party principle, for the absence of parties among those who are fighting for the liberation of bourgeois society implies that no fresh struggle will arise against this bourgeois society itself. Those who carry on the Socialist Party and non-party revolutionism 173. Non-party struggle for liberty are not aware of the bourgeois nature of liberty, or they sanctify the bourgeois system, or else they put off the struggle against it, its perfecting, to the Greek kalends. 65, and conversely, those who consciously or unconsciously stand for the bourgeois system cannot help feeling attracted by the idea of nonpartisanship. In a society based upon class divisions, the struggle between the hostile classes is bound, at a certain stage of its development, to become a political struggle. The most purposeful, most comprehensive and specific expression of the political struggle of classes is the struggle of parties. The non-party principle means indifference to the struggle of parties. But this indifference is not equivalent to neutrality, to abstention from the struggle, for in the class struggle there can be no neutrals. In capitalist society, it is impossible to abstain from taking part in the exchange of commodities or labor power. An exchange inevitably gives rise to economic and then to political struggle. Hence, in practice, indifference to the struggle does not at all mean standing aloof from the struggle, abstaining from it, or being neutral. Indifference is tacit support of the strong, of those who rule. In Russia, those who were indifferent towards the autocracy prior to its fall during the October Revolution tacitly supported the autocracy. 66 In present-day Europe, those who are indifferent towards the rule of the bourgeoisie tacitly support the bourgeoisie. Those who are indifferent towards the idea that the struggle for liberty is of a bourgeois nature tacitly support the domination of the bourgeoisie in this struggle, in the free Russia now in the making. Political unconcern is political satiety. A well-fed man is unconcerned with, indifferent to, a crust of bread. A hungry man, however, will always take a partisan stand on the question of a crust of bread. A person's unconcern and indifference with regard to a crust of bread does not mean that he does not need bread, but that he is always sure of his bread, that he is never in want of bread, and that he has firmly attached himself to the party of the well-fed. The non-party principle in bourgeois society is merely a hypocritical, disguised, passive expression of adherence to the party of the well-fed, of the rulers, of the exploiters. The non-party idea is a bourgeois idea. The party idea is 174. V.I. Lenin. A socialist idea. This thesis, in general and as a whole, is applicable to all bourgeois society. One must, of course, be able to adapt this general truth to particular questions and particular cases. But to forget this truth at a time when the whole of bourgeois society is rising in revolt against feudalism and autocracy means in practice completely to renounce socialist criticism of bourgeois society. The Russian Revolution, despite the fact that it is still in the early stages of its development, has already provided no little material to confirm the general considerations here outlined. Only the Social Democratic Party, the party of the class-conscious proletariat, has always insisted, and insists now, upon strict adherence to the party principle. Our liberals, who voice the views of the bourgeoisie, cannot bear the socialist party principle and will not hear of class struggle. One need but recall the recent speeches of Mr. Radichev, who for the 100th time repeated what has been said over and over again by Osvobozdany abroad, as well as by the innumerable vassal organs of Russian liberalism. Finally, the ideology of the intermediate class, the petty bourgeoisie, has found a clear expression in the views of the Russian radicals, of various shades, from Nashazizn *1 and the Radical Democrats, 68 to the Socialist Revolution. Aries. 69 The latter have demonstrated their confusion of socialism with democracy most clearly over the agrarian question, particularly by their slogan of socialization of the land without socializing capital. It is likewise well known that being tolerant towards bourgeois radicalism, they are intolerant towards the Social Democratic Party principle. An analysis of just how the interests of the various classes are reflected in the program and tactics of the Russian liberals and radicals of all shades is beyond our subject. We have touched upon this interesting question only in passing, and must now proceed to draw the practical political conclusions with regard to the attitude of our party towards non-party organizations. Is it permissible for socialists to participate in non-party organizations? If so, on what conditions? What tactics should be pursued in these organizations? The answer to the first question cannot be an uncondition. The Socialist Party and Non-Party Revolutionism 175. Al and categorical, no. It would be wrong to say that in no case and under no circumstances should socialists participate in non-party, i.e., more or less consciously or unconsciously bourgeois, organizations. In the period of the Democratic Revolution, a refusal to participate in non-party organizations would in certain circumstances amount to a refus al to participate in the Democratic Revolution. But undoubtedly socialists should confine these, certain circumstances, to narrow limits, and should permit of such participation only on strictly defined, restrictive conditions. For while non-party organizations, as we have already said, arise as a result of the relatively undeveloped state of the class struggle, strict adherence to the party principle, on the other hand, is one of the factors that make the class struggle concise, clear, definite, and principled. To preserve the ideological and political independence of the party of the proletariat is the constant, immutable and absolute duty of socialists. Whoever fails to fulfill this duty ceases to be a socialist in fact, however sincere his, socialist, in words, convictions may be. Socialists may participate in non-party organizations only by way of exception, and the very purpose, nature, conditions, etc., of this participation must be wholly subordinated to the fundamental task of preparing and organizing the socialist proletariat for conscious leadership of the socialist revolution. Circumstances may compel us to participate in non-party organizations, especially in the period of a democratic revolution, specifically a democratic revolution in which the proletariat plays an outstanding part. Such participation may prove essential, for example, for the purpose of preaching socialism to vaguely democratic audiences, or in the interests of a joint struggle of socialists and revolutionary democrats against the counter-revolution. In the first case, such participation will be a means of securing the acceptance of our ideas. In the second case, it will represent a fighting agreement for the achievement of definite revolutionary aims. In both cases, participation can only be temporary. In both cases, it is permissible only if the independence of the Workers' Party is fully safeguarded and if the party as a whole controls and guides its members and groups, delegated to non-party unions or councils. 176. V.I. Lenin. When the activities of our party were conducted secretly, the exercise of such control and guidance presented extreme ly great, and sometimes almost insuperable difficulties. But now that the activities of our party are becoming more and more open, this control and this guidance can and should be exercised on the largest scale, not only by the higher bodies of the party, but also by the rank and file, by all the organized workers belonging to our party. Reports on the activities of social democrats and non-party unions and councils, lectures on the conditions and aims of such activities, resolutions of party organizations of all types about these activities, should become a regular practice in a workers' party. Only by such real participation of the party as a whole, by participation in the direction of such activities, can we contrast and practice truly socialist work with general democratic work. What tactics should we pursue in the non-party unions? First of all, we should use every opportunity to establish independent contacts and to propagate the whole of our socialist program. Secondly, we should define the immediate political tasks of the day in terms of the fullest and most resolute accomplishment of the democratic revolution. We should put forward the political watchwords of the democratic revolution and advance a program of those reforms which should be carried out by militant revolutionary Democrats as distinct from haggling, liberal Democrats. Only if matters are arranged in this way will it be permissible and useful for members of our party to participate in the non-party revolutionary organizations which are being set up one day by the workers, the next day by the peasants, the day after by the soldiers, etc. Only in that event shall we be in a position to fulfill the twofold task of a workers' party in a bourgeois revolution, namely, to carry the democratic revolution to completion and to extend and strengthen the forces of the socialist proletariat, which needs freedom in order to carry on a ruthless struggle for the overthrow of the rule of capital. Noviazes Numbers 22 and 27, November 26 and December 2, 1905. Signed N. Lenin. Collected Works, Volume 10, pages 75 to 82. From a Tactical Platform. For the Unity Congress of the RSDLP. The Trade Unions. Draft Resolution. Whereas 1. The Social Democratic Party has always regarded the economic struggle as a component of the proletarian class struggle. 2. The experience of all capitalist countries shows that the most advisable form of organization of the working class for the economic struggle is that of broad trade unions. 3. At the present time a general striving is observed among the masses of the workers in Russia to associate in trade unions. 4. The economic struggle can bring about a lasting improvement in the conditions of the masses of the workers, and a strengthening of their truly class organization, only if this struggle is properly combined with the political struggle of the proletariat. We are of the opinion, and propose that the Congress should agree. 1. That all party organizations must promote the formation of non-party trade unions, and induce all party members to join the trade unions in their respective trades. 2. That the party must exert every effort to educate the workers who belong to trade unions in the spirit of a broad understanding of the class struggle and the socialist aims of the proletariat, by its activities to win a virtually leading position in these unions, and lastly to ensure that these unions, under certain conditions, come into direct association with the party, however, without at all expelling non-party members from their ranks. Published March 20, 1906. Collected Works, Volume 10. In T. Parlianae Izoestia No. 2. From Draft Resolutions. For the 5th Congress of the RSDLP. 4. The intensification of mass destitution and of the economic struggle. Whereas 1. A number of facts testified to the extreme intensification of destitution among the proletariat and also of its economic struggle: the lockout in Poland, 70, the movement among the workers of St. Petersburg and Ivanovo-Voznesensk against the high cost of living, the extensive strike movement in the Moscow industrial area, the urgent calls of the trade union organizations to prepare for an intense struggle, etc. 2. All signs go to show that these various manifestations of the economic struggle are accumulating to such an extent that there is every reason to expect mass economic action all over the country, involving far larger sections of the proletariat than before. 3. The whole history of the Russian Revolution shows that all the powerful upsurges of the revolutionary movement began only on the basis of such mass economic movements. This conference declares: 1. That all party organizations must pay most serious attention to these circumstances, collect fuller information about them, and that this question should be put on the agenda of the 5th Party Congress. 2. That the greatest possible number of party members must be concentrated on economic agitation among the masses. 3. That this economic movement must be regarded as the main source and foundation of the entire revolutionary crisis that is developing in Russia. Draft Resolutions for the 5th Congress of the RSDLP 179. 5. Non-party workers' organizations and the anarcho-syndicalist trend among the proletariat. Whereas 1. In connection with Comrade Axelrod's agitation for a non-party labor congress, 71, a trend, represented by Lenin, Shegelo, L. Ivanovsky, Myrov, and the Odessa publication Osvobozdanai Truda 12, has appeared in the ranks of the RSDLP, the aim of which is to destroy the Social Democratic Labor Party and to set up in its place a non-party political organization of the proletariat. 2. Besides this, outside of and actually against the party, anarcho-syndicalist agitation is being carried on among the proletariat, using this same slogan of a non-party labor congress and non-party organizations, Soyuznoye Dialo, and its group in Moscow, the anarchist press in Odessa, etc. 3. Notwithstanding the resolution passed by the Novum Br All-Russia Conference of the R.S.D.L.P. 73, a series of disruptive actions has been observed in our party, with the object of setting up non-party organizations. 4. On the other hand, the RSDLP has never renounced its intention of utilizing certain non-party organizations, such as the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, in periods of more or less intense revolutionary upheaval, to extend social democratic influence among the working class and to strengthen the social democratic labor movement. See the September resolutions of the St. Petersburg Committee and the Moscow Committee on the Labor Congress, in Proletary numbers 3 and 474. 5. The incipient revival creates the opportunity to organize or utilize non-party representative working class institutions, such as Soviets of Workers' Deputies, Soviets of Workers' Delegates, etc., for the purpose of developing the social democratic movement. At the same time, the Social Democratic Party organizations must bear in mind that if social democratic activities among the proletarian masses are properly, effectively, and widely organized, such institutions may actually become superfluous. This conference declares: 180. Lenin. 1. That a most determined ideological struggle must be waged against the anarcho-syndicalist movement among the proletariat and against Axelrod's and Lenin's ideas in the Social Democratic Party. 2. That a most determined struggle must be waged against all disruptive and demagogic attempts to weaken the RSDLP from within or to utilize it for the purpose of substituting non-party political proletarian organizations for the Social Democratic Party. 3. That Social Democratic Party organizations may, in case of necessity, participate in inter-party Soviets of Workers' Delegates, Soviets of Workers' Deputies, and in congresses of representatives of these organizations, and may organize such institutions, provided this is done on strict party lines for the purpose of developing and strengthening the Social Democratic Labor Party. 4. That for the purpose of extending and strengthening the influence of the Social Democratic Party among the broad masses of the proletariat, it is essential, on the one hand to increase efforts to organize trade unions and conduct social democratic propaganda and agitation within them, and on the other hand, to draw still larger sections of the working class into the activities of all types of party organizations. Written February 15th to 18th. February 28th to March 3rd, 1907. Published March 4th, 1907. In Proletary No. 14. Collected Works, Volume 12, pages 142 to 44. Draft Resolutions for the Third Conference of the RSDLP, Second All Russia. 1. Draft Resolution on Participation in the Elections. To the Third Duma 75. Whereas 1. Active boycott, as the experience of the Russian Revolution has shown, is correct tactics on the part of the Social Democrats only under conditions of a sweeping, universal, and rapid upswing of the revolution, developing into an armed uprising, and only in connection with the ideological aims of the struggle against constitutional illusions eris ing from the convocation of the first representative assembly by the old regime. 2. In the absence of these conditions, correct tactics on the part of the revolutionary Social Democrats calls for participation in the elections, as was the case with the Second Duma, even if all the conditions of a revolutionary period are present. 3. The Social Democrats, who have always pointed out the essentially October 76 nature of the Cadet Party 77 and the impermanence of the Cadet Electoral Law 11.12.1905, 78 under the autocracy, have no reasons whatever for changing their tactics because this law has been replaced by an Octobrist electoral law. 4. The strike movement, which is now developing in the central industrial region of Russia, while being the most important guarantee of a possible revolutionary upswing in the near future, at the same time calls for sustained efforts towards converting the movement, which so far is only a trade union one, into a political and directly revolutionary movement linked with an armed uprising. The conference resolves a. To take part in the elections to the Third Duma. 2. b. To explain to the masses the connection of the coup. 182. V. I. Lenin. Data of 3.6.190778 with the defeat of the December uprising of 1905, as well as with the betrayals by the liberal bourgeoisie, while at the same time showing the inadequacy of trade union struggle alone and striving to convert the trade union strike movement into a political and direct revolutionary struggle of the masses for the overthrow of the Tsarist government by means of an uprising. C. To explain to the masses that the boycott of the Duma is not by itself capable of raising the working class movement and the revolutionary struggle to a higher level, and that the tactics of boycott could be appropriate only provided our efforts to convert the trade union upswing into a revolutionary assault were successful. 2. Outline of a draft resolution on the All-Russia Congress of Trade Unions. The conference considers it the duty of all members of the party energetically to carry out the London Congress resolution on the trade unions, all local conditions being taken into consideration when effecting organizational contacts between the trade unions and the Social Democratic Party, or when the latter's leadership is accepted by the former, and always, under all conditions, paying primary attention that the Social Democrats and the trade unions should not confine themselves to passive accommodation to a neutral platform, a favorite practice of all shades of bourgeois democratic trends, cadets, non-party progressists, 80 socialist revolutionaries, etc., but should steadfastly uphold the social democratic views in their entirety, and should steadfastly promote acceptance by the trade unions of the Social Democrats' ideological leadership and the establishment of permanent and effective organizational contacts with the trade unions. Written in July 1907. First published in 1933 in Lenin Miscellany XXV. Collected Works, Volume 13, pages 60 to 61. From the International Socialist Congress in Stuttgart 81. The resolution on the relations between the socialist parties and the trade unions is of a special importance to us Russians. The Stockholm RSDLP Congress 82 went on record for non-party unions, thus endorsing the neutrality standpoint, which has always been upheld by our non-party Democrats, Bernsteinians and socialist revolutionaries. The London Congress, on the other hand, put forward a different principle, namely, closer alignment of the unions with the party, even including, under certain conditions, their recognition as party unions. At Stuttgart, in the Social Democratic subsection of the Russian section, the socialists of each country form a separate section at international congresses. Opinion was divided on this issue, there was no split on other issues. Plekhanov upheld the neutrality principle. Voinov, a Bolshevik, defended the anti-neutralist viewpoint of the London Congress and of the Belgian resolution, published in the Congress materials with de Brucker's report, which will soon appear in Russian. Clara Zetkin rightly remarked in her journal Die Gleichheit 33 that Plekhanov's arguments for neutrality were just as lame as those of the French. And the Stuttgart resolution, As Kautsky rightly observed and as anyone who takes the trouble to read it carefully will see, puts an end to recognition of the neutrality principle. There is not a word in it about neutrality or non-party principles. On the contrary, it definitely recognizes. 184. V.I. Lenin. The need for closer and stronger connections between the unions and the socialist parties. The resolution of the London RSDLP Congress on the trade unions has thus been placed on a firm theoretical basis in the form of the Stuttgart Resolution. The Stuttgart Resolution lays down the general principle that in every country the unions must be brought into permanent and close contact with the Socialist Party. The London Resolution says that in Russia this should take the form, under favorable conditions, of party unions, and party members must work towards that goal. We note that the harmful aspects of the neutrality principle were revealed in Stuttgart by the fact that the trade union half of the German delegation were the most adamant supporters of opportunist views. That is why in Essen, for example, the Germans were against Van Koy, the trade unions were not represented in Essen, which was a congress solely of the party, while in Stuttgart they supported him. Replaying into the hands of the opportunists in the social democratic movement, the advocacy of neutrality in Germany has actually had harmful results. This is a fact that should not be overlooked, especially in Russia, where the bourgeois democratic councillors of the proletariat, who urge it to keep the trade union movement neutral, are so numerous. Written in late August, early September 1907, published October 20, 1907, Collected Works, Volume 13. In Proletary number 17, pages 78 to 79. Of the Party Towards the Trade Unions, 84. Comrade Voynov's pamphlet on the attitude of the Socialist Party of the proletariat towards the trade unions is open to a good deal of misconstruction. There are two reasons for this. In the first place, the author, in the ardor of his fight against a narrow and incorrect conception of Marxism, against an unwillingness to take into consideration the new needs of the working class movement, and take a broader and more profound view of the matter, often expresses himself in two general terms. He attacks orthodoxy, true orthodoxy in inverted commas, i.e., pseudo-orthodoxy, or German social democracy in general, when, as a matter of fact, his criticism is aimed only at the vulgarisers of orthodoxy, only at the opportunist wing of social democracy. Secondly, the author writes for the Russian public, but hardly takes into consideration the various shadings in the formulation under Russian conditions of the questions he examines. Comrade Voynov's point of view is very far removed from the views of the Russian syndicalists, Mensheviks, and socialist revolutionaries. The inattentive or unconscientious reader, however, can easily cavil at one or another phrase or idea of the writer, seeing that the latter had before his eyes chiefly Frenchmen and Italians and did not undertake the task of dissociating himself from all kinds of Russian muddleheads. As an example of the latter we would mention the socialist revolutionaries. In Znamya Trudeb No. 5, they declare. 186. V.I. Lenin. With their usual presumption. The Socialist International approved the point of view on the trade union movement which we, have always, maintained. Let us take the collected articles, number 1, 1907, published by Nasha and Weissel. Mr. Viktor Chernov takes Kautsky to task, but is silent about the Mannheim Resolution and Kautsky's struggle against the opportunist neutralists. Kautsky's article, which this.r. Hackreiter attacks, was written on the eve of Mannheim. 86 in Mannheim. Kautsky opposed the neutralists. The Mannheim Resolution makes a considerable breach in trade union neutrality. Kautsky's expression in an article on the Mannheim Congress published in Die Neue Zeit for October 6, 1906. And now, in 1907, along comes a critic, who poses as a revolutionary and calls Kautsky a great dogmatist and inquisitor of Marxism, accusing him, quite in unison with the opportunist neutralists, of tendentiously belittling the role of the trade unions, of a desire to subordinate them to the party, and so on. If we add to this that the SRS always stood for non-party trade unions, and that Znamya Truda, No. 2 for July 12, 1907 carried an editorial saying that party propaganda has its place outside the union, we shall get a full picture of the SRS revolutionism. When Kautsky combated opportunist neutralism and further developed and deepened the theory of Marxism, moving the trade unions leftwards, these gentlemen fell upon him, repeating the catchwords of the opportunists and continuing on the sly to advocate nonpartisanship of the trade unions. When the same Kautsky moved the trade unions still further leftwards by amending Beer's resolution at Stuttgart and laying stress in the resolution on the socialist tasks of the trade unions, the gentlemen of the SR fraternity started shouting, "The Socialist International has endorsed our point of view." The question arises, are such methods worthy of members of the Socialist International? Does not such criticism testify to presumption and lack of principle? A specimen of such presumption among the Social Democrats is the former revolutionary Plekhanov, who is deeply respected by the liberals. In a preface to the pamphlet We and They he declares with inimitable, incomparable complacency that the Stuttgart Resolution, on the trade unions. Preface to the pamphlet by Voinov. 187. With my amendment deprives the London Resolution, that of the London Congress of the RSDLP, of its significance. Probably many readers, upon reading this declaration of our magnificent Narcissus, 87 will believe that the struggle at Stuttgart was fought precisely over this amendment of Plekhanov's and that generally speaking this amendment had some serious significance. In reality, this amendment, unity of the economic struggle should always be borne in mind, had no serious significance whatever. It even had no bearing on the essence of the questions in dispute at Stuttgart, on the essence of the differences of opinion in international socialism. As a matter of fact, Plekhanov's raptures over his amendment have a very vulgar significance, to mislead the reader by drawing his attention away from the really disputable questions of the trade union movement, and to conceal the defeat of the idea of neutralism in Stuttgart. The Stockholm Congress of the RSDLP, 1906, at which the Mensheviks won the day, adhered to the point of view of trade union neutrality. The London Congress of the RSDLP took a different stand and proclaimed the necessity of working towards partisanship of the unions. The Stuttgart International Congress adopted a resolution, which puts an end to neutrality once and for all. As Kotsky rightly Plekhanov went into the Commission of the Stuttgart Congress to defend neutrality, as described in detail by Voinov. And Clara Zetkin wrote in Die Gleichheit, the mouthpiece of the women's labor movement of Germany, that Plekhanov attempted by rather unconvincing arguments to justify a certain limitation of this principle. **, i.e., the principle of close alignment of the unions with the party. Vorwärts, 1907, number 209 Bailage, Kautsky's report to the Leipzig workers on the Congress in Stuttgart. See Calendar Dlyevsek, 1908, Zerno Publishers, page 173, my article on the International Socialist Congress in Stuttgart. CV, I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 13, page 87. Ed. See Calendar Dlyevsek, page 173, as well as the collected articles of Zarnitsky, St. Petersburg, 1907, which gives a complete translation of this article from Die Gleichheit. Thus, the principle of neutrality which Plekhanov advocated was a failure. His arguments were considered uncon. 188. V. I. Lenin. Vincing. By the German Revolutionary Social Democrats. And he self-admiringly declares, my amendment was adopted and the resolution of the London Congress loses its significance. Yes, but on the other hand, the Nozdrev 88 presumption of a socialist respected by the liberals apparently does not lose any of its significance. Comrade Voinov is wrong, I believe, in saying that the German Orthodox socialists consider the idea of storming harmful, and that orthodoxy had all but adopted the whole spirit of the new economism. This cannot be said of Kotsky, and Comrade Voinov himself admits the correctness of Kautsky's views, while blaming the Germans for saying too little about the role of the trade unions as organizers of socialist production. Comrade Voinov mentions elsewhere the opinion of Liebknecht Sr., who recognized this role in the most emphatic terms. Another mistake of Comrade Voinov was to believe Plekhanov when the latter said that Bebel deliberately omitted mention of the Russian Revolution in his speech of welcome, and that Bebel did not want to speak about Russia. These words of Plekhanov's were simply crude buffoonery on the part of a socialist who is deeply respected by the liberals and should not for a moment have been taken seriously, should not have evoked even the possibility of believing that there was an iota of truth in them. For my part, one can testify that during Bebel's speech, Van Koy, a representative of the socialist right wing who sat next to me in the bureau, listened to Bebel specially to see whether he would mention Russia. And as soon as Bebel had finished, Van Koy turned to me with a look of surprise. He did not doubt, nor did a single serious member of the Congress, that Bebel had forgotten Russia accidentally. The best and most experienced speakers sometimes make slips. For Comrade Voinov to call this forgetfulness on the part of the veteran Bebel characteristic is, in my opinion, most unfair. It is also profoundly unfair to speak in general about the present-day opportunistic Bebel. There are no grounds for such a generalization. Preface to the pamphlet by Voinov. 189. To avoid misunderstandings, however, let me say at once that if anyone tried to use these expressions of Comrade Voinov's against the revolutionary German Social Democrats, this would be seizing dishonestly on particular words. Comrade Voinov has abundantly proved by his whole pamphlet that he is on the side of the German revolutionary Marxists, like Kautsky, that he is working together with them, to get rid of old prejudices, opportunist clichés, and short-sighted complacency. That is why even in Stuttgart, I lined up with Comrade Voinov on all essentials and agree with him now regarding the entire character of his revolutionary criticism. He is absolutely right in saying that we must now learn from the Germans and profit by their experience. Only ignoramuses, who have still learned nothing from the Germans and therefore do not know the ABC, can infer from this a divergence within revolutionary social democracy. We must criticize the mistakes of the German leaders fearlessly and openly if we wish to be true to the spirit of Marx and help the Russian socialists to be equal to the present-day tasks of the workers' movement. Bebel was undoubtedly mistaken at Essen as well when he defended Noski, when he upheld the division of wars into defensive and offensive, when he attacked the method of struggle of the radicals against Van Koy, when he denied, with Singer, the failure and fallacy of the German delegation's tactics at Stuttgart. We should not conceal these mistakes, but should use them as an example to teach the Russian Social Democrats how to avoid them and live up to the more rigorous requirements of revolutionary Marxism. And let not the Russian anarchists and syndicalists small fry, the liberals, and SRS crow over our criticism of Bebel. We shall tell these gentlemen, eagles sometimes fly lower than hens, but hens can never fly as high as eagles. A little over 2 years ago Mr. Struve, who at that time defended the revolution, wrote about the necessity of open revolutionary action and maintained that the revolution must assume power. This Mr. Struve wrote in Osvoboznai, number 71, published abroad. In comparison with the 190. V.I. Lenin. Revolutionism of Mr. Lenin and his associates, the revolutionism of the West European social democracy of Bebel, and even of Kautsky, is opportunism. I answered Mr. Struve at the time, when and where did I ever claim to have created any sort of special trend in international social democracy not identical with the trend of Bebel and Kautsky? 2 Tactics, page 50 of the Russian edition, **CV, I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 9, page 66. Ed. **Ibid, Volume 13, p.m. ed. In the summer of 1907, in a pamphlet on the question of boycott of the Third Duma, I had to point out that it would be basically wrong to identify Bolshevism with boycottism or boyvism. Now, on the question of the trade unions, equally strong emphasis should be placed on the fact that Bolshevism applies the tactics of revolutionary social democracy in all fields of struggle, in all spheres of activity. What distinguishes Bolshevism from Menshevism is not that the former repudiates work in the trade unions or the cooperative societies, etc., but that the former takes a different line in the work of propaganda, agitation, and organization of the working class. Today, activity in the trade unions undoubtedly assumes tremendous importance. In contrast to the neutralism of the Mensheviks, we must conduct this activity on the lines of closer alignment of the unions with the Partei, of the development of socialist consciousness, and an understanding of the revolutionary tasks of the proletariat. In Western Europe, revolutionary syndicalism in many countries was a direct and inevitable result of opportunism, reformism, and parliamentary cretinism. In our country, too, the first steps of Duma activity increased opportunism to a tremendous extent and reduced the Mensheviks to servile ity before the cadets. Plekhanov, for example, in his everyday political work, virtually merged with the Prokopovich and Koskova gentry. In 1900, he denounced them for Bernsteinism, for contemplating only the posterior of the Russian proletariat IFF for the editorial staff of Rabbiki Dialo. Geneva, 1900. In 1906 to 2007, the first ballot papers threw Plekhanov into the arms of these gentlemen, who are now contemplating the posterior of Rus. Preface to the pamphlet by Voinov. 191. Sion liberalism. Syndicalism cannot help developing on Russian soil as a reaction against this shameful conduct of distinguished social democrats. Comrade Voinov, therefore, is quite correct in taking the line of calling upon the Russian social democrats to learn from the example of opportunism and from the example of syndicalism. Revolutionary work in the trade unions shift the emphasis from parliamentary trickery to the edukation of the proletariat, to rallying the purely class organizations, to the struggle outside parliament, to ability to use, and to prepare the masses for the possibility of successfully using the general strike, as well as the December forms of struggle. In the Russian Revolution, all this comes very strongly into prominence as the task of the Bolshevik trend. And the experience of the Russian Revolution immensely facilitates this task for us, provides a wealth of practical guidance and historical data, making it possible to appraise in the most concrete way the new methods of struggle, the mass strike, and the use of direct force. These methods of struggle are least of all new to the Russian Bolsheviks, the Russian proletariat. They are new to the opportunists, who are doing their utmost to erase from the minds of the workers in the West the memory of the Commune, 89, and from the minds of the workers in Russia the memory of December 1905. To strengthen these memories, to make a scientific study of that great experience, to spread its lessons among the masses and the realization of its inevitable repetition on a new scale. This task of the revolutionary social democrats in Russia opens up before us prospects infinitely richer than the one-sided anti-opportunism and anti-parliamentarism of the syndicalists. It is natural that the cadets should be eagerly studying the history of the two Dumas. It is natural that they should regard the platitudes and betrayals of Radachev-Kutlerov liberalism as gems of creation. It is natural that they should falsify history by drawing a veil of silence over their negotiations with the reaction, etc. It is unnatural for the Social Democrats not to eagerly study October-December 1905, if only because each day of that period meant 100 times more to the destinies of all the peoples of Russia and the working class in particular than Radachev's loyal phrases in the Duma. Against syndicalism, as a special trend, Comrade Voinov *. 192. V.I. Lenin. Levels 4 accusations, page 19 onwards of his pamphlet, which show up its falsity with striking clearness. 1. The anarchistic looseness of the organization. 2. Keeping the workers keyed up instead of creating a firm stronghold of class organization. 3. The petty bourgeois individualistic features of its ideal and of the Proudhon theory. 4. A stupid aversion to politics. There are here not a few points of resemblance to the old economism among the Russian Social Democrats. Hence I am not so optimistic as Comrade Voinov in regard to a reconciliation with revolutionary social democracy on the part of those economists who have gone over to syndicalism. I also think that Comrade Voinov's proposals for a General Labor Council, as a superarbiter, with the participation in it of socialist revolutionaries, are quite unpractical. This is mixing up the music of the future with the organizational forms of the present. But I am not in the least afraid of Comrade Voinov's perspective, namely, subordination of political organizations to a class social organization. Only when I am still quoting Comrade Voinov, stressing the important words, all trade unionists will have become socialists. The class instinct of the proletarian mass has already begun to be manifested in Russia with full force. This class instinct already provides trainmen. Those guarantees both against the petty bourgeois woolliness of the socialist revolutionaries and against the Menshevik servility to the cadets. We can already boldly assert that the mass workers' organization in Russia, if it were to be created and in so far as it is for a minute created, if only by elections, strikes, demonstrations, etc., is sure to be closer to Bolshevism, to revolutionary social democracy. Comrade Voinov rightly regards the Labor Congress adventure as a frivolous affair. We shall work hard in the trade unions, we shall work in all fields to spread the revolutionary theory of Marxism among the proletariat and to build up a stronghold of class organization. The rest will come of itself. Written in November 1907. First published in 1933 in Lenin Miscellany XXV. Collected Works, Volume 13, pages 161 to 68. Trade Union Neutrality. In the previous issue of Proletary we published the resolute tie-in of our Party Central Committee on Trade Unions. Point 90 in reporting the resolution, Nashvek, one added that it had been adopted unanimously in the CC, as the Mensheviks voted for it in view of the concessions it contains compared with the original Bolshevik draft. If this report is true, the defunct Nashvek was in general exceptionally well informed about everything relating to Menshevism. It only remains for us to heartily welcome the big step towards united social democratic activity in such an important field as the trade unions. The concessions referred to by Nashvek are quite insignificant, and do not in the least affect the basic principles of the Bolshevik draft, which, incidentally, was published in Proletary, No. 17, October 20, 1907, along with a lengthy article in support of it, entitled, The Trade Unions and the Social Democratic Party. Point 92. Our whole party, consequently, has now recognized that work in the trade unions must be conducted not in the spirit of trade union neutrality but in the spirit of the closest possible relations between them and the Social Democratic Party. It is also recognized that the partisanship of the trade unions must be achieved exclusively by S.D. work within the unions, that the S.D.S. must form solid party cells in the unions, and that illegal unions should be formed since legal ones are impossible. 7 to 182. 194. V.I. Lenin. There can be no doubt that Stuttgart has been strongly instrumental in bringing the two factions of our party closer together on the question of the nature of our work in the trade unions. The Stuttgart Congress resolution, as Kautsky pointed out in his report to the Leipzig workers, puts an end to recognizing the principle of neutrality. The high degree to which class contradictions have developed, their aggravation latterly in all countries, the long experience of Germany, where the policy of neutrality strengthened opportunism in the trade unions without preventing the appearance of special Christian and liberal unions. and the widening of that special area of proletarian struggle which requires joint and concerted action by both the unions and the Politko Party, the mass strike and the armed uprising in the Russian Revolution, as the prototype of likely forms of the proletarian revolution in the West. All these things have cut the ground from under the neutrality theory. Among the proletarian parties, the question of neutrality is unlikely now to evoke any serious controversy. The case is different with the non-proletarian quasi-socialist parties like our socialist revolutionaries, who are in fact the extreme left wing of the revolutionary bourgeois party of intellectuals and progressive peasants. It is highly characteristic that in our country the only people to defend the idea of neutrality after Stuttgart have been the socialist revolutionaries and Plekhanov. And they have done so very unsuccessfully. In the last issue of the Socialist Revolutionary Party organ, Znamya Truda, number 8, December 1907, we find 2 articles devoted to the trade union movement. In those articles the R.S. attempt primarily to ridicule the statement of the Social Democratic newspaper, period, 93 that the Stuttgart Resolution settled the question of the party's attitude to the trade unions along the same lines as the London Resolution, namely, in the Bolshevik spirit. Our answer is that in the very same issue of Znamya Truda the R.S. themselves cited facts which prove such an assessment to be absolutely correct. It was at that time too, writes Znamya Truda, referring to the autumn of 1905. And it is a characteristic fact that the 3 Russian socialist factions, the Menshevik Trade Union Neutrality 195 Social Democrats, the Bolshevik Social Democrats, and the SRS first met face to state their views on the trade union movement. The Moscow Bureau, which was instructed to select from its midst a central bureau for convening a congress of trade unions, organized a big meeting of worker trade unionists at the Olympia Theater. The Mensheviks put forward a classically Marxist, strictly orthodox delimitation between the aim of the party and that of the trade unions. The task of the SD party is to establish the socialist system and abolish capitalist relations. The task of the trade unions is to improve working conditions within the framework of the capitalist system, so as to secure for labor advantageous conditions for the sale of its labor power. The conclusion drawn was that the trade unions are nonpartisan, and that they embrace all workers of a given occupation. Diamond Suit. The meeting was attended by about 1,500 people. See the report in Bulletin Musea Sovietsvia Trudu, number 2, November 26, 1905, quoted by Znamya Truda. It should be said, however, that the Mensheviks' idea of this nonpartisanship was a rather peculiar one. Thus, their spokesman illustrated his points in the following way. A correct answer to the question of partisanship has been given in the Moscow Printers' Union, which proposes that comrades join the SD- party as individuals. Note by Znamya Truda. The Bolsheviks argued that at the present time there could not be a strict separation of politics from occupation, and hence drew the conclusion that there must be close unity between the Social Democratic Party and the trade unions, which it must lead. Finally, the R.S. demanded that the unions be strictly nonpartisan, in order to avoid a split in the ranks of the proletariat, but rejected any narrowing down of the tasks and activities of the trade unions to a limited sphere, formulating this task as an all-out struggle against capital, and therefore as both an economic and a political struggle. That is how Znamya Truda itself describes the facts / and only a person who is blind or totally incapable of thinking can deny that of these 3 viewpoints it is the one that speaks of close unity between the Social Democratic Party and the unions that is confirmed by the Stuttgart Resolution. 7. 196. Lenin, which recommends close ties between the party and the trade unions. Asterisk. What the Mensheviks put forward in November 1905 was not orthodox but vulgar views on neutrality. Let the S.R. gentlemen remember that. To confuse this perfectly clear issue, the S.R.S., in the most diverting manner, mixed up the independence of the trade unions in the economic struggle with their non-party character. The Stuttgart Congress, they write, definitely stood also for the independence, the nonpartisanship, of the unions, i.e., rejected the viewpoint of both the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. This conclusion is drawn from the following words in the Stuttgart Resolution. Each of the 2 organizations, the party and the trade union, has its own sphere, determined by its nature, and within which it must act quite independently. At the same time, however, there is an ever-expanding sphere, and so on, as quoted above. Yet we find wags who mixed up this demand for the independence of the trade unions in the sphere determined by their nature with the question of the nonpartisanship of the unions or their close alignment with the party in the political sphere and in dealing with the tasks of the socialist revolution. In this way R.S. completely suppressed the fundamental issue of the appraisal of the neutrality theory, a theory that in fact serves to strengthen the influence of the bourgeoisie over the proletariat. In place of this fundamental issue, they preferred to speak only of the specifically Russian situation where there are several socialist parties, and did so in such a way as to throw a false light on what happened at Stuttgart. One cannot argue that the Stuttgart resolution is hazy, writes Znamitruda. For Mr. Plekhanov removed all haziness and doubt when he addressed the International Congress as the party's official representative, and so far no statement has been issued by the Central S.D. Committee that such a statement by Comrade Plekhanov disorganizes the ranks of the United Party. Gentlemen of the S.R. Party, you are entitled, of course, to speak ironically about our CC having called Plekhanov to order. You are entitled to think that one can respect, say, a party which officially does not condemn Mr. Drashuni's trade union neutrality. 197. Pro-cadet conduct. But why tell a plain untruth? Plekhanov was not the representative of the S.D. Party at the Stuttgart Congress, but only one of its 33 delegates. And what he represented was the views not of the S.D. Party but of the present Menshevik opposition to that party and to its London decisions. The S.R.S. cannot but be aware of this, which means they are telling a deliberate untruth. In the committee that examined the question of the relations between the trade unions and the political party, he, Plekhanov, literally said the following: there are 11 revolutionary organizations in Russia. With which of them should the trade unions align themselves? Introducing political dissertances into the trade unions in Russia would be harmful. In answer to this, the members of the committee all unanimously declared that the Congress resolution must not be interpreted in that way, that they do not by any means oblige the trade unions and their members to join the S.D. Party, that they, as stated in the resolution, demand their complete independence. Znamitruda's italics. You are mixing things up. Gentlemen of Znamitruda in the committee. A Belgian comrade asked whether it could be made obligatory for trade union members to join the Social Democratic Party, and everyone answered that it could not. Plekhanov, on the other hand, proposed an amendment to the resolution, saying, unity of the trade union organization, however, should not be lost sight of. This amendment was adopted, but not unanimously. Comrade Voinov, who represented the views of the RSDLP, voted for the amendment, and in our opinion was right in doing so. That was how matters stood. Social Democrats should never lose sight of unity of the trade union organization. That is quite right. But this applies also to the S.R.S. whom we invite to ponder over this. Unity of the trade union organization. When the latter announces its close ties with social democracy. Nobody ever dreamt of obliging trade union members to join the S.D. Party. Fear made the S.R.S. imagine that. And to suggest that the Stuttgart Congress prohibited trade unions from declaring their close ties with the Social Democratic Party, or from establishing such ties in reality, in actual life, is a cock and bull story. The Russian S.D.S., writes Znamitruda, are conducting a strenuous and unremitting campaign to win the 198 v.I. Lenin trade unions and subordinate them to their party leadership. The Bolsheviks are doing this frankly and openly. The Mensheviks have chosen a more roundabout way. Correct, gentlemen of the S.R. Party! For the sake of the prestige of the Workers' International, you are entitled to demand of us that we conduct this campaign in a tactful and restrained way, not losing sight of the unity of the trade union organization. We readily admit this, and demand the same admission from you, but we shall not give up our campaign. But then Plekhanov said that it was harmful to introduce political differences into the unions. Yes, Plekhanov did say that stupid thing, and the S.R. gentlemen, naturally, were bound to pounce on it, as they always pounce on everything least worthy of imitation. However, we should not be guided by Plekhanov's words, but by the Congress resolution, which cannot be implemented without introducing political differences. Here is a little example. The Congress resolution says that the trade unions should not be guided by the theory of the harmony of interests between labor and capital. We Social Democrats assert that the agrarian program, which calls for equalized distribution of the land in a bourgeois society, is based on the theory of the harmony of interests between labor and capital. Asterisk, we shall always declare our opposition to such a difference, or even a difference with monarchist-minded workers, being made the grounds for breaking the unity of a strike, etc. But we shall always introduce this difference into the workers' ranks in general, and into all workers' unions in particular. Plekhanov's reference to 11 parties is just as foolish. First, Russia is not the only country where there are various socialist parties. Secondly, Russia has only 2 rival socialist parties of any importance, the S.D. and the S.R. parties, for it is quite ridiculous to lump together all the parties of the nationalities. Thirdly, the question of unit ing the really socialist parties is quite a special one. By Diamond suit even some S.R.S. realize this now, and have thus taken a definite step towards Marxism. See the very interesting new book by Fursov and Jacobi, which we shall soon discuss in detail with readers of Proletary. Asterisk. Trade Union Neutrality. 199. Dragging it in Plekhanov confuses the issue. We must always and everywhere stand for the alignment of the unions with the Socialist Party of the working class, but the question as to which party in any given country, among any given nationality, is really socialist and really the party of the working class, is a special question, which is decided not by resolutions of international congresses, but by the outcome of the struggle between the national parties. How erroneous Comrade Plekhanov's arguments on this subject are is shown in a most striking manner by his article in Sovereignty Mir, 96 No. 12, 1907. On page 55, Plekhanov quotes a statement by Lunacharsky that trade union neutrality is supported by the German revisionists. Plekhanov answers this statement as follows. The revisionists say that the unions must be neutral, but understand by this that the unions must be used to fight orthodox Marxism. And Plekhanov concludes, the elimination of trade union neutrality will not help matters at all. Even if we make the unions closely and formally dependent on the party, and revisionist ideology triumphs in the party, the elimination of trade union neutrality will merely be a fresh victory for the critics of Marx. This argument is a typical example of Plekhanov's usual method of dodging the issue and suppressing the essence of the dispute. If revisionist ideology really does triumph in the party, then it will not be a socialist party of the working class. It is not at all a question of how the party takes shape, and what struggle and what splits occur in the process. It is a question of the fact that a socialist party and trade unions exist in every capitalist country, and it is our job to define the basic relations between them. The class interests of the bourgeoisie inevitably give rise to a strive to confine the unions to petty and narrow activity within the framework of the existing social order, to keep them away from any contact with socialism, and the neutrality theory is the ideological cover for these strivings of the bourgeoisie. In one way or another, the revisionists within the S.D. parties will always clear a way for themselves in capitalist society. Of course, at the outset of the workers' political and trade union movements in Europe it was possible to uphold 200. Lenin. Trade union neutrality, as a means of widening the original field of proletarian struggle during the period when it was comparatively undeveloped and when the bourgeoisie exerted no systematic influence on the unions. At the present time it is quite indefensible, from the point of view of international social democracy, to uphold trade union neutrality. One can only smile when reading Plekhanov's assurances that even today, Marx would be in favor of trade union neutrality in Germany, especially when that kind of argument is based on a one-sided interpretation of a single quotation from Marx, while ignoring the sum and substance of Marx's statements and the whole spirit of his teachings. I stand for neutrality, understood in Bebel's and not the revisionist sense, writes Plekhanov. To talk like that means to swear by Bebel and still get stuck in the mud. Needless to say, Bebel is such a great authority in the international proletarian movement, such an experienced practical leader, a socialist so keenly alive to the requirements of the revolutionary struggle, that in 99 cases out of 100 he climbed out of the mud himself when he happened to slip into it, and he dragged out those who were willing to follow his lead. Bebel was wrong when he joined Vollmer in defending the agrarian program of the revisionists in Breslau, in 1895, when he insisted, in Essen, on making a distinction in principle between defensive and offensive wars, and when he was ready to elevate trade union neutrality to the level of a principle. We readily believe that if Plekhanov gets stuck in the mud only in Bebel's company, it will not happen to him often, or for long. But we still think that Bebel should not be imitated when Bebel is wrong. It is said, and Plekhanov makes a special point of it, that neutrality is necessary in order to unite all the workers who are beginning to see the need for improving their material conditions. But those who say this forget that the present stage of development of class contradictions inevitably introduces political differences, even into the question of how this improvement is to be secured within the bounds of contemporary society. The theory of the neutrality of the trade unions as opposed to the theory of the need for close ties between them and revolutionary social trade union neutrality. 201. Democracy inevitably leads to preference being given to methods of securing this improvement that involve a blunt ing of the proletarian class struggle. A striking example of this, which, incidentally, is connected with the appraisal of one of the most interesting episodes in the modern labor movement, is to be found in the very same issue of Sovereignty Mir in which Plekhanov advocates neutrality. Side by side with Plekhanov, we find here Mr. P. extolling Richard Bell, the well-known English railwaymen's leader, who ended a dispute between the workers and the railway company by a compromise. Bell is described as the soul of the whole railwaymen's movement. There is not the slightest doubt, E.P. writes, that thanks to his calm, well-considered, and consistent tactics, Bell has won the complete confidence of the amalgamated society of railway servants, the members of which are ready to follow his lead without hesitation. Sovereign Emir, number 12, page 75. This point of view is not accidental, but is essentially connected with the neutrality theory, which puts in the forefront unity of the workers for the improvement of their conditions, and not unity for a struggle that could promote the cause of proletarian emancipation. But this point of view is not at all in accord with the views of the British socialists, who would probably be very much surprised to learn that the eulogizers of Bell write, without objection being raised, in the same journal as prominent Mensheviks like Plekhanov, Ordinsky, and Company. Justice, 96. The British Social Democratic newspaper, in a leading article on November 16, commented as follows on Bell's agreement with the railway companies. We cannot but agree with the almost universal trade union condemnation which has been pronounced upon this so-called Treaty of Peace. It absolutely destroys the very reason of existence of the Union. This preposterous agreement cannot be binding on the men, and the latter will do well to at once repudiate it. And in its next issue, that of November 23, Burnett, in an article entitled, Sold Again, wrote the following about this agreement. 3 weeks ago the ASRS was one of the most powerful trade unions in the country. Today it is reduced to the level of a mere benefit society. All these changes have taken place not because the railway. 202. V.I. Lenin. Men have fought and lost, but because their leaders have deliberately or stupidly sold them to the railway bosses ere the fight began. And the editor added that a similar letter had been received from a Midland Railway comp in New York's wage slave. But perhaps this is the ardor of two revolutionary social democrats. No. The labor leader, 91 organ of the moderate independent Labor Party, 98, which does not even want to call itself socialist, in its issue of November 15 published a letter from a trade unionist railwayman in which, replying to the praise lavished on Bell by the entire capitalist press, from the radical Reynolds New and 9 to the conservative Times 100, he stated that the settlement made by Bell was the most contemptible one that has ever occurred in the history of trade unionism, and described Richard Bell as the Marshal Biazane of the trade union movement. In the same issue another railwayman demands that Mr. Bell should be called upon to explain the nefarious settlement by which the railwaymen are condemned to 7 years penal servitude. And the editor of this moderate organ, in a leading article of the same issue, describes the settlement as the sedan of the British trade union movement. Never has such an opportunity presented itself for a national manifestation of the power of organized labor. Among the workers there prevailed unprecedented enthusiasm and a desire to fight. The article concludes with a scathing comparison between the dire needs of the workers and the triumph of Mr. Lloyd George, the cabinet minister who played the role of lackey to the capitalists, and Mr. Bell hastening to prepare banquets. Only the extreme opportunists, the Fabians, 101 members of a purely intellectualist organization, approved the settlement, so that even the New Age, 102 which sympathizes with the Fabians, blushed for shame and was obliged to admit that while the conservative bourgeois Times had published the manifesto of the Fabian Society's executive committee in full, apart from these gentlemen, no socialist organization, no trade union, and no prominent labor leader, December 7th issue, page 101, had declared in favor of the settlement. Trade union neutrality. 203. Here you have a specimen of the application of the neutrality theory by Plekhanov's colleague Mr. E. P. The question was one not of political differences, but of improv ing the workers' conditions in existing society. The entire British bourgeoisie, the Fabians, and Mr. E. P. declared for improvement, at the price of renouncing the struggle and submitting to the tender mercies of capital. All the socialists and trade unionist workers were for a collective struggle of the workers. Will Plekhanov now continue to advocate neutrality, instead of a close alignment of the trade unions with the Socialist Party? Proletary number 22, March 3, February 19, 1908. Collected Works, Volume 13, pages 460 to 69. J. British and German workers demonstrate for peace 103. As is well known, in Britain and Germany a chauvinist campaign has long been conducted by the bourgeois press, especially the gutter press, in which these countries are incited against each other. Competition in the world market between British and German capitalists is becoming more and more bitter. Britain's former supremacy, and her independence in the world market, have become a thing of the past. Germany is one of the capitalist countries that are developing particularly rapidly, and her manufacturers are seeking markets abroad on an ever-growing scale. The struggle for colonies and the conflict of commercial interests have in capitalist society become one of the main causes of war. It is therefore not surprising that the capitalists of both countries consider war between Britain and Germany inevitable, and the military men on both sides deem it quite desirable. The British Jingos want to undermine the strength of a dangerous rival by smashing Germany's sea power while it is still immeasurably weaker. Then Britons. The German Junkers and generals, headed by that Bourbon, Wilhelm II, are spoiling for a fight with Britain, hoping to be able to use their numerical superiority in land forces, and hoping that the clamor of military victories will stifle the growing discontent of the working masses and prevent the aggravation of the class struggle in Germany. British and German workers demonstrate for peace 205. The British and German workers decided to come out publicly against the growing war danger. For a long time, the labor press in both countries had been waging an unremitting struggle against chauvinism and militarism. But what was required now was some more imposing expression of the will of the working class than through the organs of the press. The British workers decided to send a delegation to Berlin to attend a grand demonstration that would declare the joint determination of the proletariat of both countries to wage war on war. The demonstration took place in Berlin on Sunday, September 27, Old Style. This time the British workers' representatives were able to address the proletariat of Berlin without let or hindrance. 2 years before, when J. Jouwers had wanted to speak to the German workers on behalf of the French working class at a social democratic mass meeting in Berlin to protest against the bourgeois jingos, the German government banned him. This time it did not venture to eject the delegates of the British proletariat. A mammoth rally of working men was held in one of Berlin's biggest halls. About 5,000 people immediately packed the place, and an overflow of many thousands occupied the surrounding grounds and the street. Stewards wearing red armbands kept order. Comrade Legion, the well-known leader of the German trade unions, called Free, i.e., actually social democratic unions, greeted the British delegation on behalf of the entire politically and industrially organized working class of Germany. He said that 50 years ago French and British workers had demonstrated on behalf of peace. At that time those pioneer socialists were not backed by the organized masses. Today Britain and Germany together had an army of 4x/3 million organized workers. It was on behalf of this army that the British delegates and the Berlin rally now spoke, declaring that the decision of war or peace lay in the hands of the working class. In his speech in reply, the British workers' delegate Mad Dyson condemned the jingo slander campaign conducted by the bourgeoisie, and handed over an address from the workers of Britain to the workers of Germany, signed by 206. V.I. Lenin. 3,000 workmen. Among the signatories, he said, were representatives of both trends in the British labour movement, i.e., both Social Democrats and adherents of the Independent Labour Party, who do not yet hold any consistent socialist point of view. The address pointed out that wars serve the interests of the propertied classes. The masses of the workers bear all the burdens of war. The propertied classes derive benefit from national calamities. Let the workers unite to fight militarism, to ensure peace. After other British delegates and a representative of the German Social Democratic Party, Richard Fischer, had spoken, the meeting closed with the unanimous adoption of a resolution branding the selfish and short-sighted policy of the ruling and exploiting classes, and expressing readiness to act in accordance with the resolution of the International Congress in Stuttgart, i.e., to fight war by all ways and means. The meeting broke up in an orderly manner amidst the singing of the workers' Marseillaise. There were no street demonstrations. The Berlin police and local military authorities were disappointed. It is characteristic of the regime in Germany that the most peaceful demonstration of the workers had to have a police and military demonstration to accompany it. The Berlin garrison was mobilized. Detachments of troops were stationed in different parts of the city in accordance with a strict plan, mostly in such a way that their hiding places and numbers could not be easily detected. Police units patrolled the streets and squares in the vicinity of the meeting hall, particularly the road leading from there to the royal palace. The latter was ringed with police in plain clothes and troops concealed in house yards. An intricate system of police pickets was organized, groups of policemen loitered at street corners, police officers were detailed to all important spots, police cyclists acted as scouts and kept the military authorities informed on every step the enemy made, bridges and canal crossings were put under triple guard. They stood watch over the threatened monarchy. Sarcastically wrote forwards, commenting on all these measures taken by the government of Wilhelm II. It was a rehearsal, we add for our part. Wilhelm II and the German bourgeoisie were rehearsing military combat. British and German workers demonstrate for peace 207. With an insurgent proletariat. Such rehearsals are undoubtedly and in any case useful to both the masses of workers and to the soldiers. CAIRA, it will be a success, as the French workers' song says. Repeated rehearsals are lead ing, maybe very slowly as yet, but very surely, to the great historical climax. Written September 8, 21. October 2, 1908. First published in 1933 in Lenin Miscellany XXV. Collected Works, Volume 15, pages 210-12. From Meeting of the International Socialist Bureau. The whole of the next day was taken up with the meet ing of the International Socialist Bureau. The first item on the agenda, namely, The affiliation of the British Labour Party, 104, occupied the whole of the morning session. Accord ing to the bureaus of the International, organizations eligible for membership are, first, socialist parties which recognize the class struggle, and secondly, working class organizations whose standpoint is that of the class struggle, i.e., trade unions. The Labour Party recently formed in the British House of Commons does not openly call itself socialist, and does not expressly and definitely recognize the principle of the class struggle, which, be it said in parenthesis, the British Social Democrats call upon it to do. Needless to say, this Labour Party was admitted to the International in general and to the Stuttgart Socialist Congress in particular, because, as a matter of fact, this party is an organization of a mixed type, standing between the two types defined in Clauses 1 and 2 of the Rules of the International, and embody the political representation of the British trade unions. Nevertheless, the question of the affiliation of this party was raised, and raised by the party itself, in the person of the so-called Independent Labour Party, the ILP, as the British call it, which is one of the two subsections of the British section of the International. The other subsection is the Social Democratic Federation. 106. Meeting of the International Socialist Bureau. 209. The Independent Labour Party demanded the direct recognition of the Labour Party as an affiliated organization of the International. Its delegate Bruce Glaser urged the enormous significance of this representation in Parliament of hundreds of thousands of organized workers who were steadily and surely moving towards socialism. He was very contemptuous of principles, formulas, and catechisms. Kautsky, in reply to him, dissociated himself from this attitude of contempt towards the principles and ultimate aim of socialism, but wholly supported the affiliation of the Labour Party as a party waging the class struggle in practice. Kautsky moved the following resolution. Whereas by previous resolutions of the international congresses, all organizations adopting the standpoint of the proletarian class struggle and recognizing the necessity for political action have been accepted for membership, the International Bureau declares that the British Labour Party is admitted to international socialist congresses, because, while not expressly, Austria-Clich, accepting the proletarian class struggle, in practice the Labour Party conducts this struggle, and adopts its standpoint, inasmuch as the party is organized independently of the bourgeois parties. Kautsky was supported by the Austrians, by Valiant of the French group, and, as the voting showed, by the majority of the small nations. The opposition came first of all from Hinman, the representative of the British Social Democratic Federation, who demanded that the status quo be maintained until the Labour Party expressly recognized the principle of the class struggle and of socialism. Then from Roussel, the second French delegate and a follower of Ged Rubanovich of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, and Avramov, the delegate of the revolutionary wing of the Bulgarian Socialists. I took the floor in order to associate myself with the first part of Kautsky's resolution. It was impossible, I argued, to refuse to admit the Labour Party, i.e., the parliamentary representation of the trade unions, since Congresses had previously admitted all trade unions whatever, even those which had allowed themselves to be represented by bourgeois parliamentarians. But I said the second part of Kautsky's resolution is wrong, because in practice the Labour Party is 210. Lenin. Not a party really independent of the liberals, and does not pursue a fully independent class policy. I therefore proposed an amendment that the end of the resolution, beginning with the word because, should read as follows. Because it, the Labour Party, represents the first step on the part of the really proletarian organizations of Britain towards a conscious class policy and towards a socialist workers' party. I submitted this amendment to the Bureau, but Kautsky would not accept it, stating in his next speech that the International Bureau could not adopt decisions based on expectations. But the main struggle was between the supporters and the opponents of Kautsky's resolution as a whole. When it was about to be voted on, Adler proposed that it be divided into two parts. This was done, and both parts were carried by the International Bureau, the first with 3 against and 1 abstention, and the second with 4 against and 1 abstention. Thus Kautsky's motion became the decision of the Bureau. Rubanovich abstained on both votes. Let me add that Adler, who spoke after me and before Kautsky's second speech, replied to me in the following manner. I am quoting from the Belgian Socialist organ Le Peuple, 106, which gave the most detailed and exact reports of the sessions. Lenin's proposal is seducent, Adler said, verlockend, enticing, but it cannot make us forget that the Labour Party is now outside the bourgeois parties. It is not for us to judge how it did this. We recognize the fact of progress. Such was the nature of the debate at the International Bureau on the question under discussion. I shall now take the liberty to deal in greater detail with this debate, in order to explain the position that I took up to the readers of Proletary. The arguments advanced by V. Adler and K. Kautsky failed to convince me, and I still think they are wrong. By stating in his resolution that the Labour Party does not expressly accept the proletarian class struggle, Kautsky undoubtedly voiced a certain expectation, a certain judgment, as to what the policy of the Labour Party is now and what that policy should be. But Kautsky expressed this indirectly, and in such a way that it amounted to an assertion which, first, is incorrect in substance, and secondly, provides a basis for misrepresenting his. Meeting of the International Socialist Bureau. 211. Idea that by separating in Parliament, not during the elections, not in its whole policy, not in its propaganda and agitation, from the bourgeois parties, the Labour Party in Britain is taking the first step towards socialism and towards a class policy of the proletarian mass organizations is indisputable. This is not an expectation, but a fact, the very fact which compels us to admit the Labour Party into the International, since we have already accepted the trade unions in it. Finally, it is precisely such a formulation that would make hundreds of thousands of British workers, who undoubtedly respect the decisions of the International but have not yet become full socialists, ponder once again over the question why they are regarded as having taken only the first step, and what the next steps along this road should be. My formulation does not contain even the shadow of a claim that the International should undertake to solve the concrete and detailed problems of a national labor move. Meant, should undertake to determine when the next steps should be taken, and what they should be. But that further steps are necessary in general must be admitted, in relation to a party which does not expressly and clearly accept the principle of the class struggle. Kautsky in his resolution acknowledged this indirectly, instead of doing so directly. It looked as if the International was certifying that the Labour Party was in practice waging a consistent class struggle, as if it was sufficient for a workers' organization to form a separate labor group in Parliament in order in its entire conduct to become independent of the bourgeoisie. On this question Hindman, Roussel, Rabanovich and Avramov undoubtedly occupied a still more incorrect position, which Rabanovich did not rectify but confused by his abstention on both parts of the resolution. When Avramov declared that to admit the Labour Party would be to encourage opportunism, he expressed a glaringly wrong view. One need only recall Engels' letters to Sorg. For a number of years Engels strongly insisted that the British Social Democrats, led by Hindman, were committing an error by acting like sectarians, failing to link themselves with the unconscious but powerful class instinct of the trade unions, and by turning Marxism into a dogma, whereas it should be a guide to action. Point 107 when there exists objective condi. 212. Lenin. Tie-ins which retard the growth of the political consciousness and class independence of the proletarian masses, one must be able patiently and steadfastly to work hand in hand with them, making no concessions in principles but not refrain from activity right in the midst of the proletarian masses. These lessons of Engels have been corroborated by the subsequent development of events, when the British trade unions, insular, aristocratic, Philistineally selfish, and hostile to socialism, which have produced a number of outright traitors to the working class who have sold themselves to the bourgeoisie for ministerial posts, like the scoundrel John Burns, have nevertheless begun moving towards socialism, awkwardly, inconsistently in zigzag fashion, but still moving towards socialism. Only the blind can fail to see that socialism is now growing apace among the working class in Britain, that socialism is once again becoming a mass movement in that country, that the social revolution is approaching in Great Britain. Proletary No. 37, October 16, 29, 1908. Signed N. Lenin. Collected Works, Volume 15, pages 233-37. From the resolution of the 6th, Prague, All-Russia Conference of the RSDLP. The character and organizational forms of party work. Recognizing that the experience of the past 3 years has undoubtedly confirmed the main provisions of the resolution on the problem of organization carried by the December 1908 conference, and assuming that the new upswing of the working class movement makes possible the further development of organizational forms of party work along the lines indicated therein, i.e., by the former tie-in of illegal social democratic cells surrounded by as wide a network as possible of every kind of legal workers' associations. The conference considers that 1. It is essential for illegal party organizations to participate actively in the leadership of the economic struggle, strikes, strike committees, etc., and to ensure cooperation in this sphere between the illegal party cells and the trade unions, in particular with the S.D. cells in the trade unions, and also with various leaders of the trade union movement. 2. It is desirable that S.D. cells and unions organized on an industrial basis should, whenever local conditions permit, function in conjunction with party branches organized on a territorial basis. 3. It is essential for the maximum possible initiative to be shown in the organization of S.D. work and legally exist associations, unions, reading rooms, libraries, various types of workers' entertainment societies, the circulation of the trade union journals and the guidance of the trade union press in the spirit of Marxism, the use of the Duma speeches of the S.D. members, the training of workers to become 214. v.I. Lenin. Legal lecturers, the creation, in connection with the elections to the Fourth Duma, of workers and other voters' committees for each district, each street, etc., and the organization of social democratic campaigns in connection with the elections to municipal bodies, etc. 4. It is essential to make special efforts to strengthen and increase the number of illegal party cells, and to seek for new organizational forms for them of the greatest possible flexibility, to establish and strengthen leading illegal party organizations in every town and to propagate such forms of mass illegal organizations as exchanges, factory party meetings, and so on. 5. It is desirable to draw the study circles into everyday practical work, the distribution of illegal social democratic and legal Marxist literature, and so on. 6. It is essential to bear in mind that systematic agitation through S.D. literature, and particularly the regular distribution of the illegal party paper, issued frequently and regularly, can have a tremendous significance for the establishment of organizational links, both between the illegal cells and between the S.D. cells and legally existing workers' associations. The party's attitude to the Workers' State Insurance Duma Bill. 1. The share of the wealth produced by the wage worker which he receives in the form of wages is so insignificant that it is scarcely sufficient to provide for his most essential requirements. The proletarian is therefore deprived of any opportunity to lay aside any part of his earnings to provide for himself in case of inability to work as a result of accident, illness, old age, or permanent disablement, as well as in case of unemployment, which is inseparably linked up with the capitalist mode of production. The insurance of workers in all the aforementioned cases is therefore a reform imperatively dictated by the entire course of capitalist development. 6. Prague, All Russia Conference of RSDLP 215. 2. The best form of workers' insurance is state insurance based on the following principles. A. It should provide for the workers in all cases of incapacity, accidents, illness, old age, permanent disablement, extra provisions for working women during pregnancy and childbirth, benefits for widows and orphans upon the death of the breadwinner, or in case of loss of earnings due to unemployment. B. Insurance must include all wage earners and their families. C. All insured persons should receive compensations equal to their full earnings, and all expenditures on insurance must be borne by the employers and the state. D. All forms of insurance should be handled by uniform insurance organizations of the territorial type and based on the principle of full management by the insured persons themselves. 3. The government bill, passed by the State Duma, is in radical contradiction to all these fundamental requirements of a rational insurance scheme. For A. It provides for only 2 kinds of insurance, cases of accident and cases of illness. B. It extends to only a small part, according to the most liberal calculations, to 1/6 of the Russian proletariat, since it excludes from insurance whole regions, Siberia and, in the government's version, also the Caucasus, and whole categories of workers who particularly need insurance: farm laborers, building workers, railway workers, post and telegraph workers, shop assistants, etc. C. It provides for beggarly rates of compensation. The maximum compensation in case of total disablement resulting from accidents is set at 2/3 of the earnings, the latter, moreover, calculated on the basis of standards lower than the actual earnings, and at the same time makes the workers pay the lion's share of the expenditure on insurance, for the plan is to make the workers cover the expenditures not only on insurance against illness but also on insurance against minor injuries, which in practice are the most numerous. This new procedure is a change for the worse even compared with the present law, according to which compensation for injuries is paid entirely by the employers. D. It deprives the insurance bodies of every vestige of independence, placing them under the combined surveillance of civil servants, from the courts and the Council for Insurance Affairs, the gendarmerie, the police, who, beside exercising general surveillance. 216. V.I. Lenin. Lance, are invested with the right to direct the practical activities of the insurance bodies, influence the selection of their personnel, etc., and the employers, the accident insurance societies under the exclusive control of employers, sick benefit societies run by the factories, society rules guaranteeing the influence of the employers, etc. 4. This law, which rides roughshod over the most vital interests of the workers, is the only one possible in this present period of frenzied reaction, this period of the domination of counter-revolution, and is the result of many years of preliminary negotiations and agreement between the government and the representatives of capital. An insurance reform really corresponding to the interests of the workers can only be accomplished after the final overthrow of Tsarism and the achievement of conditions indispensable for the free class struggle of the proletariat. 2. In view of the aforementioned, the conference resolves that 1. It is the urgent task both of the illegal party organizations and of the comrades active in the legally existing organizations, trade unions, clubs, cooperative societies, etc., to develop the most extensive agitation against the Duma Insurance Bill, which affects the interests of the entire Russian proletariat as a class, since it grossly violates them. Point 2. The conference considers it necessary to emphasize that all social democratic agitation concerning the insurance bills should be presented in relation to the class position of the proletariat in modern capitalist society, and should criticize the bourgeois illusions being spread by the social reformists. This agitation must, in general, be linked up with our fundamental socialist tasks. On the other hand, it is necessary in this agitation to show the connection between the character of the Duma reform and the current political situation and, in general, its connection with our revolutionary democratic tasks and slogans. 3. Fully approving of the vote of the Social Democratic Group in the Duma against the bill, the conference draws. 6th, Prague, All-Russia Conference of RSDLP 217. The attention of the comrades to the extensive and valuable material clarifying the attitude of the various Class F to labor reforms furnished by the debate in the Duma on this question. The conference particularly stresses the fact that the debate vividly brought out the aspirations of the Octoberist representatives of backward capital openly hostile to the workers, as well as the attitude of the Constitutional Democratic Party masked in the hypocritical speeches of its representatives by social reformist phrases about social peace. In point of fact, the cadets came out in the Duma against the independent activity of the working class and virulently contested the principal amendments to the bill proposed by the Social Democratic group in the Duma. 4. The conference most earnestly warns the workers against all attempts to curtail or completely distort social democratic agitation by confining it to what is legally permissible in the present period of the domination of the counter-revolution. On the other hand, the conference emphasizes that the main point of this agitation should be to explain to the proletarian masses that no real improvement in the workers' conditions is possible unless there is a new revolutionary upsurge, that whoever wishes to achieve a genuine labor reform must above all fight for a new, victorious revolution. Point 5. Should the Duma bill become law in spite of the protest of the class-conscious proletariat, the conference summons the comrades to make use of the new organizational forms which it provides, workers' sick benefit societies, to carry on energetic propaganda for social democratic ideas in these organizational cells and thus turn the new law, devised as a means of putting new chains and a new yoke upon the proletariat, into a means of developing its class consciousness, strengthening its organization and intensifying its struggle for full political liberty and for socialism. Written in January 1912, published in February 1912 in the pamphlet The All-Russia Conference of the RSDLP by the CC, RSDLP, Paris. Collected Works, Volume 17, pages 472 to 74, 475 to 79. In Switzerland. The local socialists call Switzerland a republic of lackeys. This petty bourgeois country, in which innkeeping has long been a major industry, has depended too much on wealthy parasites squandering millions on summer travel in the mountains. A small proprietor toadying to rich tourists, such, until recently, was the most widespread type of Swiss bourgeois. Things are changing now. A large-scale industry is developing in Switzerland. The use of waterfalls and mountain rivers as direct sources of electric power is playing a big part in this. The power of falling water, which replaces coal in industry, is often called white coal. The industrialization of Switzerland, i.e., the development there of a large-scale industry, has put an end to the former stagnation in the working-class movement. The struggle between capital and labor is assuming a more acute character. The drowsy, Philistine spirit which often in the past pervaded some of the Swiss workers' associations is disappearing to give way to the fighting mood of a class-conscious and organized proletariat that is aware of its strength. The Swiss workers entertain no illusions about the fact that theirs is a bourgeois republic upholding the same kind of wage slavery as exists in all the capitalist countries without exception. At the same time, however, they have learned very well to use the freedom of their republican institutions to enlighten and organize the wide mass of the workers. In Switzerland. 219. The fruits of their work were clearly revealed during the general strike in Zurich on July 12, June 29, Old Style. This is how it came about. The painters and fitters in Zurich had been on strike for several weeks, demanding higher wages and shorter hours. The enraged employers decided to break the resistance of the strikers. The government of the bourgeois republic, eager to serve the capitalists, came to their aid and began to deport foreign strikers. There are many foreign workers, particularly Italians, who go to Switzerland to work. But the use of brute force did not help. The workers held their ground as one man. Then the capitalists resorted to the following method. In Hamburg, Germany, there is a firm, owned by Ludwig Koch, which specializes in supplying strikebreakers. The Zurich capitalists, patriots and republicans, don't laugh, had that firm send in strikebreakers, who they knew included all sorts of criminals convicted in Germany for pandering, brawling, etc. The capitalists supplied this riff-raff or gang of convicts, lumpen proletarians, with pistols. The brazen band of strikebreakers filled the taverns in the workers' district, and they're engaged in unheard-of hooliganism. When a group of workers gathered together to eject the hooligans, one of the latter shot down a worker who was on strike. The workers' patience was exhausted. They beat up the murderer. It was decided to make an interpellation in the Zurich City Council on the hooligans' outrages. And when the city authorities, in defense of the capitalists, prohibited strike picketing, the workers resolved to protest by a one-day general strike. All the trade unions declared unanimously for the strike. The printers were the only sad exception. They declared against the strike, and the meeting of 425 representatives of all the Zurich workers' organizations replied to the print heir's decision with a stentorian cry of shame. The strike was decided on, even though the leaders of political organizations were against it, the same old spirit of the Philistine, opportunist Swiss leaders. Knowing that the capitalists and the management would try to wreck the peaceful strike, the workers acted according to the wise maxim. In war as in war. In wartime one does not tell the enemy when an attack will take place. 220. Lenin. The workers purposely declared on Thursday that the strike would take place on Tuesday or Wednesday, whereas in reality they had fixed it for Friday. The capitalists and the management were taken by surprise. The strike was a signal success. 30,000 leaflets in German and Italian were circulated early in the morning. Some 2,000 strikers occupied the tram depots. Everything stopped. Life in the city came to a standstill. Friday is a market day in Zurich, but the city seemed dead. The consumption of spirits, all alcoholic drinks, was prohibited by the strike committee, and the workers strictly obeyed this decision. An imposing mass demonstration took place at 2 p.m. When the speeches were over, the workers dispersed peacefully, and without singing. The government and the capitalists, who had hoped to provoke the workers to violence, saw their failure and are now beside themselves with rage. Not only strike picketing, but also open-air meetings and demonstrations have been prohibited by special decree throughout the Zurich canton. The police occupied the People's House in Zurich and arrested a number of the workers' leaders. The capitalists announced a 3-day lockout by way of avenging themselves for the strike. The workers are keeping calm. They scrupulously observe the boycott of spirits and wine, saying among themselves, "Why shouldn't a working man rest 3 days a year, since the rich rest all the year round?" Pravda number 63, July 12, 1912, signed B. Z.H. Collected Works, Volume 18, pages 160 to 62. From the Italian Socialist Congress. A few days ago, the 13th Congress of the Italian Socialist Party 108 came to a close in the town of Reggio Emilia. The struggle within the Italian Socialist Party has assumed particularly sharp forms in recent years. Originally, there were two basic trends, revolutionary and reformist. The revolutionaries upheld the proletarian character of the movement and combated all manifestations of opportunism, i.e., the spirit of moderation, deals with the bourgeoisie, and renunciation of the ultimate, socialist, aims of the working class movement. The cardinal principle of this trend and the basis of its views are the class struggle. The reformists, in fighting for reforms, i.e., individual improvements of political and economic conditions, kept forgetting the socialist character of the movement. They advocated blocs and alliances with the bourgeoisie to the point of socialists entering bourgeois ministries, of renowned consistently Republican convictions. In monarchical Italy, Republican propaganda in itself is not considered unlawful, of defending colonial policy, the policy of Say's colonies, of oppressing, plundering and exterminating the natives, etc. These two basic trends, which exist in one form or another in all socialist parties, gave rise in Italy to two further extreme trends that deviated completely from socialism and tended therefore to dissociate themselves from the workers. 222. Lenin. Socialist Party. One of these non-socialist extremes is syndicalism, which became fashionable in Italy at one time. The syndicalists inclined towards anarchism, slipped into revolutionary phrasemongering, destroyed the discipline of the working class struggle and opposed the use of the parliamentary platform by socialists, or upheld such opposition. Anarchist influence is feeble everywhere, and the working class movement is rapidly ridding itself of this sickness. The Italian syndicalists, led by Arturo Labriola, are already outside the Socialist Party. Their role in the working class movement is negligible. The Marxist revolutionaries in Italy, as in other countries, do not in the least indulge in anarchist sentiments and trends, which disrupt the proletarian movement. Pravda number 66, Collected Works, Volume 18. July 15, 1912, pages 170 to 71. Signed I. In Britain. The British Liberals have been in power for 6.5 years. The working class movement in Britain is become stronger and stronger. Strikes are assuming a mass character. Moreover, they are ceasing to be purely economic and are developing into political strikes. Robert Smillie, the leader of the Scottish miners who recently showed such strength in mass struggle, 109 declares that in their next big fight the miners will demand the transfer of the collieries to state ownership. And this next big fight is approaching inexorably, because all the miners of Britain are perfectly well aware that the notorious Minimum Wage Act cannot bring about any appreciable improvement in their conditions. And so the British Liberals, who are losing ground, have invented a new battle cry in order once again to induce the mass of the electors to trust the Liberals for a while. "You can't sell without cheating," is the commercial slogan of capitalism. "You can't get seats in Parliament without cheat ing," is the slogan of capitalist politics in free countries. The fashionable slogan invented by the Liberals for this purpose is the demand for land reform. It is not clear what the Liberals and their expert in humbugging the masses, Lloyd George, mean by that. Apparently it is a question of increasing the land tax, and no more. But the idea that actually lies behind the resounding talk about restoring the land to the people, etc., is to collect further millions for military adventures for the Navy. 224. V.I. Lenin. In Britain, agriculture is conducted wholly on capitalist lines. The capitalist farmers rent medium-sized plots of land from the landlords and cultivate them with the aid of wage workers. Under these circumstances, no land reform can in any way change the conditions of the agricultural workers. In Britain, the buying out of landed estates might even become a new method of fleecing the proletariat, since the landlords and the capitalists, who would retain state power, would sell their land at exorbitant prices. And the price would have to be paid by the taxpayers, i.e., the workers again. The fuss made by the Liberals about the land question has done good in one respect: it has reduced interest in organizing the agricultural workers. When Britain's agricultural workers wake up and join together in unions, the Liberals will no longer be able to get away with charlatan promises of reform, or of allotments for farmhands and day laborers. Recently, a reporter of a British Labour newspaper visited Joseph Arch, the veteran agricultural workers' leader who has done much to rouse the labourers to a class-conscious life. This could not be done at one stroke, and Arch's slogan, 3 acres and a cow, for every agricultural worker, was a very naive one. The union he founded fell to pieces, 110, but the cause he fought for is not dead, and the organization of the agricultural workers in Britain is once again becoming an immediate issue. Arch is now 83 years old. He lives in the same village, and in the same house in which he was born. He told his interviewer that the Agricultural Workers' Union had managed to raise wages to 15, 16 and 17 shillings a week. And now the wages of agricultural workers in Britain have again dropped, in Norfolk, where Arch lives, to 12 or 13 shillings a week. Pravda No. 89 Collected Works, Volume 18. August 12, 1912, pages 270-71. Sign P. In America. The 32nd Annual Convention of the American Federation of Labor, 111 as the Association of Trade Unions is called, has come to a close in Rochester. Alongside the rapidly growing Socialist Party, this association is a living relic of the past, of the old craft union, liberal bourgeois traditions that hang full weight over America's working-class aristocracy. On August 31, 1911, the Federation had 1,841,268 members. Samuel Gompers, a strong opponent of socialism, was re-elected president. But Max Hayes, the socialist workers' candidate, received 5,074 votes against Gompers' 11,974, whereas previously Gompers used to be elected unanimously. The struggle of the socialists against the trade unionists in the American trade union movement is slowly but surely leading to the victory of the former over the latter. Gompers not only fully accepts the bourgeois myth of harmony between labor and capital, but carries on a downright bourgeois policy in the Federation against the socialist one, although he professes to stand for the complete political neutrality of the trade unions. During the recent presidential elections in America, Gompers reprinted in the Federation's official publication the programs and platforms of all three bourgeois parties, Democrats, Republicans and Progressists, but did not reprint the program of the Socialist Party. Protests against this mode of action were voiced at the Rochester Convention even by Gompers' own followers. 8-182. 226. V.I. Lenin. The state of affairs in the American labor movement shows us, as it does in Britain, the remarkably clear-cut division between purely trade unionist and socialist strivings, the split between bourgeois labor policy and socialist labor policy. For, strange as it may seem, in capitalist society even the working class can carry on a bourgeois policy if it forgets about its emancipatory aims, puts up with wage slavery and confines itself to seeking alliances now with one bourgeois party, now with another, for the sake of imaginary improvements in its indentured condition. The principal historical cause of the particular prominence and temporary strength of bourgeois labor policy in Britain and America is the long-standing political liberty and the exceptionally favorable conditions, in comparison with other countries, for the deep-going and widespread development of capitalism. These conditions have tended to produce within the working class an aristocracy that has trailed behind the bourgeoisie, betraying its own class. In the 20th century, this peculiar situation in Britain and America is rapidly disappearing. Other countries are catching up with Anglo-Saxon capitalism, and a mass of workers are learning about socialism at first hand. The faster the growth of world capitalism, the sooner will socialism triumph in America and Britain. Written in December, prior to the 7th, 1912, first published in 1954 in the magazine Communist No. 6. Collected Works, Volume 36, pages 214-15. The British Labour Movement in 1912. The miners' strike was the outstanding event of the past year. While the railway strike in 1911-1112 showed the new spirit of the British workers, the miners' strike definitely marked an epoch. Despite the war preparations of the ruling classes, and despite the strenuous efforts of the bourgeoisie to crush the resistance of the rebellious slaves of capital, the strike was a success. The miners displayed exemplary organization. There was not a trace of blacklegging. Coal mining by soldiers or inexperienced laborers was out of the question. And after 6 weeks of struggle, the bourgeois government of Britain saw that the country's entire industrial activity was coming to a standstill, and that the words of the workers' song, "All will cease to whir when thy hand wills it," 113 were ing true. The government made concessions. The Prime Minister of the most powerful empire the world has ever seen attended a delegate meeting of the mine owners striking slaves and pleaded with them to agree to a compromise. That is how a well-informed Marxist summed up the struggle. The British government, which year after year usually feeds its workers with promises of reform, someday, this time acted with real dispatch. In 5 days a new law was rushed through Parliament. This law introduced a minimum. 228. Lenin. Wage, i.e., regulations establishing rates of pay below which wages cannot be reduced. It is true that this law, like all bourgeois reforms, is a miserable half-measure and in part a mere deception of the workers, because while fixing the lowest rate of pay, the employers keep their wage slaves down all the same. Nevertheless, those who are familiar with the British labor movement say that since the miners' strike, the British proletariat is no longer the same. The workers have learned to fight. They have come to see the path that will lead them to victory. They have become aware of their strength. They have ceased to be the meek lambs they seemed to be for so long a time, to the joy of all the defenders and extollers of wage slavery. In Britain a change has taken place in the balance of social forces, a change that cannot be expressed in figures but is felt by all. Unfortunately, there is not much progress in party affairs in Britain. The split between the British Socialist Party 114, formerly the Social Democratic Federation, and the Independent of Socialism, Labour Party persists. The opportunist conduct of the MPs belonging to the latter party is giving rise, as always happens, to syndicalist tendencies among the workers. Fortunately, these tendencies are not strong. The British trade unions are slowly but surely turning towards socialism, in spite of the many Labour MPs who stubbornly champion the old line of liberal Labour policy. But it is beyond the power of these last of the Mohicans to retain the old line. Pravda No. 1, January 1, 1913. Signed W. Collected Works, Volume 18, pages 467-68. Experience teaches. Anyone who is sincerely interested in the fortunes of the emancipation movement in our country cannot fail to be interested primarily in our working class movement. The years of upswing, as well as those of counter-revolution, showed beyond all doubt that the working class is marching at the head of all the liberation forces, and that therefore the fortunes of the working class movement are most closely interwoven with those of the Russian social movement in general. Take the curve indicating the workers' strike movement during the past 8 years, and try to draw a similar curve showing the growth and decline of Russia's entire emancipation movement in general during these years. The two curves will coincide perfectly. There is a very close and inseparable connection between the emancipation movement as a whole, on the one hand, and the working class movement, on the other. Look closely at the data on the strike movement in Russia since 1905. Year number of strikes, number of strikers, thousands, 190512, 863190066, 1141, 1081907, 573-740-190889217619040641911022247191146610519112 approximately 1. 500,000, Economic and Pa. 230. Lenin. Surely these data show most clearly that the Russian workers' strike movement is the best barometer of the entire nationwide emancipation struggle in Russia. There were about 3 million strikers in the peak year, 1905. In 1906 and 1907 the movement ebbed but continued at a very high level, averaging 1 million strikers. Then it headed downwards and kept on declining to 1910 inclusive. The year 1911 was the turning point, for the curve began to rise, even though timidly. The year 1912 saw a new major upswing. The curve rose confidently and steadily to the 1906 level, making plainly for the year when, at the figure of 3 million, it established a world record. A new epoch has come. This is now beyond all question. The beginning of 1913 is the best evidence of it. The mass of the workers is advancing from individual partial issues to the point where it will raise the general issue. The attention of the widest masses is now centered on something more than particular defects in our Russian life. It is now a case tie-in of the totality of these defects, taken as a whole. It is now a question of reform, not reforms. Experience teaches. The actual struggle is the best solver of the problems which until recently were so debatable. Take a look now, after 1912, at, say, our disputes over the petitioning campaign, 115 and the slogan, freedom of association. What has experience shown? It turned out to be impossible to collect even a few tens of thousands of workers' signatures to a very moderate petition. On the other hand, it is a fact that political strikes alone involved 1 million people. The talk that one should not go beyond the slogan, freedom of association, because if one did the masses would allegedly not understand us and would refuse to mobilize, turned out to be meaningless and idle talk by people isolated from the realities of life. The living, real millions of the masses, however, mobilized precisely in support of the broadest, the old, uncurtailed formulas. It was only these formulas that fired the masses with enthusiasm. It has now been shown convincingly enough who has actually been advancing with the masses and who without or against them. A fresh, vigorous and mighty movement of the masses themselves is sweeping aside as worthless rubbish the arty. Experience teaches. 231. Official formulas hatched in government offices, and marches on and on. That is what constitutes the historic significance of the great movement taking place under our own eyes. Pravda number 15. January 19, 1913. Collected Works, Volume 18, pages 519 to 21. In Britain. The sad results of opportunism. The British Labour Party, which must be distinguished from the two socialist parties in Britain, the British Socialist Party and the Independent Labour Party, is the workers' organization that is most opportunist and soaked in the spirit of liberal labor policy. In Britain there is full political liberty and the socialist parties exist quite openly. But the Labour Party is the parliamentary representative of workers' organizations, of which some are non-political, and others liberal, a regular mixture of the kind our liquidators want, those who hurl so much abuse at the underground. The opportunism of the British Labour Party is to be explained by the specific historical conditions of the latter half of the 19th century in Britain, when the aristocracy of labour shared to some extent in the particularly high profits of British capital. Now these conditions are becoming a thing of the past. Even the Independent Labour Party, i.e., the socialist opportunists in Britain, realizes that the Labour Party has landed in a morass. In the last issue of the Labour Leader, the organ of the Independent Labour Party, we find the following edifying communication. Naval estimates are being discussed in the British Parliament. The Socialists introduce a motion to reduce them. The bourgeoisie, of course, quash it by voting for the government. And the Labour MPs? In Britain. 233. 15 vote for the reduction, i.e., against the government. 21 are absent. 4 vote for the government, i.e., against the reduction. 2 of the 4 try to justify their action on the grounds that the workers in their constituencies earn their living in the armament industries. There you have a striking example of how opportunism leads to the betrayal of socialism, the betrayal of the workers' cause. As we have already indicated, condemnation of this treachery is spreading ever wider among British socialists. From the example of other people's mistakes, the Russian workers, too, should learn to understand how fatal are opportunism and liberal labor policy. Pravda number 85 Collected Works, Volume 19. April 12, 1913 pages 55 to 56. Signed W. Lessons of the Belgian Strike. The general strike of the Belgian workers has ended, as readers will know, in a half-victory. 116 So far the workers have secured only a promise by the clerical government to appoint a commission to examine the question, not only of the local but also of the national franchise. The other day, the Belgian Prime Minister promised in the Chamber of Deputies that the commission would be appointed in May. Of course, a ministerial promise, like any other promise, from above, is something that can by no means be taken seriously. One could not even speak of a partial victory, if the general political situation did not bear witness to a certain breach made by the general strike in the old, diehard, unyielding and stubborn clerical, i.e., reactionary and obscurantist, order. The achievement of the strike is not so much this fragment of a victory over the government as the success of the organization, discipline, fighting spirit and enthusiasm for the struggle displayed by the mass of the Belgian working class. The working class of Belgium has proved that it is capable of steadfast struggle at the call of its Socialist Party. We shall repeat the strike once again, if necessary. This was said by a workers' leader during the strike and is an expression of the fact that the masses are aware of holding their weapons firmly in their hands, and of being ready to make use of them once again. The strike proved to the Belgian capitalists that it inflicts vast losses on them, and lessons of the Belgian strike. 235. That concessions are essential, if Belgian capital is not to fall hopelessly behind German capital, etc. In Belgium, stable constitutional practices have long since been established, and political liberty is an old achievement of the people. Given political liberty, the workers have a broad and open road before them. Why, in that case, has the strike had such little success? There are two main reasons. The first is the domination of opportunism and reformism in a section of the Belgian socialists, especially those in parliament. Being accustomed to move in alliance with the liberals, these members of parliament feel themselves dependent on the liberals in all their activity. As a result, there was hesitation in calling the strike, and hesitation could not but limit the success, strength, and scope of the whole proletarian struggle. The first lesson of the Belgian strike is, look less to the liberals, trust them less, and have more confidence in the independent and wholehearted struggle of the proletariat. The second cause of its partial failure is the weakness of the workers' organizations and the weakness of the party in Belgium. The Workers' Party in Belgium is an alliance of politically organized workers with politically unorganized workers. Pure and simple. Cooperators, trade unionists, etc. This is a big drawback of Belgium's labor movement, which Mr. Yegorov in Kievskaya and Weissel 111 and the Likita Tors and Luch 118 have done wrong to ignore. The second lesson of the Belgian strike is, pay more attention to socialist propaganda, work more to build up a strong, highly principled and strictly party organisation which is true to socialism. Written May 2, 15, 1913. Published May 8, 1913 in Pravda No. 104 signed K.O. Collected Works, Volume 36, pages 234-35. Holidays for Workers. The metalworkers in Germany, as in other countries, are in the van of class-conscious and organized proletarians. They have raised the question, among other things, of regular annual holidays for workers. The manufacturers resist this measure with all their strength, pleading the heavy burden of the cost involved. But the German metalworkers, in a special pamphlet published by their union, have given exact figures to refute these selfish and hypocritical evasions. The workers have proved that between 1905 and 1910 the net profit in 93 joint stock companies in the German metallurgical industry averaged 13.4%. It would be sufficient to reduce this profit by no more than 2% to give all workers regular holidays. But at the present time the system of holidays is still quite inadequately developed, and for the most part is being applied by the capitalists to further indenture the workers. The German metalworkers have taken two polls on the question of holidays, in 1908 and 1912. In 1908, workers had holidays at 138 factories. Of the 75,591 workers engaged in these factories, 13,579, i.e., 17.9%, had holidays. In 1912, workers had holidays at 389 factories. Of the 233,927 workers employed there, 34,257, i.e., 14%, had holidays. Holidays for workers. 237. In all, only 3 factories in 1,000 in the metallurgical industry had a system of holidays. Of the total number BR of metalworkers, only 1.8%, i.e., less than 1/50th, had holidays. Most factories allowing holidays, namely, more than 9/10 of them, grant holidays only to workers who have been employed a fairly long time at the works. Of the 389 factories, with 233,927 workers, 84 factories employing 140,209 workers require a length of service from 5 to 10 years before a worker gets the right to a holiday. Such holidays are obviously a ridiculously small improvement for the workers, and are mainly a bait to keep the workers in the factory and a means of combating strikes. In most cases, for 72% of the workers in the FAC Tories mentioned, the length of the holiday does not exceed 1 week. For 10%, the period is less than a week, and only for 16% is it more than a week, up to 2 weeks. In most factories allowing holidays, 97%, work heirs going on holiday are paid their previous wages, or an average weekly wage. We find, therefore, that even in the leading industry of an advanced country the system of holidays for workers is disgracefully inadequate. But the workers are coming to realize the need for regular and adequate rest, and by their insistence the organized workers will be able to achieve success in this sphere too. Written May 20th, June 2nd, 1913. Published May 31st, 1913 in Pravda No. 124, signed, N.N. Collected Works, Volume 36, pages 247 to 48. The results of strikes in 1912 as compared with those of the past. The Association of Factory Owners in the Moscow area has issued statistics on the results of strikes during the last 7 months of 1912. These statistics embraced 131,625 workers out of a total of 211,595 who participated, according to the factory owners' figures, undoubtedly reduced, in economic strikes over the whole year of 1912. We have the figures for the results of strikes in previous years in the official publications of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry covering the decade preceding the Revolution, 1895 to 1904, and the 3 revolutionary years, 1905 to 2007. The data, unfortunately, are not similar weights, and those gathered by the Factory Owners Association are not so well processed. Official statistics on the results of strikes divide them into 3 categories: 1. Ending to the advantage of the workers, 2. To the advantage of the owners, and 3. In a compromise. The statistics of the factory owners divide them into 1. Ending in the defeat of the workers, 2. The complete or partial satisfaction of the workers, and 3. Strikes whose results are unspecified. The 2 sets of data may be compared, even relatively, only in the following way. The workers taking part in strikes that ended in a compromise or whose results are unspecified are divided into 2 equal parts between the results of strikes in 1912. 239. For 10 years before the number of strikers number of in strikes percentage 1 strikers win. Thou Sands, Revolution, 1895-190442415937.519051. 439705448.93 Revolutionary Years 190645823350.919072005929.5 for all, 1911964951.0 for last 7 months of. 0.19121325541.6. All these figures refer only to economic strikes, and the data for 1911 and 1912, furthermore, are incomplete. The number BR of workers for the whole of 1912 who took part in economic strikes, 212,000, exceeded the number for 1907. As can be seen, the year 1911 was a record year for the success of economic strikes, even surpassing the most successful revolutionary year of 1906. In 1906 the percentage of strikers who won their strikes was 50.9%, and in 1911 it was 51%. Strikes in 1912 were less successful than they were in 1905. 1905, 48.9% won, 1912, 41.6% won, but they were more successful than were, on the average, those of the decade 1895 to 1904, 37.5%, to say not ing of 1907, 29.5% won. It is interesting to compare these figures with those of Western Europe. In Germany, during the entire first decade of the 20th century, 1900 to 2009, there were 1,897,000 strikers. In Russia, the 2 years of the revolution alone, counting only economic strikes, yielded as many. Of these, 698,000 or 36.8% won their strikes, i.e., somewhat less than in Russia in the decade preceding the revolution. In Britain for the 10 years, 1900 to 2009, the number of strict heirs was 1,884,000. Out of 1,234,000 strikers, 588,000, or 47.5%, won their strikes, i.e., many more than in Russia in the pre-revolutionary decade, but fewer than in 1905, 1906 and 1911. The number of strikers winning their strikes was calculated for Germany and Britain on the same basis as for Russia. 240. V.I. Lenin. The number of strikers in Russia who won their strikes in 1905 alone was greater than the number for 10 years in Germany or Britain. One may judge from this how much of the proletariat's latent strength is still untapped. Written May 25, June 7, 1913, published in Pravda No. 133, June 12, 1913. Signed N. Collected Works, Volume 19, pages 213 to 15. In Australia. A general election recently took place in Australia. The Labour Party, which had a majority in the lower house, 44 seats out of 75, was defeated. It now has only 36 seats out of 75. The majority has passed to the Liberals, but this majority is a very unstable one, because 30 of the 36 seats in the upper house are held by Labour. What sort of peculiar capitalist country is this, in which the workers' representatives predominate in the upper house and till recently did so in the lower house as well, and yet the capitalist system is in no danger? An English correspondent of the German labor press recently explained the situation, which is very often misrepresented by bourgeois writers. The Australian Labour Party does not even call itself a socialist party. Actually, it is a liberal bourgeois party, while the so-called liberals in Australia are really conservatives. This strange and incorrect use of terms in naming parties is not unique. In America, for example, the slave owners of yesterday are called Democrats, and in France, enemies of socialism, petty bourgeois, are called radical socialists. In order to understand the real significance of parties, one must examine not their signboards but their class character and the historical conditions of each individual country. Australia is a young British colony. 242. V.I. Lenin. Capitalism in Australia is still quite youthful. The country is only just taking shape as an independent state. The workers are for the most part emigrants from Britain. They left the country at the time when the liberal labour policy held almost undivided sway there, when the masses of the British workers were liberals. Even now the majority of the skilled factory workers in Britain are liberals or semi-liberals. This is the result of the exceptionally favourable, monopolist position enjoyed by Britain in the second half of the last century. Only now are the masses of the workers in Britain turning, but turning slowly, towards socialism. And while in Britain the so-called Labour Party is an alliance between the non-socialist trade unions and the extremely opportunist Independent Labour Party, in Australia the Labour Party is the unalloyed representative of the non-socialist workers' trade unions. The leaders of the Australian Labour Party are trade union officials, everywhere the most moderate and capital-serving element, and in Australia, altogether peaceable, purely liberal. The ties binding the separate states into a united Australia are still very weak. The Labour Party has had to concern itself with developing and strengthening these ties, and with establishing central government. In Australia the Labour Party has done what in other countries was done by the Liberals, namely, introduced a uniform tariff for the whole country, a uniform educational law, a uniform land tax and uniform factory legislation. Naturally, when Australia is finally developed and consolidated as an independent capitalist state, the condition of the workers will change, as also will the Liberal Labour Party, which will make way for a Socialist Workers' Party. Australia is an illustration of the conditions under which exceptions to the rule are possible. The rule is a Socialist Workers' Party in a capitalist country. The exception is a Liberal Labour Party which arises only for a short time by virtue of specific conditions that are abnormal for capitalism in general. Those liberals in Europe and in Russia who try to teach the people that class struggle is unnecessary by citing the example of Australia only deceive themselves. In Australia. 243. And others. It is ridiculous to think of transplanting Australian conditions, an undeveloped, young colony, populated by liberal British workers, to countries where the state is long established and capitalism well developed. Written June 8, 21, 1913, published June 13, 1913 in Pravda No. 134, signed, W. Collected Works, Volume 19, pages 216 to 17. May Day Action. By the Revolutionary Proletariat. A year has passed since the Lenin events 119 and the first, decisive upsurgence in the revolutionary working class movement, since the June 3 coup. The Tsar's Black Hundreds 120 and the landowners, the mob of officials and the bourgeoisie have celebrated the 300th anniversary of plunder, Tatar incursions, and the disgracing of Russia by the Romanovs. The Fourth Duma has convened and begun its work, though it has no faith in that work and has quite lost its former counter-revolutionary vigor. Confusion and tedium have beset liberal society, which is listlessly making appeals for reforms while admitting the impracticability of anything even approximating reform. And now comes a May Day action by Russia's working class, who first held a rehearsal in Riga, then went into resolute action in St. Petersburg on May 1 OS. This action has rent the dim and dreary atmosphere like a thunderbolt. The tasks of the approaching revolution have come to the fore again in all their grandeur, and the forces of the advanced class leading it stand out in bold relief before hundreds of old revolutionaries, whom persecution by hangmen and desertion by friends have not defeated or broken, and before millions of people of the new generation of Democrats and Socialists. Weeks before May Day, the government appeared to have lost its wits, while the gentlemen who owned factories behaved as if they had never had any wits at all. The arrest and May Day action by the revolutionary proletariat. 245. Searches seemed to have turned all the workers' districts in the capital upside down. The provinces did not lag behind the center. The harassed factory owners called conferences and adopted contradictory slogans, now threaten the workers with punishment and lockouts, now making concessions in advance and consenting to stop work, now inciting the government to commit atrocities, now reproaching the government, and calling on it to include May Day in the number of official holidays. But even though the gendarmes showed the utmost zeal, even though they purged the industrial suburbs, even though they made arrests right and left according to their latest list of suspects, it was no use. The workers laughed at the impotent rage of the Tsar's gang and the capitalist class and derided the governor's menacing and pitiful announcements. They wrote satirical verses and circulated them by hand or passed them on by word of mouth. They produced, as if from nowhere, fresh batches of small, poorly printed leaflets, short and plain, but very instructive, calling for strikes and demonstrations, and reminding the people of the old, uncurtailed, revolutionary slogans of the Social Democrats, who in 1905 led the first onslaught of the masses against the autocracy and against monarchy. 100,000 on strike on May Day, said the government press the next day. Bourgeois newspapers, using the first telegraphed information, reported 125,000 Kievskaya MY. A correspondent of the central organ of the German Social Democrats wired from St. Petersburg that it was 150,000. And the day after the whole bourgeois press quoted a figure of 200,000 to 220,000. Actually, the number of strikers reached 250,000 /. But apart from the number of May Day strikers, much more impressive, and much more significant, were the revolutionary street demonstrations held by the workers. Everywhere in and around the capital, crowds of workers singing revolutionary songs, calling loudly for revolution, and carrying red flags fought for several hours against police and security forces frantically mobilized by the government. And those workers made the keenest of the Tsar's henchmen feel that the struggle was in earnest. That 246. V.I. Lenin. The police were not faced with a handful of individuals engaged in a trivial Slavophil affair. 121 that it was actually the masses of the capital's working class who had risen. This was a really brilliant, open demonstration of the proletariat's revolutionary aspirations, of its revolutionary forces steeled and reinforced by new generations, of revolutionary appeals to the people and the peoples of Russia. Last year the government and the manufacturers were able to take comfort from the fact that the Lenin explosion could not have been foreseen, that they could not have made immediate preparations to combat its consequences. This time, however, the monarchy had displayed acute foresight. There had been ample time for preparation and the measures taken were most vigorous. The result was that the Tsarist monarchy revealed its complete impotence when faced with a revolutionary awakening of the proletarian masses. Indeed, 1 year of strike struggle since Lenin has shown, despite the pitiful outcries of the liberals and their yes-men against the craze for striking, against syndicalist strikes, against combining economic with political strikes and vice versa, this year has shown what a great and irreplaceable weapon for agitation among the masses, for rousing them, for drawing them into the struggle the social democratic proletariat had forged for itself in the revolutionary epoch. The revolutionary mass-scale strike allowed the enemy neither rest nor respite. It also hit the enemy's purse, and in full view of the whole world it trampled into the mud the political prestige of the allegedly strong Tsarist government. It enabled more and more sections of the workers to regain at least a small part of what had been achieved in 1905 and drew fresh sections of the working people, even the most backward, into the struggle. It did not exhaust the capacity of the workers, it was frequently demonstrative action of short duration, and at the same time it paved the way for further, still more impressive and more revolutionary open action by the masses in the shape of street demonstrations. During the last year, no country in the world has seen so many people on strike for political ends as Russia, or such perseverance, such variety, such vigor in strikes. This circumstance alone shows to the full the pettiness, the May Day action by the revolutionary proletariat. 247. Contemptible stupidity of those liberal and liquidationist sages who tried to adjust the tactics of the Russian work-heirs in 1912-13, using the yardstick of European constitutional periods that were mainly devoted to the preparatory work of bringing socialist education and enlightenment to the masses. The colossal superiority of the Russian strikes over those in the European countries, the most advanced countries, demonstrates not the special qualities or special abilities of Russia's workers, but the special conditions in present-day Russia, the existence of a revolutionary situation, the growth of a directly revolutionary crisis. When the moment of a similar growth of revolution approaches in Europe, there it will be a socialist and not a bourgeois democratic revolution, as in our country. The proletariat of the most developed capitalist countries will launch far more vigorous revolutionary strikes, demonstrations, and armed struggle against the defenders of wage slavery. This year's May Day strike, like the series of strikes in Russia during the last 18 months, was revolutionary in character as distinguished not only from the usual economic strikes but from demonstration strikes and from political strikes demanding constitutional reforms, like, for instance, the last Belgian strike. Those who are in bondage to a liberal world outlook and no longer able to consider things from the revolutionary standpoint cannot possibly understand this distinctive character of the Russian strikes, a character that is due entirely to the revolutionary state of Russia. The epoch of counter-revolution and a free play for renegade sentiment has left behind it too many people of this kind, even among those who would like to be called social democrats. Russia is experiencing a revolutionary situation because the oppression of the vast majority of the population, not only of the proletariat but of 9/10 of the small producers, particularly the peasants, has intensified to the maximum, and this intensified oppression, starvation, poverty, lack of rights, humiliation of the people is, furthermore, glaringly inconsistent with the state of Russia's productive forces, inconsistent with the level of the class consciousness and the demands of the masses roused by the 248 v.I. Lenin year 1905, and inconsistent with the state of affairs in all neighboring, not only European but Asian, countries. But that is not all. Oppression alone, no matter how great, does not always give rise to a revolutionary situation in a country. In most cases, it is not enough for revolution that the lower classes should not want to live in the old way. It is also necessary that the upper classes should be unable to rule and govern in the old way. This is what we see in Russia today. A political crisis is maturing before our very eyes. The bourgeoisie has done everything in its power to back counter-revolution and ensure peaceful development on this counter-revolutionary basis. The bourgeoisie gave hangmen and feudal lords as much money as they wanted. The bourgeoisie reviled the revolution and renounced it. The bourgeoisie licked the boots of Purishkevich and the knout of Markov II and became their lackey. The bourgeoisie evolved theories based on European arguments, theories that reviled the revolution of 1905 as an intellectualist revolution and describe it as wicked, criminal, treasonous, and so on and so forth. And yet, despite all the sacrificing of its purse, its honor and its conscience, the bourgeoisie, from the cadets to the Octobrists, itself admits that the autocracy and landowners were unable to ensure peaceful development, were unable to provide the basic conditions for law and order, without which a capitalist country cannot, in the 20th century, live side by side with Germany and the new China. A nationwide political crisis is in evidence in Russia, a crisis which affects the very foundation of the state system and not just parts of it, which affects the foundation of the edifice and not an outbuilding, not merely one of its stories. No matter how many glib phrases our liberals and liquidators trot out to the effect that we have, thank God, a constitution, and that political reforms are on the order of the day, only very limited people do not see the close connection between these two propositions. No matter how much of this reformist verbiage is poured out, the fact remains that not a single liquidator or liberal can point to any reformist way out of the situation. The condition of the mass of the population in Russia, the aggravation of their position owing to the new Agri May Day action by the revolutionary proletariat 249 Ian policy, to which the feudal landowners had to snatch at as their last means of salvation, the international situation, and the nature of the general political crisis that has taken shape in our country. Such is the sum total of the objective conditions making Russia's situation a revolutionary one because of the impossibility of carrying out the tasks of a bourgeois revolution by following the present course and by the means available to the government and the exploiting classes. Such is the social, economic, and political situation, such is the class relationship in Russia that has given rise to a specific type of strike impossible in modern Europe, from which all sorts of renegades would like to borrow the example, not of yesterday's bourgeois revolutions, through which shine gleams of tomorrow's proletarian revolution, but of today's constitutional situation. Neither the oppression of the lower classes nor a crisis among the upper classes can cause a revolution. They can only cause the decay of a country, unless that country has a revolutionary class capable of transforming the passive state of oppression into an active state of revolt and insurrection. The role of a truly advanced class, a class really able to rouse the masses to revolution, really capable of saving Russia from decay, is played by the industrial proletariat. This is the task it fulfills by means of its revolutionary strikes. These strikes, which the liberals hate and the liquidators cannot understand, are, as the February resolution of the RSTLP puts it, one of the most effective means of overcoming the apathy, despair, and disunity of the agricultural proletariat and the peasantry, and drawing them into the most concerted, simultaneous, and extensive revolutionary actions. ***CV. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 18, page 457. Ed. The working class draws into revolutionary action the masses of the working and exploited people, who are deprived of basic rights and driven to despair. The working class teaches them revolutionary struggle, trains them for revolutionary action, and explains to them where to find the way out and how to attain salvation. The working class teaches them, not merely by words, but by deeds. By 250. V.I. Lenin. Example, and the example is provided not by the adventures of solitary heroes but by mass revolutionary action combining political and economic demands. How plain, how clear, how close these thoughts are to every honest worker who grasps even the rudiments of the theory of socialism and democracy. And how alien they are to those traitors to socialism and betrayers of democracy from among the intelligentsia, who revile or deride the underground in liquidationist newspapers, assuring naive simpletons that they are also social democrats. The May Day action of the proletariat of St. Petersburg, supported by that of the proletariat of all Russia, clearly showed once again to those who have eyes to see and ears to hear the great historic importance of the revolutionary underground in present-day Russia. The only RSDLP party organization in St. Petersburg, the St. Petersburg Committee, compelled even the bourgeois press. Before the May Day action as well as on the eve of January 9122 and on the eve of the tercentenary of the Romanovs as well as on April 4123 to note that St. Petersburg Committee leaflets had appeared again and again in the factories. Those leaflets cost colossal sacrifices. Sometimes they are quite unattractive in appearance. Some of them, the AP appeals for demonstration on April 4th, for instance, merely announce the hour and place of the demonstration, in 6 lines evidently set in secret, and with extreme haste in different printing shops and in different types. We have people, also social democrats, who, when alluding to these conditions of underground work, snigger maliciously or curl a contemptuous lip and ask, if the entire party were limited to the underground, how many members would it have? 200 or 300? See number 95, 181, of Luch, a renegade organ, in its editorial defense of Mr. Sadov, who has the sad courage to be an outspoken leaky dater. This issue of Luch appeared 5 days before the May Day action, i.e., at the very time the underground was preparing the leaflets. Messrs. Dan, Potrasov and Company, who make these disgraceful statements, must know that there were thousands of proletarians in the party ranks as early as 1903, and 150,000 in 1907, that even now thousands and tens of May Day action by the revolutionary proletariat. 251. Thousands of workers print and circulate underground leaflets, as members of underground RSDLP cells. But the liquidationist gentlemen know that they are protected by Stolypin, legality, from a legal refutation of their foul lies and their grimaces, which are fouler still, at the expense of the underground. See to what extent these despicable people have lost touch with the mass working class movement, and with revolutionary work in general. Use even their own yardstick, deliberately falsified to suit the liberals. You may assume for a moment that 200 or 300 workers in St. Petersburg took part in printing and distributing those underground leaflets. What is the result? 200 or 300 workers, the flower of the St. Petersburg proletariat, people who not only call themselves social democrats but work as social democrats, people who are esteemed and appreciated for it by the entire working class of Russia, people who do not prate about a broad party, but make up in actual fact the only underground social democratic party existing in Russia. These people print and circulate underground leaflets. The Luch liquidators, protected by Stolypin censors, laugh contemptuously at the 200 or 300, the underground and its exaggerated importance, etc. And suddenly, a miracle occurs. In accordance with the decision drawn up by half a dozen members of the Executive Commission of the St. Petersburg Committee, a leaflet printed and circulated by 200 or 300, 250,000 people rise as one man in St. Petersburg. The leaflets and the revolutionary speeches by workers at meetings and demonstrations do not speak of an open working class party, freedom of association, or reforms of that kind, with the phantoms of which the liberals are fooling the people. They speak of revolution as the only way out. They speak of the republic as the only slogan which, in contrast to liberal lies about reforms, indicates the change needed to ensure freedom, indicates the forces capable of rising consciously to defend it. The 2 million inhabitants of St. Petersburg see and hear these appeals for revolution which go to the hearts of 252. V.I. Lenin. All toiling and oppressed sections of the people. All St. Petersburg sees from a real, mass-scale example what is the real way out, and what is lying liberal talk about reforms. Thousands of workers' contacts, and hundreds of bourgeois newspapers, which are compelled to report the St. Petersburg mass action at least in snatches, spread throughout Russia the news of the stubborn strike campaign of the capital's proletariat. Both the mass of the peasantry and the peasants serving in the army hear this news of strikes, of the revolutionary demands of the workers, of their struggle for a republic and for the confiscation of the landed estates for the benefit of the peasants. Slowly but surely, the revolutionary strikes are stirring, rousing, enlightening, and organizing the masses of the people for revolution. The 200 or 300 underground people, express the interests and needs of millions and tens of millions. They tell them the truth about their hopeless position, open their eyes to the necessity of revolutionary struggle, imbue them with faith in it, provide them with the correct slogans, and win these masses away from the influence of the high-sounding and thoroughly spurious, reformist slogans of the bourgeoisie. And 2 or 3 dozen liquidators from among the intelligentsia, using money collected abroad and among liberal merchants to fool unenlightened workers, are carrying the slogans of that bourgeoisie into the workers' midst. The May Day strike, like all the revolutionary strikes of 1912-13, has made clear the 3 political camps into which present-day Russia is divided. The camp of hangmen and feudal lords, of monarchy and the secret police. It has done its utmost in the way of atrocities and is already impotent against the masses of the workers. The camp of the bourgeoisie, all of whom, from the cadets to the Octobrists, are shouting and moaning, calling for reforms and making fools of themselves by thinking that reforms are possible in Russia. The camp of the revolution, the only camp expressing the interests of the oppressed masses. All the ideological work, all the political work in this camp is carried out by underground social democrats alone, by those who know how to use every legal opportunity in the spirit of social democracy and who are inseparably. May Day action by the revolutionary proletariat. 253. Bound up with the advanced class, the proletariat. No one can tell beforehand whether this advanced class will succeed in leading the masses all the way to a victorious revolution. But this class is fulfilling its duty, leading the masses to that solution, despite all the vacillations and betrayals on the part of the liberals and those who are also social democrats. All the living and vital elements of Russian socialism and Russian democracy are being educated solely by the example of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, and under its guidance. This year's May Day action has shown to the whole world that the Russian proletariat is steadfastly following its revolutionary course, apart from which there is no salvation for a Russia that is suffocating and decaying alive. Social Democrat No. 31, June 15, 28, 1913. Collected Works, Volume 19, pages 218-27. Class War in Dublin. In Dublin, the capital of Ireland, a city of a not highly industrial type, with a population of 500,000, the class struggle, which permeates the whole life of capitalist society everywhere, has become accentuated to the point of class war. The police have positively gone wild. Drunken policemen assault peaceful workers, break into houses, torment the aged, women and children. Hundreds of workers, over 400, have been injured and 2 killed. Such are the casualties of this war. All prominent workers' leaders have been arrested. People are thrown into prison for making the most peaceful speeches. The city is like an armed camp. What has happened? How could such a war have flared up in a peaceable, cultured, civilized free state? Ireland is something of a British Poland, only rather more like Galicia than the Poland represented by Warsaw, Lodz and Dąbrowski. National oppression and Catholic reaction have turned the proletarians of this unhappy country into paupers, the peasants into toil-worn, ignorant and dull slaves of the priesthood, and the bourgeoisie into a phalanx, masked by nationalist phrases, of capitalists, of despots over the workers. Finally, the administration has been turned into a gang accustomed to every kind of violence. At the present moment the Irish nationalists, i.e., the Irish bourgeoisie, are the victors. They are buying up the lands of the English landlords. They are getting national self-government, the famous Home Rule 124 for which such class war in Dublin. 255. A long and stubborn struggle has been going on between Ireland and England. They will freely govern their own country jointly with their own Irish priests. Well, this Irish nationalist bourgeoisie is celebrating its national victory, its maturity in affairs of state, by declaring a war to the death on the Irish labour movement. An English Lord Lieutenant lives in Dublin, but in fact he has less power than the Dublin capitalist leader, a certain Murphy, publisher of the Independent, My IL, 125 principal shareholder and director of the Dublin Tramways, and a shareholder in many capitalist enterprises in Dublin. Murphy has declared, on behalf of all the Irish capitalists, of course, that he is ready to spend £750,000, nearly 7 million rubles, to destroy the Irish trade unions. And these unions have begun to develop magnificently. The Irish proletariat, awakening to class consciousness, is pressing the Irish bourgeois scoundrels engaged in celebrat ing their national victory. It has found a talented leader in the person of Comrade Larkin, secretary of the Irish Transport Workers' Union. Larkin is a remarkable speaker, a man of seething Irish energy, who has performed miracles among the unskilled workers, that mass of the British proletariat which in Britain is so often cut off from the advanced workers by the cursed petty bourgeois, liberal, aristocratic spirit of the British skilled worker. A new spirit has been aroused in the Irish workers' unions. The unskilled workers have brought unparalleled animation into the trade unions. Even the women have begun to organize, a thing hitherto unknown in Catholic Ireland. So far as organization of the workers is concerned, Dublin looks like becoming one of the foremost towns in the whole of Great Britain. The country that used to be typified by the fat, well-fed Catholic priest and the poor, starving, ragged worker who wore his rags even on Sunday because he could not afford Sunday clothes, that country, though it bears a double and triple national yoke, has begun to turn into a country with an organized army of the proletariat. Well, Murphy proclaimed a crusade of the bourgeoisie against Larkin and Larkinism. To begin with, 200 tramway men were dismissed in order to provoke a strike during 256. Lenin. The exhibition and embitter the whole struggle. The Transport Workers' Union declared a strike and demanded the reinstatement of the discharged men. Murphy engineered lockouts. The workers retaliated by downing tools. War raged all along the line. Passions flared up. Larkin, incidentally, he is the grandson of the famous Larkin executed in 1867 for participating in the Irish Libertarian movement, delivered fiery speeches at meetings. In these speeches he pointed out that the party of the English bourgeois enemies of Irish Home Rule was openly calling for resistance to the government, was threatening revolution, was organizing armed resistance to Home Rule, and with absolute impunity was flooding the country with revolutionary appeals. Wrote what the reactionaries, the English chauvinists Carson, Londonderry and Rona Law, the English Purishkeviches, the nationalists who are persecuting Ireland, may do, the proletarian socialists may not. Larkin was arrested. A meat ing called by the workers was banned. Ireland, however, is not Russia. The attempt to suppress the right of assembly evoked a storm of indignation. Larkin had to be tried. At the trial, Larkin became the accuser and, in effect, put Murphy in the dock. By cross-questioning witnesses, Larkin proved that Murphy had had long conversations with the Lord Lieutenant on the eve of his, Larkin's, arrest. Larkin declared the police to be in Murphy's pay, and no one dared gainsay him. Larkin was released on bail. Political liberty cannot be abolished at one stroke. Larkin declared that he would appear at a meeting no matter what happened. And indeed, he came to one disguised, and began to speak to the crowd. The police recognized him, seized him, and beat him up. For 2 days the dictatorship of the police truncheon raged. Crowds were clubbed, women and children were brutally treated. The police broke into workers' homes. A worker named Nolan, a member of the Transport Workers' Union, was beaten to death. Another died of injuries. On Thursday, September 4th, August 22nd, OS, Nolan's funeral took place. The proletariat of Dublin followed in a procession 50,000 strong behind the body of their comrade. The police brutes lay low, not daring to annoy the crowd. Class war in Dublin. 257. An exemplary order prevailed. This is a more magnificent demonstration than when they buried Parnell, the celebrated Irish nationalist leader, said an old Irishman to a German correspondent. The Dublin events mark a turning point in the history of the labour movement and of socialism in Ireland. Murphy has threatened to destroy the Irish trade unions. He has succeeded only in destroying the last remnants of the influence of the Irish nationalist bourgeoisie over the Irish proletariat. He has helped to steal the independent revolutionary working class movement in Ireland, which is free of nationalist prejudices. This was seen immediately at the Trades Union Congress, which opened on September 1st, August 19th, OS, in Manchester. The Dublin events inflamed the delegates, despite the resistance of the opportunist trade union leaders with their petty bourgeois spirit and their admiration for the bosses. The Dublin workers' delegation was given an ovation. Delegate Partridge, chairman of the Dublin branch of the Engineers' Union, spoke about the abominable outrages committed by the police in Dublin. A young working girl had just gone to bed when the police raided her house. The girl hid in the closet, but was dragged out by the hair. The police were drunk. These men, if one may call them such, beat up 10-year-old lads and even 5-year-old children. Partridge was twice arrested for making speeches which the judge himself admitted were peaceful. "I am sure," said Partridge, "that I would now be arrested if I were to recite the Lord's Prayer in public." The Manchester Congress sent a delegation to Dublin. The bourgeoisie there again took up the weapon of nationalism, just like the bourgeois nationalists in Poland, or in the Ukraine, or among the Jews, declaring that Englishmen have no business on Irish soil. But fortunately, the nationalists have already lost their influence over the workers. The Irish nationalists are already expressing the fear that Larkin will organize an independent Irish Workers' Party, which will have to be reckoned with in the first Irish National Parliament. Speeches delivered at the Manchester Congress were of a kind that had not been heard for a long time. A resolution was moved to transfer the whole Congress to Dublin, and 9 to 182. 258. Lenin. To organize a general strike throughout Britain. Smillie, the chairman of the Miners' Union, stated that the Dublin methods would compel all British workers to resort to revolution and that they would be able to learn the use of arms. The masses of the British workers are slowly but surely taking a new path. They are abandoning the defense of the petty privileges of the labor aristocracy for their own great heroic struggle for a new system of society. And once on this path, the British proletariat, with their energy and organization, will bring socialism about more quickly and securely than anywhere else. Severnaya Pravda No. 23 August 29, 1913 Nash Put No. 5 August 30, 1913 Sign V. Collected Works, Volume 19, pages 332-36. Work and Legal Associations. Resolution of the Summer, 1913, Joint Conference of the Central Committee of the RSDLP and Party Officials. 1.I In the present period of revival of the economic and political struggle of the working class, it is particularly necessary to intensify activities in all the legal working class associations, trade unions, clubs, sick benefit societies, cooperative societies, and so forth. Point 2. All activities in legal working class associations must be conducted not in a neutral spirit, but in keeping with the spirit of the decisions of the London Congress of the RSDLP and of the International Congress in Stuttgart. Social Democrats should recruit members for all working class associations from the widest possible working class circles, and urge all workers to join them irrespective of their party opinions. But the Social Democrats in these associations should form themselves into party groups and by prolonged and systematic activities secure the establishment of the closest relations between the associations and the Social Democratic Party. Point 3. The experience of the International and of our Rus. Sion working class movement teaches that it is necessary from the very inception of such working class organizations, trade unions, cooperative societies, clubs, etc., to strive to convert every one of them into a stronghold of the Social Democratic Party. This conference urges all party members to bear this important task in mind, for it is a particularly urgent one in Russia, where the liquidators 126 are making systematic efforts to utilize the legal societies against the party. 9 * 260. V.I. Lenin. 4. This conference is of the opinion that in electing delegates to the sick benefit societies, in all trade union activities, etc., it is necessary, while upholding the complete unity of the movement and the submission of the minority to the majority, to pursue the party line, secure the election of supporters of the party for all responsible posts, etc. 5. For the purpose of summing up the experience of practical activities in legal working class societies, it is desirable to arrange more frequent conferences with active participants in the work of local legal working class organizations and to invite to general party conferences as large a number as possible of representatives of party groups operating in these legal societies. Written in September 1913. Published in December 1913. Collected Works, Volume 19. In the pamphlet pages 426-27. Notification and Resolutions of the Summer, 1913. Joint Conference of the Central Committee of the RSDLP and Party Officials, issued by the CC, RSDLP, Paris. From Material on the Conflict. Within the Social Democratic Duma Group. What is the will of the workers as shown by the St. Petersburg trade unions? It is common knowledge that the metalworkers are the most developed and most advanced section of the working class not only in St. Petersburg, but throughout Russia, and not only Russia, but throughout the world. Nobody can deny, and on the day the metalworkers assembled the liquidators themselves admitted it, that the metalworkers are the vanguard of the entire Russian proletariat. What did the metalworkers' meeting in St. Petersburg prove? The occasion was the election of the Executive Committee. There were 2 lists of candidates. One list, published in the liquidators' newspaper and backed by the latter, contained the names of a number of well-known liquidators. The other list, published in Pravda, 127, was anti-liquidationist. The liquidators fraudulently gave out their list as the decision of the union, but their fraud did not help them. The metalworkers' meeting was attended by about 3,000 people. Of these, only some 15 cast their votes for the liquidators' list of candidates. Obviously, this quite clearly revealed the will of the class-conscious and advanced workers. The workers will not allow any mention of liquidationism. 262. V.I. Lenin. Of all the trade unions in St. Petersburg, the Printers' Union alone still supports the liquidators, thereby isolating itself from the rest of the St. Petersburg proletariat. But even there, it must be observed, not everything is favorable for the liquidators. Are there many admirers of the liquidators to be found among the shop assistants, woodworkers, gold and silversmiths, tailors, bakers, builders, tavern employees, and so forth? How many are there, and where are they? Are many of these admirers to be found in the cultural and educational institutions? There is little evidence of them. And yet the liquidators, in denouncing the underground, and their strike craze, in pleading for legality in the shelter of Stolypin reforms, assert that everything legal supports them. Whom are the working class intelligentsia support ing? In our last issue 106 working class students expressed their greetings to the 6128 and denounced the liquidators. Asterisk in the symposium Marxism and Liquidationism there is a foot. Note to this passage. Evidently, even this union is now beginning to shift away from the liquidators. Ed. In following the lead of the liquidators, the 7 deputies are flouting the will of the majority of the workers. This has been proved by the Duma elections, by the collections for the newspapers, by the meetings of the metalworkers, by all the activities in the legal movement, and by the present insurance campaign, the support rendered the Insurance Weekly in response to the appeal of the 6 workers' deputies. The 7 deputies who are flouting the will of the major ity of the workers must bear in mind the inevitable consequences if they insist on pursuing their own will in opposition to the majority of the workers. Za Pravda No. 22 Collected Works, Volume 19. October 29, 1913, pages 465 to 66. Narodniks and Liquidators in the Trade Union Movement. A valuable admission. In recent issues of the Left Narodnik newspaper, we find, side by side with complaints about the Pravdists, factionalism, valuable admissions by several Narodniks 129 about their views on important issue of the trade union movement coinciding with those of the liquidators. We have always said it, but it is pleasant indeed to hear this confession from our opponents' lips. On this question we differ sharply from the Bolsheviks, who regard the union as their special preserve! The Mensheviks view, for some reason the Narodniks say, Mensheviks, instead of liquidators, of the union as an extra-factional organization is identical with ours, the Narodniks. This, perhaps, accounts for our good relations with the Mensheviks in past activities. This was written in Vernaya M. Weissel No. 6. The line of conduct taken by the executives of those unions in which the Left Narodniks have been in control all the time in no way differs from the line of conduct of the so-called liquidationist unions. The same Left Narodnik newspaper added. An extraordinarily frank and valuable admission. On their own showing, it appears that our frightfully left Narodniks behave in the trade union movement exactly like the liquidators. Hence, the blocks, alliances, agreements between the liquidators and the Narodniks against the Marxists, which have been repeatedly mentioned in our press. 264. V.I. Lenin. The Narodnik Stoichia M. Weissel 130 even frankly defends these blocks between the Left Narodniks and the liquidators against the Marxists. During the present period of Pravdist preponderance in the trade union organizations, there is nothing terrible or strange in temporary agreements between the Narodniks and the Lukists. Writes Stoichia M. Weissel No. 2, asterisk. The liquidators are not so candid. They know that such things are done, but not spoken of. To call oneself a social democrat while at the same time allying with an alien party against the social democrats is tactics that can be pursued only underhandedly. But this does not change anything. The alliance between the liquidators and the Narodniks in the trade union movement and in the educational societies is a fact. And in the present state of affairs it is inevitable. The liquidators and the Narodniks are united by their common hostility towards consistent Marxism in all spheres of activity. In trade union activity they are united in both being representatives of the neutralism of weakness, willy-nilly neutralism. Neither the liquidators nor the Narodniks have any real influence in the trade union movement. Although a feeble minority, they demand equality with the Marxists. This demand is, theoretically, defensible only from the neutralist point of view. Hence the neutralism of all groups with little influence in the working class movement. The Narodniks say that they are uniting with the liquidators solely for the purpose of protecting the non-factionalism of the workers' organizations against the extravagant claims of the Pravdists. Stoichia M. Weissel numbers 2 and 4. What are these claims 11 of the Pravdists? Have they shut the door of any union or society to workers who hold political views different from their own? Have they stuck Asterisk Mr. Boris Voronov, the author of the article, his eyes big with surprise, quotes as an example of incredible factionalism the fact that at the meetings of the executive of one of the unions, they discussed the question of assisting the Pravdist press, and technical editorial questions, how to improve the correspondence department, etc. Oh horror! What a crime it is to assist a newspaper, which unites 9/10 of the advance workers, with correspondence and the like. How, after this, can the Narodniks help throwing themselves into the arms of the liquidators? Narodniks and Liquidators in Trade Union Movement 265. Any label on any of the unions? Have they split any organization? They have done nothing of the kind. Our opponents have not quoted a single fact of this kind, nor can they do so. By the extravagant claims of the Pravdists they mean that the Pravdists do not want to associate themselves with the petty bourgeois policy of the Narodniks and Liquidators, and while loyally submitting to the majority of the workers within a single union, they fight for influence for their Marxist ideas. We have never been guilty of the sins ascribed to us. It is the Narodniks and the liquidators who are guilty of them. Here are the facts. Several years ago, the Narodniks obtained a majority in the Railwaymen's Union. This happened because they had the backing, not of the workers, but of the railway clerks, and because of other fortuitous circumstances. What did the Narodniks do? They immediately stuck a label on that union, compelled it to adopt its own SP-style platform, ousted the Social Democrats and non-party workers, and compelled them to form a parallel union of their own. Now that was a really extravagant claim. They hastened to make good their first chance victory by affixing a label. The fact that the Narodniks do not do this in other unions is not because they are so virtuous, but because their influence everywhere among the workers is very slight. The same thing applies to the liquidators. When they controlled the Metalworkers' Union, they turned it into a branch of the liquidators' organization. The organ of the union published provocative articles against the underground. See Nash put number 20131, page 2, Metalist number 3, etc. 132, although no general meeting of the members ever expressed approval of the liquidator line. Such are the actual facts. By the extravagant claims of the Pravdists, they mean that the Pravdists tried to get the workers to settle their affairs themselves by a majority vote. If at a general meeting of metalworkers 3,000 vote for the Pravdists and 100 or 2 vote for the liquidators and the Narodniks combined, then, in the name of so-called non-factionalism, we are supposed to admit that 3,000 is equal to 200. This is what liquidator Narodnik, non-factionalism, means. 266. V.I. Lenin. We do not defend neutralism, we are opposed to it. But we do not behave like the Narodniks and liquidators when they obtain a chance majority in some union. Only feeble groups with no principles lose their heads at the first victory, and hasten to consolidate their victory by a major ITY of a score or so of votes. Excited and in a hurry not to miss such a golden opportunity, they hastily revise their principles, forget their neutralism, and stick on a label. Marxists do not behave like that. They are not stray visitors in the working class movement. They know that sooner or later all the unions will take their stand on the basis of Marxism. They are convinced that the future belongs to their ideas, and therefore, they do not force events, do not goad the unions on, and do not stick labels on them or split them. Steadily and confidently they carry on their Marxist propaganda. They patiently teach Marxism to the workers, drawing on the lessons of life, and no deals between unprincipled groups will divert them from that path. There was a time when the present-day liquidators demanded that the trade unions should be party unions and have official representation in the party. There was a time when the Narodniks compelled the Railwaymen's Union to officially swear allegiance to their program. Today both have swung to the opposite extreme, and stand for neutralism. They have been compelled to do this by the political weakness of their positions. We are following our old road, proclaimed long ago and upheld by the entire body of Marxists. The liquidators have a full right to enter into an alliance with the Narodniks. But it is an alliance based on abandonment of principles and on weakness. The road which the liquidator Narodnik bloc proposes to the unions is not the road of the advanced workers. Put Pravdy number 30, March 7, 1914. Collected Worked, Volume 20, pages 138-41. Forms of the Working Class Movement. The Lockout and Marxist Tactics. Lockouts, i.e., the mass discharge of workers by common agreement among employers, is as necessary and inevitable a phenomenon in capitalist society as strikes are. Capital, which throws the whole of its crushing weight upon the ruined small producers and the proletariat, constantly threatens to force the conditions of the workers down to starvation level and condemn them to death from starvation. And in all countries there have been cases, even whole periods in the life of nations, when the failure of the workers to fight back has led to their being reduced to incredible poverty, and all the horrors of starvation. The workers' resistance springs from their very conditions of life, the sale of labor power. Only as a result of this resistance, despite the tremendous sacrifices the workers have to make in the struggle, are they able to maintain anything like a tolerable standard of living. But capital is becoming more and more concentrated, manufacturers' associations are growing, the number of destitute and unemployed people is increasing, and so also is want among the proletariat. Consequently, it is becoming harder than ever to fight for a decent standard of living. The cost of living, which has been rising rapidly in recent years, often nullifies all the workers' efforts. By drawing larger and larger masses of the proletariat into the organized struggle, the workers' organizations and 268. V.I. Lenin. First and foremost, the trade unions make the workers' resistance more planned and systematic. With the existence of mass trade unions of different types, strikes become more stubborn, they occur less often, but each conflict is of bigger dimensions. Lockouts are caused by a sharpening of the struggle, and in their turn, sharpen that struggle. Rallying in the struggle and developing its class consciousness, its organization and experience in that struggle, the proletariat becomes more and more firmly convinced that the complete economic reconstruction of capitalist society is essential. Marxist tactics consist in combining the different forms of struggle, and the skillful transition from one form to another, in steadily enhancing the consciousness of the masses and extending the area of their collective actions, each of which, taken separately, may be aggressive or defensive, and all of which, taken together, lead to a more intense and decisive conflict. Russia lacks the fundamental conditions for such a development of the struggle as we see in the West European countries, namely, a struggle waged through the medium of firmly established and systematically developing trade unions. Unlike Europe, which has enjoyed political freedom for a long time, the strike movement in Russia in 1912-14 extended beyond the narrow trade union limits. The liberals denied this, while the liberal labor politicians, liquidators, failed to understand it or shut their eyes to it. But the fact compelled them to admit it. In Milyukov's Duma speech during the interpellation on the Lenin events, this force, belated, half-hearted, platonic, i.e., accompanied, not by effective assistance, but only by size, admission of the general significance of the working class movement was quite definite. By their liberal talk about the strike craze, and their opposite tie-in to combining economic and other motives in the strike movement, we would remind our readers that Messrs. Yezhov and company began to talk in this fashion in 19121. The liquidators aroused the legitimate disgust of the workers. That is why the workers firmly and deliberately had the liquidators removed from office. In the working class movement. Forms of the working class movement. 269. The Marxists' attitude towards the strike movement caused no wavering or dissatisfaction among the workers. Moreover, the significance of lockouts was formally and officially appraised by the organized Marxists as far back as February 1913-133, true, in an arena which the liquidators, those slaves of the liberals, do not see. Already in February 1913 the formal decision of the Marxists definitely and clearly spoke of lockouts, and the necessity of taking them into account in our tactics. How are they to be taken into account? By going more carefully into the expediency of any given action, by changing the form of struggle, substituting. It was precisely substitution that was proposed, one form for another, the general tendency being to rise to higher forms. The class-conscious workers are well acquainted with certain concrete cases when the movement rose to higher forms which were historically subjected to repeated tests, and which are unintelligible and alien only to the liquidators. On March 21st, immediately after the lockout was declared, the Pravdists issued their clear-cut slogan, "Do not let the employers choose for us the time and form of action. Do not go on strike now." The labor unions and the organized Marxists knew and saw that this slogan was their own, drawn up by that same majority of the advanced proletariat which had secured the election of its representatives to the Insurance Board, 134, and which is guiding all the activities of the St. Petersburg workers in the face of the disruptive and liberal outcries of the liquidators. The slogan of March 21st, "Do not go on strike now," was the slogan of the workers, who knew that they would be able to substitute one form for another, that they were striving and would continue to strive, through the constantly changing forms of the movement, for a general rise to a higher level. The workers knew that the disruptors of the working class movement, the liquidators and the narodniks, would try to disrupt the workers' cause in this case, too, and they were prepared in advance to offer resistance. On March 26, both the liquidator and narodnik groups of disruptors and violators of the will of the majority of the class-conscious workers of St. Petersburg and of Russia, published in their newspapers the bourgeois banalities that 270. V.I. Lenin are common to these camps. The narodniks, to the delight of the liquidators, chattered about thoughtlessness. The class-conscious workers have long been aware that nobody is so thoughtless as the narodniks, while the liquidators delivered liberal speeches, already analyzed and condemned in Put Pravdy No. 47, and urged that instead of strikes the workers should resort to, no, not the corresponding higher forms, but to petitions and resolutions. Brushing aside this shameful liberal advice of the liquidators, and brushing aside the thoughtless chatter of the narodniks, the advanced workers firmly proceeded along their own road. The old decision, which called, in certain cases of lockouts, for strikes to be superseded by certain higher forms of struggle corresponding to them, was well known to the workers and correctly applied by them. The employers failed to achieve the provocative purpose of their lockout. The workers did not accept battle on the ground chosen by their enemies. In due time, the workers applied the decision of the organized Marxists and, with greater energy and more demonstratively, conscious of the importance of their movement, continued to march along the old road. Put Pravdy No. 54, April 4, 1914. Collected Works, Volume 20, pages 209-12. Our tasks. We have given a brief review of the history of the working class press in Russia and of the origin of Pravda. We have tried to show how the age-long history of democratic movements in Russia led to the formation of an independent working-class democratic movement under the ideological banner of Marxism, and how the 20 years history of Marxism and the working-class movement in Russia, as a result of the long struggle of the workers' vanguard against petty bourgeois opportunist trends, led to the rallying of the vast majority of class-conscious workers around Pravda, which was created by the famous upsurge of the working-class movement in the spring of 1912. We have seen how, during the paper's 2 years, class-conscious Pravdist workers united ideologically, and to a certain extent also organizationally, by their efforts creating and supporting, strengthening and developing a consistently Marxist workers' press, strictly insisting on their continuity with the organized Marxists of the preceding historical epoch, not breaking any of their decisions, building the new on the foundations of the old, and going systematically, unswervingly ahead to the firmly and precisely stated aim of consistent Marxism. The Pravdist workers have begun the solitarian of an unusually difficult historic task. A whole host of enemies, a whole mass of difficulties, both external and internal, arose in the way of the labor movement in the 1908-11 epoch. In no country in the world has 272. V.I. Lenin. The working class movement hitherto succeeded in emerging from such crises while maintaining its continuity, its organized character, its loyalty to the old decisions, program and tactics. But the Russian workers, or more exactly the workers of Russia, succeeded in this. They succeeded in emerging with flying colors from an incredibly painful crisis, remaining loyal to the past and maintaining continuity of organization, while mastering new forms of training for their forces, new methods of education and mobilization of fresh generations of the proletariat for the solution by old methods of old but still outstanding historic problems. Of all the classes of Russian society, the working class of Russia alone succeeded in this, not, of course, because it stood higher than the workers of other countries. On the contrary, it is still far behind them in organization and class consciousness. It succeeded in this because it relied at once on the experience of the workers of the whole world, both on their theoretical experience, on the achievements of their class consciousness, their science and experience summed up by Marxism, and on the practical experience of the proletarians of neighboring countries, with their magnificent workers' press and their mass organizations. The Pravdist workers, having safeguarded their own line in the most difficult and painful of periods against persecution from without and against despondency, skepticism, timidity and betrayal within, can now say to themselves, with full awareness and resolution, we know that we are on the right path, but we are taking only the first steps along that path, and the principal difficulties still lie ahead of us. We still have to do a great deal to consolidate our own position completely, and to raise to conscious activity millions of backward, dormant and downtrodden proletarians. Let the petty bourgeois, fellow travelers, of the proletariat, slavishly following the liberals, hold forth contemptuously against the underground, against advertising the illegal press. Let them cherish illusions about the June 3rd legality. We know the fragile nature of that legal ity. We shall not forget the historic lessons of the importance of an illegal press. Developing further our Pravdist work, we shall push our tasks. 273. Ahead with the purely newspaper side, hand in hand with all sides of the workers' cause. Put Pravdy 133 must be circulated in 3, 4 and 5 times as many copies as today. We must put out a trade union supplement, and have representatives of all trade unions and groups on the editorial board. Our paper must have regional, Moscow, Urals, Caucasian, Baltic, Ukrainian, supplements. We must consolidate, despite all the bourgeois and petty bourgeois nationalists of all nations without exception, the unity of the workers of all the nationalities of Russia, and for this purpose, incidentally, start supplements in our paper devoted to the workers' movement of the various nationalities of Russia. Both the foreign department of Put Pravdy and the chronicle of the organizational, ideological and political life of the class-conscious workers should be expanded many times over. We must create a Kopek Vechernaya Pravda. Put Pravdy in its present shape is essential for the class-conscious worker and should be still further enlarged, but it is too dear, too difficult, too bjg for the worker in the street, for the rank and filer, for any of the millions not yet drawn into the movement. The advanced worker will never forget about them, for he knows he had craft isolation, the emergence of a labor aristocracy and its separation from the masses mean degradation and brutalization of the proletarian and his transformation into a miserable Philistin, a pitiful flunky. It means loss of all hope of his emancipation. There is need to start a Kopek Vechernaya Pravda, with a circulation of 200,000 or 300,000 copies in the very thick of the proletarian and semi-proletarian masses, showing them the light of the worldwide working-class movement, inspiring them with faith in their strength, impelling them towards unity, and helping them to rise to full class consciousness. We must secure a much greater degree of organization on the part of the readers of Put Pravdi than there is now, in their various factories, districts, etc., and more active participation in correspondence and running and circulating the paper. We must get the workers to take a regular part in editorial work. 274. V.I. Lenin. We must have. There is in fact a great deal more that we must have. We cannot list here everything that we need. We would even be ridiculous, and worse, if we attempted here to enumerate all spheres, or even the principal fields of our work. We know that we are on the right path. We know that we are marching hand in hand with the forward-looking workers of all countries. We know that this field of our work is only a small part of the whole, and that we are still at the beginning of our great road to emancipation. But we also know that nothing on earth can stop us on that road. Collected Works, Volume 36, pages 281 to 84. Rabicki No. 1, April 22, 1914. What should not be copied from the German labor movement? Karl Legian, one of the most prominent and responsible representatives of the German trade unions, recently published a report of his visit to America in the form of a rather bulky book entitled The Labor Movement in America. As a very prominent representative of the international as well as German trade union movement, K. Legian gave his visit the nature of a special occasion, one of state importance, one might say. For years he conducted negotiations on this visit with the Socialist Party of America 136 and the American Federation of Labor 137, the labor union Organisation led by the famous, or rather infamous, Gompers. When Legian heard that Karl Liebknecht was going to America, he refused to go at the same time, so as to avoid the simultaneous appearance in the United States of two spokesmen whose views on the party's tactics and on the importance and value of certain branches of the labor movement did not entirely coincide. K. Legian collected a vast amount of material on the labor union movement in America, but failed to digest it in his book, which is cluttered up with patchy descriptions of his journey, trivial in content and trite in style. Even the labor union rules of America, in which Legian was particularly interested, are not studied or analyzed, but merely translated incompletely and without system. There was a highly instructive episode in Legian's tour, which strikingly revealed the two tendencies in the Internationale and particularly in the German labor movement. 276. V.I. Lenin. Legian visited the Chamber of Deputies of the United States, known as the Congress. Brought up in the police-ridden Prussian state, he was favorably impressed by the democratic customs of the Republic, and he remarks with understandable pleasure that in America the government provides every congressman not only with a private office fitted with all modern conveniences, but also with a paid secretary to help him cope with a congressman's manifold duties. The simplicity and easy manners of the congressman and the Speaker of the House were in striking contrast with what Legian had seen in European parliaments, and especially in Germany. In Europe, a social democrat could not even think of delivering to a bourgeois parliament at an official session a speech of greeting. But in America this was done very simply, and the name of social democrat did not frighten anybody, except that social democrat himself /. We have here an example of the American bourgeois method of killing unsteady socialists with kindness, and the German opportunist method of renouncing socialism in deference to the kindly, suave and democratic bourgeoisie. Legian's speech of greeting was translated into English. Democracy was not in the least averse to hearing a foreign language spoken in its parliament. All 200-odd congressmen shook hands in turn with Legian as the guest of the Republic, and the Speaker expressed his thanks. The form and content of my speech of greeting, writes Legian, were sympathetically received by the socialist press both in the United States and Germany. Certain editors in Germany, however, could not resist pointing out that my speech proved once again what an impossible task it is for a social democrat to deliver a social democratic speech to a bourgeois audience. Well, in my place, these editors would, no doubt, have delivered a speech against capitalism and in favor of a mass strike, but I considered it important to emphasize to this parliament that the social democratic and industrially organized workers of Germany want peace among the nations, and through peace, the development of culture to the highest degree attainable. Poor editors, whom our Legian has annihilated with his statesmanlike speech. The opportunism of trade union leaders in general, and of Legian in particular, has long been common knowledge in the German labor movement, and has been duly appraised by a great many class-conscious. What should not be copied from German Movement 277? Workers. But with us in Russia, where far too much is spoken about the model of European socialism with precisely the worst, most objectionable features of this model being chosen, it would be advisable to deal with Legian's speech in somewhat greater detail. When he addressed the highest body of representatives of capitalist America, this leader of a 2 million strong army of German trade unionists, namely, the Social Democratic Trade Unions, this member of the Social Democratic group in the German Reichstag, delivered a purely liberal, bourgeois speech. Needless to say, not a single liberal, not even an Octoberist, would hesitate to subscribe to a speech about peace and culture. And when German socialists remarked that this was not a social democratic speech, this leader of capital's wage slaves treated them with scathing contempt. What are editors, compared to a practical politician and collector of workers' pennies? Our Philistine Narcissus has the same contempt for editors as the police panjandrums in a certain country have for the third element. 138. These editors would no doubt have delivered a speech against capitalism. Just think what this quasi-socialist is sneering at. He is sneering at the idea that a socialist should think it neces sorry to speak against capitalism. To the statesmen of German opportunism, such an idea is utterly alien. They talk in such a way as not to offend capitalism. Disgracing themselves by this servile renunciation of socialism, they brag of their disgrace. Legion is not just anybody. He is a representative of the army of trade unions, or rather, the officers' corps of that army. His speech was no accident, no slip of the tongue, no casual whimsy, no blunder of a provincial German office clerk overawed by American capitalists, who were polite and revealed no trace of police arrogance. If it were only this, Legion's speech would not be worthy of note. But it was obviously not that. At the International Congress in Stuttgart, half the German delegation turned out to be sham socialists of this type, who voted for the ultra-opportunist resolution on the Colorado Nile question. 278. V.I. Lenin. Take the German magazine Sozialistisch? Monats Heft 139, and you will always find in it utterances by men like Legion, which are thoroughly opportunist, and have nothing in common with socialism, utterances touching on all the vital issues of the labor movement. The official explanation of the official German party is that nobody reads Sozialistisch Monatsheft, that it has no influence, etc. But that is not true. The Stuttgart incident proved that it is not true. The most prominent and responsible people, members of parliament, and trade union leaders who write for Sozialistisch Monatsheft, constantly and undeviatingly propagate their views among the masses. The official optimism of the German party has long been noted in its own camp by those people who earned Legion's appellation of these editors, an appellation contemptuous from the point of view of the bourgeois and honorable from the point of view of a socialist. And the more often the liberals and the liquidators in Russia, including Trotsky, of course, attempt to transplant this amiable characteristic to our soil, the more determinately must they be resisted. German social democracy has many great services to its credit. Thanks to Marx's struggle against all the Hochbergs, Dürings, and company, it possesses a strictly formulated theory, which our Narodniks vainly try to evade or touch up along opportunist lines. It has a mass organization, newspapers, trade unions, political associations, that same mass organization which is so definitely building up in our country in the shape of the victories the Pravda Marxists are winning everywhere, in Duma elections, in the daily press, and in Sir Ants board elections, and in the trade unions. The attempts of our liquidators, whom the workers have removed from office, to evade the question of the growth of this mass organization in Russia in a form adapted to Russian conditions are as vain as those of the Narodniks, and imply a similar intellectualist breakaway from the working class movement. But the merits of German social democracy are merits, not because of shameful speeches like those delivered by Legion or the utterances in the press by the Contribu. What should not be copied from German Movement 279? Tours to Sozialistisch Monatsheft, but despite them, we must not try to play down the disease which the German party is undoubtedly suffering from, and which reveals itself in phenomena of this kind, nor must we play it down with officially optimistic phrases. We must lay it bare to the Russian workers, so that we may learn from the experience of the older movement, learn what should not be copied from it. Prosveshchiny No. 4. April 1914. Signed V.I. Collected Works, Volume 20, pages 254-58. From Report of the C.R. Steele P. to the Brussels Conference and Instructions to the C.C. Delegation. Here are the objective figures concerning the election of workers' representatives to the insurance bodies. We reject as mere liberalism all talk about political, constitutional reforms in present-day Tsarist Russia and will have nothing to do with it, but we take advantage of real reforms, such as insurance, in deed and not in word. The entire workers' group on the All-Russia Insurance Board consists of Pravda supporters, i.e., of workers who have condemned and rejected liquidationism. During the election to this All-Russia Insurance Board, 47 out of the 57 delegates, i.e., 82%, were Pravdists. During the election of the Metropolitan, St. Petersburg, Insurance Board, 37 of the delegates were Pravdists and 7 were liquidators, the Pravdists constituting 84%. The same can be said about the trade unions. When they hear the talk of the Russian Social Democrats abroad about the chaos of factional strife in Russia, indulged in by Rosa Luxemburg, Plekhanov, Trotsky, and others, our foreign comrades perhaps imagine that the trade union movement in our country is split up. Nothing of the kind. In Russia there are no duplicate unions. Both in St. Petersburg and in Moscow, the trade unions are united. The point is that in these unions the Pravdists completely predominate. Not one of the 13 trade unions in Moscow is liquidationist. Report of CC, RSDLP to the Brussels Conference. 281. Of the 20 trade unions in St. Petersburg listed in our workers' calendar together with their membership, only the draftsmen's, druggist employees and clerks unions, and half the members of the printers union, are liquidationist. In all the other unions, metalworkers, textile workers, tailors, woodworkers, shop assistants, and so forth, the Pravdists completely predominate. And we say plainly, if the liquidators do not want drastically to change their tactics and put a stop to their disruptive struggle against the organized majority of the class-conscious workers in Russia, let them stop talking about unity. Written June 23 to 30th. July 6 to 13th, 1914. First published in 1929 Collected Works, Volume 20. In the second and third editions pages 507 to 508. Of V. I. Lenin Collected Works, Volume 17. From Karl Marx. After examining, as early as 1844 to 45, one of the main shortcomings in the earlier materialism, namely, its inability to understand the conditions or appreciate the importance of practical revolutionary activity, Marx, along with his theoretical work, devoted unremitting attention, throughout his lifetime, to the tactical problems of the proletariat's class struggle. An immense amount of material bearing on this is contained in all the works of Marx, particularly in the 4 volumes of his correspondence with Engels, published in 1913. This material is still far from having been brought together, collected, examined, and studied. We shall therefore have to confine ourselves here to the most general and brief remarks, emphasizing that Marx justly considered that, without this aspect, materialism is incomplete, one-sided, and lifeless. The fundamental task of proletarian tactics was defined by Marx in strict conformity with all the postulates of his materialist dialectical Weltanschauung. Only an objective consideration of the sum total of the relations between absolutely all the classes in a given society, and consequently a consideration of the objective stage of development reached by that society, and of the relations between it and other societies, can serve as a basis for the correct tactics of an advanced class. At the same time, all classes and all countries are regarded, not statically, but dynamically, i.e., not in a state of immobility, but in motion, whose laws are determined by the Karl Marx. 283. Economic conditions of existence of each class. Motion, in its turn, is regarded from the standpoint, not only of the past, but also of the future, and that not in the vulgar sense it is understood in by the evolutionists, who see only slow changes, but dialectically. In developments of such magnitude 20 years are no more than a day, Marx wrote to Engels, though later on there may come days in which 20 years are embodied. Brief Wechsel, Volume 3, page 127.140. At each stage of development, at each moment, proletarian tactics must take account of this objectively inevitable dialectics of human history, on the one hand, utilizing the periods of political stagnation or of sluggish, so-called peaceful, development in order to develop the class consciousness, strength and militancy of the advanced class, and on the other hand, directing all the work of this utilization towards the ultimate aim of that class's advance, towards creating in it the ability to find practical solutions for great tasks in the great days in which 20 years are embodied. 2 of Marx's arguments are of special importance in this connection. One of these is contained in The Poverty of Philosophy and concerns the economic struggle and economic organizations of the proletariat. The other is contained in the Communist Manifesto and concerns the political tasks of the proletariat. The former runs as follows. Large-scale industry concentrates in one place a crowd of people unknown to one another. Competition divides their interests. But the maintenance of wages, this common interest which they have against their boss, unites them in a common thought of resistance, combination. Combinations, at first isolated, constitute themselves into groups, and in face of always united capital, the maintenance of the association becomes more necessary to them, i.e. the workers, than that of wages. In this struggle, a veritable civil war, all the elements necessary for a coming battle unite and develop. Once it has reached this point, association takes on a political character. 141. Here we have the program and tactics of the economic struggle and of the trade union movement for several decades to come, for all the lengthy period in which the proletariat will prepare its forces for the coming battle. All this should be compared with numerous references by Marx and Engels. 284. V. I. Lenin. To the example of the British labor movement, showing how industrial prosperity leads to attempts to buy the proletariat. Breechwexel, Volume 1, page 136, 142 to divert them from the struggle. How this prosperity in general demoralizes the workers. Volume 2, page 218, how the British proletariat becomes bourgeoisified. This most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat alongside the bourgeoisie. Volume 2, page 290, 143, how its revolutionary energy oozes away. Volume 3, page 124, how it will be necessary to wait a more or less lengthy space of time before the British workers will free themselves from their apparent bourgeois infection. Volume 3, page 127, how the British labor movement lacks the mettle of the Chartists. 1866, Volume 3, page 305, 144, how the British workers' leaders are becoming a tight midway between a radical bourgeois and a worker. In reference to Holyoake, Volume 4, page 209, how, owing to Britain's monopoly, and as long as that monopoly lasts, the British working man will not budge. Volume 4, page 433.145 The tactics of the economic struggle, in connection with the general course and outcome of the working class movement, are considered here from a remarkably broad, comprehensive, dialectical, and genuinely revolutionary standpoint. Written July-November 1914. Published in 1915. Collected Works, Volume 21. In the Granat, pages 74 to 70. Encyclopedia, 7th edition, Volume 28. From Imperialism and the Split in Socialism. The proletariat is the child of capitalism, of world capitalism, and not only of European capitalism, or of imperialist capitalism. On a world scale, 50 years sooner or 50 years later, measured on a world scale, this is a minor point. The proletariat, of course, will be united, and revolutionary social democracy will, inevitably, be victorious within it. But that is not the point, Messrs. Kotskites. The point is that at the present time, in the imperialist countries of Europe, you are fawning on the opportunists, who are alien to the proletariat as a class, who are the servants, the agents of the bourgeoisie and the vehicles of its influence, and unless the labor movement rids itself of them, it will remain a bourgeois labor movement. By advocating unity with the opportunists, with the Legions and Davids, the Pielikanovs, the Tchenkelis and Potrasovs, etc., you are, objectively, defending the enslavement of the workers by the imperialist bourgeoisie with the aid of its best agents in the labor movement. The victory of revolutionary social democracy on a world scale is absolutely inevitable. Only it is moving and will move, is proceeding and will proceed, against you. It will be a victory over you.